And this one's over. Golden State lets another game get away. This one on the road to a very good team. The Minnesota Timberwolves come up with a win, 114-110.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Tim Roy to call right here on 95.7 The Game, the flagship home or the radio home of the Golden State Warriors. And you know what? They gave a valiant effort yesterday to one of the top teams in the Western Conference. However, we've said this all season long. It's starting to become a theme as they're only 2 games over 500. They lose to Minnesota, and Minnesota did not even play their A game. They put together a good quarter, and they win going away here in the fourth quarter. Look, man, it's a lot to get into, but the reality is, folks, as we say good morning to everybody out there, getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at home, what is up? If you're getting off of work, what is up? If you're in traffic, what is up? Overnight dancers, homicide detectives, you name it. The facts are, as of today, as of 6:07 in the morning, the Warriors are just 1 game up on the Houston Rockets. When we left here Friday, we're kind of laughing to, the Rockets, 11th place. Oh, you better watch out for the Rockets, but nobody really was serious about that. Well, you better get serious, and you better start care, because if you slip up even more, which could happen Tuesday, Wednesday in Miami or in Orlando, you will be behind the Houston Rockets, and you will be playing in the 7-Eleven tournament, as Mully coined it yesterday. Big gulps for everybody.
The 7-Eleven tournament.
Big gulps for everybody.
Wow. They tried hard. This isn't about effort. There's just when we could talk so much about defense. I think we've actually overemphasized defense. Clearly, they're older and they can't stay in front of teams. That is undeniable. And some of their schematics defensively is because they can't stay in front of people. And so, like yesterday is a great example. I saw a lot of double teaming of Anthony Edwards, and then you're going to try to put a body on Gobert. Well, you're going to leave guys open on the perimeter. And this is a team that hasn't shot well from 3. I think they were, 37 or 38%. Since the All-Star break, they shot better. Yeah. And they shoot 54% yesterday, 53% from three-point land. But it was too many uncontested shots. To me, though, it's not even about defense. I think the Warriors just lack the offensive firepower that they've been so accustomed to have, and they're able to outscore teams. And I look at it right now, and I look at all the teams that they're going up against, whether it's Indiana Friday night, whether it's Minnesota yesterday. There are waves of offensive firepower other teams have that the Warriors just don't have. And they're so reliant on a lot of these defensive first players to just give them any contributions offensively. Even though they had multiple guys scoring in double digits, they don't have shot makers and creators in the half court, and it gets very, very difficult. So we're losing our minds about a minute here, a minute there for Steph Curry. And believe me, I'm with people when it comes to the rotations. I get frustrated as well, but I think it boils down to I'm starting to believe they just have a lack of firepower.
Well, I'm looking at Minnesota. Number 1, they're number 3 in the league when it comes to three-point percentage.
Are they number 3?
They're number 3 in the league.
I didn't know that.
Overall in three-point percentage. Number 3, tied for 3rd in three-point percentage. So they've shot the 3-ball well. They haven't shot it recently. Obviously, Karl-Anthony Towns has been out. He's one of their better three-point shooters. So they're 3rd in the league. But they're 15th in the league when it comes to made threes per game. They make 12.5 threes per game. Well, yesterday, Minnesota made 12 of 21 in the second half alone, on the way to a 21-40 night. So what's happening here defensively?
Warm-up threes.
Here's what's happening. I've mentioned this all season long. The Warriors are at a disadvantage every single night when it comes to athleticism.
That's
overall team athleticism, team speed has been a problem for the Warriors all season long. Now, you would think that they could get by that with great IQ, smart basketball play, or whatnot, taking care of the basketball. But what happens is when you do double Anthony Edwards, as you mentioned, and you do double down on the block, whether it's Rudy Gobert or Naz Reid, who cooked them in the first half for 17 points and 7 rebounds and 5 made threes. He always seems to get off against the Golden State Warriors. Naz Reid, that is. Well, you start doubling, but you don't have the athleticism and the team speed to get back out and contest three-point shots.
Yes.
It's like they're running in quicksand trying to get from the post to the three-point line. So this is what happens when you have an older team, and this is what happens when you have a young mix of guys who don't understand team concepts at a high level yet. That's the one thing with Jonathan Kuminga. He's having a hell of a 3rd year. He's got to learn how to play team defense. That comes with time. That's the last part of his game. A lot of youngsters here, they learn team defense aspects last year, getting buckets or whatever, running up and down. That's all fine. But learning how to communicate as a team defense, that's what's next for these youngsters here on the team. But a lot of these guys, they can't get back on the three-point line. They just can't. And so now when you look at these other teams, at 888-957-9570, I want to have a great conversation about the Golden State Warriors here. What's going to happen if they do miss the playoffs with the most expensive roster in NBA history? This is something that's unprecedented. But I'm just looking at this team, Shasky, and I'm just saying to myself, you're slow, you're small, you're getting older, and you just don't have the athletics. Now you're dropping into zone defense because you can't play man up.
What else would you expect them to do?
And even the zone's getting cooked. An NBA team's going to figure out how to beat the zone defense.
But because your lack of defense, now you're playing personnel out there that's got no offensive firepower late in the game. There was a possession, and everybody wants to tell me, and look, Draymond's a great player, right? But there are times that he drives me completely insane. And there was a couple of possessions last night where if you watch Minnesota's possession, they know exactly what they're going to go to Ant-Man, and if Ant-Man gets doubled, he's going to kick it out, and they're going to get a wide open look. They're going to try to get the ball underneath in the block, low, to Gobert, right? It's very specific.
Right.
When I look at the Warriors, it was like a mad scramble to pray that we can get 3 guys off of Steph Curry so we could hoist a 3. And I'm saying, you can't have GP2 and Draymond Green closing lineups with let's call it what it is, like Andrew Wiggins is just going up and down the floor. I feel like he has zero impact. Like, I know he's in there, and I look at the stat sheet, and I'm like, oh, he scored 15 points. It didn't feel like it.
Well,
there's no impact. And there were 2 possessions in particular. And look, I've had different criticisms of Klay Thompson and where his game's at or whatever, but everyone's going to go, oh, Klay shot X yesterday. Yeah, there were a couple of shots late in the shot clock where Draymond just throws it at him because Draymond's not even looking at the hoop, and Klay is forced with the shot clock coming down to hoist a horrible shot, and it's not on Klay. It's on Dray for not looking at the hoop. And to me, it's a microcosm of where they're at. When they get into the half court, 4 minutes to go, other teams dig in, and they key on Curry, they key on Klay, and there are at least 1 or 2 or sometimes 3, like there was yesterday, guys that teams don't even have to worry about hitting shots offensively, and it becomes constipated, and it drives me crazy.
So here's the deal, and this is why I was talking about the Sacramento series last year when I didn't think the 2 big lineup would help them. Now, obviously, the 2 big lineup helped them win Game 7 and helped them win Game 5, but Game 3 was revealing because the 1 big lineup allowed more spacing for everybody else. So now we fast forward right to this season, and you look at Draymond Green, and there's a soundbite at Madison Square Garden where Steve Kerr's talking to Draymond Green. And Steve Kerr says, you don't have to always look for Stephen Curry. You don't always have to look for him. You had Moody in the corner. And then Draymond receives that information, and he goes straight to Moses Moody. Hey, Moses, I got to hit you there. I owe you one. Well, this is the thing that's been happening all season long. And this is why I think Klay and CP3 and Trace Jackson-Davis are having a better rapport coming off the bench because Klay's not getting force-fed.
Yes.
There's more spacing. There's more ball movement. When you get that starting lineup, it's Draymond at the top of the key waiting for Steph to run off 1,500 screens where he's running his legs into the ground and he's just looking for one guy. And then you get lineups like you get a Draymond, you get a GP2, you get a Pods lineup. Or there was a lineup yesterday, I think it was Curry, GP2, Wiggins, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Draymond Green. There's not enough shot creators in that lineup. There's too many guys. Like GP2, I love him, but he's not always going to shoot that open shot. Some of those shots that Draymond is presented with are great shots that a coach can't even diagram up during a timeout. Those are great shots. Great shots. And when you pass up great shots and you get good shots, the poor shots is going to compromise your offense. Teams are not even guarding him. So when you look, hold on, Shasky, when you revisit Friday night and you got Jonathan Kuminga going 4-17, I don't fault Jonathan Kuminga for that. Yeah, he's got to learn to be a little more patient. And you can't. It's a bad game. It happens. It's like his first bad game since January 5th.
I got like
no problem with that.
Teams are keen on him, but continue.
But when you have Draymond Green at the top of the key, Miles Turner or Pascal Siakam were saying, we don't care if he's shooting 38% from 3. We're going to allow him to take every single wide open shot. We're not even going to guard him. So what happens? Miles Turner and Siakam, they sag off in the paint, and they're waiting for Kuminga to drive to the lane, and now you got 2 long bodies playing vertical defense and shot blocking and making it tough for him. So now the paint is compromised again because guys are not taking wide open shots. And that's why Podziemski's struggling a little bit because he has to take the wide open shot. You need firepower here. You need 5 threats on the floor at all times, or at least be in a triple threat position to look to shoot or score. You got to be aggressive.
Well, the one thing that nobody wants to acknowledge when it comes to Draymond Green, he hasn't had any layers to his offensive repertoire. Yeah. I mean, but Bruce Bowen added a corner 3. Did he not?
He did. I mean,
Tony Allen, what got Tony Allen out of the league?
Well, he couldn't shoot the three. He
At all.
shoot the three. So
And team said, we are not going to guard you. Al Horford, who I believe Draymond's got more left in the tank than Al Horford. But you know what Al Horford can do? He can knock down a three now. No, it's not the greatest shot in the world for him, but it's effective enough to space the floor and where you have to honor him. And I look at Draymond, and the offensive element of not adding just a basic knockdown three is crushing them.
Well, here's the deal.
It's crushing them.
This is where you go back to the 2019-2020 season. And it was a lost year for the Golden State Warriors. And we knew once Steph Curry got hurt, was it game 4 or 5 against the Phoenix Suns, where he breaks his hand? It was almost a blessing in disguise because the Warriors weren't going to be that good that season anyway. And it was a blessing in disguise. And look, you never want to see players get hurt, but he was able to save his legs, save the season. But that was a year in which all those rookies were playing, where Draymond Green should have just worked on his three that season. You knew you were going to lose a lot of games. Why not just hoist 7 to 10 threes per game, knowing that, hey, Klay's going to be back, Curry's going to be back, and what do you know? We're trading for Andrew Wiggins. Guess who's going to be open in the half court? Me, number 23.
All day.
And so when you have those, when you know that, why not just work in your game? Instead, Draymond admitted. He admitted this. It was hard for me to play when I knew we were going to lose every single game. It was hard for me to play. And he kind of mailed it in. Let's just be real. He basically admitted that. So now we're here 4 years later, and those same shot opportunities are presented to themselves. And so the possession you're talking about where he's dribbling, you turn around, you got a wide open 10-footer. You got a wide open midi. And so instead, he's looking for Curry. Curry doesn't shoot, gives it to Klay. Klay's got to take a tough contested shot. It's a brick, and you lose a game.
And people are mad at Klay, and I'm like, watch the possession. What's he supposed to do?
Well, you know what? Klay's making himself some money. And it's pretty funny in real time. And I'm enjoying this. In real time, a lot of people walking back things they said about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's going to sign with a contender. If he wants, there's going to be some contender with some big money who's going to say, Klay, can you do this for us? Yeah. And you know what? Since he's come off the bench, he's shooting 45% from three. But you know why it's working for him off the bench? Because you got a lot more ball movement. It's not just Steph dependent.
Yes.
It's okay, we're going to let TJD touch it. We're going to let Kuminga touch it. Whoever's in that second unit alongside Klay, CP3, and TJD, that's why the bench has been so fluid here. They've been playing so well, but offensively, it's just not enough. You don't have enough firepower. And then defensively, you're just too slow. You can't play man. At the point of attack defensively, guys are just blowing by. Just look at the Indiana game. Halliburton and Nembhard got to wherever they want, whenever they wanted. And Pascal Siakam, he earned some money Friday night. Damn. He was doing whatever he wanted to get to go to St. Warriors in the half court.
So, okay, Friday night and last night, there was like a theme to me. And I can't believe we're here. There used to be like the Warriors would hit the nitrous like in Fast and the Furious, and they'd play like a 7-minute stretch where they would just get every stop that they needed, and they'd outscore you, and they'd hit everything.
Well, the other teams are doing that to the Warriors now.
Well, I could pinpoint exactly when in games it's happening. Right before halftime, the Warriors had a couple of bad possessions on Friday night. Right before halftime, JK throws it to Curry on the final possession, and Curry, I don't even know what he was going with it. Whatever, he throws up some wild like hook shotty thing, and then Halliburton hits a three. You were in control the whole first half, and then boom, they go into the locker room with some momentum. It was all Pacers from that point on.
Well, the same thing yesterday with Minnesota. They turned the ball over 9 times in the first quarter. They give up 9 points off turnovers. Yet they're only down 9. That's got to be a double-digit lead. At halftime, the Warriors are up 8 despite Minnesota. Outside of Naz Reid, nobody really did much. I know Anthony Edwards woke up in the second quarter with 12 points. But in the first half, Minnesota shot 41% from the floor, and yet was only down 8, thinking, okay, we're playing the game to our pace. And what I mean by playing the game to our pace, Minnesota only shoots 82.5 field goals per game. Think about that. They only shoot 82 times per game. They want to slow down half-court game. The Warriors average 92.5 shots per game.
And Mully said in pregame he wanted 100.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, you wanted at least 100 and 115 to score.
Yes.
Well, the Warriors average 92.5 shots per game. They shot 85 times yesterday, which is a Minnesota type of pace. They suffocated the Warriors and made it a half-court game. But those teams are looking at the Golden State Warriors, and they're saying if we put together 8 minutes, we could beat this team.
100%.
And so now the Warriors are on the other side of this where they're playing so hard for 3 quarters. And yesterday, at the end of the third quarter, just like the Indiana game where Indiana goes on a 22-9 run at the end of the third quarter to take control, Minnesota, next thing you know, bang, bang, bang. They're on a 9-0 run early in the fourth quarter. And not to mention, we got the whole Steph Curry rotation thing, which we're going to get into a lot. He only played 30 minutes yesterday. Actually, didn't even play 30 minutes. He played 29 minutes and 51 seconds. He scored 31 points. He scored over a point a minute. It's a basketball game. You would think he played 34, 35 minutes, and that's what we're going to get into because Steve Kerr was very definitive.
Why don't you play that sound?
You want to play it?
Yeah, because I don't even want to talk about the minutes. I want to talk about the philosophy. You just play the cut and we'll go.
We're trying to keep him around 30, trying to get him as much rest as we can. We've played him a lot of minutes, played him 35 2 days ago. So as long as we were hanging in there, then we wanted to limit the minutes a little bit. Not limit them, but not overplay him.
Here's more Kerr on whether or not he can ride Steph the rest of the way over the next 12 games, the final 12 games of the regular season.
We got Chris Paul out there. We got Klay. We got Draymond. We got great players out there. So, we can't expect to just ride Steph game after game after game. These last few weeks have been really tough on him. We've put the burden of this franchise on his shoulders for 15 years. We can't expect him to play 35 minutes. We got 5 games in 7 days on this road trip. So if you want to say that him playing 30 minutes instead of 32 is the difference in the win and the loss, I totally disagree with that. And we're trying to win the game. We're trying to keep him fresh too.
Well, it's hard to agree with that philosophy in a game like that where he leaves the game with 4:07 left in the third quarter. 4:07 left in the third quarter. Stephen Curry doesn't come back in until about the 6:58 mark in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's just 6:54. Came back with 6:54. Now the Warriors were up for 69-65. He comes back in, they're down 8, 97-89. That's a long time to be sitting in a game like that.
We'll get into the minutes because, yes, I agree with you on that. But, I'm sorry, I love Steve, but he's lost me on this one. You're contradicting yourself. You cannot tell me, we put way too much on Curry's shoulders. He's carried the franchise for the last 15 years. Every roster decision and every rotation that you've made over the last 3 years has been, can't play that guy. He can't play with Curry. The specific way Curry plays, this guy doesn't fit. That guy doesn't fit. Can't play this youngster because Anthony Lamb fits the way Curry plays. No. You can't have it both ways. You cannot tell me that every roster and rotational decision that you have dictated over the last 3 years is to specifically play the way Steph Curry plays and then sit here and say, we're putting too much on his plate. What? The reason that you won't do a high pick and roll with Jonathan Kuminga is because Curry plays a certain way. Stop that. That frustrated me. And again, he's a great coach. I think he's an all-timer. He's going to go down as a first ballot Hall of Famer, but that is contradiction. You cannot have it both ways. And when I heard that, I was like, no, I'm not buying that. You're playing GP2 alongside of him? Why? Because he fits the way Curry plays the game. You should have been closing with Kuminga.
But also because you need individual defenders.
No doubt.
You don't have any lockdown.
But Anthony Edwards shot right over him.
But you know what? You don't have any individual. But Anthony Edwards shot 7 of 18.
I know, but
I think they made it tough for Anthony Edwards yesterday, and he got off to a slow start. GP2 is one of your better defenders. So I get he's a limited player, and you got a lot of players who are one-way players, but I got to find somebody who can stay in front of their man. You're running a CYO zone defense against the Indiana Pacers, getting locked up because you got nobody who can guard at the point of attack. Nobody can guard defensively at the point of attack individually. Everybody's getting blown by, which is breaking down your defense and leaving the wide open threes. And what happened yesterday? You go to the zone or you try to play man defense. You can't play man defense. And Minnesota goes 12 of 21 from the three-point line in the second half alone. In the second half alone, Minnesota's plus 10 in fast break points. In the second half alone, they're plus 8 when it comes to points in the paint. So you're not quick enough. You're not athletic enough. You're too small. So no matter what, this roster construction here is just not good enough in today's Western Conference.
No doubt. And here's the reality is and I get why Steve's doing it because I would too to these guys. They're legends who helped mint you into the Hall of Fame. But he said, Klay's still great and Draymond and CP3. And I'm sorry. They were great. They're not top 50 players anymore, those guys. I love all of them. They're nice rotational pieces. They're nice supplementary pieces. They're not the great players that they were 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. They're just not. If we did a fantasy draft of the top 50 players in the league,
of course,
Curry's in there and the other guys aren't.
Of course.
And
But I hear him on the flip side where you want to ride Stephen Curry, got 5 of the next 7 on the road. Well, guess what, Miami? Guess who's going to be on the top of the game plan? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Stephen Curry.
No doubt.
Hey, Orlando,
And
who's going to be on the top of the game plan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Long, bigger
but this
defenders.
is a winnable game, and you got to try to win the winnable games and worry about the other ones down the line.
I totally agree with you. But you know what? The reality is this team's just not good enough. And right now, the Rockets are 1 game behind you. So whether Curry plays 32, 34, 36 minutes, this team's just not. They're 10th place for a reason. They're 2 games over 500 for a reason. And it ain't got nothing to do. I mean, yeah, Curry should have played yesterday, and I'm with you with the minutes and everything like that. But this team's just not good enough. Can we just admit that? They are who their record says they are. And that's what's coming up on the game here. We got a lot going on here. I'll shout out everybody on the other side. More coming up on the roast, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for a
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to Ryan and the crew over there, Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And if you're looking for the best Giants talk out there, you had a little garlic fries and baseball guys yesterday from 12 to 3 with Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, the Butcher, as they bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area every single week, all season long, win or lose. Subscribe today on iTunes or Spotify or wherever you listen to your podcast. Warriors lose last night to start this 5-game road trip to Minnesota, 114-110. 6 of their next 7 are on the road. Miami, Orlando, Charlotte, San Antonio. They come back home for one game against Dallas. They go back on the road for a Texas two-step against Houston and Dallas. So they're running out of time here to try to fix the situation. 12 games left in the regular season. Just one game up on the Houston Rockets for that 10th and final spot into the play-in tournament. What would that mean if they didn't make the playoffs? Oh, my Lord. I heard Spadoni earlier this morning driving in on the pregame show saying, hey, there's going to be major changes. I would love to believe that if they don't make the playoffs, there will be major changes. But what are those changes going to look like? What are you going to do here? What are you going to do? You got some big-time contracts.
Changes?
Yeah, I mean, who's going to want the changes? What's going to be the change? Who's going to be going? Who's going to be staying? You can't just get rid of guys and think you're going to get premium players back. I mean, this is a difficult situation to navigate here, as you have the most expensive roster in basketball. You have a core that is a little older and past their primes, and you have some youngsters who are not quite in their prime. So I don't know where you go here. But last night, I mean, we're going to be talking about Steph Curry's minutes, just 29 minutes, 51 seconds. I'm with everybody here. In a game like that, how does Draymond Green and Klay Thompson play more minutes than Stephen Curry? I know rotations and you're trying to save Stephen Curry. I get it. His legs, and he looks a little gas at times because everybody's doubling him and they're putting longer defenders on him. But you know what? 29 minutes and 51 seconds, just not enough time. To be out from the 4:07 mark in the third quarter and you don't play again, you sit the last 4 minutes of the third quarter and you essentially sit the first 7 minutes first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. That's 9 minutes overall of sitting on the bench in a game like that. I don't know, man. That's just, to me, that's just not right.
Well, and I think my bigger frustration, it's the situational spots that he's sitting or coming out of, because to me, it does come down to a possession or two. They have zero margin of error. And I think this is where Steve and I are just going to disagree. Like in years past, you had such a margin of error, a minute or two didn't really matter too much. And you're playing the big picture. And you're also trying to not get an accumulation of minutes that was going to depreciate you in May and June and July. Anyway, even though you don't really go to July, but you get where I'm going. You're not making it that far.
Right.
And I look at this road trip and he says, well, they play, 5 and 7 days?
5 and 7 days.
Okay. In the back-to-back situation, if you win one of these games and Houston stumbles, you give yourself a little leeway.
Right.
You might be able to rest one of these guys in one of these games. There might be a blowout one direction or the other. You can't look that far ahead.
Especially because you have the tiebreaker over the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at this right now and I'm saying to myself, like, you got to be in the moment a little on this, because this is not prior versions of the Warriors. This is this year's version where, a possession. How many games, Bonte? You're there every day. How many games have come down where the final score doesn't show it, but it really was about a possession or two?
Oh, plenty this season. And that's what happens when you're an average team. Most of these games, when you play the most clutch games in the league, it's because you're not that great of a basketball team.
I agree.
You are what your record says you are. So when you think about blown leads, they're tight with San Antonio for the most blown 12-point leads, or having a lead of 12 points or more in a game. They've blown more games than anybody in the league outside of San Antonio.
If I told you that I'm kind of numb to that stat because of the three-point shooting and how quickly teams can erase it.
I hear you.
It is something. I'm not saying it's nothing.
But when you have Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and CP3 and Steve Kerr and I know Andrew Wiggins, I don't even want to go there, but you have championship players. All right, think about the games they've lost and blown leads. Hell, they blew one Friday night against the Patriots. Up 12 to be together and race that right away. Why? Because of 3 defensive breakdowns. You're up 12 yesterday, 43-31, but you don't end the quarter well. They don't end quarters well whatsoever. No. Halliburton hit 2 straight buzzer beaters in the second and third quarter. I mean, come on. This team has been doing this all season long where they just blow leads and they don't finish quarters well. They don't finish halves well. And so some people could say, oh, man, I told you so back in January. They were 14-4 through 18 games. And when they beat Milwaukee, everybody's feeling damn good. We're thinking about, damn, they could make a deep run. No doubt. Wow, look at the way they dismantled Milwaukee. But it hasn't been the same because the next night Steph Curry suffers an ankle injury. And Steph Curry, look, he suffered the ankle injury, missed a few games, and I know the Warriors couldn't wait to get him back. But at that last Homestead, he only shot 37% from 3 and 41.5% from field goal percentage. Why? Because teams are suffocating everybody else or suffocating Steph Curry and said other guys can shoot it. Whether it's Pods, Draymond, hell, even Jerry. I saw Andrew Wiggins Friday night. It wasn't even a quarter 3. He was off to the side a little bit. He hit the side of the backboard. He was wide open. I mean, literally, coaches, you're in CYO. You can't draw up a play that gets him that open from the corner. It wasn't even the deep corner. It wasn't even a true corner. It was off to the side, off kilter, and he hit the side of the backboard. Wide open against Indiana. Side of the backboard. So when I got Andrew Wiggins hitting the side of the backboard, wide open from three-point line, then you know what? It is what it is, man. We got to just play this out and see where it goes. And then we'll get to the offseason when we get to the offseason. But boy, this is getting frustrated. If I
watch Andrew Wiggins underneath the rim go up with like a soft layup when he should just dunk the ball. I mean, there was a possession. They get a great stop. Kuminga's Podziemski in the first half is diving on the floor. Okay, diving all over the floor. Kuminga dives on the floor. Kuminga comes through with a big, steal, and he kicks it forward to Andrew Wiggins. And Wiggins just goes up. And I'm like, oh, God. And the ball in and out of the rim. They go the other way. Boom, they hit a 3. And it's like those are the kind of sequences I want to pull my hair out.
Well, I love Sabo here who just started watching. And for anybody out there, I'm talking about somebody on YouTube. Sabo's just started watching the Warriors in 2015. So, he has a hard time compartmentalizing where this team is at right now. And I get it. I'm going to help out Sabo. He said, you don't win the last chip without Andrew Wiggins in 2022. He's a champion. Yeah, we all get that. But where's that energy with Klay Thompson? Because you got so many things to say about Klay Thompson, who's won 4 championships. Not 1, 4. All right? This ain't about 2022 anymore. We're 2 years removed from that now, from that championship team. And Andrew Wiggins is not playing like a championship player right now. This team ain't playing like a championship contender. Hell, if this was the old format, they wouldn't even be going to the damn playoffs. This season would already be over. It would already be over, but the play-in has allowed for a team to have a chance to sneak into the playoffs. And right now, they're just 1 game up on the Houston Rockets. So I don't care who won a championship 2 years ago. These guys aren't playing like champions today, and that's what matters. Today. 2022 ain't helping the Warriors today. 2022 ain't helping the Warriors against Miami tomorrow night. 2022 ain't helping the Warriors Wednesday in Orlando, a place they haven't won since 2017. So I don't want to hear about who's a champion, who was a championship player. None of that matters right now. Who's a championship player right now? Tell me Andrew Wiggins is a championship player. All right? Come on, man. Let's get real, folks.
Outside of Steph, none of them are playing championship.
Exactly.
And even Steph, he's still great. He's still amazing, but he looks like a guy that kind of hurt his ankle a couple of weeks ago and is 36 years old, doesn't he? Yeah, and I love him. He's an all-time legend.
He's 36. Trying to carry a basketball team.
The problem is that the team and the coach and the organization are running it out there like they all are in 2017, 2018. Right. And there's a level of equity that guys are getting based on prior status when the reality is that no one around the league is bestowing that status upon them. They see a vulnerable, used to be apex predator, and now the hyenas are coming out to try to have a pick at the carcass. Right. Am I wrong?
No, not at all. Not at all. So Draymond Green is not defended at a championship level. Jonathan Kuminga is ascending, but he's not quite there yet. Klay Thompson's coming off the bench, playing his role, but he was 6 of 15 last night. This team, and I'm not trying to play the blame game. I'm not going to single out players. It's everybody. It's everybody. This is a team thing. This is a team loss. And right now, this team's just not playing well together. So I'm not here to 888-957-9570 to say it's this guy's fault or that guy's fault or this guy's fault or that guy's fault. No, everybody has a hand in the Warriors being 36-34. And that's just what it is. 888-957-9570. Can they right the ship? Can they possibly right the ship over the next 12 games? I got records on them against the top 6 teams in the West. I got records for the Golden State Warriors against the top teams in the league. It's just not pretty right now. We'll continue to talk about that. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. seconds, 5 of 11 from the three-point line, 8 of 8 from the free throw line. He was ready to roll yesterday after having a, subpar homestand up to by his standards. He only shot 41.5% during that 3-game homestand, 38% from 3, but yesterday he had a roller from the 3-ball line, but it wasn't enough as the Warriors lose to the T-Wolves, 114-110 to start off this 5-game road trip, and they've got work to do. Houston's just 1 game behind them, although the Warriors do own the tiebreaker, so Houston would have to finish a game up on the Warriors to finish in that 10th and final spot. But we got action here with the Houston Rockets, as this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Again, the Warriors lose yesterday, and look, Minnesota is the top 3 team, but nobody wants to hear that right now. Nobody wants to hear about a team losing to another team without one of their better players, Karl-Anthony Towns. He's been out for 9 games, and Minnesota's 6-3 without Karl-Anthony Towns. Why? Because they got Naz Reid playing well. Why? Because they got Mike Conley Jr. picking his spots. Why? Because Jaden McDaniels is a hell of a defender. Why? Because Nickeil Alexander-Walker is hitting wide open threes. Second half, man, 12 of 21 from the three-point line. It's because when the Warriors double down and they try to contest shots in the paint, they're so slow that it takes them all day long to get out to the three-point line to contest. Guys get wide open threes. How many wide open corner threes have I seen the last 2 games between Indiana and Minnesota? It's just all night long. It's like, dear God, they got to go to a zone because they can't play man. When you can't play man, you got to play zone. The NBA teams are going to cook a zone at one point. This ain't Syracuse. We're in 2-3 zone. This ain't CYO.
Who's the shot maker on the Warriors, though? Because you're referencing the shots that are being made by Minnesota and
by other teams,
by Indiana. So
wide open teams, wide open shots.
Like GP2's not a shot maker.
Well, offensively, if you want to talk offensively, yes, the Warriors do have flaws offensively. When you look at the starting lineup, the difference between Pod struggling and playing well is that he's got to hit shots.
No doubt, but I'm saying, like, I look at all those other teams that you're referencing, and there's firepower. Like, even their weaker players are just purely better offensive players than what the Warriors have. And I'm here for the defensive conversation. It's both. Like, it's not either or. I'm not here to say that, like, all their problems are offensive, but I do believe that they have a lack of firepower. In this order, Steph can shoot, Klay can shoot. Who else?
Chris Paul.
Okay, but he struggles to get the right matchup.
I'm here.
I know.
I've been saying this for a couple years now, and it's finally come around, and the chicken's coming around to roost. You cannot have one-dimensional players in today's NBA. You just can't. You got to have two ways going.
You're right, because I'm watching the ball hop for Indiana and for Minnesota, and it's like these 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th men are coming in, and they'll punish you if you leave them open.
Exactly.
Punish you. Well, when I look at the Warriors, there's a great point. Like, you got GP2 going to the lane for a contested layup with the game on the line. And I like him going to the lane there. But I know you cringed a little, but
he missed it.
Do you want him shooting a 20-foot 2-point shot?
No, you can't do that. He went to the lane. He missed a layup. It sucks. He missed a layup. He smoked it. Listen, man, when you look at all these teams in the West, OKC, Denver, the Clippers, the Pelicans, the Mavericks now, the Kings. All got guys who can hit those wide open shots. Or you at least have to take them to make the defense honor you. But right now the defenses aren't honoring Pods on the 3-point line. And that's the next step for Pods. I'm not here. I see a lot of people crushing Brandon Podziemski. He played 18 minutes, 37 seconds. He's a first-round pick trying to play alongside Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, and all these Hall of Famers and champions. I got no problem with Pods. I got no problem with JK. I'm actually proud of these youngsters. JK has come a long way. I got no problem with the way he's playing. I got no problem with the way Brandon Podziemski's playing. But the next step for Pods and the next step for Kuminga's got to slow down a little bit. There was a possession late in the game, down 107-104. Kuminga, they're running a split cut. You got Draymond and Curry. They get the ball down to the post for Jonathan Kuminga. He's got Conley Jr. on him. Kuminga just rushed it. Yeah. He's got to just be patient. That's the next step for him. Being patient. Reading the defense a little bit more. Not settling for a long 3. And for Podziemski, the next step for him is hitting wide open shots and being willing to take those shots.
Let me defend Jonathan Kuminga for just a split second. There's a lot of him. What?
I said I'm not even crushing him.
No, not you. I think people are like, well, he's hit a wall. You were talking about like spacing around certain players. Kuminga can't even get the ball at the block because if you give him the ball on the block, there's nobody on the perimeter that you fear. So you're running double and triple teams at him. And so you have athletes in the paint clogging it up. And so I look at, what this team has to do if they're going to keep Jonathan Kuminga or whoever they end up keeping on this team. Like, you have to have guys that will punish you when you go to double. And the Warriors did that. They were throwing doubles at Ant-Man. They obviously have to help on Gobert when he gets the ball down low. And they are punishing you from the outside. The Warriors aren't going to punish you from the outside.
Well, not right now, which is crazy because when they were humming, 2016, you think about all the threes they made over like 300 threes. So they were first. 2016, if I recall, they had like over 1,087 made threes. The next best team when it came to made threes, this is 2016. It was like in the 800s. The league has adjusted. And now when you see the Warriors in made threes, they're barely in the top 10. Boston's by far and away number one. But all these teams they've made the adjustment to say, okay, if we're going to get space, we got to hit the open three. All these guys are coming up in the game. They're learning AAU, college, whatnot. You got to hit the wide open three. That's the evolution of basketball because all these analytic geeks are phasing out the long twos and the mid-range jumpers, which I still think is a viable shot. If it's a wide open shot, take it. Hit the 15-footer. I'd rather score than take a contested three. But when you look at the Golden State Warriors, look, Draymond Green was 5-9 yesterday. He was 2 of 5 for the three-point line. I don't mind the 5 3-point attempts. Hell, I want even more. And some people might say, Bonte, you're crazy. But those shots, think about it. He got 5 3-point attempts yesterday, all wide open. He could take another 5 open threes because he's getting that shot. And when you don't take that shot, like Friday night, and we've seen this over the last 4 years now with Draymond Green, the last 5 years. That defender, whoever's guarding Draymond Green, is going to sag off him and play in the paint and block. If somebody's going to cut for a layup, that defender's going to be right there to contest that shot.
I mean, Gobert is he's like, you hit that, great. Like, you got to hit 4 or 5 in a row for me to come out there. Like, it's just the reality. And Dre's reluctant to take that shot. There's no question about it.
And that kills the offense. You can't diagram a play that makes it. That, like, when you have a team that does it, that's why the whole thing, a lot of this is going to be very interesting this offseason because I laugh. My whole thing with defending Klay Thompson this year, and I try to say it, but, again, this is where people, they don't really listen. They hear you, but they don't really listen. I mentioned this all season long, Shasky. Okay, you take Klay Thompson off this team. How many shooters you have? How many shooters you have? You really want to get in a league that values shooting at an all-time high, where everybody has shooting. You want to get rid of Klay Thompson? A lot of Warrior fans have cut on this show have said get rid of Klay Thompson.
No, I think a lot of people
pick your poison. Pick your poison about Klay.
But I think missed in all of that rhetoric is that I think a lot of people were saying like role change, right? Which I think he's adjusted to. Coming off the bench has clearly been a positive for him. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it's lineup combinations.
No doubt.
I don't think the combination with him, Steph, and Dre exactly is humming as always because Dre is hell-bent on fighting Steph and Curry, and the spacing for Klay is just not there.
But Bonte, my personal opinion, and we can argue till we're blue in the face, I still believe two-way two-guard is their number one need. And that's independent of Klay. See, I view Klay differently now. I think he's a straight spot-up shooter, and it depends on who he's guarding, and obviously the positionless basketball. He can play a little 3, a little 4, whatever the combinations. But the guys alongside of him really does matter.
I think they need a big-time perimeter defender, not necessarily a guard. I'm looking at like a forward. Maybe even a big. Wiggins obviously has not been that guy this season.
Yeah.
Well, we know, and we don't know
this,
why.
But like this is, I think this is important. Like Klay's going to be more of a lightning rod for rhetoric because of who he is than Andrew Wiggins. Like we're all afraid. We're all afraid to just say the obvious. Wiggins looks terrible.
Well,
he looks terrible. I don't care where he's been, what he's up to. I'm talking about on the court. This is his. Why are we afraid to say it?
No, we're not afraid to say it.
Not you. It's been his worst season in the NBA.
It's just been the worst season by far. But going back to Klay Thompson, go back to Klay for a second. And I'm looking at YouTube. I'm looking at Comcast Business Text Line. We're going to get to Psych and San Leandro in just a second. 888-957-9570. All the things coming down on Klay, and I mentioned this all season long, and people don't want to hear it. Spacing. He needs spacing. Obviously, he needs guys to create for him. But I don't just make things up and say things for shock value on these airways. I don't. I trust the people I talk to. I trust the sources that I have. I trust the people that I interact with on game day, every single day, whether it's opposing teams, whether it's the Warriors or whatnot. Klay has tremendous value in this league. And if Klay moves on, that's one less shooter on a team that's failing to make consistent jump shots. The Warriors are now 10th in the league in three-point percentages. They're using the top. Like, they'll make their 16 threes a game because of the off balance of the offense, because of the lack of paint production. But you lose Klay Thompson this offseason. That's one less shooter. And you don't have a lot of money to work with. This is a league that value should have been all-time high. And I'm telling you, man, I'm telling everybody out there, and it ain't 957-9570. People think I'm just be jaw-jacking. I'm here, Klay may not get $20 million a year. Klay may only get 15. Yeah, think again. This league values guys like Klay Thompson, and he's making himself some money by the game.
Yeah, but this Warrior team is so up against it. They have to be pragmatic about how they dole out money. Like, it's not a disrespect to Klay Thompson to say we've got to figure out a way to get under this apron so that we have the flexibility to be able to trade first rounders.
How about coming at Klay though? Imagine coming at Klay. When you're paying Andrew Wiggins $25+ million a year, and you're playing Draymond Green $25+ million a year, and you're going to come into Klay saying, "Hey, can you take 20, take a hometown discount?" That's disrespectful to Klay Thompson.
Well, they overpaid. Sorry. I think it's pretty clear they overpaid Draymond Green. You got 3 more years at $25 million. And we're talking about value and what other teams like. I'm not sure and maybe there is, and I could be wrong. He had said there was another team out there that offered him more money than Golden State. God, I'd love to know what team that was. Yeah, and I'd love to know what that number was, because that's a lot of money.
Me too. Let's go to Lakers. Let's go to Psych and San Leandro. Psych, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, man? I got a lot of things. 2 things I want to go over. It seems like when Curry come out of the game, they, everybody kind of quit working together. You guys have been articulating and hitting the nail on the head with everything that you're saying. They're kind of like a messed up cell phone cord. And Curry, not Curry, but the coach Steve Curry, he's adjusting it, trying to get it on sometimes. Sometimes that is, sometimes it's off. The problems are obvious. My 13-year-old son was with me, Dad, why won't they put Curry in the game? He's getting cold. Well, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's a dumpster fire. We always start off winning by 10 points, 8 points, and then towards the end, I hate to say it, it looked like it's bad coaching. In the end, in that last from the half to the end, it's not good. Not good. Well, coaching, not good coaching.
I don't know about it is not good coaching, but what I will say is that, like, when I looked at Bruce Bochy the last couple of years with the Giants, because there's a lot of similarities between the end of the Giants and where we're at right now with the Warriors. They just are. There are a lot of similarities. I believe Curry to be greater than, anything that the Giants had at that particular point in time. And he has way more left in the tank, and he's more of an impact in his particular game. But there's similarities. Bochy's a great coach. One of the greatest of all time. But I'm watching him on a nightly basis. I'm like, not that he lost his fastball. His fastball lost a couple miles per hour. It just did. And it felt like a lot of his pitching decisions and his lineup combinations were stale, and they were a day late, $1 short. It felt like every single move, somebody else had the one up on him. And when I'm watching Steve Curry now, all-time legend, he's still great. I don't think he's lost the complete fastball, but I do believe there are situations in games throughout this entire year, and maybe it's just, hey, the guys have declined, and that's the simple answer. But I do feel like, man, this rotation is just, it's 2 possessions too many. Man, I'd like to see that guy come in a minute and a half earlier. Oh, you went 2 minutes too long with those 5 guys on the floor. I say that too often now. And again, maybe it's just players are declining, and so it's highlighting these things. But boy, it sure feels like he's just a little slow on the trigger.
Now, with that said, Bochy did regain that fastball to win the World Series.
But he took time off.
He did take some time off, but
and the roster was better.
I'm looking at the rotations. Here's the thing: maybe this roster just isn't good enough. Because when Curry is in the game, at the end of second quarters, at the end of first halves, they're giving up leads left and right. They're giving up leads before the half. They're giving up leads in the third quarter. And actually, the Warriors have had one of the better benches all season long in the NBA. Now, yesterday was bad. But let's not act like they haven't given up runs with Steph Curry on the court. They have. They really have. This is on everybody. This is on everybody. They've given up runs. I watched them blow. They give up a 25-4 run to the Denver Nuggets at the end of the fourth quarter. Everybody was on the floor then. That game we're bitching about Kuminga not playing. Now this game,
Kuminga didn't play down the stretch last night.
He didn't play down the stretch, but he wasn't good defensively last night. He wasn't as good defensively last night.
Here's where I get frustrated. Like, has Wiggins earned this benefit of the doubt off of his play? Who's playing with better form?
I hear you.
These last 3 months.
You're trying to just find something every game. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what frustrates me is and this is their half court offensive set. 6 minutes to go. Dre or somebody brings the ball up the floor. Eventually, the ball comes to Draymond. And then it's Curry off of 3 screens and Draymond shovel passing him the rock, and trying to set a Spencer Burford left guard sweeping pull on 3 guys who are chasing at Curry. And we're praying that Curry can get both feet set as he's shooting a shot with 3 guys contesting him. That's their entire offense with 6 minutes to go. And that's not sustainable. It's just not.
But I look at defensively, because offensively, they have issues. But defensively is where their biggest problem is. Teams feel comfortable and get any shot they want against the Warriors now. The Warriors have had to go to zone defenses because they can't guard at the point of attack. I watched the New York Knicks right behind the New York Knicks bench. DiVincenzo, Alec Burks, Bogdanovich, Miles McBride, they were all cooking to get wide open shots because you can't stay in front of your guy. So the defensive breakdowns, all of a sudden you're giving up buckets, and guess what? A team like Minnesota, who has the best defense in the league, and it's not even close when it comes to defensive rating. They have the best defense in the league. They're 30-2 and they allow 106 points or less. Now, I know they gave up 110 yesterday, but you see the defensive tenacity that they come with every single game? When you give up buckets left and right. You give up 12 threes in the second half on 21 attempts. Folks, that's close to 60% Minnesota shot from the three-point line in the final 2 quarters of the game. And you look at the points they gave up, 32 and 36. So now you're back in the 30s in terms of points given up. When you do that on a nightly basis, well, guess what? A team like Minnesota gets to set their half-court defense, and they're the best defensive team in the league. So when you got long, athletic defenders like Gobert, McDaniel, and Naz Reid, and Anthony Edwards, who I love, who takes on the challenge, that's where you're losing the game. So now all of a sudden your limited offense that doesn't have a lot of firepower becomes a lot more limited when you have to go against a half-court defense every single time down the floor in the second half because you're not playing defense, because you're not allowed to play defense. So all this stuff is connected. The offense and the defense. Absolutely. It is all connected. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Shaz, man, I agree with you, man. Draymond, and I've been saying this for a while now, he hasn't added anything to the game, but I don't think the Warriors required him to add anything to his game. And Draymond, as great as he is, he only plays for Steph. He doesn't make anyone else better, and it's hard for us to keep up with teams or pull away from teams when we're constantly playing 2.5 on 5. And by 2.5, I mean we got Steph, Kuminga, and maybe Wiggins or maybe Klay, depending on the game. So I was for now on towards the end of the season, I just want to see Steph take more control. I think he needs to understand he's the smartest one in the room. And if you need to go check yourself in the game and pull a LeBron James move, go for it. We have nothing to lose at this point. We are at rock bottom with a $400 million payroll looking up. So that's what I want to see, to end this season.
All right, Coach Hall, good stuff there as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us on every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Let's take one more call before the break. Shasky, let's go to Jay in Oakland. Jay in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, you guys are cooking, man. You guys are cooking. Vontae took the words out of my mouth as far as them not being able to stay in front of their opponents and having to rely on someone. So I'll just ask you guys a question. A couple questions, actually. If they don't make the playoffs this year, or even if they, one and done in the play-in, is this the most disappointing season in the last 15 years? Oh. And then also, with an aging roster, Steph about to be 37, I think, next year. Dre, just so many question marks. Do you really think a marquee free agent is want to play with the Warriors? Those are my two questions.
Great question. Great questions. What was the first one he asked? I already forgot. If they don't make the playoff, it would be the most disappointing season in a very long time for the Golden State Warriors. Probably since Steph Curry was drafted.
In terms of like expectations, money invested, the prime of the best player. I mean, I can't really think of too many situations in the history of the Bay Area that would be this disappointing. Which sucks to say out loud. Like that's a tough pill to swallow.
Thank you for the bless me. At least under Steph Curry, the most disappointing.
Sorry, God bless you.
No, I've just loved it.
Oh, love me. Oh, I thought you were saying to me.
No, beloved was in my ear. As far as free agents want to come to the Golden State Warriors, yeah, why would they?
Boy, that's
a great
question.
Let's pick that up on the other side. We'll get the coach of Vallejo, Alex in San Jose, 888-957-9570. I want to answer that on the other side. Will free agents be willing to sign with the Golden State Warriors? Know that Steph will be 37 next season, and Draymond will be older, and we have no idea whether Klay or CP3 will be around. Will they want to sign here? I got thoughts on that. And your phone calls coming up, 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay on hold. Your call's coming up here, brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's Anniversary Sale.
Dangerous pass. Shoveled it out to Payton. Hand off Curry. Back to Payton. Down the lane. To the cup. Layup. No good. He missed it. And the rebound pulled away. Oh, my goodness. GP2 won't have a better look all year.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
GP2 actually had a solid game yesterday. 23 minutes, 35 seconds, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, a career-high 7 assists. I thought he played well. That was the best I've seen GP2 look in a couple weeks, man. That's not the reason why they lost. Tough layup. He smoked it. But you're still down 1. You got to play defense on the other end. And what happens? They get a wide-open shot. They win going away, 114-110. And Minnesota sweeps the season series against the Golden State Warriors for the first time since 1997-98. When they beat the Warriors all 4 times. This season, they beat them all 3 times, including 2 games in mid-November at Chase Center did last night in Minnesota, in cold Minnesota here. We're going to play some sound from Draymond Green in the second here, 888-957-9570, Shasta. Draymond said a lot yesterday that I don't want to get into, and plus we'll answer those questions on whether or not the Warriors are a free agent destination. And what was the first question? Oh, would this be the most disappointing season in 15 years? We've kind of been hitting on that over the last month or two. Yes, it would be, for at least the Golden State Warriors. And we talk about the Bay Area in the last 15 years. Yeah, that would be disappointing too.
It's eerie how similar the end of the Giants thing, 2017, 18, 19. Like, it's just eerie, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, and how it's looking for the Warriors right now. Just a brief aside. I got one of these in the mail, and I totally forgot about it. You know what today is?
Jury duty?
Yeah. I got a jury duty summons. I got to go down there today. When was the last time you did jury duty?
Never. Never shut up.
I love how he like he just bat flipped me into oblivion.
No.
I looked it up, and if I don't show up today, $1,500 I could get with is it like a bench? What do they call it? A court
warrant? Warrant.
I don't even know.
A fine.
Has anybody here served on the jury ever?
Nope. I always gotten out of it because I've either in school or my job or I didn't have a vehicle to transport me. Yeah.
Well, I got to go down there immediately after the show. I'm going to be late. I'm going to admit it, but wish me luck. Let's hope I don't get chosen for this, trial.
You should have been able to get out of it. You just
had
a kid.
Okay, they have an online portal. We'll get back into the Warriors in 2 seconds. Yeah. There's an online portal. I said, look, I missed a lot of work the last couple of months. My father passed away. We brought home a baby. I cannot miss work for a variety of reasons. It's not fair. Can I postpone or can I cancel? And they texted me back because there's like an online thing. Denied. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Man.
You got to be kidding me.
There's a couple things I thought about here. Admitting to a crime there is something, Bonte. Well, I've gotten out of jury duty.
Is it a crime?
Not a crime. Work morning shows. Got kids. Be all right. Couple things I was thinking about on the drive home last night.
What's that?
When you talk about the lack of offensive firepower.
See, I thought defensively, it was garlic fries.
No. We'll get to baseball tomorrow. I'm actually excited about the Giants. I think they're going to do some special things this season. I'm actually looking at the Giants on paper.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, oh, my God. Oh, my God is right. Maybe I'll spend a dime on them.
Oh, my God.
A game like yesterday. I don't know why it went through my dome, but it was apparent that they needed somebody who could dribble, drive, penetrate, and break down the defense.
Where are you going?
Boy, Jordan Poole 2 years ago sure could do that. Sure could do that. Then I started thinking about James Wiseman. Now I don't know if James Wiseman would be good, but boy, he sure cooked over the weekend. And I always love James Wiseman. I know somebody in the chat is talking about, oh, man, you're a hater when it comes to the rookies. I love me some James Wiseman. People misremember it. I was glad Anthony Slater came on these airwaves last Wednesday and mentioned how well Wiseman was playing as a rookie. Those missteps. And look, I get Jordan Poole had to what happened last season. What are you going to do, right? Your boy was popping. Pre-punch Poole was special. And then post-punch Poole, basically had PTSD. I mean, it's just what it is. He was popping off in the championship year, then he got popped, and that is that. But boy, you need some guys who can dribble, drive, penetrate, break down the defense, and create open shots for others. We don't have. Who's the guy on this team right now? Even Steph Curry struggling to blow by his defender at this age.
Can we agree, Jordan Poole, right now, it's almost impossible to evaluate who he is because just that situation and everything.
We don't even know where his head is at.
Let's zoom out for just a second. I like Chris Paul. I think they got Chris Paul a couple of years too late. It reminds me so much of the Steve Finley acquisition for the Giants. Like, could we have not got him 5 years ago? Right. It would have been a better move. But, like, take a zoom-out approach. You traded a 23-year-old who was scoring 20 points a game for you, even though he had a horrific year, for a 39-year-old. In what sport are people doing that that's not the quarterback position?
Yeah.
23, averaging 20 a game for a 39-year-old.
I know.
And again,
Chris
Paul's been good.
Chris Paul hasn't been a problem whatsoever.
But Bonte, this goes back to assets and value and how you create your team and what you do with those. I mean, we thought Chris Paul's going to get bought out.
Well, Chris Paul would have never picked the Warriors if he did get bought out. He would have went down to LA.
But I guess my point is like that was the best they could get for Jordan Poole. That's the part. If you're going to move off that guy,
well, that's a guy. That's the type of guy you need right now. That's the type of guy you need right now. Is somebody who can blow by their defender and create open shots for others. So that's that's where we're at. And boy, Wiseman as a big. And look, I loved Wiseman. His rookie year, he was ascending. He got hurt, then he missed the next year, and it obviously wasn't a fit. But I always thought Wiseman had potential. Who knows what he is right now? But those are the type of players you're missing. And it's becoming clear, it's crystal clear that you're missing players like that.
Yeah, but
you don't have athleticism. You don't have height. You don't have bigs. You're too slow. You're unathletic. And so defensively and offensively, as everything is connecting, you see why they're 36 and 34.
But let me just, I want to pause you there because go back to the Steve Kerr quote about Steph's carried this organization for 15 years. Can we replay that one more time, please, Joe Spinoni? Basically, Steve Kerr talking about how Steph's carried this organization because, yes, he's right. They have carried the organization, but they've catered everything to him. And not the only reason, but one of the many reasons why James Wiseman's not here is because he couldn't play with Steph. Am I wrong?
The style of play.
So that's a contradiction to me.
Instead of just pick and popping and pick and rolling with James Wiseman, which he was good at. You remember, Anthony Sanders said it last Wednesday. He's sitting back on the elbow, hitting little jumpers, 15-footers. Like, damn, look at that. Pick and pop. Thought they were going to evolve. Didn't work. You want to play like a traditional Warriors big. Wiseman's not that player. And I get you can throw all the numbers at me. It's not working out in Detroit. I'm just talking about the Warriors situation. Jordan Poole, I know what he hasn't been in Washington. It's been an absolute disaster for him in Washington. But that's what happens when you move up this list on the scouting report. That's what happens when you're not able to play with other great players. You're going to look like that. But Jordan Poole's been all-time bad. But I wonder what happened in training camp last year didn't happen? What does Jordan Poole look like?
Well, then let's take it a step further. Hypothetically, does Klay take a back seat to him in the starting lineup?
Sure, I think at some point he does.
Is Podziemski a better defensive player than Jordan Poole? Because I don't think he's a better offensive player at this point. He's a rook.
Teams are attacking Podziemski.
He gets a lot of hustle plays, though.
He gets a lot of hustle plays.
He was on the floor multiple times early in that game.
But they're attacking him.
Okay.
Being on the floor ain't necessarily the best thing in the world.
I'm just asking out loud.
Well.
Because I think part of the pushback about Jordan Poole in the starting lineup with this team was, well, him and Steph can't play together. Well, I mean, I can't believe we're still talking Jordan Poole. I mean, but you're right. We should be because they are missing that guy.
Did anybody bring that up during the championship season about his defense?
No.
Nobody was talking about his defense, right? Everybody was like, oh, my God, we're having a pool party.
And I think Podziemski does very different things than what Jordan Poole does. But if you're talking about half-court offense, the spacing, the ability to play off-ball, on-ball alongside Steph, clearly offensively it was working. But
it was working.
But here's the most important thing. To even consider that, you needed a better version of Andrew Wiggins alongside of those guys.
No doubt.
And
Andrew Wiggins was that
ship
guy.
is sailed. The Santa, the Nina, and the Santa Maria, the Pinto, whatever the hell those three boats are called, those things left the harbor.
Well, I mean, look, and here's the deal. Would Klay have come off the bench? See, I think it's Steve Curry that year. We're going back in time. But Anthony Sanders said, so when Klay comes back, is he going to start it out? That would have been a great time to say, you know what? We're going to ease Klay back into it after missing 2 full seasons.
Yeah, but wasn't the rhetoric, I'm just stepping back. It's Klay Thompson. He's a champion. He's an all-timer. You don't ask someone like that to come off the bench.
People don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Okay.
People who say that Klay Thompson would have threw a hissy fit like he did this year, right? He was obviously visibly frustrated after the Brooklyn game. He mentioned that he yelled at the coaches or whatnot, but I believe during that time, you could have told Klay, hey, look, you're going to start one day again. But right now, we just want to ease you in. We're playing well. This is a team thing. And then it's up to Klay to accept that. That would have been a great time. But anyway, let's revisit his history. They ended up winning the championship. Everything worked out for the better. But Jordan Poole, look, you just don't have enough guys who can break their man down off the dribble. You're not quick enough. You're not athletic enough. And that's the problem with this basketball team right now. You're just not athletic enough. You're not big enough. And everybody in the West, they got trees everywhere. Even Jaden McDaniels is a 3. He's 6'9" with long arms who's hounding Steph Curry all over the floor.
I feel like every team the Warriors play, some random dude has the potential to go for 25+. Steph's gone for 25+. Klay's gone for 25+. Kuminga's gone for 20. Has anyone else on the team gone for more than 25 this year?
Outside of Klay, Steph,
and
Wiggins.
JK.
Wiggins had a 31-point game against OKC.
Okay, how many over 25 has he had this year?
Yeah, not many.
Okay.
Not many.
I didn't even remember the Wiggins one, so I'll stand down.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been great. It hasn't been great in terms of that. You should need that. You're a deep team, right? So,
are they deep though?
No, I mean they're playing 9 guys right now. Look, you lost to Minnesota by 4 without Karl-Anthony Towns. I get it. It's just they're that team that can't slip up for 1 minute.
No.
Because if they slip up for 1 minute, you saw it yesterday, up 81-75, and Minnesota hits 3 straight threes. Boom, 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 up 3. They don't look back. Just like that.
I know.
And Curry sits the final 4:07 in the third quarter and the first 5 minutes and 6 seconds of the fourth quarter. It's a long time to be out in a game like that you need. Now you got 6 or 7 on the road. And the Rockets are 1 game behind you in the play. And now, again, the Warriors have the tiebreaker. So, essentially, they're up 2 games on the Rockets. They're up 2 games on the Rockets. But you know what? Ime Udoka's got those boys playing. Jalen Green all of a sudden looks like a player.
There are times in life where, you want your team to win it all and you understand all that. And like Spadoni was talking about this when it comes to Josh McDaniels. He was kind of rooting against Josh McDaniels so that they could get rid of the Josh McDaniels contract. Now, that's a little too sadistic for me. There are times with other teams where I'm not going to lie, there were guys I wanted to see struggle so the team could move on. But I've seen from a lot of Warrior fans, and I just wonder how people are feeling with this. Like, they almost want, I'm not one of them, I want to see the team compete because every year you don't try to get in the playoffs with a Steph Curry. Like, what are we doing here? We're wasting I want to see my team win it all. And they're probably not going to do it, but that doesn't mean you mail it in. But I know that there are a lot of Warrior fans that want to see this team almost miss the play-in to force dramatic change this offseason. Like, that's the thud. I would argue, and I would counter, I think losing no matter what, whether it's in the play-in, in the first game, in the second game, if you don't get out of the play-in, to me, regardless of what happens, you are making moves.
Yeah,
massive
I think
moves.
so, too.
So I don't think missing the play-in changes. I personally don't think it changes.
No, you could lose the first game of the play-in, and there's going to be something happening. Or Joe Lacob will not stand pat or sit pat and just let this happen. And just let these things happen. Now, caller Jay in Oakland, we'll get to the calls in a second. Coach Vallejo, hang tight. We'll get to you. We're going to get to Alex in San Jose. We got Jason. We got Steve. Jay, was it Jay in Oakland who asked the question whether or not the Warriors are a free agent destination? As of now, no. No. You missed the play-in, or if you played the play-in, and you have Steph Curry, who I think a lot of players would love to play with. But they're looking at the situation saying, the ring chasers, I don't think they're coming here. Not right now. Not right now. Maybe they'll play with Steph, but will they play with Draymond? Will they play with Wiggins? What's it going to look like? Is Klay going to be here? CP3 going to... There's so many question marks right now what the future of the Warriors looks like that I don't think, as at this moment, whether or not they're a free agent destination, I don't see that. Now, this is a great organization. It's first class. It's players only. They do a great job of bringing guys in. But right now, I have a hard time believing that free agents are going to pick the Golden State Warriors to play with if they're going to go ring chase right now. They're looking at a 10th place team.
It only takes one, right? I mean, things can change, It only takes one.
It can't change. And you still have Steph. You still have Steph.
For now. But your point is well taken.
What do you mean for now? He's under contract for 3 years.
Well, I mean, just as easily as we were talking about another player wanting to come here, I mean, he could get disgruntled.
He could.
I mean, the thing I think about all the time is you have got to keep him happy, but then simultaneously, what if keeping him happy is something that boxes you in where, let's say, hey, I have to play with these 4 or 5 guys. And you are running the books and you're saying, Leah, it doesn't pencil because I'm not going into the luxury tax that deep for a team that can't make it out of the first round.
Yeah.
Like there's a business element of this.
There's a big time business element.
I'm looking at the potential.
Business, and it's just playing and being happy and wanting to play for big stakes.
Well, of course they all want.
So that's Stephen Curry.
But can we agree right now?
This is going to be good for Stephen Curry wherever he plays.
Undeniable. But can we agree now, like, if this is who we wanted to play with this year, it's been a failure. And it sucks, but it has.
Well, here's the deal, though. I'm sure Curry obviously has a lot of juice. But whether or not he's picking every single player to play with, the GM has to do his job. President of Basketball Operations has to do his job. I'm not sure Steph Curry picked all these. Sure, Steph Curry wants to play with a lot of guys.
I don't think he's money balling it up in the front office, like with his whiteboard and picking.
Right.
But on certain levels, I'm sure he has input. Can we meet in the middle?
He definitely has input.
Yeah, and so
there's also baked into the equation, you don't have much wiggle room when you have numbers the way you have them in terms of the books and the contracts. You don't have a lot of wiggle room.
I completely agree.
So what are you going to go out there and do? You can't just go out there and sign free agents. You got to make trades. You got to give up guys. You got to give up young players. You got to, it's a tough situation to be in right now. Let's go to the lines. Coach Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Vontae. I just made 69 years yesterday, so I'm feeling good.
Oh, happy birthday, Coach. Happy birthday.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. And being that I can look back on how the game used to be played and how it's played now. And number one, no player wants to come out and play with Steve Kerr now for the simple reason he coaches old, okay? And if you look at that, the game now is very athletic, as you've been saying all morning, Bonte. But Steve Kerr is the type of guy who will choose a Greg Maddux over Tim Lincecum because he wants to craft the guy painting the corner versus the guy throwing the 100-mile-an-hour fastball now. Even in Major League Baseball, you throw 94, you're a middle reliever now. These guys are throwing 100 miles an hour all over the place.
That's a good point.
You got to get more athletic out there. If you look at the acquisitions of the Warriors recently, they're free agents. Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, these guys that play way below the rim. And Steve Kerr likes to keep his guys under 30 minutes. Man, these young guys can play 40 minutes a night. Jonathan Kuminga should be playing 40 minutes a night. You see the guys on the Knicks the other night?
Yep.
One guy played the whole game. The other guy played 40 minutes. These young guys can play. You don't need to rest the Kuminga. You don't need to rest these young guys. But lastly, I'd like to say, did you guys see where Andrew Wiggins' brother left his team and came back to the United States because of family reasons?
Yeah.
He left his team in Indonesia. So I don't know what's going on with the Wiggins family. None of us do. But, that's still maybe playing in the Wiggins. But, yeah, I would like the Warriors to get more athletic. They have to get more athletic. Yeah. Even if they make mistakes, those athletes can make it up on the other end.
No doubt.
And the Warriors need to evolve there.
I'm with you, Coach, and happy birthday to you. I'm been saying it all year. They go into every single game, whether it's the Charlotte Hornets or the Minnesota Timberwolves, whether it's the worst team in the league or the best team in the league. They're at an athletic disadvantage right now. Kuminga's one of their most athletic players. Andrew Wiggins is one of their most athletic players. That's about it.
But
that's about it. And TJD, I want to give TJD his credit too, because TJD is one hell of an athletic big.
But to me, it's in part by their own design and desire to only play a certain way.
Yeah.
And you only can have high IQ guys out there. They're not going to amend their style of play for an athlete. Yeah. And they've made it pretty loud and clear. Like Kuminga, you're either gonna change the way you play, or we're not going to run anything special.
But you know what? Even during the championship years, Andre Iguodala was always athletic. Was always an athletic marvel.
Yeah, but he was super intelligent.
He's super intelligent, but he was also athletic, though.
No doubt.
He was an athletic guy who was very smart.
Especially in the first couple of years.
Sean Livingston, underrated athleticism, but very, very smart. The Brazilian blur, Leandro Barbosa, athletic specimen. You had some of the JaVale McGee. He only played 9 minutes a game, but he was athletic as hell. You know what I'm saying?
He was.
KD is KD.
Well, KD's
one
of the greatest athletes the world has ever seen.
I want to get back to this because I feel like there's going to be a lot of conversation about Steph Curry's in his minutes. And look, he played the entire fourth quarter against Indiana. Did not work. He looked gassed. He looked worn down. It was a rough homestand for him. So he doesn't play the entire fourth quarter yesterday, and he's sitting there on the sideline, and maybe he was 2 minutes too late. Steve Kerr says, hey, look, it wouldn't have made a difference. Let's hear from Steph Curry if he was surprised about how long he rested in the fourth quarter.
I mean, obviously, you're comparing it to last game and with no rotation. Like, I want to play as many minutes as I'm fresh and able to. So a little bit, knowing that they were just going on a run, the league was kind of withering away. So, we played the whole fourth quarter in India against Indiana. It didn't work out. This didn't work out. So we got to find somewhere in the middle.
Then later on, he was asked if he could afford to limit his minutes.
The situation will define itself pretty clearly, and it is in kind of real time. So every game matters. We're inching closer to the other end of the standings that we never thought we'd be in. Nobody's going to wave the white flag and say, you're mailing it in. And if that means playing more minutes, then I'll be ready to do that.
All right, that's Steph Curry. Happy. No, he's not happy at all. Let's go to Alex in San Jose. I don't think Alex in San Jose is happy either. Alex, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. Not super happy about last night. I mean, it was a close game, but it's all we can really ask for the team at this point, especially playing a team that high in the standings. But the way I look at it is, you guys hit the nail on the head with the. As far as the talent level of the team being maxed out, and we've kind of seen this team already do whatever it can to scrap and claw to this point. But the way I break it down is the starting lineup compared to the bench. The bench I'm happy with. You have Klay. We've seen the stats since he's come back since he's entered that role. Coming off the bench, he's been playing great off the bench. Chris Paul, since he's been back from his injury, he's been playing great off the bench. And they have great chemistry with TJD also. We throw in, some extra minutes here and there with guys like GP2 or Moody. The bench is great, but the starting lineup is what's not getting it done. We have, two guys out there in Pods and Draymond, who I love those guys, but we have two guys out there who are basically non-factors on offense. And in this day and age with the NBA, the way it's, all predicated on 3-point shooting now, you can't go along with a lineup like that. Yep. And then that not to mention, Wiggins, who, like the last caller said, he's been going through some personal stuff. We don't know what it is. And I'm sympathetic to that, but just purely based on the basketball standpoint, he's just kind of, out there going through the motions, not being the force on defense that we know he can be. And that's coupled with, his offensive limitations. So I think the starting lineup is what's really killing us. You can talk about Curry's minutes and, he's not playing enough minutes, but I think if you put him out there long enough with that lineup, he's got to do so much. It's going to wear on him even more. So the starting lineup is really what's got to change.
Look,
go ahead.
Your point on Wiggins is a great one. Like if the season and the team, the season, the Warriors organization is a ship, right? That's leaving the harbor, all right? And everybody's on board and everybody's ready to go. We're very empathetic and everyone's sensitive to what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. But simultaneously, like two things can be true, Ralph Barbieri. His lack of production on the floor has anchored the team and has stymied whatever their ceiling was. So however fast that ship could go, it's anchored and getting dragged across the bottom of the ocean because of whatever's going on, because he's not playing up to what they're expecting him to play at. And it's not just him. He's not the only one. There are many anchors from this team that are in that harbor that are slowing this boat down. He's not the only one. There are many of them, but it's a big one. And it's hard to talk about the Warriors without talking about Andrew Wiggins falling off a map in terms of productivity.
It's one of your big money players. It's one of the few guys who's got a $100 million contract, right?
Yes.
We thought it was all a bargain.
Everyone did.
Everybody. I was like, wow,
totally
they got him for 4 years, $109 million? It's $25 a year. Are you kidding me? And now you look at the contract, and he has a player option. And you're thinking, damn, this is not aging well. This is not a fine wine. This one is bitter.
In back-to-back years, Jordan Poole's contract turned into an albatross.
Right.
And then Wiggins has turned into something similar.
Something very similar. So when you think about Andrew Wiggins, yes, it's not just him, but he's one of your big money players. And I coined him as the most important player coming into the season. He's the most important player for the Golden State Warriors. You have Curry, you have all these other guys, but you need Andrew Wiggins to be that top dog, that pit bull defensively, where he's attacking at the point of attack, and he's shutting down the faucet of guys like Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, Andrew Nembhard, whoever is playing point guard, or Anthony. You know what I'm saying? He's that guy. And so I'll give him a little credit yesterday. He was defending Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards was 7 of 18. You get credit for that. Him and GP2 did a fine job on him. But you just need more. When you're spending $25 million, you can't have 13 points a night. You can't have 4 rebounds a night. You can't have the inconsistency shot making for the 3-point line. I saw him hit the side of the backboard Friday night against Indiana. I said, dear God, I didn't even want to go on Twitter for that one. He hit the side of the backboard. It wasn't even from the corner. He was wide open. So when you see 15 points and you see 4 of 8, 50% shooting, and I say, damn, Andrew Wiggins got to the free throw line 7 times last night. 5 of 7 for the 3-point line, but it's just not good enough for this iteration of the Golden State Warriors. You need more from him, and you're just not getting that point blank period. He's just disappointed this season. He's had the worst season of his career, and it's unexplainable. It's unexplainable. Maybe it's the personal reasons, but on the floor, once you get there between the white lines, all that stuff's out of the window. You got to play ball.
So your point about contracts, like right now, the only contracts that are extremely valuable, where they're actually getting great value, Kuminga, TJD, and Pods. Steph, like that. So to me, you want to talk about this season and like where we're at when you are this deep into the money and you are this top heavy in terms of finances and the allocation of that money and how it limits you in terms of movement. Your most valuable guys in terms of the money that they're making and what they're bringing to the table. It can't be 2 rookies and a guy in his third year. It's just
and look,
you're asking too much.
You're asking a rookie to start alongside Steph Curry and Brandon Podziemski, and you're asking for a third-year player who really didn't get a lot of playing time.
It's unfair.
It's really unfair. I can't come at Pods and Kuminga.
He's diving all over the floor.
I got everything and more for Podziemski. Yeah. Now we know what he needs to improve at.
Yeah, but
he's got to get quicker. He's got to get sometimes. Look, he may be at an athletic disadvantage. Teams are sitting on him and his dribble drives, and he's ball potting a little too much. But you know what? Pods is giving me everything he has.
Yes.
Kuminga's giving me everything that he has. I got no problem with him. TJG's giving me everything that he has. This is on the big money guys. This is on the Draymond Greens. This is on Andrew Wiggins. This is on Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. But Andrew Wiggins, since we're talking about him, it's just...
But here's where I get frustrated, right? And look, we can disagree. But people are like, well, because if you bench him, you'll lose him forever.
Bench who?
I'm talking about Wiggins. Last night, in the final 5 minutes or whatever it was, I don't have the exacts, they went GP2 in terms of they went Steph, Klay, Draymond, and then the other 2 guys were Wiggins and GP2. Now, we can argue till we're blue in the face about why they did it. My theory is like, no, I don't want Wiggins closing. He's lost that ability to close right now. He's lost the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to see Kuminga close in that game.
You know what, though? Defensively, the team was not getting stops.
But it'll at least get me a bucket.
No, I hear, but it did get you a bucket. 107, 104, they run the split action. Kuminga has Mike Conley Jr. on him. And this is where the growth of Kuminga comes into play. And I'm not crushing him.
Yeah.
He's going to learn. He's only 21 years old. So I'm not crushing him. I don't want people to think that this is slander towards Jonathan Kuminga. But if you watch the play, 107, 104, he gets the ball in the post. Mike Conley Jr. is guarding him. You need a little more patience in the post. Instead, he rushed it where Curry's coming off a flare screen, the patented screen to the corner, and Kuminga's just wait just a second. He got Curry wide open for 3. Maybe he ties the game up. But this is just little things there late in the game that you got to do it.
But Bonte, you're right. But like, we're talking about one isolated play which ices a guy out.
Another play defensively where he misses it. And it's not about icing. I hear you, but when you're a coach, But when you're a coach and you got $100 million player, you're just not going to bench him.
I don't care about $100 million.
What Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob does.
I don't care.
Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr
Then why
does.
are we
You can't
playing
bench $100 million.
GP2? He's making $6 million.
Well, you
Who
play him in
cares?
spots next to Wiggins.
I'm trying to win the game.
Well, that's what Steve Kerr tried to do last night.
It doesn't matter what
Wiggins
a guy's
was
making.
defending last night.
I'm tired of hearing what guys
Wiggins
have
wasn't
done and how much they're
Wiggins
making.
was defending last night.
I'm just...
Kuminga has moments where you blow a game.
I know, but the lack of tolerance for a youngster to make a mistake is why they're where they're at.
Kuminga played 30 minutes yesterday. Wiggins played 24 minutes. Kuminga's seeing his minutes.
Right now,
Kuminga's playing. Kuminga's playing.
Not in the final 5 minutes?
He played a little bit in the final 5. A little bit. He played 30 minutes last night, Shasky. You can't keep making mistakes and continue to play.
He's 21. He's 21. You got to let him play through some of these mistakes.
He is.
You'll never get the growth.
Friday.
I just disagree. I'm telling you right now, Andrew Wiggins will not be on this team next year. Dude, and so all of this trying to boost up his ego.
Nobody's trying to boost up his ego. He's trying to win the damn basketball game yesterday.
It feels like to me like the coach is trying to prop the guy up because he's afraid he's going to lose him. You've already lost him. You've lost him. He's done. He's done. They've lost him. They already benched Jordan Poole last year in the playoffs because they lost him emotionally. They've lost Wiggins.
Kuminga played 30 minutes a game. He played 30 minutes last night. What did he play against Indiana? Played another big time minutes. He struggled.
This entire season, to me, because of where you're at right now, it is imperative to give Jonathan Kuminga every opportunity to fail over and over. He's played 40.
He's playing.
He's the only guy with young legs.
He's playing. He's played, and he's been really, really good. But if you watch the game last night, he blew defensive assignments. And again, late in the game, I'm isolating one offensive possession where you got to be perfect against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who got the best defense in the league. And on the split action, he's just not patient enough right now in the paint. Sometimes he rushes too quick. And Mike Conley Jr. was sitting on it. He was sitting on it. So I'm not saying I agree with you. Wiggins has been all-time bad. But I'm just not going to bitch $100 million. I can't do that.
I am, because I'm trying to win. And I watched Duncan Robinson. But let me give you an example. I watched Duncan Robinson, who got a big-time contract extension, get iced out by Spoelstra.
Yeah, but he wasn't one of Miami's top 5 players.
But they
overpaid Duncan Robinson. They overpaid. Wiggins is so important on this team. He's one of your most important players. He's one of your only 2A guys.
When your season is hanging by a thread, I can't worry about what is owed 3 years down the line.
Well, I got to play guys.
I'm trying to win this game.
And he tried to win that game yesterday by playing defensive guys because Kuminga defensively just didn't have it yesterday. He just didn't. It's okay. He's a young player who's still growing, and I'm the biggest Kuminga fan out there. But you watch the possession late in the game, and he gets too quick because he's young.
And he's looking over his shoulder, and he's like, if I don't make a play here, then I'll never play again.
Well, that's done because he's been playing 30 minutes a game. That ship has sailed. Kuminga's playing. He doesn't have to look over his shoulder anymore. He's been starting from here on out. Let's go to Jason in Oakland. Jason, what's happening?
Good morning, Bonte and Shazzy. Both of y'all right.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Jason. We appreciate that.
What I want to say is the starting lineup should be Jackson Davis, Klay, Steph, Kuminga, and Wiggins. Draymond and Pozinski should be on the bench. Come in with Chris Paul and all the other guys. Because one thing, we got 2 youngsters, and then we got one, Wiggins, he's not that old. So the problem is that Steve Curry is putting too much of the onus on Draymond Green with his defense, but he's not giving us nothing. Pozinski in the last 5, 6, 7 games, he only averaging like 5 points and 1 assist. So you guys got to really look at the lineup. And another thing Steve Kerr is doing is he's not trusting. Kuminga have bad games because he do look over his shoulder when he have a bad game. You can look. We all watch.
Oh my God, guys! He's playing 29 minutes a game in March. 30 minutes a game in March. What are we doing? He hasn't looked over his shoulder since January 5th when he had to sit down with Steve Kerr and said, I want to play. And since that moment, he's played an average over 28 game. Let's stop with the Kuminga rhetoric.
But isn't he also worried about his contract extension in the offseason?
He's going to get paid. He's getting his money from somebody.
But we did this for Draymond the year before. We've done this for Klay this year. We're worrying about how much guys he's a young guy who isn't established.
This guy's going to get his money. Kuminga's going to get paid, whether it's from the Warriors or another team. He's going to get paid. All right? But he just came off a 4-17 game against Indiana, where what happened? He kept going into the lane. It's like, yo, You gotta be patient. You can't just go in with your head cut off against Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I know.
That's all I'm saying. He still makes mistakes. He's not a perfect player.
When you're the 11 seed or the 10 seed, everyone on the team is making mistakes. I guess my point of view where I feel like we isolate some of the young guys. This is my particular opinion. I feel like we isolate Jonathan Kuminga, and when he has a bad game or he has a couple of poor possessions, we end up like, this is why he doesn't play in these scenarios.
No, he's not. He's fine. He's been closing games. Yesterday was the first game in a long time where he wasn't in those final 5 minutes, but I get why he wasn't in the final 5 minutes. He wasn't having a great game. He just wasn't having a great game.
Was GP2 having a great game?
I think GP2 was very effective yesterday.
He got shot over twice in the final 3 minutes.
He's 6'2". He had dropped 7 assists and had 8 rebounds.
GP2, right?
GP2 also had a tip-in over Rudy Gobert.
And he missed a big layup.
So he missed it. Pods has missed a layup. Curry missed layups. Clay's missed layups. Draymond's missed layups.
Who's a bigger part of this team moving forward? This is the way I look at it. Like, am I worried about GP2's investment into this team going forward? Or am I worried about Kuminga? I'm more worried about Kuminga.
So let's just develop these guys.
Yes.
Forget about the playoffs.
Why we're here right now in the 10th seed is the lack of development.
Wow.
Yes, it's a big part of it.
Right.
It's a big part of why they're here.
That. No, the reason why they're here is because Andrew Wiggins has not played up to capability. That's why they're here. They're here because Draymond Green was suspended for 17 games and kicked out of 3 others. This is about the big boys, man. This ain't about the youngsters. They're here because the big boys haven't played like big boys every single night. That's why they're here. Kuminga's been balling for the last 2 months, and they're still in a 10th spot. Still. Why? Because your big money players haven't played like big boys. That's what it is.
But see, to me, then it's more imperative for one of these young guys to get opportunities to keep this thing rolling and get these chances. He should be playing every single night with 5 minutes to go. That should be one of your guys that should be in there.
No matter what.
Defensive versatility.
Okay.
He's the only guy who can get you a bucket around the rim with ease.
But when you're blowing defensive assignments, Shasky, what do you do?
But
Just let him play? Just let him play?
But everyone is.
Look at his minute logs in the month of March. 27, 20, 25, 33, 30, 31, 35, 31, 26, 28, 30, 30. He's getting 30 minutes. He's playing
But on a team with like 4 guys over 35 years old, you need somebody to go 35 or more minutes every night.
And what if you're not effective for 35 minutes?
He has been effective though. Like he has. Like the guy has been really good.
He has been. He's
been
agree.
really good.
So, but the last 2 games he hasn't been good.
You can't come out of this season, hit the 10th seed, or even miss the play-in altogether.
You already know Kuminga's a player. We know that already. That's been proven since January 5th.
So he's a player for next year, but he can't.
No, he is a player. He is. He couldn't close yesterday because he wasn't playing well. He wasn't playing well down the stretch. Just look at the game. Watch the game. He wasn't playing well down the stretch.
I do watch the games, and when I watch Andrew Wiggins, I watch a guy in the fourth quarter who just runs up and down the court. I don't see anything. I don't see the same forceful impact defensively, locking people down on the perimeter. I don't see him hitting shots late in games. I don't see him attacking the rim.
Well, he doesn't get shots late in the game. He doesn't get the ball. He shot 3 times in the second half yesterday. This is a product of having Kuminga and having Pods and having Klay. You're not getting shots anymore. So he's not getting shots. Nobody's running the offense. Andrew Wiggins played 24 minutes yesterday. He played 24 minutes. So the minute decretion is already started. He's not playing more than 24 minutes. So we're getting youngsters playing. We've gotten Pods playing. And now all of a sudden, Pods have been starting. Remember a month ago, everybody was bitching about Pods. Oh, starter, he needs to play more. And now a month later, everybody's saying, we need less of Pods.
Well, no.
So you guys got to pick a side,
Pods played really good in the first quarter.
You guys got to pick a side and be consistent.
No.
This is what happens when you have an inconsistent basketball team.
No doubt.
Guys are going to see inconsistent minutes.
But Pods was playing great in the first quarter. They had a nice little lead. Like, they were playing well. He was a big part of that. He was diving on the floor. He was making passes. He hit a couple of shots. Yeah. Like, Pods looked good in the first quarter. Did I think he should have closed? No, not in that particular
18 minutes, 37 seconds. Because defensively, it was a liability.
Okay.
Because defensively, they were
But he was bringing something to the table at that point.
Wiggins, I see him fist pump yesterday. It's the most emotion I've seen from him in a long time.
Yay.
I'm just telling you, watch the game. When you have an inconsistent team, guys are going to see inconsistent minutes. Everybody's talking about change the starting lineup. Well, they've done that 25 times this year. They have the most starting lineups in the league. 25 different starting lineups. Folks, 12 games left. This team's just a 500 basketball team. It is what it is. You could change up the starting lineup. You could bench this guy, bench that guy. It is what it is. They're a 10th place team. They're not good. They're not. So if you want to play the young guys, go ahead and play the young guys. But team you're not playing in the play-in game. That's for damn sure. My voice is injured.
Ow!
So what if Wiggins can't go because of the spacing? We talk about Steph Curry not having spacing in the starting lineup because Paz is not shooting and Draymond's not shooting. Well, how do you think that affects Andrew Wiggins, who loves to attack the rim? How do you think that affects him? It affects everybody when you have non-scorers on the floor. Everybody wanted Paz to start. Now you don't want him. I mean, it's Austin Slater suffered a setback in his surgically repaired right elbow. I guess he's not going to be ready for opening day, so he's going to start the season on the injured list, which is, maybe a blessing in disguise. Maybe you see some other guys. Austin Slater, we know what he could do from the right side of the plate, kills left-handed pitching, but looks like he's not going to be ready for opening day. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More about the Golden State Warriors. We got your calls. They're coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
That's BS, man.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway, and I enjoy all the...
Oh, baby. It's getting spicy in here because the Warriors are losing, and they're one game up on the Houston Rockets, and there's a possibility they miss the playoffs altogether, the play-in, the playoffs, you name it, and it'll lead us into what will be a riveting offseason and the most crucial offseason probably in the history of Joe Lacob's tenure as owner of the Golden State Warriors. This one's going to be a breaking point this offseason, and who's got to go, who's got to stay, we'll get there. There's 12 games left in the regular season, but good morning to everybody out there, especially on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. The Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Most of the callers have brought it today, because if you don't, you will hear this sound. And it's brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, the truck drivers, carpenters, homicide detectives, cops, highway patrol, overnight dancers. Hopefully you made something this weekend. Look, Warriors lose. We can argue about minutes, and the fact is they're 36-34. They're 36-34. They're the smallest team in the league. They're the slowest team in the league. When they double down in the paint, it takes them a million years to get out to the three-point line to contest a shot. They're breaking down. And as Draymond Green said, first of all, Shasky, Friday night, because we talk Friday night. We're going to get to the calls. Kurt, Robert, BPA, everybody out there. We're going to get everybody on.
I got triggered
888-957-9570. Why'd you get triggered?
Well, because I watched them right before halftime. They were in control of the game. And look, it's a long game, and teams go on runs. I feel like I'm doing a Steiny impression now. But, I watched them the final minute of that quarter, in the second quarter, and I go, there's no way in hell that they're going to finish this quarter out properly. And I knew it. And Halliburton hit that three, and I threw the remote up in the air because I was feeding the baby. I threw the remote up in the air, and I was like, LJ, the Pacers are going to blow the doors off them in the second half. And what happened? Complete control from the Pacers entire second half.
Haven't you watched the season? That's been happening all season long.
Closing quarters. It's like I'm waiting for the dam to break.
Well, it's been happening all season long.
I know.
All season long. First quarter of that game, Warriors played great basketball.
Pods hit threes.
They played great basketball. And yet it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough.
It felt like Halliburton was just waiting in the wings.
Well, he was shooting 19% from three in his previous 9 games.
Of course he was.
He was 12 of 62, and he goes 4 of 8 from three against the Golden State Warriors. Nembhard did what he wanted to do. Pascal Siakam did what he had. Look, the Warriors played very well in the first quarter, yet it was a tie game, 38-38. They played really well in the second quarter, yet they're only up 1. And all it took was 1 8-minute spurt by the Pacers, and that's where the Warriors are different from years past. Teams are sitting there playing like Minnesota played like crap in the first half. Yet they're only down 8. They put together one good stretch. Boom, they got a lead. Teams are now getting right against the Golden State Warriors in 7 minutes or less. That's what happened Friday night. That's what happened yesterday.
The Marcus Enrichment special?
The Marcus Enrichment special.
7 minutes or less?
All you need is 11 minutes against these dubs right now. That's what it looks like. Well, Curry was asked yesterday, and I'm playing the Draymond cut as well, because I do want to revisit the Pacers for a second and just what they were saying about that film. Because what I saw was a lot of guys not getting back on defense. I saw a lot of lackadaisical effort. I don't want to say the Q word, quit, but it was alarming how poorly they played that second half. Here's Curry when he was asked how tough it was to watch the Pacers film.
As a player, you know when you're messing up and making mistakes and there's a lack of focus, and then you go watch the film and it's 10 times worse. That's what it kind of felt like, where every little play we were one step behind, every, possession that could have kept the lead or kept the momentum on our side, or, forced them to think about us a little bit. It was play after play after play after play. So it is difficult to watch it and know you let one slip tonight. Like I said, I'm sure the film will look a lot better. Still a loss. So I think that honestly just speaks to, our pride and our ability to come out and want to play hard, knowing we've had a tough go as of late.
Yeah, it was nasty. We had control of the game at one point, and then we just gave it up and never got it back.
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets?
I don't give a damn about the Rockets. We're a very quiet team, so you have communication. You have issues on defense when you have bad communication.
Hold the phone. Hold the phone for a second.
Well, that sucks. So, when you have to win and you don't, it sucks.
Draymond really said we're a quiet team. He's like the loudest guy in the league. He dropped how many episodes?
No, he's loud.
Okay, yeah. The rest of the team I would agree with.
So that's what he's saying.
Okay.
He's saying we're too quiet.
He dropped like 5 podcast episodes last week.
But no, he's saying as a team, we're too quiet. We're too quiet. They don't communicate. Too quiet. Not enough talking.
Shocked you talking to me.
I mean, just... you know what the problem is? And I know you and I are like at each other's throats every now and then over this because we care. Like, this team's brought us so much joy, and it's been... You can make the argument, and I might make it, that it's been more dynastic than even the Niners. As great as the Niners were, because they won in even like a shorter period of time and went back to more finals than even the 49ers and their run, even though the Niners got that 5th championship. Like, you can make the argument this was the most dynastic of dynasties the Bay Area has ever seen. The most highest of highs with minimal lows. Some of the greatest players to ever play in any sport, all at this time. And it's you're watching this thing kind of come apart at the seams, and it's not slow. It feels like it's happening quick in real time. It's tough to watch. It's tough. What?
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
That applies to every single team.
Am I wrong?
Well stated.
Oh, I mean, no, I'm watching. I cover the damn team. I do the television show, for crying out loud.
But it makes me sad.
No, don't you think I'm
and
sad
angry.
too? I'm thinking about, damn, am I even going to get to cover a playoff game this year? I'm honestly told my bosses in NBC Sports Bay Area, I said, hey, make sure you get me up to Sacramento for a playoff game. I'm not used to not attending playoff games anymore. That's how spoiled I am. What the hell am I going to do in late April? What am I going to do in May? June.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and I'm standing next to Randy Wynn. You're looking live at Oracle Park.
I don't use it looking live, but I'm actually excited about the Giants. I am excited about the Giants. Why do I always sound like that? Why you guys make me sound like I'm not?
Brock Purdy.
No. I told you guys yesterday on Gully Fries. I called you guys. I think the Giants are going to surprise a lot of people.
You did, and that was very awesome when you called in. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I did it right before TV Bonte had to kick in. Listen.
We could feel him coming along at the end. That's why I had to get you off, you know?
Well, it's getting 2:45. I love it. Starts asking me all these questions. I forget what we were talking about. But no, I'm excited about the Giants. Jorge Soler hit 450 feet yesterday. Felt like he hit it 450 feet. This team's going to be good.
But I think, B, where I fall down, and you could disagree with me. Warrior fans can disagree with me. Totally fine. That's their prerogative. If you're going to lose at the rate that they've lost at this year, that's okay to me if you're developing some of the younger guys.
Well, you may see that in the last week.
So, like, you could say 30 minutes is a lot. Like, to me, he needs to play in every closing situation. I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga in particular. Every closing situation as possible so that he, next year, doesn't go through the learning growths that we're going through now.
But Shasky, grant me this. He's closed most games since January 5th. He didn't close yesterday, and they got to have a game. And Wiggins was just playing better defensively yesterday.
Okay, so 3 months. He's played in the league for 3 years. He's closed most of the games for 3 months.
But I hear you.
And, like, where I would come down is, like, okay, great. It's mandatory that he closes every single one of these games so that in year 4, when I have to make a decision, and in the offseason I have to make a decision about his money, year 4, I know that this guy is a trusted closer no matter what, because we said this last year, and now we're into the year 3, and it's like, I mean, what are we going to, year 4, year 5, year 6?
But Steve Kerr has given the youngsters opportunities. Trace Jackson-Davis played nearly 29 minutes yesterday.
No, it's not opportunities. It's dedication.
Okay, they are dedicated. They're in the rotation now. Last year, Moody and Kuminga couldn't crack the rotation.
I mean,
now you got a rookie starting. You got Kuminga playing 30 minutes. You got TJD playing 28 minutes yesterday. The only odd man out has been Moses Moody. He hasn't played much. Now, where are you going to fit Moses Moody in? I don't know. I don't know who you're going to play him over. I don't know. So that's where we're at. Kuminga's playing. But again, I look at certain possessions, and I understand why Kerr will pull Kuminga out. At times, Kuminga becomes a ball pounder. You got to play .5 basketball. Now, maybe you can make the argument that Kerr needs to adjust to Kuminga and cater more to his style. Maybe that's a conversation in the offseason. Maybe they tinker with this offense. Maybe they tinker with the way they do things and how they attack offensively. But right now, they're still playing through Steph Curry, which means you got to play .5 basketball. And at times, Kuminga gets lost into that. And I'm the biggest Kuminga fan. Trust me, I'm watching every movement that he makes on the basketball court. I'm watching every dribble because he excites me with the way he plays. But at times, he's impatient offensively. At times, he rushes. At times, defensively, in the team defensive concept, he gets lost and breaks down. In a game like last night, 107-104, Kerr had it. It's a split action. You get the ball down to the post of Kuminga. You're moving too fast. Colley's sitting on it. You got to wait for Curry to come off that screen. Kuminga was thinking about something else. They steal it. They go the other way. They hit a layup. All right? That's why he's not playing at times yesterday down the stretch. Kerr's got to have it. Got to have that game. We can all agree to disagree.
Who are the fans in the organization more invested in? Kuminga, or I'm just asking
about the organization. The fans are invested in winning.
No.
The fans, me with this one with the fans.
What?
What the fans want. Who cares what the fans want? It's what the organization and the coaches want. We as fans are still going to watch. But we as fans have wanted Pajitsky to start. We've wanted Kuminga to start. We've wanted this guy to play, that guy to play. Now the fans are flipping on Pajitsky. So I don't care what the fans want right now. I don't care because the fans last month told me they wanted Pajitsky to start. Now a month later, we got to get Pajitsky off the floor.
On that? Like a segment of people are loud about it.
The fans. I don't care about the fans
Without
right
the
now.
fans, there is no sport. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to have the money. Like, that's who pays the bills. Like, the fans, the consumer.
The television contracts pays the bills.
Well, who do you think's watching?
The television contracts.
Yeah, but who do you think's watching?
Right.
Non-fans?
Oh, man. The fans.
It's true. The fans are the ones watching. Like, you have to acknowledge that. There's a consumer base.
Whatever. The fans. The same fans that won't show up to a game if the team's losing. Those same fans?
Well, that's how fandom works.
I mean, exactly.
I don't want to hear about the fans, what they want. It's about what the coaches and the organization wants. The fans want. The fans tell me you wanted Pajitsky to play 30 minutes a game, right? You wanted Kuminga to play this. You wanted Klay Thompson to come off the bench. You got what you wanted. And now the team's 36-34. What do you mean? The fans want everything. I can't keep up with what the fans want.
The fans just want a better overall product on a night-to-night basis.
Gosh.
And it's just every night. It's just every time we feel like we're close to getting there, then they have some sort of setback like they've had these last two games, and then we're back at the drawing board banging our heads against the wall, wondering what's going wrong.
We all want that. You know what's going on? Is that the team's just not good enough. Can we wrap our heads around that? You're too small. You're not athletic. But don't give me this with the fans want this and that. The fans flip-flop every single day.
Yeah, but the fans are the reason that you can afford the luxury tax at the rate that you can. Like, come on, we have to acknowledge that.
Let's go to the cost, man. I'm not going to get into this today. I'm not getting into that.
It doesn't pencil year after year after year to lose hundreds of millions of dollars.
I'm not doing this today, Shasky. I'm not doing this with that. BPA, what's happening? You're on the roast. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it.
Morning, guys. Yeah, I think, look, it's not in the cards, not close. They're the fifth worst team in the Western Conference. They're not even going to get the last play-in slot, and they really don't deserve it. And so it is what it is. And, I think it's I would quote Shakespeare and say, "Full sound and fury signifying nothing." This is the story of the 2023-24 Warriors. They're, the question now is, can they reimagine this team for Steph for one more? Because, that's hard to map that out in your mind right now. But nostalgia tour's over. They need to be pretty cruel and calculating this offseason. And nostalgia, run it back guys and contracts, that has to be off the table. You're paying $70 million for, Kerr and Wiggins or Klay and Wiggins, right? You need superstars for that. And neither are even starter level caliber guys anymore. So it's what it is, but yeah. What's that?
No, good call, BPA. I'm not going to sit here and say the fans don't matter. They do, but I'm not here because I get on Twitter, I get DMs, I get Instagram messages. The fans go back and forth every single day. What the fans want and what they want. I've heard them want so many different lineup combinations and this guy to play and that guy to play and that guy struggles. All of a sudden you want this guy. Fans will flip-flop. And I do it too. We flip-flop so damn quick. So I don't want to hear about what the fans want with this basketball team. You wanted Klay to come off the bench, you got it. All right, you got it. Now what? You want a positive start, now what? You wanted Kuminga to play? Well, guess what? I wanted Kuminga to play, and he's playing 30 minutes a game. All right? So what else do we, like, I'm not here to say, the fans this and the fans, like, come on, man. Well, the fans will turn on this team in a heartbeat. Well, you know that, and I know that, Shasky.
Yeah, that's life, Monte. It's called capitalism in America.
But I'm not here to hear that.
You know, what do you mean you're not here to hear that?
Yours.
That's the reality.
Stand on yours. Don't flip-flop and diss the team when things are going bad. Don't just come around when everything is good.
It's a business. Is it not a business?
Gosh.
Well, no, I think just to add on to it, I think it's not just so much the fans want to see Klay come off the bench or they want to see Kuminga close. They just want to see a team that's heading in the correct direction.
Exactly.
So when they see, move Klay to the bench, that's the move that makes the team a little bit better.
Team struggles. They thought this was the right direction. And
now you got to pivot into a different direction.
Exactly, and that's going to happen in the offseason, don't you think?
No, I absolutely agree with you. But I think overall, that's what the fans are looking for. They just want to see positive direction. If they don't see it going into positive direction, then you got to course correct, and that's where we're at right now.
I don't think some fans know what the hell they want. That's just me.
Well, yeah,
because the new age fandom is a little different. The new age fandom is a little different than what the old fandom is. Fandom has no patience.
Well,
Let's be real. New fandom has no patience whatsoever.
Well, neither does the NFL. I mean, look, Justin Fields got traded after 2 years. Zach Wilson got traded after that's sports in the modern age. Like the days of sitting a guy for 5 years, like the Jordan Love thing is an outlier to sit that long and then finally get a chance.
Well, that's how it should work. But patience.
Well, the money's too big. But again, I go back to the business. The money is so big now, you're not going to sit there with a failing product year after year and just collect losses. Like the money overrides everything. Like this is a business, as all the players acknowledge. And so I look at it this way. We can talk about fans, course correcting and all this. I'm very interested. Like this comes down to Steph, right? There's a big part of this that comes down to Steph. I just, God, what is going through his head right now? Because Kerr's saying one thing at the podium yesterday. He's saying something else. I don't know, where he falls in terms of like what they need to do this offseason. They got more decisions. Chris Paul decision, and that he has it on his own. The Klay decision. What do you do with Draymond? Do you just keep staying with course with them? Do you keep the youngsters? They might lose their lottery protected pick. If it's not one of the first 3 picks. Like there's a lot we don't know.
Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Robert, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Thanks for taking my call, Monte and Joe. I'm a little older than you guys. Been going to Warriors games. Family's had season tickets since the early 70s. Rick Barry and Clifford Ray, those my first Warriors that I rooted for. So a lot of these young folks that I hear calling up kind of crack me up. I saw a lot of bad basketball. Winning 15 games, 20 games this season was what I saw up until the time that Steve Kerr got here. So this is all gravy for me. This is a young team. Young players are inconsistent. You have rookies in Przinski and Trace Jackson Davis. You have a first-year starter in Kuminga. What do you guys expect? If you look around the league at young teams, they're inconsistent. This is a young team, 3 young guys. I'm not even mentioning Moses Moody. Relax. They'll be a better team next year. I think Przinski's a gym rat. I expect him to be better next year. Trace Jackson Davis is a gym rat. I expect him to be better next year. I think Jonathan Kuminga can be as good as he wants to be. He's got that kind of talent. Let's just let these guys marinate a little bit, get some experience this year, and see what happens next year.
I think the part that other people in the organization would say is that they have so much financially invested into the older core, and you do have one of the greatest franchise players the game has ever seen in Steph Curry, and you don't just punt on years in the middle of, I guess toward the end of his career, right? That's just that's not great business. That's not great basketball logic. Would you meet me there?
It's kind of what I've been saying. I mean, I've been there.
What?
I've been there.
Been where?
What you just said. I've been at that point.
Which is what?
Which is when you play youngsters, you run the risk of being inconsistent. You run the risk. And yes, you want to see what they have, but are they going to be ready? Steph Curry's at a level where he wants to play for championships. How long does he want to wait? How long?
Yeah, but that's not Kuminga's fault. Right. Like, that's Andrew Wiggins hasn't been good enough.
Exactly.
And Draymond and Klay and CP3. Those guys haven't. And Looney.
Kuminga may not be good enough next year. He may not be good enough yesterday to play at a championship level. There's still flaws in his game as well as he's playing. I love the way he's playing. Got to get a little slow. And maybe another offseason, he gets in the lab and he becomes a different player. I think Kuminga has star written all over him.
I mean, thank God he went on the tear that he did because they wouldn't have gone 14-4. They'd be like the 12 seed right now.
Well, you know what? Maybe they're higher. I don't know. Let's go to
without Kuminga.
Let's go to Kurt in Oakland. What's happening?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I've been a Warrior fan since '92, so I've sat through the bad years where hopefully the Warriors could win more than 20 games, and they're the laughingstock of the league. When Zarko, Jabarkaba, and Gilbert Arenas gave Yao Ming a little bit of trouble, but Yao still won it. Bimbo Coles, Tony Delk, B.J. Armstrong. They brought Jason Cappy in. You can go down the list. Von Terry Cummings. So it's a hiccup. It happens. We just got to right the ship and stick with them no matter what. My only dilemma is when Kuminga drives to the lane, he yells trying to get a call. He doesn't get the call, and then he pouts. And it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to foul him. We get that. But he's not going to get those calls. And that kind of takes him out of the game. And teams understand that with him now. So they'll push him a little bit harder. They'll hack at him a little bit harder, and they'll frustrate him. And then he doesn't know what to do. And then on defense, he gets lost because he's so mad about the play earlier. And, once he counters that and figures out, okay, I'm not going to get these calls, let me just keep playing, he's going to be even better than what he is now. But he needs to stop yelling. You can literally hear him from the TV yelling.
Well, what I'm interested in is, thanks for the call, Kurt. What I'm interested in with Jonathan Kuminga this offseason, when he comes back next season, is how he adjusts to the way teams play him. He's now elevated on the scouting report. You're no longer just, hey, this role player where, hey, watch for this kid, 0-0. He may come in on a break and he may make some highlights. He's now up on the pecking order. The first page of the scouting report, he's on it now. So he's going to garner a lot of attention moving forward here. And so he's going to have to make an adjustment. And I'm eager to see that. And he's going to get the minutes to do that. Again, he played 30 minutes yesterday. Played 30 minutes. Okay, we could nitpick, and I knew this would be a problem all season long. I knew it, and nobody would have listened to it. The whole starting lineup thing is so overrated and overblown. They've had 25, 24 different starting lineups. It's about who finishing the game, right? That's what we're arguing about. Who's finishing and who's not finishing. We've argued about that all season long. And I knew that would be a sticky point. Everybody's so worried about number 3, Chris Paul out of Wake Forest. Starting lineup, blah, blah, blah. It has nothing to do with anything. Who's playing down the stretch? And we can nitpick on who plays down the stretch, but when you have a team and you've been inconsistent all season long, I'll give Steve Kerr this. It is a hard job. Right now, his job is very, very difficult trying to find that right combination every single game. At least Minnesota, they know our final 5, we may have to tinker with one position. The Warriors are tinkering outside of Steph and outside of Dre. They're tinkering with 3 different spots every single night trying to finish a basketball game.
And
no contenders doing that.
Well,
no contenders
we'll talk
doing
about
that.
it on the other side.
No contenders doing that in this league. They know who their final 5 is.
The Warriors aren't contenders.
Well, now we know that. We'll talk more Dubs here with Joe, Casey, and Gene on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members. Red seedless grapes, $1.47.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Boy, is Klay Thompson making himself some more money? 16 points yesterday, just 3 of 11 from the three-point line, 6 of 15. But you just wonder what his value is in the offseason. That'd be fascinating to get into on the Morning Roast once this season is over. Maybe the season lasts till June. You never know. Who knows?
Who's been the most one of the most clutch players in the NBA this year, you think?
Clutch?
Yeah, if you were to go like a top 10, Well,
Jokic, Murray, Luka, Kyrie,
Gilgeous-Alexander,
SGA,
okay,
Jalen Williams.
So I'd like to stop on SGA for just a second.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yes. He's 25 years old, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. His first year in the league, he averaged, give or take, you're looking at the minutes played.
Well, he's on the Clippers.
About 26 minutes a game.
He wasn't really playing on the Clippers.
20 years old, all right? And then he gets traded to OKC. Now, they were terrible. They're not in the same situation that the Warriors are in currently. But I look at his minutes per game, 35, 34, 35, 36, 35.
On a bad team, correct?
I'm just giving you his minutes per game.
But I'm asking because there's context to everything, right?
Are the Warriors a good team this year?
Well, they didn't think they were not going to be a good team. They have championship players.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. The situation is different, Chasky. Let's be fair here.
Yeah?
SGA went to an Oklahoma City team that you laughed at me about 2 years ago because I told you SGA was good. You ripped me for that one.
Yes, you're right.
Now you're coming around Sunday and you bring this up. But there's context to everything. He was on the bad basketball team.
But the Warriors have been bad for multiple years.
Chasky, he was allowed to play through that because they were bad and they knew they were going to be bad. The Warriors still have Steph Curry, who's a top 10 player in this league. And they still have Draymond Green, and they still have Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins, and they had a belief coming into the year. And maybe it was delusion, and it's turned around that, you know what, maybe they're not as good as they thought they were. But they still had that championship core. Oklahoma City had nobody.
No,
it was SGA's team from day number one, and he was allowed to play through the mistakes. When you have a championship core, and you're going to the second round of the playoffs last season, and you're trying to play this season with your championship core, you bring in CP3, you're trying to win games. So you're not going to give a young guy an opportunity to play through the mistakes on a team like this.
But you don't get to see the fruit ripen if you don't allow it to oxidize a little, right? You have to allow the individual to play.
I understand that. I understand that. But the situation is completely different.
But then this is what I would say to you. They made an organizational mistake by having any young players on this team if you're never going to allow some of the promising ones to play through mistakes.
That's what I'm saying. But the situation is different. All I'm doing, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I wanted JK to play last year just as much as anybody. I was yelling about that until I was blue in the face. I thought last season was about the veterans not coming through and the youngsters. It was like two different teams. There was the whole two-timeline thing and two different teams. Yeah, Poole, Wiseman, and Kuminga and Moody playing together. It didn't work. Didn't work out. But don't give me this SGA got to play in OKC. OKC had no expectations whatsoever.
No, the bigger point,
they were missing the point. No, I'm not missing the point.
That I'm trying
it's a
to make
completely
is
different situation.
How?
OKC has no expectations. But they weren't raising banners. They weren't going to the playoffs. They have 1 million first-round picks. The situation with the Golden State Warriors was completely different than OKC's.
The Warriors need young players to develop so that they can actually be good for the interim and for the future. So there's no point in having any young players on your team if you're not going to allow them the opportunity to make the mistakes.
I understand that.
So we can argue about OKC being a dumpster fire.
No. But you're not understanding that the Warriors have a Steph Curry. They have a Draymond Green. They have a Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
they have champions. And
let's
they just
go back to the Spurs.
Hold on.
The Spurs did the same thing.
Hold on. Shaq, let me finish. They just won a championship. They come back the next season and essentially bring back the same team.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the youngsters going to play on a team that just won a championship?
Otto Porter Jr., who played heavy minutes for you.
He was a spot player at certain points.
You lost Andre Iguodala, who was a big part of the 18-2 start.
Iguodala didn't play much in 2022. He was hurt for most of
the beginning of the year. He did.
Come on, he played a little bit, but let's not act like he was saying 40 minutes a night.
You're asking me, and I'm answering, right? Like, so you played Tony Parker early on if you're the Spurs. You played Ginobili. Like, even though they had championship aspirations early on with those teams, there's no point in having this many young players if you're never going to allow them the opportunity to grow. And now we're in year 3, year 4, and we don't know if these guys are any good or not.
Hold on. Let's pause on that. You have 2 rookies playing heavy minutes now.
Yes.
And Trace Jackson-Davis and Brandon Podziemski.
Yes.
So that has flipped. Number 1. That has flipped. Number 2, Kuminga's playing over 30 minutes since January 5th. But last season, coming off a championship season, you're going to ride the course saying we could run this back and win a championship. That was the aspirations for this team and this organization. It was championship or bust. When the hell has it been championship or bust for SGA? SGA can lose in the first round this year, and everybody in Oklahoma City is going to say, that's okay. So the runway to play the youngsters was just not there because you had a championship core trying to run it back. You don't have patience to play young guys.
They closed with Anthony Lamb at times last year.
That's on Kerr. I get that.
But that's my point.
But
this is my point. You're saying there was no runway, and I was saying there was always a runway. You have to create those opportunities.
I disagree with that. OKC and the Warriors are in 2 completely different situations.
How many games did Anthony Lamb close last year for this team?
Steve Kerr trusted him. I don't know how many games he exactly closed. I don't know if he closed. Maybe he played important minutes. But it's the final 5 for most games was Steph, Klay, Dre, Wiggins, Looney, or am I missing Wiggins? Who else am I missing there? Oh, Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole. That was your final 5 for most of the nights. Anthony Lamb wasn't closing a lot of games.
Bonte, like this thing that we're not going to allow any youngsters to get any run. This team desperately needed youth to get up and down the floor with them.
I yelled
and then now we're in year 3, and we're going to be in year 4, and we're talking about a couple of months of Jonathan Kuminga getting 30 minutes. Like, again, the point is for these young players to play, you should have known heading into the season, even though you have championship aspirations, when you're not going to play Steph Curry over 30, 32 minutes a game. All right, when you're not going to do it, you're telling me while you're fighting for a playoff spot that you're not going to overuse him. Then why haven't you used the young guys? So to me, there's this giant contradiction. Both the organization, the coach, the players, we're all over the place.
How many years have SGA been in this league?
6.
6 years.
Yeah.
How many years?
You're hung up on SGA.
No,
I'm making the bigger point about minutes played.
You're not even hearing me.
Minutes played.
You're not even hearing me. You're not even hearing me. It's 2 completely different situations. He's in year 6, and sure, he's played a lot of minutes over the last 3-4 years. Kuminga did not play a lot of minutes last year, and I get why he didn't play a lot of minutes last year. I believe he deserved more minutes, but it wasn't there. Why? Because you got a championship core. That's what it is. That's what it was. I wanted Kuminga to play last year more than anybody at the damn station. It didn't work out.
The metaphor I'm making is that you don't get to just have players develop in a tiny vacuum. They need to develop with a long runway.
I understand.
And so when you don't give anyone a long runway, you're literally hamstringing your own players.
I understand that completely. I'm with you 100% on that. But you're not going to get a long runway on a championship team. Last year, Shasky, was the Warriors not the defending champions?
Yeah.
They also
won 11 games on the road.
Yeah, but they won 30 away from home. Why did they win on the road? Anyway, all I'm saying is they had championship aspirations. What is not baked into that? Their final 5 was Poole, Wiggins, Steph, Klay, and Draymond, and sometimes Kevon Looney. You're not going to get along the runway on a young team when you have a veteran coach like Steve Kerr. You make a couple mistakes, he's not having the patience for you. That's just what it was.
Yeah.
Now they're getting that runway in year number 3. He's getting the runway. Pods and TJG is getting the runway. But you're in different situations. You're completely different situations.
The metaphor of allowing young players to develop and thrive is going to stand whether the team is garbage or not. If we're not saying 5 young players playing all at once, you have to be able to give one young player the opportunity to prove that he belongs and allow them to play through the mistakes. They've allowed Podziemski this year, which I'm glad they have, to play through his mistakes. They've allowed TJD, and he's brought more to the table, but to play through the mistakes. And that is growth. But I'm saying at the end of the day, like, I need Kuminga to close every single game from here to the end.
Kuminga wasn't ready last season to do that, to get that runway. It wasn't going to work with Draymond and Curry. They didn't have the patience for that. The veterans wanted to play with veterans. Now, maybe you could disagree with them, and maybe there's an argument there. But that runway that SGA had in OKC to play, you're not going to get that on the championship team. Steve Kerr's not going to be patient. Last year was last year. He's not going to be patient with these guys. It's just not when you have a championship type of culture.
So, but why are we patient with with Andrew Wiggins.
Well, it's different because he's a veteran who helped you win a championship and was your second best player winning the championship.
Yeah, but
you get that benefit of the doubt, right? Do you not get that benefit of the doubt with Andrew Wiggins?
But Jordan Poole was also a guy that brought a lot of great to the table, and that all dissipated immediately with this team. So I've seen them organizationally move off of someone and ice that person out, even though they've done a lot of great things in the playoffs. And I think Wiggins' contributions in the playoffs were greater than JP's. But we're acting like Wiggins is one of the original core three guys. He's not.
But he was your second best player during the championship season.
Yeah, that was a great 3-month run.
And when you do that, and when you make an all-star game, and you do that, and you're a two-way player who guards at the point of attack, who's your best individual defender at this point, even this season, he's probably your best individual defender. I mean,
is he?
It is.
I don't think he's played like that.
He hasn't played like it, but on this team, who has played like it? This defense is getting cooked left and right.
Who's my best individual defensive player?
Who's your best individual defensive player right now?
That's a great question. Maybe GP2?
He's playing spot minutes.
But I'm just trying to answer. Like maybe GP2,
but it's not definitive. The fact that it's not definitive shows you how leaky this defense has been.
I think Kuminga. I think personally, watching every night, and I'm sure there's advanced numbers. Defense is hard to quantify. I think Kuminga's been far and away better than Wiggins at every level.
I don't disagree.
And I'm tired of us giving Wiggins all of this leeway and stuff like, okay, we can have sensitivity, but that doesn't mean we need to play him.
Nobody's giving Wiggins leeway, but I understand why he's playing. You're just not going to let $100 million on a 15-man roster just rot. You got to try to find something out of him. You got to play him at some point on this team. Who's like, as much as I like Moses Moody, is Moody a better player than Andrew Wiggins?
Look, why is Moody on the roster if you're not going to flip it over to take a look at it?
I don't know. That's
this goes back to connectivity. I know that they moved off of the GM last year, and I'm looking at it this year because there was a lot of disconnect between what the organization put together and what the coach was looking for. Like the coach was playing Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, and they had younger players that they were not playing. So there was clearly a disconnect. I don't know why Moses Moody's on this roster if we're not going to look at him.
But we're also we're bitching about minutes. We act like JK didn't average 21 minutes a game last season as a 20-year-old. On a team coming off a championship season.
Yeah, but Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome doubled his minutes.
No, they played 19 minutes a game.
No, but he had a lot of DNPs, which skew the numbers. So that, you got to bake that into it. Yeah, because if you look at overall minutes allocated. I'm just saying. Look up overall minutes.
I'm just saying.
Anthony Lamb had way more minutes overall, just the totality of the year.
All right, so overall minutes. Overall minutes. Jonathan Kuminga, 1,394 minutes. Anthony Lamb at 1,195 minutes.
There we go.
So Kuminga played more minutes than Anthony Lamb. He played more overall minutes than Anthony Lamb last year.
Okay.
Did he not? You just asked me. I just told you.
Did you not see Anthony Lamb play more minutes in crucial situations than Jonathan Kuminga?
You said overall minutes.
Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb combined had more minutes.
He played overall minutes. They're two players. Of course, they're going to play more minutes. They're two players compared to one. What are you talking about?
I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're not going to have a runway playing youngsters on a team like this coming off a championship season. It's just not. Where you been? It's not going to happen. That's all I'm saying.
I've been the guy who's been claiming that Klay should come off the bench for 2 years, and I've been right.
Oh, yeah, you've been right.
Has his numbers not been better? That's who I am. That's the guy I am.
He made threes. He made the most threes last year. And you also compared him to Kyle Korver. And mentioned him in the statistics with Max Strus. And Ray Allen. How's that wearing? Kyle Korver can't hold Klay Thompson's jock strap, man. Stop playing out here. Let's go to the damn lines. KC and Moran, talk to us. Flush that take. SGA's been in OKC. He's been in 6 years. Come on, man. They ain't got no expectations in OKC. They don't even have to win a championship this season. And everybody in Oklahoma City is going to be, yay, we're back. We got young players. This is a championship mindset we're dealing here with the Golden State Warriors. What aren't you hearing about that? KC and Marin. Gone. Gene in Oakland.
Morning, fellas. Hey, first of all, Joe, I have a practically foolproof way to avoid jury duty, but I'm going to have to give it to you offline.
All right, give it to me.
I don't want to get in trouble. No, I'll do it offline. If you want me to text it to you or something, I'll do it later. But anyways, turning to the Warriors, look, to try to encapsulate everything that's already been said, they're either too old or they're too young, all right? I mean, the core group, they've been getting older. They've been slowing down for years now. Even back in the championship year 2 years ago, there were at least 3 or 4 games during the playoffs where they showed up, they were sluggish, they were tired, and they got rolled early, and they said, okay, let's just live for another game. And sure enough, with 3 days rest instead of 1, they came back and played very well. So, I mean, just go through the group. You're looking at, Klay. Klay was great 2 games ago, and then, the first half of that Indiana game, he was shooting and getting all his threes. By the second half, he couldn't get his feet under him, and he was missing everything. Dre is older, and he's fighting this chronic back problem, right? So even though he's had, I think, a very good season, considering, it's not going to get any better for him. And even Curry, I mean, he's been great, but he hasn't been consistently great the way he has been in the past. He's slowing down. And Wiggins, I wonder, he's had 10 years in the league, so he's more like a 32-year-old player, and I'm wondering if fatigue isn't part of his problem. So that's the problem on that side. And then the youth, they just, I love these 3 guys that we got, and I think Kuminga's going to be a star, maybe an all-star by as soon as next year, but they all need more seasoning, they need more time. They're not ready to take us deep into the playoffs either.
This is a real NBA. This is a real NBA, Uncle Gene. You depend on young players, you're not going to go very far. Now, the question I have then is the rest of the way. With 12 games left, and you're 1 game up on the Houston Rockets, what do Warrior fans want to see? Do you want to just see all the young guys play? Do you want to bench Andrew Wiggins? Do you not want to see the veterans? You just want to go straight, let's go straight youngsters. Do you not want to try to make an effort for the play-in and try to get into the playoffs? What do Warrior fans want the rest of the way? I'm okay. Let the fans call it. You guys want to see the youngsters? Let's see the youngsters.
I don't think it's all the youngsters. What they want to see is they want to see Jonathan Kuminga play at the end of every single game for the rest of the year.
Okay, fine.
Win or lose. Because they're not in a position where they are championship or bust. And so if it does boil down to, at the end of the day, Wiggins or Kuminga, I think there's an emotional investment from everyone's behalf into Kuminga and seeing what he could be. And if he falls on his face, then so be it. And if he succeeds, he'll be better for it for next year.
They're trying to win a game yesterday. He wasn't having a great game, down of stress, so Steve Kerr benched him. It was 1 game, and we're all losing our minds because he didn't close yesterday in the 4-point loss.
No, it's
Wiggins
the totality.
Wiggins was better than him defensively. We've all clamored for Kuminga to play. I was beating the tables last year saying, I need to see more JK. I need to see more JK. I thought it was criminal that he didn't play the playoffs. I mean, JK's biggest defender at this damn station on TV. It doesn't matter. But yesterday, I can admit, he wasn't great down the stretch. So he went with Wiggins, who was having a better game defensively. Just watch it down the stretch. He was too impatient.
But I hear you on that. But it's 1 game. Why are we going to lose our heads? That's dictated the last 3 years of rotations where it's like, I'm trying to win this game.
It's just 1 game. It's just 1 game that you tried to win. He didn't have it yesterday. So this is what happens. Look, we talked about this.
So if he doesn't have it again tomorrow,
we've talked about this.
Do the same thing.
No. We talked about this before, Shasky. The same conversations we have in 2 years. I don't forget things. We had this conversation. We know Draymond and Steph is going to close.
Yeah,
that's 2 guys.
Uh-huh.
There's 3 spots left to close.
Uh-huh.
Now you got to deal with Chris Paul, Klay, Wiggins, JK, and Pods is that's 5 guys vying for 3 spots. But he is going to be.
I know,
sometimes.
but he shouldn't be.
He's going to be sometimes.
He shouldn't be.
He's going to be handling the ball sometimes. That's 5 guys vying for 3 spots to close a game. So you got to be on point.
Well,
if you're not on point, that's 6 guys.
And I would say
that's 6 guys vying for 3 spots.
This is what I would say. But because if you're going to play Curry out there, and if you're going to play Klay out there, it is imperative to have length and perimeter defense. So to me, baked into it, yes, Jonathan Kuminga, through the headaches, is going to be one of those guys because he provides something that GP2 doesn't give me, which is the length. He gives me something that Pods doesn't give me, which is the athleticism around the rim, and I believe him to be a superior defender. And he definitely gives me the size and the defense that Chris Paul doesn't give me.
He gets lost in team concepts.
I know he does, but he brings more to the table than those other guys.
But that's going to lose you a game, and Steve Curry ain't got time for that. Steve Kerr's trying to get to the playoffs. Sometimes in a game, you got to go with who's got you there in that game. Now, you want a caveat for JK? That's a different conversation. You're saying close JK no matter what.
Yes.
Rest of the way. Okay, that's your opinion.
And I would also say that your track record in these clutch games has proven that you're very, very, very inconsistent one way or the other. So you might as well go with the young guy and then hope a month from now, after a month of closing, he doesn't make those same mistakes.
But he's been closing for the last 2. Hell, he's closed for most of the season, hasn't he?
I mean, he got yanked out of at one point at the end of the Pacer game and then went back in there.
He wasn't having a good game. It was 4-17 Friday night.
But these are the things that I'm saying. Is that you have to play through it, win, lose, or draw.
He's played 30-plus minutes a game. I don't know what more do you guys want.
We want 35.
Okay, you want 35.
That's what we want. We want 35.
Curry can't get 30, but we want JK to play 35.
But if Curry can't play 30, it's more imperative for a young guy to get those extra 5 minutes.
I hear you.
Am I wrong?
I hear you. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening?
No, I actually wanted to say that one of the problems the Warriors have is that they have invested well. I mean, they drafted Wiggins is the draft. They missed on Wiseman. They missed on Poole. They've missed on a lot of many players. Kuminga is a bright star. So I think the Warriors are just not very good, and they're old.
What happened?
Flush him. I don't know what happened there. Was he calling from a tunnel?
That was we had to flush him.
You know what we had to do? He was making defensive mistakes, and we had to yank him out in the final lineup.
There you go. And we actually may get a win for that. Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. That was brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Let's go to Eddie in San Mateo. Eddie, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I had a question for you guys. Why do you think the Warriors have been so up and down this season? It's been maddening as a Warriors fan to watch it. This one game, they look like champion contenders, like they're balling out of control. And then another game, they look like chumps. They look like trash. So I just wanted to get a sense from you guys what you guys think.
What do you think, Eddie? What do you think? I would rather hear your opinion. I would rather hear your opinion on the Warriors up and down season. What do you think?
I think Kerr has not been a great coach. That's my opinion.
Well, I would go in a different direction. I would say that I think the older players can draw from greatness time to time, but back in the day when they're in their prime, they could do it all the time, right? I mean, like, they could carry, like, how many times have we said, man, Curry closes that game? And Curry's the best player on the team by far, by a country mile. And there are times where he's come up short in closing minutes. And I think that it's harder and harder as you get older and older to draw back to that greatness. And you're just going to have fewer games where you could just dominate and just roll the ball out there and have a 6-minute stretch where you're getting stops and you're hitting shots.
Steve Kerr mentioned it yesterday. It's a long road trip. Don't want to wear out Steph Curry, but I didn't think he should have played a couple more minutes. Look, man, when you're slow, I'll say this all day long, and I've said it all season long. You're older. The youngsters are not ready to roll. You're small. You're not athletic. You have to overcompensate down at the post when you double. You can't get out the three-point shooters. Offensively, you have a bunch of combinations where you have one-way players who don't even look at the basket. You're a flawed basketball team. They're 36-34. You are what your record says you are. They're 36-34. And the team that can't win at home this season. 18-19 at home. You go 1-2 on a homestand for the second straight homestand. You had a 3-game homestand. You go 1-2 on both homestands. You're not gonna be serious. You're not a serious team. You know what I'm saying? You can try. Like Minnesota and Indiana. And I've seen this all season long, where the Warriors have blown all these 12-point leads and double-digit leads. They lead the league in blow leads, 12-plus leads, 12-point leads here. They blown it 13 times. They're tied with San Antonio. That's not a good category to be tied with San Antonio with, right?
Who else is on that list?
San Antonio, all bad teams. It's a lot of bad teams on that list. All right?
It does feel like, and I'm not trying to cape up for them, but it sure feels like 1-3, 2-3, boom, it's a 6-point game. So it's a tough, but there is something to it if it's all bad teams.
Right. So, I mean, and now the Rockets, they're one game behind them, but is Draymond Green worried about the Rockets?
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets?
I don't give a damn about the Rockets.
What about Isaiah Thomas, who was on NBA TV yesterday?
I think they do hold on because of their experience. Yeah. But I'm telling you, them Houston Rockets, they coming and they playing hard. And the Warriors and the Lakers, the last 2 years, they should be thanking Adam Silver for the play-in.
Say it now.
Yeah.
I said, hey, man, Deacon over there preach right now. Say it again now.
Yeah, they should be thanking Adam Silver for the play-in because if there was no play-in,
we're not talking about this.
These two teams would be out of the playoffs,
which is crazy
for the last 2 years. And it's crazy. Mm-hmm. But to answer the question about the Rockets, hey, they won 8 straight. playing great basketball.
Yeah.
They're confident, they're young, and they're taking on all comers. So Golden State in LA, there's pressure to keep winning because there's somebody knocking on the door and they're not going away. Those Rockets aren't going away.
How disappointing would that be?
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Is that how the Warriors and Lakers are going to feel?
Was that Dennis Scott? Was that 3D?
Dennis Scott.
Next
3D.
to him. He did it. He did it me. I don't even know what he said there.
That sounded like the guy with the overalls and Waterboy.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Was that Rob Schneider? Was that, no?
Yeah, Rob Schneider.
Was that Rob Schneider?
No. The guy. Well, that's. We suck again.
The other guy. The other guy. I knew you talking about OG.
Who was the other guy's name?
I always forget his name, but he's always in Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, he has the same kind
He's
of
the dad for the football player in Mr. Deeds. You use foul language in front of a lady?
I love how we remember specific lines in specific movies.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I
Blake
wasn't.
Clark is the actor. Blake Clark. Two first names.
The Rockets. Let me look at the Rockets
honestly,
schedule.
that would be like the punctuation on such a crummy season. If the Rockets come up and catch them and they don't even make the play-in.
Well, the Rockets have won 8 games in a row. Oh, Ime Udoka has them playing hard. Today they play Portland at home.
Oh, the Portland Trailblazers. It's always the Trailblazers.
Wednesday, OKC.
Is Chauncey going to win one because he's fighting for his life?
Probably not. But Ayton is playing better. Scoot Henderson's playing better, but I haven't watched much Portland Trailblazers
What's their record? How many wins
I
they
don't even
got?
care right now. I don't even care.
Let me look it up.
Monday at home.
Care about my trail. They've got 19 wins.
Yeah, at Oklahoma City Wednesday.
For the Rockets.
At Utah Friday.
29
home
wins.
Sunday against Dallas.
Ooh.
At Minnesota Tuesday. Then they host the Warriors next Thursday, April 4th. Then they host the Heat on the back-to-back on a Friday night. Then they go to Dallas Sunday. Then they play Orlando. Then they're at Utah, Portland, and the Clippers to end the season. So maybe there's hope for the Golden State Warriors to hold on to that 10th spot and take on the LA Lakers in a 9-10 game down in LA. That's what it's looking like right now.
It sure feels like, and I know things can change, but I've even lost hope for the 9 spot. So this is going to be a road game.
Yeah, in LA.
If they can make it. I mean, is that we're consigned?
Well, don't we want them on the road? They've been better on the road than the Chase Center.
Yeah, but you know how Staples is. Like, Curry doesn't shoot well at Staples.
The hell was Fedoni and the Lakers? Yeah, I just don't want to go through that. But whatever. Whatever. I'm here for everything.
Are you?
I'm here for everything. I'm here. I'm here, man.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
No, it's a lot of crazy things going on these days when it comes to the Warriors. And I get it. Frustration, impatience. We can flip-flop all that. But the point is, they're 36-34. Bottom line is, they're 0-3 against Minnesota. They're 0-4 against Denver. They're 1-3 against OKC. They're 0-2 against Dallas.
All the Minnesota games have been close, too, I feel like.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you know what? Close but no cigar. We're not a team with more of a hey, but you know what? Those games are close.
I know, the Denver game where they should have won. I mean,
0 for 4 against, so you're 0 for 4 against Denver, 1 for 3 against OKC, 0 for 4 against Denver, 0 for 3 against Minnesota, 1 for 3 against the Clippers, 1-1 right now against the Pelicans, tiebreaker coming up in a couple weeks at Chase Center on a Sunday afternoon. You got the Lakers, you're 2-1 against the Lakers, but you're 2-2 against Sac. You're 0-2 against Dallas. So you just haven't been good against the West. You just haven't been good. Haven't been good enough. Let's go to Josh in Los Altos. Josh, what's happening?
Hey, Josh.
You're on the roast.
Dante, what's good, man?
What's up, baby?
Man, Draymond Green, he should be worried about the Rockets. 1 game behind them, playing without their best player. That was just a bitter soundbite. I know they won championships, but the Rockets are there. The Rockets are not messing around. I mean, what do you want to see, Bonte? What do you want to see? It doesn't matter. They punted on the season. It's gone. We knew they weren't competing. Like you say, 36-34, we knew they weren't competing.
Wait, Josh, you think they punted on the season? How did they punt on the season?
Not making any moves.
So what moves would you like to see them make at the deadline?
I don't know, man. Siakam. And then...
You realize you would have had to give up. I'm not even trying to laugh at you, but you realize you probably would have had to give up Wiggins and Kuminga for Siakam, right? And then have to sign Siakam in the offseason?
I want to re-sign Siakam. I'm fine giving up Wiggins. Kuminga I'd be less okay about. But why aren't we talking about LeBron James more? How do we match
I was here for the LeBron James take. I want the record to show. I wanted to let my guy cook. I mean, he was cooking on the side of the freeway, but he was cooking.
Siakam already, he was burning the house down. You would have had to call the firefighters to turn off, to get put the fire out. I mean,
my guy had the toaster out. He was cooking with a toaster.
The guy was burning toast, man. By the way, flush that caller. We flushed him.
Why is that?
It is brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Plus the take was bad.
Best.
Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to them. And by the way, Anthony Slater, Brian did say he'll go up to Sacramento for Anthony Slater to help out.
That's right. He did say that.
Her cousin.
Listen, man. Siakam said he wasn't going to come here. You had to give a king ransom. And then now you're talking about LeBron James. Like, you want young players to develop and you want to bring LeBron James here? Yeah, that's gonna work.
Well, no. I think where people are at right now is like pick draw a line in the sand. What are you like? What are you trying to accomplish? Are we just gonna go all old and just let the old guys cater to the entire roster? Because like I'm looking at it right now.
That's what happens if LeBron comes.
Well, hey, at least you know what you are. There's definitive. Like right now, I think it makes it easier for Kerr to coach the team, doesn't it? Like right now, it's like, hey, play the youngsters out of necessity, but also in certain situations, you can't trust them because you got fragile veterans on the other side who, they're worried about their playing time and they're this and that. Like if you had all veterans on one aspect, it does create clarity. This is literally about championship right now, and none of the future matters.
All right.
Like, so there is something to be said for that. I'm not saying I'm signing up completely for that, but there is some clarity there.
Let's go to, I think this is my man. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel where you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrades your savings dividend open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Let's go to Zach. This is my man Zach in Indiana. This is my man Zach.
Yeah.
What's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up, Monte?
What's going on, man?
What's up?
Not much. I was doing some housework and saw things got kind of heated between y'all. So
we're all.
And then we had a couple.
We don't take these personal.
Calls,
well,
so.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But I will say, I've watched a lot of Pacers. I want to talk about this Pacers game and just what I've been thinking after that. I think we got it all wrong. I honestly think maybe the dynasty ended in 2022. And the reason I say that is you have people like Draymond saying that, and people around the NBA saying they were more talented, as in the Celtics. And I think watching the Pacers, and I was at that game in Indianapolis, you have Halliburton, who everyone was there on the Pacers watching, but everyone who was a Warriors fan, they were all there to watch Steph Curry. They weren't Warriors fans, man, like myself. And it's frustrating because I'm a diehard, and you know that, Bonte. But at the same time, we have callers who want to just bring up LeBron like that. And the difference, in my opinion, between LeBron and Curry is LeBron's the GM, and Curry's always kind of taken a back seat, right? So I don't know what's coming next, but I just really hope all hell doesn't break loose. So just wanted to give a call.
Well,
what would that even mean?
Yeah, Zach, what is all hell breaking loose?
I feel like all hell broke loose this year.
Zach, what is hell breaking loose here for the conversation?
What is
it bringing LeBron James? Is that making hell break loose?
I mean, I hope not, because I don't think the NBA would let that happen, honestly. But who knows?
Yeah, who knows? The NBA.
All hell breaking loose is you have a type of situation where Curry doesn't end his career with the Warriors.
Yeah, that's all hell breaking loose. All hell breaking loose is, what are we going to do this offseason? And Curry's like, I want to go to the Lakers and team up with LeBron. Forget LeBron coming up here. That would be all hell breaking loose.
NBA trade machine's ready.
Well, the NBA is a chaotic league, right? You said the NBA.
I'll give you Rui, and I'll give you all these. What parts?
You make it a 3-teamer. Bring Trae Young and DeJounte Murray to the Warriors.
There
you go. Grant Liffman. Monte's got his number.
I do have his number. I'm on his close friends list on Instagram, too.
Watch the stories.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here.
This is a fun show, man. I needed this.
All hell has broken loose on this show.
All hell has broken loose.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
We're out here comparing SGA and Kuminga. And I hear what you say. I don't even want to go down that road again.
No, you don't, but it's okay.
I don't want to go down that road again because I was trying to follow.
Well, I had 5 other guys, and you just interrupted the whole time. So
I did.
It's okay.
You kept talking. And I was like, wait a minute. He's in his 6th year, and he's on a team with no expectations. Completely different situations.
Kawhi Leonard got opportunities to close, did he not?
Early on, and then boom, he figured it out. There's one-offs here and there. Was Jonathan Kuminga the same area as Kawhi Leonard?
He keeps getting benched for GP2 and Wiggins.
Kawhi came in, he was already a great defender. Kuminga had to learn to defend.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything offensively.
Could defensively either. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on, Bonte?
What's up, Oscar?
What's up, dog?
Oh, man, I'm just having one of these days, man. I called in last night. You know, the Warriors, just like you said, Kuminga got took out the game last night because he couldn't get the calls. And usually he will close because Wiggins should not be closing at all. Like other callers said, he just running lofting up and down the court, doing layups when you should be dunking. Don't you know these guys are 6'9"? They coming from the back. The Warriors are a hunted team. I'm sitting here watching Sports Center, but I'm not listening to it. I had to listen to it when they turn it up, talking about the Warriors. Everybody said we're going to get caught. Everybody's saying that. And the way it's looking, we have to start playing different strategies. I know Steph Curry time when he's going to come out and when he's going to come in. If you watch everybody else, they make sure their starters are in the game when Steph is out. We can't play Steph in the ground, but we got to different up his strategy. And not only that, our young guys are playing a lot. And that's the difference. Our young guys are just now starting to play. The other young guys, like Bonte say, they in the organizations when they were allowed to play through their mistakes. Championship level team, you can't just do that with a high payroll like that. And the ultimate distraction for the Warriors this year, I'm not going to put it all on one person, but the Andrew Wiggins thing has messed up Moses Moody. You see Moses Moody going to tunnel on the bike a lot. It messed up the whole chemistry of the team because he's back in the lineup. He's back playing 20-some minutes. And it's like, why? He's not even giving no effort. Now, I understand everybody have personal problems. I have lost parents. I have lost people in my life during the season, and not as big as an NBA player. We all know that. But once you step in between that line, that's where you're supposed to get down there because you forget about everything. And it seems like he don't even give a damn. I know he do, but that's the key. A 6'8", 6'9", 28-year-old player, that's with Klay come up with injuries like this, he's supposed to be the number 2 every night. He doesn't bring it like Pods do. Come on, man.
Yeah, Wiggins has been there. It's hard to disagree with that, Oscar. It's hard to overlook what has happened to Andrew Wiggins. You could say at one point, and I can't believe I'm about to say this. But at one point, after the 2022 NBA Finals, you could say Andrew Wiggins was more beloved than Kevin Durant. That was a real thing. Because Warrior fans, for whatever, there's a lot of, that's why I get on the fan sometimes, Chasky. There's a lot of Warrior fans who don't appreciate the greatness of Kevin Durant and appreciate what he did here. I'm not saying you, but there's a lot of them, and they know who they are, but they say, oh, forget Kevin Durant, blah, 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 blah. Without KD, we don't win those 2 championships. Let's stop playing. All right? Let's be real about something for once in our lives, folks.
Well, when KD was hoisting the trophy, his approval rating was pretty freaking high. You're remembering now because of the ending.
No, I remember the last year.
Now let's do that same poll.
I was in the mud.
When KD leaves, and then let's do the same poll when Wiggins leaves, and I'm sure their approval rating will be quite similar.
I remember that last season when he and Draymond got into it, and people were picking sides, and then when KD got hurt in Game 5 against the Houston Rockets at Oracle Arena, I remember in real time, people around me, people online saying, okay, KD's hurt, this sucks. But now we get to see the old Warriors play. Now we get to go back to play the Warriors branded basketball. And it was like, what? How could you say something like that? KD helped his team evolve. He was having an all-time postseason run, and then KD said a couple things that people want to get all of, KD this and KD that. But at one point, Andrew Wiggins was more beloved than Kevin Durant. And I don't think just 2 years later, where Andrew Wiggins is at and is standing with the fan base and his team, it's one of the more mind-boggling things I've ever seen in sports. I can't pinpoint it. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He was playing his best basketball. Hell, before he suffered the right adductor strain last season, he got off to a rollicking start in the first 20 games. It's like, wow, he's picked that up. He's picked up where he left off. I don't know where that guy is now. And now we're here looking behind us at the Houston Rockets being one game behind them in the loss column. Damn. More of your phone calls coming up next. That'll be brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find a repair.
Hi, how are you?
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
BPA and Draymond bringing us back.
I'm not scared. I'm optimistic, Bonte.
I'll just read some of the comments, man.
That's a little punch to the show.
What do we got?
No, it's just Kevin Durant rabbit hole. It's just, we don't need you. We can win without you. It's just
Kevin Durant rabbit hole?
All right, man. I'm not being mean to the callers. The callers have been, I'm not doing anything to the callers. What are you guys talking about, man? We're all getting a little emotional. I get it. The Warriors are struggling. A lot of people can't handle it. Look, life moves on, man. They're not going to win it every single year. They're going to have bad years. We're going to have years where we don't have Curry, believe it or not. There's going to be a life after Stephen Curry.
I don't want to think about what that looks like right now.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're getting closer and closer to that. We're getting close. Where is Nick in San Jose?
Can I ask you a question about that?
Where is Nick in San Jose?
I don't know where Nick in San Jose is, but let me ask you about that.
He's probably in San Jose.
Spadoni had said something to me off air a couple days ago, and we were talking about like just the Warrior fandom right now, and like it's at an all-time high, right? Whether it's 1990s bullish or not, like there are similarities to Steph Curry and the amount of fans who are Warrior fans because of Steph Curry. I'm not talking about Bay Area fans. I'm talking about worldwide, and I'm talking about national.
They're fans because of Steph.
Yeah, and like
they're Steph stands.
It's very similar to Jordan and the Bulls. Like there are a lot of guys our age who are Bulls fans because Jordan when they were growing up. And I get it, right? Like I do. And they have no ties to Chicago whatsoever. I'm not going to lie to you, B. I'm very interested to see what this Warrior fan base looks like 8 years from now, 9 years from now. Even if they're a good team, but Steph's not on it, like what does it look like? How many lean years do they have?
Well, I tell you what, all the young fans who are flip-flopping in their microwave, you know, they're kind of like a microwave fan base, right? They're like, this is in and out, right? In and out the microwave. They're going to cook with the team that's cooking. As soon as that meal's done and it's completed, they're done. They're out.
Hunter.
They're out. Like these,
Swanson's.
Patience with new fans does not exist. It does not exist. Folks, you're not going to win a championship. Like baseball season is going to come up and people are going to be bitching and moaning about the Giants if they go on a 4-game losing streak. You're playing 162. You're not winning a championship in June. You're not winning the championship in May. It's a process to these things. A lot of young fans, and I talk to them all the time, they're just not patient anymore. They're just not patient. You want to blow things up.
But they also, like, the Warriors themselves were so prolific, they set unrealistic bars for themselves. Winning 73 in a regular, what'd they go? 66, 73, 66, 67, or something like that?
67, 73, 65, 58.
Okay, that's
could be wrong there. I mean, 67, 65, something like that.
How many teams in the league, any one of the, forget the 73, but any of the 60 wins would be the most that franchise has ever won?
Yeah,
like,
no doubt.
A lot of teams. So they've set unrealistic gold standards for themselves. It's just, they skewed everything.
Well, the Steph stands, I should say, are not happy with the way their roster has been constructed around Stephen Curry. Now, again, when you have a high payroll like the Warriors do and you're in the tax, you can only do so many things. It's like we had the caller saying that Mike Dunleavy did nothing at the deadline. What was there? What was available at the deadline for you to get?
Yeah.
Are you just trading just to trade? Or are you trading to get something back that could help your team? If there was something there that could help your team, trust me, the Warriors were making phone calls.
So
trust me, the Warriors were active.
Let's talk about that.
There wasn't nothing there.
Well, and so your point about having the roster set with the finances and how difficult it is, Gafford was the guy that Dallas Mavericks have.
Right.
And they got him at the deadline. They gave up a first-round pick, and you had to absorb about $14 million in salary.
Exactly.
The Warriors, like, who? They're going to give up GP2 and Looney for one guy?
And pay more tax?
And another first-round pick, which they don't have right now because they gave it to Portland.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the lack of cupboard draft picks, and then there's the lack of financial flexibility to be able to offer people.
Exactly.
I don't honestly, B, and I know you said, like, I think some fans get it. I think the majority of fans don't understand how difficult it is to make moves in the league.
That's probably my problem with some of those fans when they say, play this guy, play that guy. It's like, can you understand what's going on here? This is pro sports. These guys aren't robots. These are human beings. Human beings. And when you have a lineup, and now that we're seeing the starting lineup, that got off to a great start, right? They were 7-2 in their first 9. Now they've lost a couple games, and people want to change again in the starting lineup. They've already made 24, 25 changes to the starting lineup, whether it's because guys are injured, suspended. You've had 25 different starting lineups. You try to shake up things. There's only so much you can do with a starting lineup. Do you go back to Looney? Do you get bigger? Do you go to TJD? Do you get bigger? I have no idea. No idea. But right now with the starting lineup, you have 2 guys. And Brandon Podziemski, who's struggling with his shot, and hopefully he gets better in the offseason. But I got no problem with Podziemski. He's in a tough spot. Draymond Green, he won't shoot it, even though he was a little more aggressive yesterday. He shot 9 times, shot 5 times from the three-point line. You have Andrew Wiggins. And you never know what you're going to get from Andrew Wiggins this season. What are you going to do now? Do you want to go back to Klay Thompson? I like Klay Thompson playing with CP3 off the bench. I don't want to mess that up. That's my one consistent lineup right now is when you do go to that second unit, boom, they're extending the lead, they're keeping the lead safe. But then when you get to combinations where you're playing Curry alongside GP2, Wiggins, Draymond, and TJD, or you're playing Klay with CP3 and 3 other non-scorers, that's tough to operate. Shooters aren't getting space. The lane is congested. What are you going to do in the half court? And then especially if you're giving up threes. Like, again, they give up. Minnesota shot 12 of 21 from 3 in the second half.
Yeah, they're wide open looks.
So now they're setting a half court D. And guess what? Minnesota has the best defense in the NBA. All the metrics, all the ratings, all the numbers, they're the best. They're the best.
He set a moving screen on Kuminga late in that game yesterday. It looked like he looked like a right guard pulling. It was like, how is he allowed to do that?
Don't know. And then you have this other issue with the Warriors being slow, small, and older, where if you're small, you got to play fast. Whenever Don Nelson played small, we're small. I mean, I don't know how physical you can play small, but you got to quicken the pace. You got to get up and down, up and down. You got to get 100, 110 shots up in the game. Well, Minnesota, they defend very, very well. And Minnesota only takes about 82 field goals a game. Well, they're at 84. That's their type of game. The Warriors get up 92 and a half, 93 shots a game. They shot 85 times. So that tells you the pace was dictated by Minnesota. Just like Friday night, the pace was dictated by the Pacers. No pun intended. But it was dictated by them.
No,
it
you're
was.
right. So, but like there were, and I'm not crushing CP3, but he's just dribbling and dribbling and dribbling. And then you look at the guys that are out there. It's CP3, Klay, and 3 other non-shooters. Where do you think the ball's going?
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to Klay coming off of like a double screen or a staggered screen of some sort. It's too predictable. They don't have enough shooters, man. Like they need shooters. Period. They need to start there.
Yeah. How about that? They need more shooters.
I know the greatest shooting backcourt of all time needs more shooting around it, but they do. They do though.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. Which is why I kind of laugh at you want to say Steph stands or some fans or whatnot. Look, I understand they have a financial problem here, a financial hardship with the luxury tax in the first apron, the second apron, and what Klay may demand on the open market and what he may get. The Warriors may not be able to match that. It's a real thing. But that's why I've been telling Warrior fans all year, be careful what you wish for. You want to just usher off a 4-time chap who did lead the league in shooting last year in terms of made threes and shot 41% from 3, but apparently that's a bad year today in today's game. Whatever. I don't care. It is what it is. Now he's shooting 45% off the bench as being the primary scorer. You don't think a team's going to covet that or value that? And now if he leaves, you got one less shooter. Where are you going to find shooting? Everybody's looking for shooting. Everybody's looking for a 3-and-D guy. That's the league now. Everybody's switching on deep. Everybody's looking for 3-and-D guys. They don't just grow on trees. So you need shooters when everybody in the league's looking for shooting. And now you don't have the financial flexibility to try to go get that shooting.
I mean, do you want Chris Paul to opt in or opt out?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about the offseason yet. I'm trying to just go through the games. I'm trying to get through the last 12 and see where it goes. Because trust me, with the way the season's playing out, Shasky, we'll have plenty of time to talk all season.
No, you're right. But like, I look at this team and I'm saying to myself, so you're bringing up Klay Thompson. It's like, I would love to have Klay Thompson back, right? But I also understand at a certain price point, it makes it very prohibitive to add to that roster. And I know that right now, running this back is not good enough. Like, can we all agree? And that's not an individual player thing. That's just like, we're looking at it like, come on, it's not good enough, right? So would I like Klay back? Of course I would like Klay back. Right number. And then what are the other moves around Klay that can actually be done?
Let me ask you this. Is it fair to ask Klay to take a pay cut when he looks around the roster and he sees Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins getting 25 a year?
Well, I think that's, to me, like the number is 25 for him. Like I would match
Some people would disagree. Some people will say 20. Some people will say 15.
Whatever. Like to me,
discount.
Getting him under the max slot is important, but also because again, it'll free them up to get under the apron.
Right.
I don't know if he'll accept it, but if he'll go around $25 million for a multi-year deal, yeah, I do that in a heartbeat. I think they offer. Again, this is all conjecture. I think they offered him $24 million a year.
24, 2 for 48.
But I would not disrespect him and go below Wiggins and Draymond Green. That's what I would do. But again, I think Wiggins is gone in the offseason. And I don't even know how you get rid of him, but like I feel like he is. And I'm not sure if I want to keep Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, Steph. Like do I want CP3 to opt out and have that slot? Do I want him to opt in and I could move him? Do I want him to like sign a smaller multi-year deal? Like I don't know, man. I have so many questions.
We're going to see Orlando Wednesday.
Here's the other one. Go. How much is Lakeup willing to dip into the luxury tax? What if he says, I'll pay $75 million in luxury tax, but not $160?
Well, then you're going to, I don't know how you do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no doubt. We're going to see Orlando on Wednesday, and you're going to see the lack of shooting. Well, we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Let's get through Miami first. Who am I kidding here? Something I was going to, I wanted to read this from the Comcast Business Text line. We're talking about fandom. 510. I love the Warriors, but as soon as Steph retires, I'm out. I love the Bulls with Jordan. I love the Lakers with Kobe. I couldn't care less about Chicago or LA now. Curry in today's Jordan and Kobe. For me, once he retires, it will be 2020 all over again. And I have no interest in going through that as a fan again. Take Steph out of today's roster. The Warriors are a 15-win team. Completely unwatchable, so I'm out.
Wow.
That's
someone from Oakland. 510 East Bay.
Yeah, but that's today's young fan. That's what they do. They jump ship when things get a little adverse. Things get a little tough. Let's just hop on the boat and quit and go somewhere else.
You're a Giants fan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you kind of do that last year?
No, I watched every game.
I'll give you that.
I watch every game. I watch every game. I watch all baseball.
I'm just asking.
Like when I hear I'm out, I mean like I'm total divesting, not watching, not wearing stuff anymore. Like I don't even know who the Warriors are anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm out means.
I mean, I wore Giants gear all season.
You didn't pull a Danny Freisinger? I need a year off.
No. Well, that's for Inside Radio.
What did he say?
Were you on that show call?
Yeah,
you weren't on that show call? No, you weren't on that call.
Yes, I was.
You were?
Yes.
Did I argue with him?
Yes. You interrupted him. Like, that's why you're a bad fan. It was great.
Well, no, when Danny Frank goes, after...
Take people behind the scenes.
Well, we were having a show called. He goes, I got to admit, man, like, the Warriors struggling this year, I don't mind it. I was mentally, it's just a bit a lot, and, I just needed to take a breath. I said, what? What are you talking about, dude?
I think that was one of the original Morning Roast show calls.
No, it wasn't. It was with BS&G.
Was it? See, I thought it was with us.
Because he would... No. It was with BS&G. This will be a
Then I stand down.
That was 2019. 2019, 2020 season. Yeah.
The before
No, but I said
that was when the Hegan
I said I wasn't spending a dime on the Giants.
Feel today.
I said I wasn't spending a dime on the Giants, but I still took my ass to some games.
True.
A couple people had free tickets.
So you mean divesting like a fan?
I'm not a fan of the team no more. Wow. I'm not even watching them.
Yeah.
That's what this guy's talking about. 510.
So you go be a Laker fan or something.
Is that exclusive to the NBA? Like, is that... You know what I'm saying? Like, is that exclusive to the NBA? Do we do that in the NFL?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm a DeAndre Hopkins fan.
I feel like the NBA the last few years has gotten more like I'm a player fan, not I'm a team
LeBron?
fan.
Is that
that's always been NBA. I tell you what the football fan is. NFL fan.
Yeah.
The NFL fan will still root for its team, but it'll root for the demise of certain players. Like there's Niner fans who want to see Brock Purdy struggle. There's Niner fans who
the downfall is near and it's coming hard.
I'm rooting against Alex Smith.
I mean, Robin said Bruno's one of the biggest Niner fans we know, and he told us flat out on these airways, I'm rooting for the Detroit Lions. I want them to win. Like, this is not so, I mean, that's why I don't, I'm a fan. We're all fans, but some fans I just don't get. That's why when you generalize, say, the fans, what the hell with the fans? Sometimes I'm like, what the hell with not all fans, and that's not catered because there's some diehards out there that I respect, but it's the flimsy fans. It's the flip-floppers. It's the fans on social media. It's those type of fans that I cannot stand.
Yeah, but that's the loud minority.
That's who I'm talking to.
Yeah, that's a very loud
That's what I'm talking
minority.
to. You want this, you want that, you want this. We give you that, and it's not good enough. It's like, damn, what else do you want? You know what I'm saying? We only got 15 guys. You're crying and moaning about everything. Steve Kerr can't do this. Steve Kerr this. Steve Kerr that. What does he do right? You go on social media, Steve Kerr does everything wrong. God, what helped you win 4 championships? Came here, changed the system offensively, and you won 67 games. That ain't good enough? All of a sudden, he's a bad coach?
No, I just think that, it's...
Like, it is...
What happens is...
It is wild.
But, Bonte, what happens is when you get to where they are in the cycle of their dynasty, you're trending down. Everything's up for debate. This player's underperforming. That guy's overpaid. This young guy didn't come up. You drafted the wrong guy here. You're wasting money there. This coach didn't have this lineup. Like we just that's what we do.
I tell you this.
That's
right
what
now.
we do.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what a lot of people are going to do, and it will be a topic of conversation. And I hate even going this route.
What? Where are you?
If they don't make the playoffs, the question will be, what do you do with Stephen Curry?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, what do you do with Stephen Curry?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? What do you do with Stephen Curry?
You get on both knees and pray to God that he wants to stay, and you find out who he wants to play with.
Exactly. There's going to be a conversation, and I'm already seeing it. I'm already getting texts about it. What if you trade Klay and get assets now? And Steph. And I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But that will be a topic of conversation this offseason if they don't make the playoffs or losing the play-in and be one and done. Right, Spinoni? You know how it works. You know how it works. The Lakers are struggling this year, and we're already Warrior fans. Well, what if LeBron goes to the Warriors? You know what I'm saying? It happens. But this all season, it's going to be real because of the age, because of where the team is at, and whether or not they're going to be ready to compete for a title. I'm not ready for that conversation.
Is this the most anticipated offseason for a Bay Area team? And I can't even think of the last one. The Harbaugh, when Harbaugh was going down?
Giants. Since the Giants this past offseason. I think we were eager to see what the Giants would do.
I would agree with that, but they didn't have the fervor heading into the offseason that the Warriors have. Think about this.
There's desperation in this.
Yes, what I'm saying. And you have dynastic icons whose careers are up, in terms of contracts, are up in the balance. Hey, look, I can't even envision a scenario where it's Steph and not Draymond and not Klay.
Wow. What if Klay's looking at the situation saying, well, I could play. I don't even.
Well, you know what? I'll be honest. You know where my head went last night? Guys, you bring up Steph not being there. You want to talk about the worst plausible scenario for Warrior fans and for the ownership? Steph demands a trade, and wherever he goes, let's just say hypothetically he goes to the Lakers to team up with LeBron, and Klay goes with him. And you're stuck with 3 more years of Draymond Green on his contract, and now he's disgruntled. And he pulls a Steven Jackson, and he's like, yeah, I got to get out of here.
Of all the guys that were linked to the Lakers, Draymond doesn't go there.
That's what I'm saying. And this is a wild hypothetical, and I'm kind of teasing or whatever, but that is where my brain goes. What if Steph?
I know.
Well, he should want to go to the East if we're keeping it.
Here's the guy. Could Zion be had?
Well, not anymore. He just went 13-14. That ship is sailed,
I know.
baby.
Are you sure, though?
That ship is sailed.
Can he just pull Anthony Davis from New Orleans and not want to go?
My guy lost 25 pounds, and the Pelicans are primed to make a run in the Western Conference. Nobody's talking about him. Brandon Ingram's going to be shut down for a couple weeks. But Zion,
But what if he doesn't want to play in New Orleans?
I think he just wants to win.
Can a guy dream?
Guys can be stars anywhere in the NBA. This big misnomer that you have to leave a small market to be a star. Tim Duncan was a star in San Antonio. What?
He's an amazing basketball player. I don't think he was a superstar in the way that you're talking about.
San Antonio's on national TV.
No, I understand that, and people didn't watch. It was very low-rated finals. I'm just telling you, Kobe was T-Mac and Kobe. I'm talking about more sex appeal, not basketball. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But
you can still be successful in small markets and win MVPs and finals and everything.
Is a great example. He's one of the greatest players of all time. I just don't know if he resonates like that with fans.
Maybe.
The casuals, the ones that are set hopping the way you're describing.
Right.
I'm not sure Jokic has a clan of stands out there like that.
Jokic in a nutshell. Andre Iguodala's chasing him down at the All-Star game. He's like, I got to get you on the pod. Jokic's like, no. I got podcast-itis. I don't do that. Because it is a disease spreading like a wildfire.
Did you see
podcast-itis?
LeBron?
Yeah, podcast-itis.
Him and JJ?
And the reasons why he wanted to do a pod, which was just
why?
Do you have that? LeBron James
now I'm missing. I need to catch up. What's going on?
Oh, I got to send it to you. Why? I'll send it to you, Spinoni.
He wants to teach us about basketball. That JJ Redick thinks that he can teach us about basketball. I know, JJ. Here's the other thing, JJ. Just because your son plays in some high-level AAU 10U thing, he's like, everyone needs to play man-to-man defense. JJ, I dare you to come to third grade St. Brendan's B basketball practice with these little boys, and you try to explain man-to-man concepts in a 1 hour.
I think JJ Redick could do that.
In a 1 hour, once-a-week setting. I disagree with you, Bonte.
I come on, put some respect on
That's
JJ
Duke
Redick.
University, right?
I mean, I'm not going to. Come on, man.
What do you mean?
What are we going to disrespect JJ Redick? The guy played in the league for 15 years. He knows something about
AAU basketball, where you have multiple practices a week for multiple hours, and everyone's all in on basketball versus babysitting a bunch of third graders who are playing because their parents signed them up and literally don't know how to dribble. Like, all I'm saying is, JJ, take a deep breath. We know you're God's gift to basketball, but just remember there are a lot of people participating in basketball and in youth sports who have no intentions of making it a career for themselves. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
There are many more people who participate in youth sports to have fun and play with their friends and for the parents to have a couple of hours of getaway time. That's all I'm getting at.
The only part of that pod I did like was when they were talking about Rondo being a good coach, but he would never want to coach. Thought that was interesting. Rajon Rondo being a head coach.
The hair. I didn't know he grew his hair out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. His son is
one of the most underrated players of the last 20 years is Rajon Rondo, by the way.
I agree. Legit point guard. Love Rajon Rondo. Go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Look, I mean, I saw the poll question you guys had up on YouTube, and I just wanted to chime in on that. I don't think they're going to be a destination for free agents this offseason for two reasons. I mean, they're trending in the wrong direction. At best, they're a play-in team right now. So if you're a free agent, you're typically looking to go to a team that's finishing in the top four in their conference and is trending upward, and the Warriors are the opposite of that. But number two, I don't think the selling point of coming to play with Steph Curry holds the same weight as it did 3, 4, 5 years ago. I think, if you're a free agent, you're looking to go play with someone like a Nikola Jokic, like a Giannis Antetokounmpo, like a team like Boston, for example, that gives you the best chance to win. And the Warriors just don't do that. And I think, this is a culmination right now of a lot of missteps that the team has made over the last several years. I mean, they're stuck in the luxury tax. They have not drafted as well as ideally you would have liked to see them draft. You talk about them needing more shooting, and they didn't really address shooting in this draft or in the previous draft. They don't have a lot of draft capital moving forward, so they're stuck there. And at this point, I would almost think it'd be better for them to miss out on the play-in entirely, just because that would give the front office and Joe Lacob more ammo to approach a guy like Steph Curry with and say, look, we tried running it back this year. It did not work out. We have to make significant changes moving forward. I don't know what those changes are, but I would think the best course of action for them would be miss the play-in and try to rebuild as much as you can over the offseason.
Good call, Alex. Let's go to...
before you continue, and I know you want to go to the lines, but I would say losing to the Lakers in the play-in and missing out completely, they're so close. I don't think...
There's no difference to me.
That's what... To me, there's not a big difference.
You're in 10th place. You're in a you're in elimination
what is there?
games.
14 or 15 in each, right?
Teams?
Yes.
Yes.
So 5 teams are better than you, basically.
Yeah.
Or you're better than
exactly.
in all of the Western Conference, for crying out loud.
San Antonio, Portland, Houston, and Utah right now, the worst in the Warriors. Oh, this
I don't want to see Dylan Brooks in down the stretch.
Well, listen to this call. Big Dave and Sally Hedro. Want to talk about spicing things up.
Spice it up.
Big Dave. It's happening.
Sprinkle some cayenne.
I'm going to be quick, guys, because it looks like my phone's low on battery. But before I start, I just want to say, Rondo, come on, man, that guy's a joker. Didn't he just get swooped on for a gun? Didn't he get accused of pulling a gun on his?
All right, maybe. Yeah. Let's move on. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I was just talking about the basketball player. I was unaware, buddy.
Yeah, I wanted to throw that out there. But a long-time listener, you guys, so I love your show. Yeah, with regards to Jonathan Kuminga, I love the guy. But this is the truth of the matter is we're probably like 2 to 3 years away from him being a potential All-Star, right? Potential All-Star. In 2 to 3 years, we all know, we don't know what Curry's going to look like. You know what I mean? So, honestly, he's our number one trade chip. We need to make something happen now. I would package him with Wiggins in the offseason and see what we can get, throwing in a couple draft picks. But we need a difference maker. And I'm sorry I don't see him, even if he is a potential All-Star. I don't see him, carrying the torch and leading us to, another championship. I just don't see that. So anyway, that's my thought on it.
To trade him, he's only making what, $5 or $6 million this year. You'd have to get something of significance of a guy who makes big money. You'd have to staple a couple of other things together. So Kuminga, again, going back to the restrictions of the salary cap and where they're at and how difficult it is to make a move, to be able to get something back for Kuminga, you don't just trade Kuminga, hypothetically, Kuminga for Paul George. No, it's got to be Kuminga, Wiggins, something else.
But aren't we trying to keep Kuminga? He's one of the young assets. He's athletic.
I'm trying to.
What are you gonna
It's got to be the right. I mean, it's like we're talking about Giannis and Embiid.
Yeah, not kidding.
I know we're not getting those, but I'm just saying, like, those are the only.
I mean, I don't think you have. Oh, man, this offseason is going to be rich.
That's BS, man.
It's going to be some offseason. The names are going to be thrown around. Are we going to throw Bradley Beal's name around again? Are we done with that one?
Next question.
Or is it Miles Turner?
Next question.
Who's the guys that we always talk about every off? Siakam.
Remember that offseason of Ben Simmons?
Oh, my God, I do remember that offseason. The guy's out. He's out for the season again.
You can stop asking that question.
Miles Turner. Who else?
You don't have to ask that again.
Who was another? Bradley Beal, Miles Turner, Siakam, OG Anunoby.
Avery Bradley for a minute.
Avery Bradley was there. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, who's going to be the sexy names that we talk about never come close to this offseason? Let's go to Mark in Berkeley. Mark, what's happening? DeJounte Murray.
Can Dunleavy land the big one?
Hey, you guys realize a year has gone by since I called and said anything can happen in a 7-game series. Remember that?
I do remember.
Got beat by the Lakers?
Yeah, I remember.
And you agree?
I remember.
And we're a year later, and I'm going to say it again. And these aren't just new fans. These are Bay Area fans. They always go for the other teams. I don't know what it is. They're hard on our team. I would never talk bad about the Warriors now that they've won all these championships. I just don't understand some of these fans. They're negative, and I think they're great.
I know they are negative.
And I think if Curry is gone, he's not going to just be gone. That would mean 4 great players came to us. So that's a stupid thing to say if he's just gone. And I don't ever want him to be traded. I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
There you go, Mark. There you go, Mark. Look, man, the hell with the fans. It's not every fan, but a lot of these fans that we're talking about are the same fans who will wake up in the morning and tweet at us and call us all kind of names in the book. Like, so I'm not, these guys get mad and angry and start calling you names. I don't care. What the hell with that? What the hell with that? You guys wanted Pods in the starting lineup, right? You guys, it's just unbelievable, man. Richie in Queens. Richie, what's happening?
Hey, guys, how are you?
I've been better.
I know. Yeah, I'm listening to you, and as I'm listening, I'm watching the worst basketball, how to play basketball in the NCAA tournament, I think, in 40 years. Grand Canyon. Did you watch that at all, anybody?
No, I was looking at pre- and post-game show.
It was horrendous. Up and down, no direction, great athletic guys, just one-on-one. It was just the epitome of how not to play team basketball. But a couple of points, guys. I was just on New York radio real quick with the Giants, if I may, and they're saying, well, we really didn't want Blake Snell, and, he only goes 6 2/3. Well, the average is 7.2 innings, and if you get 6 2/3, that's a plus in this world. So I was kind of like, because you didn't get him, now all of a sudden he's not viable. He's going to be such an asset for us. With the Warriors, guys, I called you a while ago. I'm a New York Knicks fan, but I also root for the Warriors when the Knicks are not in it. And they were 5 up, in the 10th spot. And now, Houston's gone 9-1. Van Fleet has really been a tough player. I think the April 4th game at Rockets are going to come down to be a big game with the Golden State against the Rockets. So,
hey, Richie,
and
all these are big games coming up for the Warriors, Richie.
The schedule, and I mean, they got the Jazz twice, the Golden State, so you got to win each game. I agree, but it's really been a tough year, and the Knicks on my side, with all the injuries, have played really well. So, you get to the playoffs, and you just wonder if you can make that move. But I think the big guys over the last 10 games, especially Curry, have really got to step up. Like Anthony Davis stepped up last night. Your Draymond and Klay and Curry have just got to really step up the last 10 games and kind of lead the way. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of talk about what to do with them.
Yeah.
And guys, everything comes to an end. We saw that with Posey, Crawford, and Belt.
Yeah,
we never thought they'd wind down.
Right. You're not wrong.
I thought they'd wind down.
The downfall's coming and it's coming hard. Is that what we're saying? Excited about the Giants.
What record did I say after the Milwaukee game?
I don't remember.
14-6 or something like that.
What are they?
Was it 20 or 21 games?
22 games.
And then what did you say?
17-5.
Okay.
But I was kind of,
whatever.
If you guys want to take it seriously, I actually, you know what? Karen Burke brought that up yesterday. Her husband was listening to the show. He goes, "Oh man, they were clowning, saying 17-5, blah 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 blah." I think they've already lost, 6 games?
Yeah, so 1 loss against Chicago, 1 loss against San Antonio. Then they beat San Antonio. Then a loss against Dallas. Then a win against the Lakers. Then a loss against New York. Then they beat the Grizz. And then they lost back-to-back to Indiana.
So that's 6 losses already.
Yeah.
And they have 12 games left.
Yeah, we might both be way
7-5.
17-5.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
All right.
So they've got how many games left?
12.
All right.
They've had to go undefeated to match your record. I'm already eliminated.
Yeah, I
was eliminated yesterday.
So let's recalibrate. 12 games left.
I don't even want to play this game. I don't even want to play this game.
I'm going to read them off. Miami.
Oh, I know the schedule.
Orlando.
Oh, I know.
Charlotte. San Antonio again. Dallas, Houston, Dallas. Utah, Lakers. Them pesky Portland Trailblazers. New Orleans and Utah.
The Chauncey Billups game.
That Thursday game against the Rockets is going to feel like a finals game for
Warriors
Dylan
will
Brooks.
finish 9-3 over the next 12. Maybe 10-2.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Why do I feel like 6-6 is the number I'm
I don't even know.
All
Real
right.
quick. Hey, Draymond. This is what I wanted to play.
A lot of things. We have too many breakdowns. You just can't win having breakdowns. You have breakdowns, it changes momentum, and momentum in this league is not it's not easy to get back. So they're an NBA team too, and by the standings, they're a much better NBA team than us. So if you can't not have breakdowns, you're going to lose. And if you play against a team that is technically better than you and you have breakdowns, you're always going to lose. And that's why we lose a lot right now.
Fast 5.
No. That's gone too far.
All right, my final thought is it's a great slate of women's college basketball games today in the tournament. We got Juju Watkins playing later on tonight at USC. I don't know if anybody watched the Stanford game last night.
Oh, yeah, she fouled out and they still won.
Dude, back-to-back threes. It was a fascinating basketball game. In overtime, Stanford advanced to the Sweet 16. You got Caitlin Clark in Iowa playing later today. You got UConn playing today. A lot of good games, a lot of good talent on display in the women's basketball tournament. Cannot wait for that.
So to piggyback on Draymond, I guess the Warriors are Tom Petty. Break down. Go ahead and give it to me. What? I got nothing on that?
I thought you were going to say free fall, and I was give you a 4.
I didn't even think of that one. He says breakdown like 5 times, so I went with breakdown. Okay.
Breakdown. I think we broke down today on the show. The fact is, we're nitpicking on who's finishing. Like, come on, man. They go as the big guys.
It's coming hard.
I mean, what do you want me to say? Hey, guys, don't tune in.
Go ahead.
We'll get back to you on Thursday when the Giants start.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna draw.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
I'm a U.S. men's national team fan all the way. Huge win for the red, white, and blue over Mexico. 2-0 in the CONCACAF Nation League's final. That's 3 straight trophies over Mexico. There's no rivalry anymore.
Where do I go see these trophies? Like, where's the trophy case?
The Capitol?
The White House?
Yeah. It's USA. Actually, that's a great question. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a great question. I'm not sure.
I'm just asking.
No, it's a good point.
So over the weekend, the NFL coaches took their annual coaches group photo.
The best.
And so Good Morning Football's been kind of breaking it down and stuff like that. But if there was ever a Baldy's breakdown that we need, I need Baldy going through all 32 of these head coaches and breaking down how they looked in each picture. Kyle Shanahan looks like he's 10 years older every year. Robert Saleh had his eyes closed. The Harbaughs sitting next to each other. That's the Baldy breakdown I need. Also, thank you to everybody who tuned in to Shasky and I yesterday on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Bonte, you called in. Thank you. Mark Willard called in. Guru called in. So thank you very much for you guys for taking part.
I thought I was the only one calling in, and they love it because, we had Willard on and Guru on. I almost hung up the phone. It's like, I got to follow those guys up? Damn.
Wow.
You
guys
batting in the 3-hole.
Hey, damn. I'm a leadoff hitter. No, I'm kidding. It was fun. Fun Giants talk. We better get used to some Giants talk.
6 months of fun Giants talk.
I like Brock Purdy.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
I'm happy with Patrick Bailey.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I mean, God.
No, I'm excited about the Giants this year. I'm intrigued and I'm excited because I think they got some pieces here. I'm more optimistic about them than Shasky.
Real quick before we break, Shohei Otani speaking to the media today. We'll definitely talk about that on the show tomorrow.
Does anyone believe? I'm not going to believe much.
Well, no, but there will be a lot of questions.
You hope that there's a lot of questions. LA market tough?
Is he going to pull a Mark McGwire? I'm not here to talk about that.
Who's going to be his translator? It's going to be the interpreter.
He has a new one.
Did you hear the guy lied on his resume too? Apparently never went to the school that they said he went to. And I mean, there's just...
Or are they just making that up?
I don't even know. Dude, this thing is just getting out of control.
Wow. All right. That was a fun show, man. Warriors and Heat tomorrow. It's a lot to discuss, man. We'll get to some Giants tomorrow, but the Warriors, man, they are on the top of mind, man. What is going to happen over the next 12 games? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Guru, Steiny are ready to roll alongside Evan Giddings. That'll be coming up from 10 to 2 here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good Monday, everybody.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
I'm out.
I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised this morning, Goo. Just a little surprised. Well, just at the amount of.
Is that me or
no? That's
okay,
me.
all right.
Just the amount of I was the word upsetness about the Warriors' loss yesterday. I just came in and logged on to the great YouTube chat, and they're having the question on the poll is, will the Warriors be a destination for free agents this summer? I was listening to Joe and Bonte on the way in. Boy, they were not happy about that loss yesterday. They've got concerns. And I guess I just think it's interesting, Goo, that
talk to me, Steiny.
I mean, you're on the road against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are one game out of the first place in the entire Western Conference. I get you want to win every game, but why that game are people really upset about? That's going to be a tough game one way or the other. You hung in there, and I get it. They got to win, and there's got to be urgency, but boy, that's a tough one to demand for the Warriors to win in a season like this.
Well, this is just me, Steiny, because we haven't talked since Friday. The Kerr thing with the minute is odd, and I'll give you my thoughts. I don't understand it, but that's not that was part of the reason they lost. But we're burying the lead. I'm going Ice Cube. I cannot get over what happened at home here Friday night against the Indiana Pacers, to where the Warriors looked old. They looked slow collectively. And if you look at the birth certificate for every Golden State Warrior player, Snotty, some are up there, but all of them are not. They got youth. But yet you let the Pacers come in here. You didn't get back on defense. This team has a colossal problem with guarding the perimeter. And I'm talking about older guys, younger guys. So that's where I'm at. I'm starting from Indiana. And for Steve Kerr to have to sit down the team on a Saturday before yesterday's game, like a high school team, and show the lapses on defense when you got the maestro and arguably you're one of the greatest defenders that we've seen in Draymond Green, and now this team all of a sudden is just, they're cones on defense. So I'm dealing with that pain going into yesterday's game, to where, you know what, they got up off the mat. They still didn't close out on the perimeter. So that's just a team-wide issue. They have breakdowns in regard to concept of switching, Steiny. I don't think a lot of these guys know what they're supposed to do when it comes to switching. So the team defense is like poisoned or tainted. But all in all, I don't understand why Steph Curry, all of a sudden, Coach Kerr is going to say, this is the game, we're going to preserve you. And you had a 3-point lead to start the fourth. You go down 4, and Curry at the 8:56 mark, had you put him in there, would have played 30 or 31 minutes, which would have been the norm, and you got Houston on your ass. To me, hearing Coach Kerr say he doesn't think that had any outcome of the game on the game blew me away. When you brought in the chef, you tied it up 104-104. So, Coach, just from my vantage point, Steiny, a minute of Curry, 30 seconds of Curry, 2 minutes of Curry makes a hell of a difference.
You don't know that.
I will take my chances with that. What do you mean you don't know that? It's better than him not on the bench, and you have been the president of, hey, you're running this guy in the ground, and now you ended up being right. But why now when you need the games after tricking off the game against the Pacers, Steiny?
Well, Steph Curry played 12 minutes against the Pacers. He played all 12 minutes of the fourth quarter against the Pacers.
Yeah, he was
1 for 7 in the fourth quarter.
No doubt.
In the fourth quarter against the Pacers. So it stands to reason that 2 days later, Steve Kerr's probably going to say, how many minutes are we going to play Steph Curry in the fourth quarter? And he decided on 6 minutes and 54 seconds, and Steph ended up playing 30 minutes, 29:50, and now we're talking about 2 minutes. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about should he have brought
Curry back sooner.
And I'll just tell you what.
But your Friday example, go ahead, Stein.
Well, I'm just telling you what
he was off Friday. You're right. I said.
Listen, it's not me saying it. What I'm hearing from either Steve Kerr or Mike Dunleavy or the front office, what I'm hearing is that Steph can't do it for us 34 minutes a night like we've been expecting him to do it for us this season. Like that's what I'm hearing. We can't keep doing it like we're doing it with Steph playing 34 minutes and us expecting him to carry us like he has in years past. I hear we're not good enough. I hear he's not good enough. And I hear Steve Kerr and Steph Curry trying to figure out what the minutes are there. Let's take a listen to Steph after this game. He played 29 minutes, 50 seconds.
With me, obviously, comparing it to last game and my normal rotation, like I want to play as many minutes as I'm fresh and able to. So a little bit, knowing that they were just going on a run, the league was kind of withering away. So, we played the whole fourth quarter and then against Indiana. It didn't work out. This didn't work out. So we got to find somewhere in the middle.
Wow. And he did say the words, Donnie. He went produce. He said fresh. So, again, that I didn't come in here to, go in on Kerr. I just thought it was odd. But the biggest dose of reality for your partner right here is if this is what they're going to do and we're going to get less Steph Curry, which doesn't automatically guarantee you the ultimate Steph Curry when he's on the court, he's human. But, Stoney, the more I look at what's going on, the one-game lead over Houston, I really see a scenario to where they just missed the play-in. Because technically, I left here Friday, I didn't tell you, they're not a top 8 seed. So if this were yesteryear, which it's not, they wouldn't even be a playoff team. But I'm just hearing, not quit, Draymond say, I don't give a damn about the Rockets. And I guess what was he supposed to say? Oh, I'm worried about them. But I'm just hearing stuff like the race is over. Like the fans are all in this, and I think that's why they're in an uproar. But yesterday was another, and I know it's a good team. You cited Minnesota's record, but damn, Steiny, is it that hard or is it wrong of fans to expect them to close out a game? This was another 13 games of 12, and I know it's the league. Leads come and they go, but you lead the league. You're tied with 12-point leads blown at 13 this season. And I can't, maybe it's age. I don't know why it's happening.
It's age. It's execution. It's the fact they have too many young players playing too many minutes. They have too many old players playing too many minutes. Steph and Klay aren't making big shots like they've made in the past, probably due to age. Draymond Green's not quite the defensive player. It's a million different things that come up an inch short night after night after night, and it ends up getting you beat. I don't think it's one thing or the other, to tell you the truth. 888-957-9570 is the number. I guess my question is, are we really... So Steph came back into that game with 6:54 to go. They were down 8. They got a bucket right away to get it to 5, and they ended up pulling even in the game. And this is one of those things where I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I got to believe that Steve Kerr thinks, and that is that Steve Kerr's got to believe if he had put Steph Curry back in that game with 9 minutes to go or 10 minutes to go, that the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game, he wouldn't have been able to get it done because he wants to keep that last stretch, reasonable. Steph played 12 minutes. He played the whole fourth quarter on Friday. He was 1 for 7.
Yeah, it was bad.
Okay, so then what do you do the next night? He brings him back with 7 minutes to go, essentially. He probably wanted to get him more time, but they got down 8, so he brought him back in the game. I think what he's got to be thinking is, if I bring him back in with 9:30, I know that he can't play 9:30 at a high level in a game like this against that particular team. So what do? You just going to play him 9 minutes every fourth quarter? I mean, back 5 or 6 years ago, we were talking about when do you bring Steph Curry back? And everybody was like, 6 or 7 would be great. Most people wanted 8 or 9, but that was 4 or 5 years ago that the people wanted 8 or 9. Now I think Steve Kerr's telling you it can't be 9. We can't do it that way.
Or the play is telling you. Just
exactly.
So I'm being real with you because you know what I want from this season. I'm about to tell you. Steiny, I'd give my right arm to see this Warrior team make it to the play-in. As an organization, how important do you think that is for them this morning after what they're watching and seeing, especially now, if this is something we're going to see moving forward with? We can't run him in the ground. What did Kerr say? He can't just do it for 15 years. And Friday was a bad game for him, but he still was hot to trot yesterday. He hit some big shots. So did Klay. But damn, Steiny, I think a minute or two could have been the difference in them winning or losing. But I'm wondering from afar, how important is the play-in game to this organization?
I don't think it matters.
And you know what? I'm not there.
But Draymond Green wants the play-in game.
You asked me, I'm saying no.
I think NBA players know. I think they know
that if we're even a part of it, we really ain't in it.
They know they can't get it. They can't get it done.
Well, Miami and the Lakers did something for me, but
I'm just telling you what I think. Yeah. Does it look like they're Miami and the Lakers?
No.
Right now?
Steph averaging 33 minutes on the season going into yesterday's game, 32.7.
Okay. So what are we talking about there? Like, is that too many? Is that too little? I mean, I find it, I'll tell you what, I would find it a joke if they're a Warrior fan. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's what cost us this season. The way Steve Kerr handled Steph Curry.
Oh,
he played way too many minutes. Steve Kerr is telling you he doesn't believe that the best way to go is Steph playing the last 9 or 10 minutes a game.
Mm.
And look, the proof's the proof. They're under 500 in close games this year. Here's what Steve Kerr was talking about with limiting Steph's minutes.
We're trying to keep him around 30, trying to get him as much rest as we can. We've played him a lot of minutes, played him 35 2 days ago. So as long as we were hanging in there, then we wanted to limit the minutes a little bit. Not limit them, but not overplay him.
All right, and here's a little more real quick.
We got Chris Paul out there. We got Klay. We got Draymond. We got great players out there. So, we can't expect to just ride Steph game after game after game. These last few weeks have been really tough on him. We've put the burden of this franchise on his shoulders for 15 years. We can't expect him to play 35 minutes. We got 5 games in 7 days on this road trip. So if you want to say that him playing 30 minutes instead of 32 is the difference in the win and the loss, I totally disagree with that. And we're trying to win the game. We're trying to keep him fresh too.
Anybody got a problem with that? Yeah. Who has a problem with that? He's telling you exactly what their thinking is. So you can disagree, but the thinking's the thinking. And the thinking is 5 games in 7 nights, and we're playing Steph 30 minutes a night. That's our goal. That's what we have to do. It's unfair to ask him to play anymore.
Mm. Well, I'll tell you what.
So what's the problem, Warrior fans?
For me, I get sad. And the reason I get sad is if that's what's about to happen, I don't think you have the necessary skill or the players to make up for those 2 minutes. And that's the reality. So if this is going to be the norm down the stretch, Steiny, then I've conditioned myself to be like, you know what? Maybe they're not going to make the play-in.
Well, but let's be honest. He's played. It sounded to me what Steve Kerr was saying was he's been playing 33 minutes a night. Now he's going to 30. Well, they're 500 with him at 33 minutes a night. Is 30 minutes a night really that different if you're the Warriors?
Well, yesterday I thought it could have been had he been in there a minute or two.
But that's fine. Yeah. And it's Steph Curry, and he should be. But how? Like what are the results? They don't just win because he plays the last 5 minutes of every close game. They're 19-22, I think I heard, in the joke of a clutch time game.
Yeah.
Well, like what? I mean,
who can create their own shot, Steiny, when he's not on the court?
Well, even when he's on the court,
like Friday night, he was bad, and it wasn't just offense; it was defense. Like the guys were taking shots, and Steph was one of them, and not getting back. And them hard beating the Warriors like that. That's high. What are we doing? Like, we're really here, and you got to spend Saturday showing these guys blown defensive assignments? So to me, I'm going poker, Steiny. That's buy-in. And you got the likes of Draymond Green and Gary Payton, everybody. And you can't guard the perimeter.
No.
And you don't know what you're doing when you're switching. Like, so whatever team plays the Warriors, we're going to get the greatest look. We might not make them, and that's disheartening as a fan.
Are guys underachieving, or do they not have the right roster?
I think it's both. Okay,
well, then you're in a heap of trouble. You know, I mean, honestly, and this is what I've been thinking for the last while, and that is, you know, the idea that this team, we can make a run. We could get to the finals.
Oh, you're talking to me.
We could get to the play-in. We won it 2 years ago. It's like, forget about this year. I mean, you guys have been in a dynasty. This may be worse than you. Like,
wow.
Warrior fans need to allow for the fact that you might not make the playoffs for 2 or 3 years.
Oh, man.
Like, you may miss the playoffs this year, and, how do we get back in a year? You don't.
You got to reset.
You miss the playoffs next year, and then maybe the year after that. Like, why? It has always confounded me that there's a big percentage of Warrior fans that actually just think you get to have a dynasty, and it will just continue and continue.
Wow, man.
And even when it's not a dynasty, you're still winning 2 playoff series. Like, it's within the realm of possibility the Warriors could be at the beginning of a dry spell here. Do I think it is? It may be.
Like, you don't sound crazy. A month ago, I'd be like, Steiny, come on, you're quitting. And listen.
Steph's 36 years old.
Oh, man.
He's 36 years old.
What if I told you, and some are out there saying this, and I'm being real, you and Evan can chime in as Badoni, maybe he could get his rest after the season, since we only got about umpteen games left. Like, are we really going to get this close and then cut his minutes back? Or are you telling us something, Coach, and front office, that, hey, you saw Friday, we let him play the whole 4. He's not 26, so that's scary. But I love hard. All my faults. I love hard. I got in the caddy this morning. I actually went to bed with it, and I hit you and Evan with it in the green room. Let's say, and this is not a defeatist attitude, let's say the Warriors finish 11th. Then they would essentially keep their pick. They could go win the lottery, and you go, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Michael Jordan's not in this. So that was sobering if it went that way, but I'm trying to find a positive.
Just look at it this way. They don't have their pick this year. Look at it that way. That's the easiest way to look at it.
But then I would have to be subject to the lottery, seeing that guy bringing up the envelope.
Yeah, they have to miss the playoffs, and then they win the lottery with 10 teams worse than them. I mean, if you want to go there,
but there's not. Okay,
feel free.
I guess I am, but like you said, Goo,
then they have to get one of the top 4 picks. In other words, they'll be the 11th worst team, but they have to jump up in the lottery.
This just feels, I don't want to say messy, because messy insinuates bad and backstabbing. It's not that. Well, it's like, Steiny, you're right. They've been great for so damn long.
Great point by the 510 here.
This is it.
And this is a fact.
What?
Curry's not resting. He's playing in the Olympics. It's a great point, 510. Let's go to Ben. Ben's in Oakland. Hey, Ben, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, Steiny. Hey, I just called to give some appreciation to the Warriors for finally losing enough that we can give up. Before the Minnesota game, the Godfather, they keep pulling me back in. I was convinced they were going to win by 20 and people would be talking about championships again. But now I can finally let it go. So I just wanted to say thank you to the Warriors.
Ben, hold on a sec. Because I do want to get into this. And because I think there's a portion of fans out there that are like you. You won 2 years ago, and it was a surprise, and we're all appreciative of it. But it caused the team to stay down a certain direction, and you're afraid that unless this kind of becomes obvious to everybody that we got to move in a different direction, that it won't. So you want to make it clear that it needs to move in a different direction.
Yeah, definitely. I called in last week and said the only reason that we beat the Celtics in the finals is because we lost in the play-in the year before to give the guys some rest. Now, at the Olympics, we can't get the rest. But, but at least now I don't have to watch every minute and die. It's good. We're good.
It's not over, though. It's not over. I hear you.
It is over.
It is.
Good.
What's not over?
The season.
The Warriors,
no, well, that's true. He's right. The season's not over.
But we're not trying to win a playoff round or
I hear you, man.
rounds.
I hear you.
It's obvious we're not going to win the championship, so we've got to do something different.
Let me leave you with this before you go. I told Stoney and Evan, and I heard Bonte mention this, and today might not be the day, but if you dare let Klay Thompson go with this skill set in a league that has shooting, oh my gosh, then what do you what do you really have outside of Curry?
Well, the young guys are doing good, and it looks like there's finally, with Dunleavy is finally drafting players Kerr wants to play. So we love Bob Myers, but he drafted all these guys that Kerr wouldn't play. So if we have another draft with more four-year seniors, maybe we get that giant dude from Purdue.
My man.
All right.
Yeah, he drops to 36 in the draft. Thanks.
I'm trying to laugh from crying.
Well, he'll be there in the second round.
And I'm trying to intersperse some reality in here. And, yeah, I get it. If Klay leaves, Klay's shooting 38% from three. I mean,
45 since he's gone to the bench.
Right. And
I'm loving it.
But this is what I mean. The bottom line is you can continue to throw number after number at me about what Klay's shooting now, what he shot in the beginning of the year, Wiggins and how he's been pretty good for the last 18, and Draymond Green when he plays, and Steph Curry this, that, and the other thing. And look at Kuminga taking it to the next level. They're 36 and 30. They're 38 and 36 or whatever it is.
2 games over.
36 and 34. 34 and 32. Whatever it is. They're 2 games over 500. Like, to me, when that happens, I don't, like, I get we're talking about Steph should have come back with 9, but that's what 500 teams end up talking about at the end of games, whether Steph Curry should have played 2 more minutes. 500 teams talk about, well, Klay's shooting 42% since this period of time.
Right.
We've been 500 anyway. Well, Andrew Wiggins has been doing this here a little more. He's picked it up, and he's made some threes, and da-da-da, and he's a 10. Okay. And like nothing, there's nobody making an impact on this team that changes winning or losing.
Can you understand, though, before we go to break, can you understand how the players and just the fans would have felt, Stoney, if they could have somehow closed that game?
Well, hopefully they wouldn't have felt too much different than they feel now, because it just would have meant they won a game against this team. And they'd be 20 and 22 in close games instead of 19 and 23. And, I mean, I guess my question is, let's say that Steph Curry makes one of those fadeaways, those desperation threes. Let's say Klay banks in the 3, and do you think things then would have changed? That the direction of the season would be changing?
Well, that's the hope.
Okay. Well,
and they keep getting left. All of us keep getting left at the altar.
Well, even when they win, we're left at the altar.
Minnesota didn't run them out of the gym. They were. I hear you.
Well, no, then I'm not. Then this is what people maybe need to understand: is we're a 500 team, and that team's battling for first in the Western Conference. You know what? Maybe that wasn't a bad effort by us, but you know what? The reality of the situation is that. You look at a team like Minnesota, I look at a team like Minnesota, the Warriors go in there, they're a 500 team, it's not a game they should win, they hung in there, they didn't win, I wake up today, everybody's really upset, and I'm thinking, why are they upset? Oh, that's right, because they still all think the Warriors are better than they actually are. They're not. They're not better than they actually are. 888-957-9570 is the number. You jump into the conversation. 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
I lost. I'm out. Thompson to Draymond. Dangerous pass. Shoveled it out to Payton. Hand off Curry. Back to Payton. Down the lane. To the cup. Layup. No good. He missed it. And the rebound pulled away. Oh, my goodness. Your GP2 won't have a better look all year.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You gotta make that one. I know it's just a layup. I'm not blaming GP2, but damn, that was shout out Bugs and Looney Tune. That was a buddy.
No, why wouldn't you blame him? He missed the layup.
There were other plays that went into yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well then blame other people. Blame Peyton, but now you can start blaming everybody else.
I wasn't feeling Kuminga's energy. I texted him, where were you this weekend? You were nowhere to be found on the Vine. Your Twitter's gone. I went to tweet you. Where you been?
I'll tell you where I was.
What's happening with you,
I'll tell you where I was Saturday.
Where?
Friedman's Appliance.
How was that?
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. I went over there with my buddy Dana, saw a bunch of listeners, saw SJ Jazz fan, saw Ernie Chavez.
Give me, those are my
Derek
guys.
in Detroit.
Give me Drew
Detroit.
down. Did he show?
Did not see.
Okay.
Well, Ernie Chavez, I didn't know Ernie's buddy who was there with a yellow shirt.
Ernie?
No, the guy who was with Ernie.
Spadoni, the Laker shirt.
Rockin' New Era was there.
Who?
Rockin' New Era.
Oh,
Dude,
that's right.
crazy.
That's who it was. It was Rockin'
And then
New
San Jose
Era.
Jazz fan and Mrs. San Jose Jazz.
Yes.
Oh, that's dope.
Yes.
How long did
And
you
my
stay?
buddy Derek from Detroit.
How long did you stay?
Oh, not that long. About 2.5 hours. Dude,
After party?
that was the party,
Oh,
dude. You
okay,
think
I
I'm
got
kidding?
you. No, I know you
So they had
told
the
me.
red tag sale out at Friedman's, and they had 12 venues that were cooking food.
Oh boy!
So they had food, they had drink, they had a band.
Drink or
They had
drink? DRANK.
Drink. They had beer. They had beer and like root beer and beers and soft drinks and wine and stuff like that.
I saw
They had
Grandy and
a
Evan
band.
holding it down.
Did you hear me say they had a band? They had a band in the appliance store.
Come on, man!
It's incredible. Yeah.
Dum,
We're gonna go. Dana and I were gonna go watch games somewhere.
Yeah,
we stayed at Friedman's for 2.5 hours.
No TV though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You could.
They had the game on.
You know, you could find it.
That's dope. They had a better weekend than the Warriors.
Yeah. Anyway, the Warriors.
Oh man.
Which game? So
Indiana bothered me more.
Sure.
Okay. But if we're going to boil all this down to effort, I'm not into that. Oh, they played hard. They showed up.
Okay.
That's the price of admission. But what I saw at home Friday, the buzzer beaters by Halliburton, things do happen. But Steiny, I'm talking about the feel.
So where are you with this team right now?
I'm aware if they don't make it to the 11th, Spadoni put this up on the Vine, it's a colossal failure. Because the Rockets were in Mars. They weren't even a thought of taking you out of the 10th. The 10th was a given. And it has a collapse feel to me if you don't get to 10.
I can't disagree with you.
I cannot. If you don't get to 10 and we're Danny White, 11, I'm out.
Well, the other thing is I think Evan he does this to me. I want to say he put out on social media from 95.7 right after all the Curry thing happened I was like, well, no way they fall to 11th. The Warriors, they were like 5 ahead of the
Remember
Rockets.
you told me that.
By the way, that's
8 in a row.
That's
or
the
9.
problem. That's the problem. The Warriors are 3-6 since they beat the Bucks that night. 3-6.
What happened, man?
Well, they lost the next night, even with Curry playing most of the night against
Chicago,
the Bulls.
Yeah.
They've had a problem all year.
2 Friday night, Siakam.
Yeah.
And that was after the 19 finals. Only a few saw what Siakam was doing to Dre.
None of the 3 champions are
who's carrying
playing
their
at the
weight.
level.
Steph's and maybe he ain't doing it the best. Stein, that's my only answer. And Pods. And he
would you give
what did you say? They were being unfair to him.
Would you give any player the grade of an A this year?
Yes, I would.
Who?
Jonathan Kuminga.
I would.
I would.
Wow.
Because you know why? And I'm grading with a curve. He could have fell off.
What's Curry? Okay. He gets an A. What's Curry get?
B. Not a B plus, just a B.
Okay. And what's Klay give you?
Klay, a C plus.
Draymond?
C minus. No, I'm giving Dre a D because I have the 90% of another rat is what he did by not being available. So I'm giving Dre a D. I'm being real. What other grade would you give him? And if you just focus in on the play, he's taking the ball out of the hoop a lot more than he ever has. And now I'm watching him look at Pajimski, or he's looking at everybody else as why the other team scored.
I didn't.
I like grades.
I just threw it out there. Steph's a C this year. Jim in the 707. Wow. What's up, Jim? How you doing?
Whoa. That's right. You got to explain that.
It doesn't matter what the grades are. The grade is 36 and 34.
So what?
You know, as a Warrior fan over the last 10 years, we've been so blessed. 10, 12 years, we've been so blessed.
Wow, exactly.
This year's a wrap. Anybody who was a Warrior fan before, you know, the Chris Washburn days and Run TMC, we all realize what this is all about. The new recency bias fans are the ones that are, you know, clamoring for playoff runs and extend this as much as we can. But the thing we got going against us is youth. I mean, everybody in the division now, the division's completely flipped. We are last, and we play crappy ball when it comes down the stretch. We turn the ball over left and right. We used to have the youth to be overcome mistakes. We cannot overcome those mistakes anymore, and we're still making the same mistakes over and over. The turnovers are horrible. Yeah. We're passing the ball to the other team. We're inbounding the ball to the other team this last week. I mean, those things don't happen on a championship contending team, and this season's a wrap. If we end up in a 10th place and in a play-in, that's even worse than finishing 11th to me, because we're just extending these guys into the season deeper. We're using Curry more.
Exactly.
I think we just cut it off this season. Play the youth. Play for next year. 2 years down the road, maybe, like you said, Steiny. There's got to be some serious changes, though. And I'm with you. I don't think we should have re-signed Draymond this year. I was against that, too. He's just been non-existent.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to throw the P word at you. And I'm being real.
What is that word?
Where's the pride at in that let's just call the dogs off? Because Steve Kerr don't look like he's going through it. If you watch Kerr, this ain't fun. He looks like he's really like Saturday. He had to show his championship team 4 chips of how bad they looked on defense. Like, where's the pride at? I'm asking the players too, man. You can lose, but where's the pride?
Kerr looks like he's got a headache 24/7 to me. He does not look comfortable. No. He's always red-faced, and you can tell he's seething on what's going on. It's just a no-win situation this year. It's really frustrating to watch. This last month has been hard to watch. It has been just, there's no pride. There's pride.
All the
players have pride to get where they're at. It's a disconnect for me as to what's going on right now. And, you know, and it ain't all Wiggs. Wiggs has been disconnected for a couple of years off and on. It's age to me. And like I said before, in the past, we can have 15, 20 turnovers a game and overcome that with our youth, because Curry is playing down the stretch. He's not able to play that way anymore.
Yeah, Jim, I have a tendency to look at things like you in that regard, and meaning, let's say Klay had banked in a shot late in that game and they win in overtime, and now what?
1 game under?
No. Oh. They win the game, let's say, and now they're 4 games over.
Maybe this sparks that 14-4 that we saw.
Yeah, I got to tell you, in the NBA, when you play 82 games, you play 4 or 5 games a week, I don't think there's a 1-game spark. Mm. I think the only thing that sparks you is 3 to 5 good games in a row, where you get some, you know, they have not really, and I know they went 14-4, but they have not really strung together a consistent stretch of basketball beyond that. And even that had some extenuating circumstances. Now, I don't want to take those away, but, I mean, like, you could make the case, you know, it's time to put the idea of a run away and start thinking, well, what do we do what are we going to do from this point on? I mean, the first question you may have to ask is, how do we moving forward, how do we honor and respect Steph Curry, but not allow him just to dictate every decision we want to make?
I wonder
Not
if
that he
yesterday
would.
started that, Stoney.
I don't know.
We don't know, but about Steve Kerr, can you look at him and tell he's wearing it? Like, this is, like,
I mean,
this is not fun for anybody, but I don't know why I just hearing Dre say, I don't care about the Rockets. Like, that's his prerogative. I can't make, but it's almost like, oh, well, we don't make it. What we don't make it.
But this is also one of the issues of having veterans that have been around for this long. Draymond's 34, 33. He's been playing 12, 13 years. He knows. Wow. He knows they don't have it. He knows. Do you think Draymond Green really thinks that they've got a 9-3 stretch in them right now?
Wow, that's wild,
to get to 9 or 8. Then winning 2 play-ins and running. Come on, that's the one thing that I think
this is
players
difficult,
know.
man. And I'm gonna say,
well, I think you're right. I know it is going to be difficult because the real difficult part, though, is the decisions they're going to have to make. But
like
it
the
doesn't
person
have
just said,
to be.
the free agents want to come here. You don't got free agent money right now. Like, first you got to get the money.
I mean, the problem that.
I don't even. I need a beverage.
To me, one of the
that
issues is
conversation.
that the process of this kind of maybe waning, it's already started, and my way of thinking, I wasn't crazy about, like the Wiggins extension now is. I get it. It wasn't a bad move at the time. No, but it doesn't have to be hurting you right now.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Doug in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man? Doug.
Good morning. I'm doing well.
Hey.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hang it in there, buddy.
Hey, I just want to make maybe like 3 points.
Sure.
The first point is, and I sound like a broken record on this, but this all started last year when they quote unquote wanted to get Steph Curry another championship, and it was obvious early in the season that they weren't going to win until another championship, and they should have developed the young guys. They didn't do that. Second, Steve Kerr and management is so committed to small ball when the league has changed, and he's stubbornly stuck to that. And quite frankly, right now, with what's happened in the last 30 games, he's lost. He doesn't know what to do. He's tried different lineups. Tell me if you don't see that at least a little bit. He doesn't know what to do, and the lineup matches that he's trying to use aren't performing well together. He doesn't know what to do. Gobert plays for the team we played last night. He didn't play Looney. I mean, Looney could have at least bodied him. Those misses that Gobert got, second chance on and dunked them. He could have. Looney would have bodied him. We won championship with Kevon Looney. I'm blanking on the name of our ex-general manager, but he made the statement more than once. Thank God for Kevon Looney. Okay, and Kerr's not playing him. He doesn't know what to do. Finally, I like the points you guys are making about Draymond. It points out to me the dichotomy between Draymond the player, the basketball talent that he is, and Draymond the bad actor. The guy we all feel the same way about Draymond the bad actor, but there's a little bit of an explanation, and I'm going to give him a little bit of a break. For his whole career with the Warriors, he's had to bring the ball up. He's had to he's had to rebound. He's had to play against centers who are, taller than him and outweigh him. I think that in part explains the attitude that he developed that the Warriors shouldn't have let get out of hand as much as it has. He's beaten up. He's really beaten up. He's been asked to do everything.
Yeah.
And no excuse for his behavior, but he's tired. Steph's tired. Steph's carried the team the whole year.
Doug, good points, man.
See it now.
Doug, those are some good points. I think they're all tired.
Yeah. And
all
Draymond's boxing. He's playing basketball/boxing, Stoney, because he's giving up LBSs and height every night. But Your boy Gobert, without Karl Anthony Towns, another rat on the table, they just kind of ho-hum through that game, and he was comfortable all game. Got to give him credit, hit his free throws. But we got TJ. Like, for the people that call and say, hey, it's about the youngsters, then we're rebuilding. But that's an oxymoron when you still got Steph, Klay, and Dre. So something's going to give. I'm holding on hope, Stoney. I want to watch that game, and I know you can be like, Goo, would you rather them not make it than them get swept by Denver? I'd rather them get swept by Denver so the young dudes
there's
could
something in
experience
between there, and that's getting beat in the play-in.
Yeah, well,
you got to win 2 road games to get swept by Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
well, wow,
that would be
a win
for them to get swept by Denver. They will have had to make a little run. The Warriors, they will have had to hold off the Rockets, then win 2 road games.
But I keep going here. Indiana, they had a lead. Stoney, these blown 12-point leads. Is it? I got to ask you. I just got to make sure. Are you saying it's all because of age? I think that's a part of it. But Stoney, they're showing like last night was a winnable game on the road. And it's happened. The Clippers, Denver, even though we just want to just bury our head in the sand and say they can't sustain it, it does make it more frustrating as opposed to just getting beat over the head and not having a chance. And you're sitting there with 3 guys that have done it 4 times. And forget Dre and Klay. Okay, there's been some slippage. You still got the chef and they can't close. And I'm not saying he's not at fault.
He's had slippage too. I mean, this is honestly, Goo, I kind of started to glaze over. It's not going to be there's not one answer to this. Your 3 best your championship core players are old. I said back in the beginning of the year, the one thing where I don't know how this team's going to sustain just everything. Like how do they they've got older players and then their other guys are too young. So their younger players aren't quite there yet and their older players aren't where they used to be. So to me, that just meant it was going to be hard for them to play a real good 48 minutes. Then it was going to be hard for them to play a real good 2 or 3 games back to back. Then it was going to be hard for them to put a week or 2 of good basketball, then a month or so, then a half a season. Then, to be a great team, you got to do it even more than that. This is the sign of a 500 team. It's literally innumerable things that get them beat night in and night out, from Steph Curry to Podziemski to the roster that was put together to Kevon Looney to everything. That's what happens when you don't have the greatness anymore to overcome the smaller margin of error.
And you know what?
People don't want to hear it.
And I'll tell you this, athletically, they're not scaring anybody. And I just feel that way when I watch the Warriors play. Athletically, other teams feel like and maybe the nights they don't run the Warriors down, they're not as afraid of the Warriors anymore, man. And
then what about?
That's a big deal, man.
I mean, the other thing that's you got to at some point put into the equation is if Steph's your best player, but you still think you can be good enough to win a title. Well, what does the team around him look like that doesn't have a player as good as he is at 36, but still is a title team?
Oh, man.
That's going to not be easy either. Or do you just acknowledge you need a player as good or better than Steph? And then, okay, well, then that's another avenue to go down that's really hard to navigate successfully. Let's go to Daniel in Indiana. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, I mean, they had a shot at yesterday's game. There's no doubt about it. They did. Steph Curry played just 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Steve Kerr getting a little heat about a couple minutes. Looking forward to talking about this one. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey.
So, a couple things I just wanted to point out. other than Jonathan Kuminga, the only real we traded basically Jonathan Kuminga for Kevon Looney in the lineup, and we're back to starting that same lineup that Steve Kerr tried to stick with, basically for the majority of the minutes. The only time that we've had any success in the season is they supplementing youth to keep the guys fresh and running deep. And I just feel like, are you guys still there?
Yeah. We're on every word.
You feel like we're on every word.
Yeah. So I feel like it's basically just boiled down to, Steve Kerr trying to do the same thing that he did in the beginning of the season when they ran into that ditch of starting all those same five guys. The same five guys, by the way, last playoffs, he said, this team's just not the team. This team's just not the team. Yes, he's putting TJD in the lineup a little bit more, and that's good, right? But realistically, he's gone down to a 9-man rotation. These guys are older. They're not able to run like they used to. Klay's coming off the bench, which is great, but he's still getting 33 minutes. So they're really starting the exact same lineup that they did last year. They just took out Kevon Looney, moved Draymond into his place, and they're running Kuminga. So why does he expect to have a better result running that same lineup just because he's added Jonathan Kuminga in, to the lineup? It doesn't make sense. Like the only time that we've had that streak of wins was when we were supplementing tons of youth into the lineup, and it created a lot of problem matchups and people not knowing the scouting report and with those guys because they didn't know what to expect, and those guys were hungry.
Well, to me, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the call. To me, it goes back to 3 months ago. I remember Steve Kerr saying that Kuminga and Wiggins, they overlap too much.
Yeah.
And that was when Draymond Green was out. So then Draymond Green came back.
Bam.
And Draymond, I don't know if it was bam, but that's the thing. So to me, Kuminga and Wiggins are not a good tandem overall together. I don't think they are at all. I think they're basically two scorers essentially, and neither of them really helping anybody else out. Neither of them can pass. Neither of them rebound. I don't know. I don't want to go down that road.
It's kind of sad in a sense.
But my point is that when Draymond plays, I will absolutely allow for the fact that he gives them an opportunity to both be individually as successful as possible in the team concept. But he can't take that to championship level with those two guys. I'm talking about Draymond can't do that. Wiggins and Kuminga, what's so crazy about them having overlap? They do.
Yeah.
Neither of them are great rebounders. Neither of them really can put the ball on the floor and create for another player. Both of them are defensively, they got talent, but they're not bringing it every night. They have overlap. So how do you fix that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Lando in San Francisco. Lando, what's going on?
Hey, guys, and neither of those two talk on the floor either, Matt. They're not communicative players. They're not leaders on the floor. That's the only reason they work with Draymond is because Draymond can talk to both of those guys, and they work well. And when you have Kuminga and Wiggins, and then you throw in even Klay and Podziemski, none of those guys are big leaders on the floor. You have to have Draymond or CP3 on the floor at all times with those guys because no one's yelling out where to go defensively if either of those guys aren't on the floor either.
Draymond said, great call. Draymond said, we're too quiet as a team. He called that out, and I think he's getting tired of it.
Hey, we got to go. I'm up against it. Hey, Lando, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. That segment was sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
just want to throw the P word at you. And I'm being real.
What is that word?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's time now for the call of the game, brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Nemhard with it, off a pick by Turner. Pass the corner, stolen by Kuminga. Good steal. He's got a 1-on-2. Dribbles by Halliburton. To the rack, he flies in. Another turbo boost dunk for Kuminga. And another timeout for Indiana. 7:10 to go in the quarter.
All righty, there it is. That was the call of the game presented by Xfinity. That was from Friday night. Warriors got beat by Indiana Friday.
Oh, boy, did they.
And then yesterday they got beat in Minneapolis. You see it was snowing in Minneapolis?
Yeah, Tim Roy, you wouldn't have seen this put up on his Twitter, the view from his hotel room. It was
I watched the broadcast, and they have what they call the aerial shots.
Yes,
and it was white. It was white. Warriors got beat.
It's nice inside, though. Target Center, great spot.
Then, as I told Goo, they have the habit trails in Minneapolis. You know what those are?
No.
It's a downtown area.
Yeah, we don't have any of them here in the Bay Area.
We don't, with high buildings. But if you want to go to the building next door, you don't have to go down to the street, cross the street, and go into the building.
They have those in Chicago.
Yeah, they have those connectors.
At the top.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you call them again?
Or in the middle.
Yeah. What do you call them?
Habit trails.
Yeah, wow.
That's not really what they're called. It's kind of like with the, like the gerbils used to spin around all over.
I was like, the entire University of Minnesota campus is connected by these trails.
Yeah.
That is
in
wow.
the winter, it gets to be like -10. You literally can't go outside.
Boy.
You can literally walk miles and miles and never go outdoors.
Look at, hey, speaking of which, I just saw you run like Jesse Owens to the kitchen and back. The hip is healed. You look quick.
Basically.
Nick Simmons.
Basically.
Boy.
Who's that?
He's an Olympic sprinter, but he's...
You golfed this
More
weekend,
like
I hear
Steiny.
the streets.
Yeah.
Tell me. 18?
Yeah.
Peyton Manning.
We're talking Warriors basketball. Hey, I'll tell you what. Hey, this had nothing to do with anything, really. I mean, other than the Warriors. Something's going on. Something's fishy with something.
Oh, boy. You got my ears perked.
Why don't you guys take a guess on... I watched the game yesterday, and I'll jump into calls and say, there's something fishy going on with this guy. And
all right, can I go first?
You go first.
Kaminga.
Dun, 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 dun. No.
On the Warriors?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just I've been watching the last 4 or 5 games, and I'm just
Paul
like,
II.
That's right.
He got it?
Chris Paul II.
What is
It's the third.
Yeah, but what do you mean?
It's actually not. It's just his number.
He's something's. I don't think it's
You
going.
think he should, from his vantage point, he feels like he should be out there more?
I would think so.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the other thing that is going to happen is if you're going to reduce Steph's minutes to 30, which he basically did, that means Chris Paul, they're not overlapping very much at all. I'm looking at Chris Paul's minutes. He can't be happy with 20 minutes a night.
Well, there's only 12 games left in this Warrior tenure, right? If they don't make the play-in. Steiny, if I'm correct, he was out there to finish.
He might have been. I don't know. I just know
he said something going on.
I just know that he's playing. I know that he's had 3 20-minute performances in the last 5 games, and
well, he got ejected on Friday.
In the last.
I'm going to steal from a guy we talked about, the old Kentucky guard, NBA guard, Rex Chapman.
Yeah.
He has his thing on social media, or had it, block or charge. Friday night, fair or foul for Chris Paul to go put up the video of the ref that teed him up and ran him. Did you happen to see that?
Was it on social media?
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just watched the game.
So Tony Brothers, Chris Paul, and he have a relationship going back some years. And I guess Tony Brothers was on a podcast recently that was a clip on TikTok. And so Chris Paul at the end of the game called Tony Brothers a TikToker.
It was twice.
And that got him ran.
Yeah, but...
And then he posted it on his IG, the clip of Tony Brothers on TikTok after the game.
Saying, I'm the jury, I'm the executioner. Like, I have all the control and power. That's what Tony Brothers... I was like, damn, Chris. But anyway, it is what it is. Yeah. What did you think of the last shot? I love that play. They run it a lot.
For who?
For Klay.
Because they don't make those anymore.
He was leaning to the left a little bit.
Exactly. Steph and Klay were 0 for 3 in the last minute of that game from three-point shots. To me, they just look tougher than any shots they've taken over the course of their career. I look at the three that Steph took after Conley made the one from the corner. Boy, that's a tough shot. He back-ironed it. It was there. It was there. But, boy, it's not an easy shot. And just going in fewer, and they're just not shooting like they've shot it in the past. And they're just not doing everything like they've done in the past. And it's why they're where they're at. The question is, do you really think that as they get older, they're going to be able to reclaim it and make more and more plays that they haven't made this year? Or do they need a lot of help?
Well, this is going to be one of the, I don't want to say greatest, how about the most important off seasons of Joe Lacob's tenure? And I'm going to tell you this, Donnie. This is what I know about Kuminga, and I gave him an A. But when he faces Kuminga, guys like himself, it's not as easy as it is when you can do it against teams that don't have physical specimens like himself. So I'll say this to that. I don't know how long it's going to take him to be able to get that polished. And I do wonder, and I'm telling you and Evan for the first time in Spadoni, if inside that organization, some are like, this dude is not going anywhere, or some people, it could be Mike, it could be Joe, all depending on what he could fetch me. All that to me is on the table. So I do wonder within that organization, do they disagree or agree on Kuminga can't go anywhere? Because if he can't, then it's going to be hard as you know what to get something in here and help. But if he is, and you feel like, you know what, it just doesn't align with what we got left with the chef, Jonathan Kuminga the line will be around the corner like for some Jordans.
You know, the one thing too is
I wonder.
What?
You know, is everybody like could Dunleavy or even Lake Up Sun be like, you know what, Kuminga, we can get something for him, or some like he's untouchable, and you know,
I'm probably going to make this analogy till I can't do it anymore, but in a way, he's like Brock Purdy. See what he looks like if he's making $35 million a year, because that's what he's going to want at the end of this offseason.
Wow.
And then you've got to think,
boy,
do we want to pay Jonathan Kuminga $35 million a year? But Steph's not Steph anymore. Maybe you do because you think Kuminga's that guy. Do you think Kuminga's that guy? I don't. I like a lot about him. But you watch him play this weekend, and that's the other thing. You realize you don't go from a rookie to a veteran in 3 months.
Right.
He's been playing great. They just played 2 games against 2 pretty good teams, 2 teams that are well coached.
With length.
And you know what? He didn't do much.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 2 games. I get it, but you got beaten those 2 games, and what I'm saying is
he sat a lot yesterday. Now you look at the finished product, but
you have to be, if you want the benefits of Jonathan Kuminga in 3 to 4 years, you have to live with the struggles now.
Right.
And if you live with the struggles now, you got to look yourself in the mirror and say, we ain't really equipped to make a run because we're just not, our young players aren't there yet, and our old players might not be either, but they're on the other end.
Well said. And before you get to the calls, Donnie, shame on me. And this has nothing to do with Kuminga, but when he was at his highest this year and he was getting 25, 28 left and right, I was disrespecting guys that have done it in this league like Pascal Siakam. And I'm like, man, he might be greater than. If he ends up being that, I think that's good enough. But the bottom line is shame on me, and it's not Kuminga's fault for me thinking one day or 1 minute of this basketball season that Kuminga might possess or is more than a Pascal Siakam, who's a complete player, and Kuminga is on his way, hopefully, to get to that juncture. But, Stoney, if you would have saw Kerr's interaction with Kuminga yesterday, the extended sit right before the first half, it was defensive breakdowns. Kuminga was not getting out on the wing, and that is not age. those are breakdowns. You possess all the athleticism. You're 21, but time and time again, and it happened Friday night, Donnie. He was letting this man get lost, and they were hitting him with the 3-ball. And he's not just the only one, but I was watching Kerr, and he just looked like he has no answers, Matt. None.
Well, I hope you keep that in mind when you're begging for Kuminga, and everybody thinks he's playing better than he is, but defense is half the game, and he'll cost you at that end. And I'm not doing that to pick on Kuminga, but the bottom line with his team is every player on the team is just not – nobody's playing great. And Steph's playing – Steph's been Steph, but he's not he's not Steph of last year. Klay is just not the player. Kuminga is getting better, but he just can't. He's not going to be able to get there quick enough. Wiggins
just he missed a layup, an important layup. I don't want to come in here and say that cause if we're going to bring up GP2, Sonny, you got to make that.
I mean,
damn.
And this is the other.
That's all. Come on, man.
Here's the other thing. I mean, if you want to get into Gary Payton II, what is it? Are we in April yet?
Donnie, those were too many minutes for him yesterday.
March
he had
what?
8 rebounds.
What's the date today?
25th.
25th. There's 3 weeks left in the season. Gary Payton II was playing in the 2-minute lineup. Gary Payton II. So that tells you right now. Chris Paul II.
But was that Kerr a byproduct of Kerr being looking around like somebody I had to do it. Nobody else is doing crap.
Right. It's a byproduct of you're not having a good year because you don't have a rotation. Because you don't know who's playing at specific times. Because Steve Kerr hasn't developed one, and because the players haven't been consistent enough for him to develop one, and because for some part of the season he made a commitment to Moody, and then Moody didn't get it done, and he owed it to Kevon Looney the first half of the season before he said, you know what, I can't live with Looney anymore. And then he went with Steph Curry playing 34 minutes a night, and he realizes now 3/4 of the season through that maybe Steph Curry isn't equipped to play 10 straight minutes in the fourth quarter anymore at 36 years old. And Draymond Green gets into trouble again with the league, so he misses 1 out of every 3 games. So that rotation's a problem because he ties units together. And the next thing you know, you're 36 and 34, and if you want to excuse yourself out of the book, you can, and just bring everybody back, and it'll go better next year.
To do what?
If I'm just saying,
because you're not rebuilding if you don't make any big wholesale
make sure
changes.
you hear what I'm saying. Yeah. If you think that Curry's just going to bounce back next year, and Draymond Green's going to play 70 games, and give Klay Thompson a good number, and have him come off the bench, and do that, and Kuminga, pay him, and then go ahead. Then we'll be better next year, and we don't have to do much. That's fine if that's what you really think. But who really thinks that now?
Speaking of the word think, you came in here and you said you woke up this morning just going back to Curry's minute usage, and you were surprised at the vitriol that was coming towards Kerr's way. With the gun to your head, Stoney, tomorrow in Miami, if that same scenario happens, because I'm not ready to say this is going to be the norm, do you think Steph would come back in the game sooner than later? Or should we condition ourselves, Warrior fans, of he ain't getting past his jersey number too many more times the rest of this season?
I don't know what the decision is, but I would think you do one of two things. You say, if we're going to keep his minutes to 30, we better keep him to 30 in the next 2 nights. Or I would say, the hell with it. He won't play against Orlando, and if we have to play him 36 minutes tomorrow, we will.
The answer I was looking for out of your mouth, the words, you said nothing to play in. Like there is something to play for, I hope. But if they are resonated to where, you know what, Stoney, it just is not worth it, then I'll never know, but we'll be able to tell moving forward, like, that means something. You do not want to finish a collapse, in a sense, letting the Rockets just run you down.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think 6 months from now, whether or not the Rockets ran them down or whether the Warriors lost 111-97 in the play-in game against the Lakers, it's going to matter. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, you guys. Good afternoon. Man, look, I don't know where to begin. There's so much wrong. Steve Kerr was very confused, bless his heart. He don't know what to do. They took all the youngsters away, and they made it to 9. So now you don't have extra guys that can run, like Moody and Lester Keonis. You need those two guys because they can also score, but they also play good defense. If you notice, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but since he's made the roster smaller, the team has lost more games. They have gotten worse. So I would like for Steve Kerr to actually this year to think out the box, and if he wants Steph and those guys to last, then please play those guys I just mentioned because they're worth playing. I just think that this team can still do it, but Steve Kerr is not pushing the right buttons. He's not making the right rotations, and I think that's the real problem why they're losing, and turnovers as well. If they can straighten that out, they can go far.
Thank you. I don't believe that the Warriors aren't winning because of Steve Kerr's rotations.
Well, he said the condensed lineup, like Moody and Looney are out right now. I'm not saying.
So what do you want to do?
Well, I'm looking at Gary Payton II. Maybe if the 24 that he played yesterday, what if that was 14 and you broke Moody off 8? Well, 6. That's 20, that's and you gave Looney 4. Maybe that's 1 or 2 rebounds.
That's fair. I do not believe their issues are around the margins like that.
That's well said. Around the margins.
I mean, we're talking about marginal issues. Now, could it have helped them win a game or 2 here or there? Maybe, but I don't know if it's the difference between 10 seed and a 5 seed.
Now you got me wondering if CP3 is really. He's unhappy. Barry Sanders yesterday.
He's got to be unhappy.
Played 20 minutes.
He's got to be unhappy.
And he's been in the zone. Why would he only play?
Who did he play for last year? The Suns, right?
Yeah.
People always. This is the one thing about the home fans.
Got me thinking.
This is one thing about home fans. They always just think my team, my guys. I was looking from the other way. So you're telling me Chris Paul got traded to the Warriors? They're in 10th place, and he's not playing. Yeah, he's happy.
And I don't know why he's not playing. I hadn't thought of it till you brought it up.
Remember,
20 minutes.
We went from worried about Chris Paul, he's not going to start.
Oh, you're talking to me.
He didn't care about if he wasn't going to start. But let me tell you what he did. He played 29 minutes a night last year. He's playing like 20 the last 3 weeks.
And he's been pretty productive even when Curry was out.
Now he goes. Now he's going to go out. Tell the rest of the league, don't you ever end up with Golden State. They treat the outsiders so
that won't
poorly.
Be worse what he thinks of Phoenix.
By the way, this would be the first time in 15 seasons that Chris Paul would play on a team that lost or won 44 or fewer games.
Good God, listen to that.
Well, that's his fault.
And that was on OKC a few years back.
Oh, my gosh.
Man. Let's go
you might be on it. We'll never know unless he says something maybe after the season's over if they don't make it.
No. You don't have to think about it. He's happy.
I'm thinking about it now.
He's playing 20 minutes. He's playing 20 minutes a night for a team that ain't going anywhere.
Didn't even seem like
he's
that
excited.
Yesterday, 20.
Yeah, he's excited. Flea in Oakland. What's up, Flea? How you doing? Wiseman.
Flea.
What's going on?
Hey, Flea.
Hey. My favorite 2 in the morning when I leave work, man. It's good hearing you guys.
What's up, man? You got to talk to us, man.
Hey, listen. I want you guys to really ponder this lineup: Steph, Klay, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Trey Jackson. I think that'll be a hard starting lineup. And the next thing I wanted to say is Steve Kerr don't like young guys. We kind of like, after seeing him coach for all these years, he like old guys around Steph and Klay. But another thing I wanted to say is that I think we are really missing Wiseman and having Poole because we don't have no big man and we don't have nobody to take nobody off the dribble now that Steph Curry then got older. So I want you guys really to ponder that lineup, man. I think with Trey Jackson and Wiggins and Kuminga with Steph and Klay, and that starting lineup with the other Draymond and Pozinski coming off the bench, That'd be a harder lineup.
I'm not mad at that at all. I think I told Stoney something like that last week.
Thanks. Who is it? Remind me again.
TJD.
Okay.
Klay, Steph, Dre, and Kuminga, if I'm correct, Evan. Why not, Stoney?
Okay, what are we going to do about our non-scoring two big men again?
Well, what about and I love pods. What about when we put pods in there right now?
Yeah,
and I love pods.
That's fair.
I think dude.
That's fair.
You said it's unfair to what they're asking of them.
Steiny, if you don't think Kerr's rotations are an issue, then you aren't watching the games. How can you say rotations don't make a difference? I didn't say they didn't make a difference. I said that ain't the reason they're 36 and 34. That's not the reason they're 36 and 34. To me, the rotations are not the issue that they're not 5 games better. That's just me. Feel free to disagree. But there are reasons why he's had to do a million different rotations. I mean, they don't have enough good players. They don't have enough consistent players where Steve Kerr can say, okay, Podziemski, I'm going to bring him off the bench at the 4-minute mark of the first quarter, and I'm going to play him to about the 8-minute mark. I'm going to give him 8 minutes between the first and second quarter, and then I'm going to give him 8 minutes between the third and fourth quarter. Like, that would be ideal.
It started out like that, though, Stoney.
Klay stunk as a starter. He couldn't make a shot, and they had to do something. So then they moved Podziemski into the starting lineup. Well, is that Kerr's fault? I don't know. Is it Kerr's fault he had to figure out how to play 25 games without Draymond? Is it Kerr's fault that he gave Moody a real long stretch of playing time and Moody can't make a 3? He can't make a 3.
No, he can't.
It's like the guy on the power play, Tortorella, Evan. I don't know why he just stinks. He just stinks at the 3-point shot. I don't know what it is. He's a pretty good shot. He just stinks. He can't make a 3.
Well, this team can't guard the perimeter. I'm looking at the stats, Donnie. Everything
that's not a Kerr problem.
No,
Okay.
You're right. Well, it is his problem when he's spending Saturday in a hotel showing guys on the projector how bad they were closing. Like, that's the part and Stoney, that's not age. The age is part of it.
Right.
But those are what are they running? I'll go Steve Wilkes. What are you guys running to where guys are getting lost or forget? And this is everybody. That's what you couldn't stop the pacer. Throw the ball 3 times on the Warriors and somebody's going to get an open look, most likely in the corner. The prettiest might miss it. And that's how they lost yesterday. 52% for Minnesota, and they shot 39% the Warriors. That's how they're losing these games.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. By the way, do not forget, I've got to apologize to Ernie Chavez. I've got to apologize to Ernie Chavez. I see veteran in Fairfield, May in Florida, Patrick in South City. We'll get to you on the other side. And I'm going to give Guru an answer. I just hope he listens to it like he listens to Mark Willard. That segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
I spent the whole break thinking of something very specific. When we talk about the Warriors, it's always, short, small, short term, long term, big picture, small picture. But you brought up something specific, and then we'll get into it. And then we'll jump into some calls. A lot of people want to jump in. But you're like, the defense. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's just bear with me with the defense.
This guy is such a D.
Okay, so you have Steph Curry. He's 36 years old. You're asking him to defend the point of attack in a league where they've never allowed defensive players at the top of the circle to do anything. All right?
Gotcha.
So that's the point of your Then you have Klay Thompson, who plays with him a lot, who has been maybe the best two-way defender in his day 6 years ago, to somebody who now has to defend bigger players because, unfortunately, because of age and his injury, doesn't have the lateral movement. Then you have Draymond Green, who's still a very good defender. He has to play. If you want to be any kind of self-respecting defensive team, Draymond has to play. But he's not quite the player he was defensively. Okay, then you want Jonathan Kuminga's got to play.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's a poor defensive player overall at 21 years old. but he also needs to be brought up to speed with the concepts of your defense and the rules of your defense. So now who do you play as the fifth guy? Either Wiggins. Well, Wiggins doesn't score anymore, and his defense is just so-so. Do you want Gary Payton II? Well, his defense is pretty good,
but not 24 minutes worth.
But he can't score. So who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting somebody. But
Looney, Chris Paul.
Chris Paul. Steve Kerr's telling you what they think of Looney right now. They must think he's
and what they've been saving him for. They may not even get to that juncture.
Yeah. Let's go to Veteran in Fairfield. What's up, Veteran in Fairfield? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, man. I was glad to get on. Hey, I agree with everything that's been said up to a point, but the Warriors have a great name, but the players aren't the same. And at some point in time, we have to realize it's what it is. I don't care if we traded everybody to get on the team, LeBron or anybody, to play with Curry. If nothing changes in management, the attitude doesn't change, they're not going to want to come to the Warriors because there's too much. It's too much confusion. We can't be uncertain that every night we don't know what player is going to play. We listen to you on the TV, we listen to you on the radio. Every night we got to get a report. Who's going to play tonight? And then we watch it on TV. The way they throw the ball away, that's not professionalism. There's no way we lose games more on throwing the ball away, whether it's Curry, Draymond, whoever it is. It's like we're not even connected. And then they come out, they put somebody in the game, they're cold. We say, how come they can't hit a three? You can't come off the bench with 2 minutes left in the game or 4 minutes left in the game and expect somebody to come in that's probably not supposed to be shooting the ball to get the ball, and then they miss a three, and we say, damn, here we go again. We can't keep doing the same thing. I know we love the Warriors, we love Kerr, we love everything that's going on, but if nothing changes, I don't care. We can't keep doing this for the next couple of years.
No.
It's not going to happen. So think about that. Even tonight, Curry can't play back-to-back games. Like you said, they double-team him, they hit him, the rest aren't giving him the calls, he's getting hurt. Other players come in, they're not getting the rebounds. Every team that comes in to play the Warriors, they could be the worst team in the world. They can hit more threes against us than anybody else.
All right, Veteran.
I'm hearing that too, Steve.
I hear you, Veteran.
And I'll say this about being a ride or die to your rotations. This is just an example. There's nobody on this earth that could tell me Jonathan Kuminga was not irritated at his playing time or his minute usage yesterday. He scored 8 points in the second quarter, missed a couple assignments on a three, and Steiny, we didn't see him damn near the rest of the second. And I'm just saying, I feel like Steve Kerr this year, guys get hot, but you're a slave to your rotation to where they come out. And I'm not an NBA coach, but Steiny, I'm riding a hot hand until the wheels fall off.
So
and
in other words,
well, I got guys, coaches right next to me. We'll deal with it on the fly. But when dudes are hot, let them cook. Don't do the other team a favor by, well, Stoney, you hit your metric. We need you to come out when you're a flamethrower. And I've seen it happen with Klay.
Okay. You play through terrible. Let him play through terrible defense.
Well,
let a 21-year-old play through terrible. Listen, that's the issue they have. Their young players aren't well-rounded. So you know what? You want to let him get 8 to 12 points in a quarter? He's going to give up 8 to 12 points in a quarter, maybe. The one thing that let's go to May. May's in Florida. What's up, May? How you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Hi.
It's a rough one.
It's good in Florida. It's good. I don't know about y'all weather there, but it's good here in Florida and thing. And I was just listening to everyone, and they're sharing about Coach Kerr, and they're sharing about the team, and this and that, in and out, and whatever and thing. And we all going to disagree and agree. But things that I was listening to some of the guys, and they were sharing about the players, about coming in. And as a coach, you should know your players. And then the same thing you was talking about, how Steve here don't want to change over to young players. There's young players all over the league playing now. 19-year-old getting the opportunity. And he's not giving, like Moody, Sanchez, and all this, and the other guys, they're not giving the time in. You don't know what they can do unless you try them. You just, like you said, put them in 2 minutes and expect for them to be hot and whatever thing, and like Klay maybe missing something. When Klay was off the other night, a coach should be able to determine, I need to pull him out for a little while, put someone else in for a little while, then maybe put him back. But continue, Klay was just whatever, and he's off because of his knees and all this kind of stuff. But until Coach Kerr decides he want to blend in with the youth and the old guys, it's not, because that's a one mindset he has about not playing the young guys. Remember Moody a while back, he was playing. He was doing good. And Coach Kerr would even play him the next couple of games. You know, a lot of games that we lost, he didn't use the right wisdom and the lineup to set in there when it's third and fourth quarter. He misses out with something with that. So I'm just saying, he got to come. It may be too much stress on him now. He's getting older. And like you're saying, we had the death of the coach was there. We had Draymond was out. The other person was out. This person came back in and out. And we don't have a consistent thing. We don't.
Thanks, May. You're right. And do they not have a consistent thing because Steve Kerr hasn't been consistent?
Hey.
Or do we not have a consistent thing because the players haven't been consistent? Top to bottom. Like, it's tougher to coach when Draymond Green misses 25 games.
No doubt.
It's tougher to coach when Klay Thompson gets off to the kind of start that he got off to, and then you have to then you put him coming off the bench after he's done one thing for 13 years. Like, that's not easy. It's not easy that, Chris Paul to start the season is going to come off the bench for the first time ever. It's not, I don't know what happened with Kevon Looney, but clearly the Warriors have determined he can't help us too much anymore. And
I
we've got
wonder
a young
how much
kid.
he's biting his tongue with what he's watching, specifically defensively, to be like, damn, you guys telling me I didn't fail that far? So out of what I'm watching or my replay, I believe TJD has been playing.
I believe Steve Kerr would tell you TJD's better defensively.
Yeah. All right.
And I got to believe that. I don't know what else to believe. Let's go to Patrick in South City. Hey, Patrick, what's up?
Hey, guys, how you doing? Happy
doing
Monday.
Well. Yeah.
Steiny, I want to give you a lot of credit, and I'm going to tell you why. This team has two fundamental problems that we need to look at from both sides. Number one, we have a coach who's a wonderful person, outstanding character, but his mindset is the mindset of a dinosaur when it comes to the NBA. He won't recognize the fact that the league has changed. They've figured out how to play defend small ball. The team is longer. The league is longer. The players are more athletic, and they have, they're motivated, to defend the small ball. So until he changes his mindset and accepts that we need a center, we need a post game, because when your jump shots aren't going and you don't have a post game like we used to have in the past with Bogut and other guys, you're going to have a problem. And that's what I keep watching game after game after game. When the jump shots don't fall and the confidence falls during the game, and you don't have a low post or strong players down low like a Aaron Gordon or a Michael Porter Jr. or a Mikal Bridges, those kinds of players that can play that type of basketball, you're going to be in trouble. And we've seen, and I give it to you, Stein, you saw this coming. We don't have players like that are in that mid section, that 26 to age 32, that are really athletic and long.
Right.
That's where the problem is. And just let me, if I can just make this one point. On the flip side, it's also not only Kerr's fault, but it's the problem of management that failed to see this coming. Like you said at the beginning of the season. Right. I remember you saying it very explicitly.
I appreciate the call. Appreciate the call, Patrick. No, and listen, if Wiggins were playing to his potential, it probably would be something that wouldn't be a big deal at all. But the fact that Wiggins, when you say, well, what's happening late in games and what's happening, why can they? That to me is more function of the roster.
Man,
they have half their team half their team is older, and so there's fatigue, there's having to make plays as you get older in the league, and then the other half of their roster is young, and so they don't know how exactly to win games with experience. They're facing every close game is their first close game in terms of their rookie years or second years, or Kuminga's now all his close games as a second option. This is the first time in his career he's playing close games as a second option offensively. And all of a sudden things might be changing a little for him. And their older players can't do what they can't. That's why, how come they're losing? That's why. That's why.
Man.
Their young players aren't ready to make winning plays, and their older players are making fewer winning plays.
And what is that?
It's really
how does that come
simple.
Out in the wash? 36 and 34.
Yes. But I think the question I'd ask you is, assuming they essentially, I'm not saying they're going to keep the same team, but next year, would you expect them to get better?
That's
or worse?
Okay.
You tell me.
I'm about to tell you, and it's uncomfortable. I'm taking what's left. We're different here. I think there is way more left in Steph Curry with the right things around him than I believe Jonathan Kuminga will be a 10-time All-Star. So to me, my main mission is to go fishing, and Jonathan Kuminga would not be untouchable in a package to get that guy or guys, and that wouldn't be my only move, back here. And if it didn't work out, I could sleep at night, and when I break bread with Steph Curry in 20 years at the reunion, we can look at each other and say, you know what? You can't be mad at me because I maximized what we accomplished. And if it's 4, it's 4. But Stoney, I think right now, the league is littered with 3 and D guys everywhere. I gamble. I watch them. The Warriors got 1, and that's Andrew Wiggins. And that's every now and again.
And you know what? I believe who's the what's the name? Stone Temple Pilots? Don't they have a song called Creep? That's kind of Wiggins now. I'm half the man I used to be.
I don't know.
Half the man I used to be.
You're thinking of Radiohead.
Oh,
thank you, but that was awful. Yeah.
What do you mean?
It wasn't your bad.
I should have said player.
Well,
I should have said half.
But you know what I mean? Okay, Kuminga, he guys still work on the 3 ball. He didn't quit letting them fly, too. Ooh. I don't know if I like that Kuminga. Because I think when one goes in, he's like, no, I ain't going to shoot 8 of them, but, I don't know, Stoney.
You didn't like that, E?
Oh, boy, he's red.
I do not want him to shoot 3.
Oh.
There's radio.
Well, let me ask you this, Evan and Spadoni, let's just fast forward, simulate the season. Off season. Is Kuminga untouchable to you?
No. The only person who's untouchable in this roster is Steph Curry.
Wow.
And I'm starting to think he may be open to not being untouchable. Why would you?
Steiny.
What?
You were right. There's two versions. There's a Creep from Radiohead and also Stone Temple Pilots. Look at you. You're having a hell of a
hate that one.
Who did the cover?
Yeah. I thought it was Stone Temple Pilot. I don't know, but I don't care.
I'm out.
I got
Different
it right.
song, same name.
Cool. I got it right.
I'll give it to you.
By the way,
we get this.
I'll do this one later. It has to do with my buddy Dana. Yeah,
Dana was active on Saturday.
You don't even want to hear this one. You got it.
If Evan says that,
no. Trust me when I say.
Dancing in
trust me when I say you don't want to hear this.
Oh, you know I want to hear them all.
Anytime he shows up in the Wisconsin sweatshirt.
He told me this on Thursday. I revisited it on Sunday. I'm like, I don't think you understand what you said, but what you said is something that it can never be forgotten by me. We're talking about pickup basketball and the game or two we played with.
I talked to R.C. Davis, too. Go ahead.
And we were talking about that guy, Mickey, that we were talking about. And, a lot of people are like, well, who are you like, Stein? Like, who'd you play like? Who'd you play like? No. Without any prompting, Dana goes, you had kind of like a,
oh my gosh,
like a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander thing going.
Oh boy, Dana called
me. And I was like, you know what? I did have that little, even you were like,
shut up.
I said to him 2 days later, you don't know what you just said.
Oh boy.
You've created a mind.
He might have unretired you.
No, he didn't.
Oh boy.
I'm just messing.
You got to be able to dunk those, Donnie.
You're right.
That don't
You're right. Red light special in San Francisco. No, he said it. Hey, Red Light.
Steiny and Guru.
What's up, baby?
How we doing? Oh, man. I've been sitting here listening to you guys for days, man, and only Steiny wants to state the obvious. This team is just not that good.
Oh, boy.
I mean, you look up and down the roster.
Jordan Shrug.
If one of your starters has a bad night, there is no one on that bench who's the scorer on the bench other than Klay. There's no one with a real role. Every other team in the entire NBA have guys they can go, this guy's a rebounder. This guy is a 3-and-D guy. This guy is this or that. The Warriors have a team full of guys that no one can tell you what their specialty is.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's put the right on the table. I hate to cut you off. Let's not blame the players because they didn't put themselves on this team. This is a bigger whose responsibility is this? They put these guys together knowing you don't have anything on the bench.
Hey, Guru, I'm with you. The management of this organization, I mean, you got to put a better product together. We're 2 years into this. There are no players on this bench that there are no players on this bench that I would say is a starter on any other team in the NBA that is a title contender right now.
And that's why. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Kuminga. We're looking at Paz. Great story, but come on, his claim to fame is he takes charge.
I'm going to say a word to you.
He dribbles that ball into the league, into the lane. You tell me, is there any Warrior fan that's not nervous every single time he dribbles that ball into the lane?
You give me a one-word answer to this, and we'll end it like this. I'm giving you Jordan Poole pre-punch. You say what? Jordan Poole pre-punch. What's the next word out of your mouth?
Please.
Wow. Steiny, they had it. They had what he wants. It was Jordan Poole pre-punch.
Are we going to talk about that like we talk about the title team from 2 years ago?
No, I'm just saying Draymond made that transaction happen. You messed up with Wiseman, but you hit with Jordan Poole pre-punch. That exercise you did where you went over his points, and it was like 21 games, 24, 35s, 20, 18, 27. That is missed. That's all. And I feel like the chickens are coming home to roost. He's a joke now. We laugh at him. But Jordan Poole was a problem before he got punched. He was 18 points waiting for you, coming off the bench if you needed to start him. So you said kick rocks, and now I just wonder, were you in position to really say kick rocks? Draymond made that happen. He got ghosted because of Draymond.
About half hour ago, you said, this team was never going to, it's their defense. Well, they'd be worse defensively with Jordan Poole. So,
sometimes, what do I tell you? Your best defense is your offense. And in crunch time, did you see some of the shots that were happening as that clock was going down in Minnesota? Draymond was putting Klay in situations to where he just had to chuck it. Dude, I'm like, who you fooling? Give me the ball with umpteen seconds so I could try to cook, as opposed to I'm going to do, and then, now I'm holding a hot potato. I'm telling you, Jordan Poole pre-punch, just meet me halfway, is missed. If you're going to tell me there's no bucket getters on the bench.
It doesn't matter. It's true. That was so long ago. It was just so long ago. It's like talking about Wiggins that way. They're gone. They're all gone now, those players. Until they come back as the players they once were, they're gone in my mind. Neither of them will ever get back to that level. And as great as they were, Wiggins was the second best player for a 3 or 4 month stretch for the Warriors, and Poole was a really good, firecracker sixth man who could start some games.
Uncle Looney said complete BS, Goo. I guess that's about Poole.
I don't think Poole makes a difference on this team. Just somebody else to get numbers.
Well, I know we're up against
or not get numbers.
One word answer. You think they're making the play in? That's the answer.
Next question.
My question? I'd come back to you and say, does it matter?
We got an Ayuk update on the other side.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
We got John Lynch talking about it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We'll do that on the other side. If you want to jump in on any of it, 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
I lost. I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's a great
Oh, my God.
Isaiah soundbite.
Dude, and he meant every word.
He did, and he was right.
Let it go, Zeke.
No,
he
was right. He was right, man.
He really was saying that Jordan kept me off.
He's right.
My God, I love Zeke. He's so good at his job, man. Steiny, I'm mad, too. Go ahead. I got to rip somebody.
He is going to go down holding on. He's going to try to bring Jordan down like Van Gundy was trying to bring down Alonzo Mourning by the leg and out by He's on Mount Bittermore.
I'm kind of with him. He's on Mount Bittermore. Who else would go next to him?
But I mean,
that dude will not let that go, man.
Jordan was a myth.
Please, Steiny. People still line up for his shoes to this day.
Yeah, I'm not saying
that's incredible.
Wait,
you were going to say something.
You say Jordan was a myth?
Yeah, he was.
What are you talking about?
Guys, he's just, first of all, like I always tell Darryl the Guru Johnson, he's just a man. He's just a man like you and I, Joe. He did lose games and miss big shots in his career. Okay? Like he did.
But at the biggest moments of his career.
Thank you, Spadoni.
Biggest
college and pro, 6 final MVPs, never went to a game 7, one of the quickest first steps ever. Kobe looked at him and said, I want to be like Mike, and he's the closest that ever did it, and he's still Kobe. Oh, my God.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, for the longest time, was a bad teammate for half his career, Michael Jordan. He was a bad teammate.
Do we know that? Nobody's got whatever tour's going on. It seemed like that got nipped in the bud.
He called his teammates my supporting cast.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Maybe
no lies were told.
I don't know. Maybe that should.
Disagree?
I don't know. Maybe that. I don't know. But
do you disagree? Good call, Evan.
Maybe did he always bring out the best in his teammates? I don't know.
He made Pippen top 50.
Okay. How about does everybody just whitewash the first 7 years of his career? Does that not count? That he didn't go anywhere?
Had Granville Waiters.
Fine.
Dave Corzine.
That's fine.
Quentin Daly.
That's fine.
Brad's
Orlando Woolridge.
Oh, I love me some Orlando.
Right. And the bottom line is he never got over on Bird.
Yeah.
And he never really got over on Isaiah except once.
And he walked off the court. That's where it stemmed from. But I hear you. I was going to complain about my life. Don't worry about it.
No, go ahead.
Oh, my God. You were gone. Evan comes in here, him and Spadoni with their shoulders and guns out, and I'm seeing old pictures of me when I had a jawbone. I'm back, Steiny. So I went and hooped yesterday with little Daryl. He's home for spring break. Not mad at my performance. Won't give you any stats. So I'm back on the soda. You see my new water bottle. I'm walking in from the restroom, and I look in the vending machine and see something yellow. And I had that deer hunter alert go off. A bag of Funyuns. And I got it, and I'm cheating, but I'm going to start fresh tomorrow. Who put Funyuns in the machine?
That's my fault, Goof.
Oh.
There was a Sun Chips bag in front of it, and I ate the Sun Chips, and then the Funyuns were revealed.
Size
matters.
Yeah, I'm yours now. Go ahead, bud. I'm good. We got to get to Ayuk.
I can do it right now if you want. You want to do it now? Yeah. Or do you want to wrap up to a couple more?
Wrap up the calls and come back.
All right, let's go to Ed in Santa Rosa. What's up, Ed? How you doing?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, listen, so I'm actually very frustrated with y'all a little bit and the fans who are so quick to give up on this group of young players with so much promise. We can win one game, they can look promising, and people are talking about how it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then they look like they do of late, and it's the opposite. I don't think it's either extreme. I think it's, and I do fault the coach, because I think he is doing extremes. Looney should never not ever get in a game. To your point about the bench, players can't find their niche if they go one extreme or the other. Too many of the players who go zero play time to limited play time, I think it's a combination of playing everybody, developing these young players. Maybe this is not the year, but I do believe this is the right combination. Maybe lacking one player of size, but I would not dismantle it. I think it's the right young group of players, the combination of Curry and those veterans. and I think y'all are giving up on it a little too quick.
Well,
thanks, Ed.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Wow.
I don't think you've even thought they had action. I'm not giving up, but I'm as low. I'm on the floor. Like if they get to 11th, this is Macbeth basketball version. I'll leave that there. I don't know what he wants me to tell. I feel like that's Guru. What are you looking at? Like, did you not see the game Friday night? Are you not hearing Draymond Green say almost like nothing will faze me? And then Steph Curry, did you hear Marcus Thompson ask him after the Indiana game? Basically, I'm paraphrasing. I got to be careful here. Love you, Mark. Like, are you not being able to cook because of what's around you? And Curry, so presidential, Obama, didn't even bite and kind of said, no, it's a team thing, but Stoney, the man needs some help. But a caller like that,
yes, like
we got 12 games left, but what are you seeing that gives you confidence? Because I would love a glass of it.
There's not, I can't help you.
And that's what
you've been in dream world all year. Like they're 36 and 34. What'd you think? Like what?
When they went 14-4, Stoney, I thought the 6th seed was realistic. I thought the 6th seed was realistic, and I don't think I'm by myself. And if you do what you said earlier about the organization, hey, we won't have Draymond miss 25 games. Kuminga will be a year older. Pods. Wiggins might wake up.
I'd love to see that.
Klay, how much you need? 2 for
bring
50
everybody back.
or 2 for 60. I don't know, but that's on the bingo card, the Warriors bingo card.
What is?
Run it back.
No, it's not. I mean, that would be, I shouldn't say no, it's not. That'd be funny.
I guess what I'm asking you or telling you is what position are they really in to control it? Like if you want to move Wiggins, it takes 2 to tango.
It's almost like
what?
You're listening to what I've been saying. Suge in Fremont, there are no quick fixes. There are none.
Hello.
Hey, Suge.
Hey.
I haven't called in a long time because, like Steiny, I knew this a long time ago. We were fooling ourselves whenever they won a game here, won a game there, that, things are turning around, but it really wasn't. One thing I wanted to point out, and I think everybody else who called in said all the same things that I was thinking. I mean, I don't know if one of the problems with the Warriors team is Stephen Curry's choices himself. He wants to win another title. However, he is surrounding himself with all old people. I just looked up the roster age of the Los Angeles Lakers. Except for LeBron, everybody else is young. He's a true businessman. I mean, you cannot have a heart and then expect to be winning. It's just not going to work. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out was, and everybody else said this, one thing that people didn't say, or maybe they did and I missed it, a lot of the teams that are playing out there, all of them can score. You just cannot have non-scorers on the team. That's all I have to say. It's just not going to. That's all. It's everything has changed, and we've not gone with the times. And sometimes I think that's those are the cards that you have in front of you.
Thank you very much, Suge. Appreciate it.
And she's
got sage-like qualities.
Mm-hmm.
Suge has sage-like qualities.
I'll give you 2.
Yeah, that's all I want.
I got to go back to this player because it's who the Warriors don't have on their current roster. So you're telling me you got the Splash Brothers who still can splash, but Stoney, they don't have one guy that can do what Pascal Siakam can do and drive, have the defense come at him, and he can kick. And I think that's why Klay's having success in the second unit is, the spacing is better, but they don't have Kuminga doesn't do it. Maybe he can learn how to do it, and Wiggins sure as hell doesn't do it. He'll do it sometimes, but Stoney, I'm telling you, man, they miss that type of player that is on every team ahead of them in the standings. I can name you 2.
Man, I'm just, one thing
I'm looking at my Funyuns.
I'm looking at the Warriors depth chart and what they're paying guys.
Oh boy.
And you know, the one thing about being in this position is the Warriors, like every move they make could either be part of the solution or become part of the problem. And I don't know how anybody else feels, but, you know, they did a few things at the end of the season.
Oh, man.
And they've done some things since the championship that I think now you look at and you say, okay, they won a title and they gave Wiggins a 4-year deal. They could have had him play one more year and become they gave him there's something strange about them. There's something I don't like when we talk about like where the Warriors are long term. There's something I don't like when I look at their payroll and see that they're 2 players with the longest amount of time left on their deals are Wiggins and Draymond. Like that just, I don't like that because Draymond's, I don't know if you've been reading, but Draymond's been talking a lot about the wear and tear on his body at 5. I mean, he's got 3 more years left. What? And this is not even, this has nothing to do with anything other than from a basketball standpoint. He's got 3 more years left. I mean, how high of a level can he play at for 3 more years? And it's fair to also ask the same thing about Steph Curry.
What's his number next year, 55?
It's so high it doesn't matter.
Wow, man. And I'll tell you this about Dre. I'm not a hater. I can sit here and focus on what he's done because he has improved his first half, 3-point shooting, and the percentage as a whole. But, Stoney, I'm sorry, man. He, again, and it happened against Indiana, you're right down there by the hoop, and he'll go up with the right or left, and it's not even close. And that hurts me. Like, I'm watching all these guys down there do this and that, the hoo-ha, the ha-ha. Come on, Dre, give me something. And he makes some, don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying. When it's go time and you just got the left, it's just not, it's like, oh my.
So he's 30, he's 34. Yeah, do you think over the next 3 years he'll become a better player in that regard?
I don't.
Okay. So we got to figure that one out.
And before you go to call, okay, let's put it right on the table about Dre. Is he giving you, has he played like a $25 million player this year to you?
Well, he's missed a third of the season.
And they could have jacked the season up. They might be 10th mainly because he's been gone.
In the games that he plays, I'll give him, he's earned his paycheck. But he's missed 25 games. Let's go to Devon in the Uber. Hey, Devon, how you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, man, I wanted to put the rat on the table, man.
Sure. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Is that Billy?
Sponsored by Atco. Real quick, man, I think the writing has been on the wall. Obviously, this is hindsight, but I think a lot of fans went into the season saying, hey, can Chris Paul be healthy? Hey, is Steph going to do it on his own? Is Draymond going to stay out of trouble? Is Klay going to find his rhythm finally after all these injuries? Is everything in Andrew Wiggins' personal life, is it like handled? You know, is Steve Kerr going to coach again? There was so much unknown going into this season. And when you look at our basketball team, we look like an unknown team. We do not have an identity. To go back to what the brother said earlier, there's a lot. I mean, we know some people's roles, like GP2. We know he's like, okay, you're the defensive guy. Like certain people we do know. But when you look at our roster, there's a lot of people. I don't even think a lot of the players know what they're supposed to be doing because of the inconsistent lineups. And it makes it difficult for Kerr. But I think it's just a team with front office, the players, the coaching staff. This year has been terrible. It's tough to even critique them enough. So it's very unfortunate. Now we don't even know if we're going to be a play-in, and we got to remember this is the 10th seed. We don't care about that. Like, respectfully, I remember the days of the 8 seeds, you know, and it's like we can't even be the 8
We believe.
So, I love you guys. I love you guys, man. You guys help me going when I'm on the road, picking people up. Keep at it. But this season is just, I'm almost ready for Giants baseball. That's saying something.
Thursday.
All right, Devon, appreciate it, my man.
Well, I would tell D, Steiny, don't give up yet because you still can be technically the 8th seed if you win the play-in.
Please.
8th or 7th. No,
Please. What's it like?
No, I'm looking at Miami and the Lakers, and I know you're not Miami and the Lakers, but Steiny.
You're a salesman.
Yeah, well.
What's it like?
A lot of people wasn't feeling my spiel.
What's it like to sell something you don't believe in?
Oh, my gosh. There's nothing where you're. Right. What do they call that?
Yeah. They call it.
I never did that.
Yeah, they call me living it. That's what. I'm listening to a salesman right here in Guru. I don't think he believes it anymore.
No.
With the Warriors.
No, if you get in, you can shock the world.
I don't believe you. And remember you were telling me all the things you sold?
Yeah.
And there's just something I can see.
What do they call that?
You know how you looked in Wiggins' eyes and you thought you saw something?
They've been crap ever since.
I've been looking in your eyes.
Yeah.
And you don't have it anymore.
What? No.
You don't have the magic of believing what you're saying.
Yep.
I can tell.
No, I believe. I'm hoping. I would love to ask
You're
Coach
dying.
Kerr,
I can tell you're dying.
Why your team can't guard the 3. No,
because they're old.
Nah, that's a couple of them are old.
And the other couple
got all the energy of a kid that.
Well, if he's running to the wrong place, he's not going to be able to block a shot.
Man.
It's a little like the old Chris Gatling.
He had the personalized license plate, Gat gun.
I'm talking about Chris Gatling playing defense one time. He lost his man. The ref said, to do him a favor, get out of the lane. Get out of the lane. You're illegal. And Chris Gatling ran over to the corner and faced away from the court and just started putting his arms up just to avoid an illegal defense. He just ran away. But yeah, you don't.
It's not about me.
No, but but your enthusiasm for a Warrior miracle is waning.
Friday was.
This is hard for us.
No, Friday wasn't that hurt me.
Which one?
Friday night, Indiana.
But what about
guys were shooting jumpers? I won't name them. And I can take the Bull game. Curry got hurt, Steiny, and they were getting beat back down court. That's why old. Kerr looks like he's going through it.
You know what? And
that's half of it, Steiny.
No,
they wouldn't have spent 2 hours at a hotel watching the breakdowns if it was just, you know what, Steiny? We know you're older. This is you ain't giving me what you got.
Who?
Everybody.
Well, what? And that's why people are saying, somebody said something, they don't look like they have any urgency. They know. They know.
That hurts.
There are guys who are playing hard.
Steiny?
They know that they're playing hard, that they're trying, that they just don't have it. That Curry just doesn't have it just quite enough like he had in years past. And Klay doesn't have it. And Kuminga's getting it, but doesn't have enough of it. And Podziemski's getting too much playing time, so his warts are showing up. And Wiggins is in a place where he's just half the player he used to be, and Draymond can't control all that he could control in the defensive end, and they can't do it. They might be able to do it for a game. They might be able to do it for a week, but they know they can't do it for 2 months. They know.
Damn.
That's what I sense. I'm not saying I know that I'm right. You just asked me what I think.
All right.
And that's what I sense.
I appreciate it. And before you get to the next call, I'll say this because I'm watching and it's not just me. If I see another Warrior box score in the next 12 games that has Draymond Green and Klay Thompson playing more minutes than Steph, that let me know the organization took their foot off the pedal. They weighed things behind closed doors and said, Curry is our Ferrari and we're going to park him. Because Steiny, that was a winnable big game to set the tone on a 5-game road trip, which had you won, maybe you can get cute and sit Steph. But you still can do that, but now you risk losing. So I don't know what to believe anymore. If that happens tomorrow, then I know what time it is, and then I'll deal with the aftermath. Shout out Dr. Dre, the pain of knowing they made a conscious decision to savor Steph. I don't know why after 70 games when you could have been doing it and let us get this close to let Houston catch us.
I mean, I can just give you another way they might have thought of it. that they've given it all year with Steph like this, and it just ain't there. Like, it ain't there. And so would it be the worst thing in the world to start thinking about, you know what, we're a 10th. They traded Monte Ellis. I'm not saying they're going to trade Steph, but they traded Monte Ellis for Bogut when they were like 3 games out of the 8 spot when there wasn't a play-in. It's like I could see, like, the big picture would be next year's postseason.
And
you know what?
You got, wow.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing to wind Steph down if you don't believe in what you're doing and believe you have anything in you. I mean, I still believe they want to get to the postseason for the young guys.
For pride, too.
Well, sometimes it's
Steph Curry not in the play-in and playoffs.
Oh.
No, I'm just saying.
We got to it. This is about legacy.
No. This is not
interesting. No, this wouldn't be
I do want to double back to Draymond.
This wouldn't be a wart.
No, I do want to double back to Draymond. You could be like, Goo, how could you just rip him? I didn't rip him. But I'm going to tell you this. If you do or they decide to run it back and you want to sell some people, a group of Warrior fans on why next year will be different, Stoney, I can't give you a numeric number on what Draymond missing 25 games is worth. The fact that he has been gone.
You need to be clear.
If he doesn't get suspended, maybe we're as bad as I'm feeling. We're not talking about the Warriors as a 10th seed. Like, somebody could sell me a little on that. No, that's called an extenuating circumstance.
So you're willing to go. You're willing to go into next year, assuming that Draymond Green will play 65.
If I go shopping and don't find anything and say, well, then, we're not going to get hoodwinked.
Right. And you saw something in Wiggins' eyes.
No, I own that forever.
Okay.
I own that. Okay. I saw his pupil.
Well, you can't have it both ways. If you really want to be sold that if Draymond Green had played 20 to 25 more games, the Warriors would be 42 and 29, and that's what you believe is a game changer, then you can't have it both ways. Then bring them back.
But what if
or essentially stay together, because Draymond will be more available next year. When he is available, he will be playing at the same level or better. All right.
Because there is a possibility Joe Lacob could get frisky, Stoney, and there's nothing out there.
What does that mean?
Like, he wants to make a transaction, but there's nothing, you know what I mean? It's not a good deal.
Right, because Draymond's got 3+ years left in his deal. 888-957-9570. Tell you what, John Lynch talked about Brandon Ayuk. Let's do that at 1 o'clock. We'll take the calls on the other side. We'll talk a little Niners at 1 o'clock. Because there's some good conversation here to be had about the Golden State Warriors. It's not all Grim Reaper.
We got a super chat on the way back, too,
we'll have a super chat on the way back. We could also get into the specifics of the game, which is, are you disappointed? Are you disappointed that Steph Curry didn't play 4 more minutes? He played 35 on Friday. He went 1 for 7 in the fourth quarter. He played 7 minutes on Sunday night, and they got back in it after being down 8 because of Steph, in large part. Couldn't complete the deal. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, so I'm out at Friedman's Appliance on Saturday. Evan and Grandy are doing the Warriors This Week show from 12 to 3.
I tuned in at the gym.
Big crowd. Did you hear me?
No.
Yeah, it popped on for 10 minutes.
No, thank God. No, I didn't hear you.
10, 15.
What'd you talk about?
Warriors. And big crowd over there. It was a lot of fun. Met Ernie Chavez.
You had to apologize to him, and you hadn't paid it off.
I made a big mistake.
What did you do?
And I'm going to have to acknowledge another listener here who apparently, as the kids say, might be living rent-free in my head.
What happened?
Because I see Ernie Chavez, and for whatever reason, the name Enrique Rivera pops into my head, who is on the YouTube chat, and I accidentally said to Ernie, "What's up, Enrique?" And I said, "Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. Ernie, what's up?"
He's a legend.
So I apologize to Ernie.
One of a kind, Mr. Chavez.
I can't believe Enrique, who's been a little bit of an issue at times on the YouTube chat, got a little run in my own mind.
You got to be better.
That was a honest mistake.
Well, anyway, we're talking Warriors, and they got beat yesterday. You know, it's funny. I like the Warrior discussion today, even though it was a tough loss, because it feels like, you know, people are disappointed, but
great word.
But you know, reality's setting in a little bit, and that maybe it's time to start thinking about some things. In the meantime, let's go to Mona in Pacifica. She'd like to say she's sorry to me.
Oh, hey.
Oh, boy.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Mona.
Well, let me start off. I do. Steiny, I want to send an emphatic apology to you, my man. All season, I've been sitting in my car talking about he's such a blowhard. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Shut up. Get off. Fire him. Blah, blah. But you know what?
Wow.
It has all come full circle. And so I apologize to you for doubting your knowledge of what you saw when all the rest of us had blinders on and we were hopeful and we just wanted the best for our team. So I had to start off with an apology.
There's a left hook coming here soon.
No left hook, no right hook, no uppercut. No, sir.
Thank you.
All I'm going to say is, what is the definition of insanity? If you know what the definition is, this is what we are seeing right now with Steve Kerr. And I don't know what it's going to take because he got that contract signing. And at this juncture, if it were me, you stole a little bit of my thunder, but if it were me, I would just go ahead and rest all the old heads, let these young kids play for the remainder of the season. And if there is any one person out there thinking that the Warriors are going to a play-in, come beat me over in San Francisco, because I got about 4 bridges I need for you to buy from me.
Mona,
guys, have a great day.
All right, Mona, before you go, I got to ask you this. If you do that, what about the pride factor? You think these guys don't think they could get in and cause some noise?
No, I don't. Not the way you guys made the perfect point. When the scrub teams come in and you're letting the Spurs beat you.
Yeah.
You're letting the Pacers beat you. I mean, that's kind of like me playing against my little 6-year-old nephew. And, you know, and so no, I don't. I don't think at this point, pride should have been 2 or 3 months ago when they were on that run, when they were playing other teams, you know, not in their own camp, but they were playing teams outside of when they're on the road. I'm sorry, when they were on the road. That's when pride should have been like, hey, guys, we can do this. But now, at this juncture, put away pride. Let you know what? No, I don't. Not at all.
Wow.
Thanks, Mona. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Stoney, I hear it. And what did I tell you off the air? I know you're not happy on this, what looks like to be a big victory lap, Grand Slam-like, but I'm not there yet. I'm holding on, but I don't think Steph Curry, unless I'm wrong, there goes Dibbs back from Vegas. Unless I'm wrong, Steiny, they got too much pride to call the dogs off and say, let the youngsters play. You're in the play-in now. And again, I know they're not Miami. They're not the Lakers.
All right.
Warriors haven't won a game in the play-in in their history. We'll leave that there.
I want you to listen to something.
Yeah.
And I want you to, and Evan, you can too. You're going to say, wow. Let's talk about motivation.
Wow.
Let's talk about the heart of a champion. The Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Champions.
4 times.
4-time champion. Let me just ask you a question. Who's more motivated to get the number 10 spot in the Western Conference? The number 10 spot. The Golden State Warriors or the Houston Rockets? I'm asking you, who's more motivated?
I would say
to me, it's not interesting at all. It's a fact. The Rockets probably. If that team's together and they care, do you really think that the Warriors, 4-time champions, are going to win the motivational battle to the 10th spot over the Houston Rockets? I don't. I think they're at a severe motivational disadvantage because...
So then it's over.
Well...
Technically. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out Wednesday.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. We still got 12 games to find out.
And they got a date with the Rockets, and I'm scared of that one. Or like, that's going to be a track meet.
Like, you don't have to... Listen, if you're scared of the Rockets, you may as well be scared now. You know what I mean?
Well, I am.
Yeah, we're past the point of scared. I mean, what I'm saying is, if you were scared, you had every right to be scared a month ago. Let's see. Let's talk to. Here we go. I think we got to go to Jeremy in Alameda. He wants to address some of Guru's concerns. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing? He's a postal worker.
What's up, Jay? Oh no.
What up, y'all? I love the show. I'm a big fan. I listen every day. I couldn't help but overhear what was bugging you last Friday, so I'd like to take the time to explain.
Oh, yes.
The reason why you see postal workers out there after the sun goes down like that is because there's certain days where we can't cover all the routes, and if you have a carrier so if there's no carrier on that particular route for that day, what happens is that route gets split between the rest of the carriers. So they have to pick up the slack. And what ends up happening is that carrier has to go do their whole route first, okay? And then they come to your part of the neighborhood to do that portion. So that's why you'll be seeing that. You'll see that almost all the time. But it ebbs and flows. It depends on the time of year. During December, it's crazy, obviously, because people are shipping stuff and whatnot. But yeah, that's pretty much.
All right, I'm gonna let Willard and Dibbs know because they were here when I was running my fat mouth. I appreciate that. Now I know why. They're working hard, just harder because they don't.
No doubt.
Got the fire manpower.
No doubt. Let's go to. Boy, these are really good topics. Here, I'll throw forget the names.
Okay.
I'll throw the point differential, not the player's fault. On the starting, these are 5 Jeopardy categories.
Go ahead.
Point differential, not the player's fault. On the starting lineup, anything can happen for Warriors, and leadership problem.
Leadership problem.
Let's go to Priest in Alameda in Palo Alto. What's up, Priest? How you doing?
He's too old.
What's up, baby?
I'm all right, man. How you guys doing?
Hanging in there, man.
Listen, man. Everybody's saying it without saying it. This fish is stinking from the head down. Steve Kerr, in the last 2 years, 2 seasons, has been sloppy in his handling of this team. I say that from the standpoint, he says, I love this team, but he doesn't know it. He doesn't know the team. He's saying he loves something he don't understand because he doesn't know how to. One of the things that I watch with coaches since I've been watching sports is the coach, how he handles the players that's been given him. Can he motivate them? Look at what Ime Udoka has done in Houston. They were a dumpster fire. Look at what the kid did in New Orleans. Look at what's happening in Sacramento. And I'm not saying these are all world beaters. I'm saying they get their lineups put together and they run players through there like Grand Central Station. The Warriors, he's got players that he's supposed to know because he says he likes the team, and he can't get the job done. They lose games they have no business losing. And then they'll beat the best team in the league by 30. And then when you see a team up and down like that, that's usually a very young team. It should not happen with a team this experienced. That tells me there's inner fighting. There's fighting inside that locker room that might leak out later. I think his handling of Pods has brought some disparity between those young players. They can't. When Moody sees this dude getting his mopping the floor with his face and getting minutes because of that, Moody is saying, "I used to do that. He didn't do that for me." Other players hear that in the locker room. He's got a locker room problem. That's what's wrong with this team.
All right, Priest.
I'm telling you.
Wow. All right.
So he's saying infighting?
Well, he's saying like Moody.
But you can't, okay, to that point, let's just go there. Because remember, I told you, I'll never forget the week that was when you were out. You went back to Pennsylvania as me and Evan. People called in insinuating that Pods was getting like silver spoon treatment. Okay, if that's where you're at, and you know I'm Malcolm X when I need to be, Stein, explain the last 2 years with Moody. I'll leave that there. That has nothing to do with Pods. But I've noticed this, and nobody asked. Yesterday, Kuminga and Draymond Green on a free throw, T-Wolf free throw, there was a long back and forth. I'm not saying they were jawing at each other, but it was almost like Kuminga was like, well, hold on. And then I saw the same thing with Pods and Draymond. And I'm like, oh, and this just me. Kuminga had his man in the post and Pods swung the ball to the side of the floor and the ball had stopped. I watched the game twice. And Kuminga said something to Pods, not angry, but I know it had to be, hey, you saw me, I have my man sealed, throw me the rock. And I just say that because when Priest says that, those are the things I think about that are, you know what, in real time, nothing, but could be something.
Yeah, I think it's...
Kuminga wanted that ball.
Why do you think
looked at it and went the other way?
Kuminga's in a contract year. Of course he wants the ball.
Well,
he's emerging as a 20-plus point per game scorer. He wants to put up big numbers the last 10, 12 games. And that's the other thing about a guy like Kuminga, and it's not his fault. He's 21 years old. I completely understand if he is still more concerned with how he can make his own game successful in the NBA before I need to be a piece of a champion. Like, I get it. He's 21. He's just beginning to have success. He's just starting to learn how to play the game. It's like, I don't fault him for it being hard for him when people say, we're trying to win a championship here, which now looks unrealistic, but
Curry said,
dude, the stakes are so high, you can't keep playing like that. Well, not for the last 2 years.
What do you say to GZ Money before you get the next call on the YouTube chat? Kerr has destroyed Moody's confidence in his shot. Anything there for you?
I don't believe you can destroy guys.
And that's where I'm at.
Confidence.
By
in
the
his
way,
shot.
we do have a couple super chats.
Oh my God, Evan!
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
this is from Sabo, $4.99. Thank you very much. How many winnable games do they have left? Maybe those games were not winnable. See the reality, goo. This is the end of the run. And also from Diego Sanchez, thank you for $4.99. Let's be real. KD doesn't win a ring without Curry and the Warriors either. Still true to this day.
Well, yeah, okay.
Good stuff, Evan. My thing about is this the end of the run? Stoney, I'm looking at you. I'm telling you, Curry at 36 is not Curry at 26. I mean what I'm telling you. Curry is still a badass. So if this is the end of the run, it can never be about the youngsters before Curry trying to get number 5. So something's got to give.
Well, let me tell you what's got to give.
Running it back next year with, the youngsters is cute and all, and we don't know what they're going to be. And hey, and Curry just sitting there watching this, and they're wallowing in 10th or 11th. Like, that is not what's about to happen. I don't believe.
And you know what? And this is where I would just be like, what do you mean? And Curry's there watching this?
Well,
Curry's declining also. Look at now he's gone about 16 games. He's averaging 23 a game. He had a really nice night. He had a good night against Minnesota. They lost. How'd he play Friday?
It wasn't his best.
Okay. What I'm getting at is you can be, guess what? If you're a top 15 player, which he still may or may not be, that means half the time you're walking on the floor, the other team's got the best player. And we know that there's a drop-off after Steph. I mean, let's go to Dave. Dave's in D.C. What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy? Dave, we'll go to, how about you want to go to Jesse? Jesse's in West Marin. What's up, Jess? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Steiny?
Doing well.
How you guys doing?
Talk to us.
All right. So, how you guys feel about the plus-minus numbers in general?
It depends if I like the player that they're trying to build up or not.
All right. So, I was just watching the game the other night.
Yep.
I think Bob put up a pretty surprising plus-minus on the starters.
Okay.
I saw
for the Warriors this season. You saw it. What did you think about that?
Remind us what they were.
Pods was like 200. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, it's all good. So Pods is first, and he's pretty much double. And then the top, I have the numbers right in front of me. The Draymond is number 2.
Okay.
Right behind 122, and then Kuminga's third. Curry 4. Chris Paul's 5.
Okay.
Conservatively led, but
all right.
Moody is 5. Moody is actually 6.
Okay.
And then the bottom, from the bottom going up, Wiggins is negative 100.
All right.
Thompson is second to last, and Looney is third from the bottom. So I don't know.
All right. Well, Looney.
You guys.
That's fair. Looney we'll cross Looney off because he's not in the rotation anymore. So Wiggins and Thompson have been their worst plus-minus guys, essentially, in the rotation.
And if you're telling me...
Next question.
Again, I love Podziemski, Stoney, but if you're telling me that's when those numbers can be skewed, he's the most important Warrior he's been, and he plays his ass off, that's where I'll try to fight back.
What do you mean?
Steph Curry it starts and ends with the chef.
Well, how important is it that Pods is number 1 is the question.
Well, that's why I'm saying.
Is that important enough to keep him on the floor 20-plus minutes a night?
I would say maybe that's why you're in the 10th seed. Like, I don't know. Yeah. That's how my mind works. And I'm not blaming Pods. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's an indictment if you want to really get to the nitty-gritty of it.
Of course. Of course. The minute Pods is getting his finger pointed at him, who was the 19th pick in the draft, who's, again, like, to me, the reason Podziemski's playing as much as he's playing is because Wiggins has not been good. And Wiggins doesn't rebound. And what about Moody? Moody doesn't make any plays. And you know what? There is a difference between a guy... And it sure doesn't feel like Podziemski can make a shot. Well, if it doesn't feel like Podziemski can make a 3, what's it feel like when Moody takes a 3?
And Podziemski hit 3 Friday and hit 1 yesterday. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's been forever for Moody.
Yeah, so we're just kind of getting into the Warriors right now.
And what do you do, man?
Talking about where they're going. They got what, 12 games left. They're 36-34, 4 games coming up on the road. Again, they're in that game last night against the T-Wolves.
I don't want to say they had it, but I'm with you.
When did they have it?
When they were up 4 at the start of the 4th, up 3, you sit Steph, Minnesota goes on a 9-something run, they're up 4, you bring in Dre and Klay at 8:56, that should have been Curry, good or bad. We won't find out until you play them. That's all, Steiny. So when you say a minute or 2 minutes, that's a big deal in a game that was hanging in the balance, and Steph kind of had it going a little bit. Just a thought, man. And of those 12 games, I keep focused on Curry, and it's not fair. I want to ask you, how many games does he play of the 12?
I don't know.
Like, the answer should be all of them.
I don't know. I just, all I'm telling you is, so you want Steph to come back more, earlier in the fourth quarter, and I'm telling you that I don't need to talk to Steve Kerr to tell you he's doing it for a reason, and the reason is because he thinks if he brings Steph back with 9 or 10 minutes to go, he won't be able to finish the game strong.
Well, he could never say that publicly, right?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Because he got kind of pissed off when he was saying he's carried us for 15 years. Exactly. I'm like, whoa. We're asking for 12 more games now, Coach. I get what you're saying, Steve.
I think that's what he said. He said he's been carrying us for 15 years. Can't carry us anymore. And the reality of the equation is, or the reality of the situation is that, and we'll get back into it about Steph playing. Steph ended up playing essentially 30 minutes last night. And I guess people are upset that he didn't play 2 to 4 more minutes. And
in a game that close.
Here's what Steve Kerr had to say. We'll kind of revisit it because we can jump back in.
We're trying to keep him around 30, trying to get him as much rest as we can. We've played him a lot of minutes, played him 35 2 days ago. So as long as we were hanging in there, then we wanted to limit the minutes a little bit. Not limit them, but not overplay him.
What is it about that?
Why didn't that go again?
I mean,
Klay and Dre played 33 and 35 collectively. Why wasn't that? And you meant it. You said overplay them. You can't take that back. You said it because that's what it looks like.
Right.
When did the caution sign go up for Curry's minutes? And I understand Friday he played the whole, and he was bad. But that's one game.
I mean, what do you want? What do you want? That's what Steve Kerr would tell you. He would say, we're in game 70 of the NBA season. And Bob Myers used the term malaise on the broadcast 5 days ago. 3 weeks ago, Steve Kerr said he thought Steph was getting tired. So it absolutely has a correlation, I believe, that on Friday, Steve Kerr played Steph Curry the entire fourth quarter against the Pacers. Steph went 1 for 7 from the floor in the fourth quarter. They lost. And so the reaction to that for a game on Sunday afternoon by Steve Kerr was, I can't play Steph 10, 12 minutes coming down the stretch today. Like, this is one of those where...
Well, I'm going to say
I'm not telling anybody something I haven't given you a reason why other than Steve Kerr clearly didn't want to play Steph the entire fourth quarter because he thought he'd probably he'd wear down. That's too much.
Well, okay.
What if that's just Steve Kerr would be like, what if Steve Kerr would just say, Steiny, don't you get it? Steph can't play 10 demanding fourth quarter minutes at 36 anymore, and I expect him to bring it home.
Well, then I would say this, if they're going to lose that game yesterday 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, all right. I don't necessarily disagree with you. What's the alternative?
And that, I think we'll find out tomorrow, man.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Steiny along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What a line. And that fishes do stink, Steiny. Wow, man.
They do.
Priest.
There's something
it's technically the head down, but that's fine.
Oh, well,
I like it better head up.
There's something I can tell about Guru today, and it's okay. He's a pillar of optimism, but something I believe has hit him today. I can tell there's a missing gleam in his eye.
Sports, man.
There's
I appreciate you pointing this out.
Yeah, and let me tell you what I'm going to say to you.
Because you were waiting for me to just yell and scream. I'm not.
And it's important. Like, it's important to know this. Once you look at the team more realistically, like your friend Matt Steinmetz, then you can begin to move on from the process of dwelling on what will never be. And that,
oh my God,
becomes the definition of productivity. So let me tell you what's going to happen here is it's going to hurt because you're realizing the conclusion is coming to you that it's over. It's over. Now, this feeling of pain, it can last anywhere from, I don't know, a week to 3 decades. Who knows? But once you accept that, there's almost a relief. It's almost like when you say, hey, Jimmy, I'm really sorry. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. And Jimmy goes, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. That sense of relief. You're
not there.
You're going to get there either between now and a long time.
No, I think I appreciate you, Steiny.
I'm trying to help.
And I'm being real. It looks bleak right now. Yeah. I have so many questions. And the one thing I do know, and I really need you to either be quiet or just take this for what it's worth because you know I mean it. I know there's slippage when it comes to Steph. I still know he's a top 10 dude in this league.
Top 10.
Okay, so now I have no, what word am I looking for? I have no sentimental attachment to any Warrior right now not named Steph. And Joe Lacob is probably feeling the same way. So he's going to be in a Warrior uniform next year. It pops off if they make it or they lose in the play-in or what have you. But Steiny, I am not where you're at only because this is not Steph Curry's all his fault. I'm 36, and now I need somebody to throw the ball to, and maybe I can watch you get down. Ha ha. That is the rat on the table with the Golden State Warriors, and it's incredible that they still got a shot to play postseason basketball. That's all.
So they're overachieving.
The season started in November. Right. And it's not just me.
Okay, you say all those things.
Steph was looking great.
What does it mean? Like, what does it mean?
A change gonna come.
Well, that's a great slogan, but what does it mean?
Oh, did Jonathan Kuminga, not pointing him out. You were in no position to say our young assets are untouchable. A few games ago, I thought maybe that was the case. No. Everything is ready to lock, load, and fire in regard to getting Steph Curry the necessary help to where if they lose when they do get this new help in others.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
You could at least say we tried.
They're a 10th seed right now. They're not going anywhere. They'll finish 11th or they'll lose to the Lakers in the play-in. Are they more likely next year or less likely to make the playoffs?
I'm being so real. Yeah. Forget the changes. Draymond doesn't get suspended 25 games. I'm saying more likely.
Yeah, I'm saying less.
You really believe that? With everybody,
and you really believe Steph will continue to not Steph's 37.
But you're missing my theme, Steiny. It's about what's around him getting better. And some guys have showed some brilliance and some growth, but now it's can you sustain it like we know I can. Now, maybe I can't do it for 34 or 33 minutes like they've been letting me do all season. But
so how are Steph, Klay, and Draymond's minutes if they're all
Well, Draymond is availability in regard to games played.
Okay.
That took it that might have hijacked this season.
Okay, well what do you expect?
Dre, don't get suspended.
Okay, what about his back? Well, like, do you? I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm being proactive.
I look at Draymond Green's contract as an albatross.
No, that I hear you.
He is under contract for 3 years.
But now we're talking about just one more next year. Or you rest and you're not coming into a season to play 3 more. We're just talking about that season, which will be next year.
Is change gonna come? Or are you going to run it back because you expect Draymond's going to play 70 games?
He could be part of a
and
package.
Steph's going to play 70 games.
He could be
included. Clay's going to be re-signed at the number. Is change going to come, or are you
all that's on the
is
table,
Wiggins coming back?
All I meant by it, and I'm not going Jerry Jones all in, and what does that mean? I'm just telling you, all that you just mentioned should and I believe is on the table.
And I guess what I'm saying is sometimes I look at it as a lot's going to happen. It doesn't matter. There's nothing out there that can dramatically change the direction of this organization because there's just it's steamrolling in a way that's going to be difficult to stop. And the way it's steamrolling is your young guys just can't get there in time. D in Walnut Creek. Not to mention you don't really even know how good your young guys are.
No doubt about it.
That's what usually organizations can take 2 or 3 years to figure out. But the Warriors haven't done that because they've had a dynasty. What's up, D?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hey, this is a great topic today.
Oh, thank you.
Anything can happen in the Bay, in the NBA. But, Guru and a few fans are crossing the border into the realm of wishful thinking. Even if they make the play-in, they're not going anywhere. They don't have the Mo Buckets, the Livingstons, the Iguodalas to complement Steph and take pressure off the defense from him. And that ain't going to happen until they get somebody like that. We need a more Mo Buckets type.
Wow, Stoney offense. He said a Mo Buckets type.
Yeah,
I've quivered. Go ahead. Did I hear you correctly?
Mo Spates, and they're back to title.
I am the uniform nerd, and I feel like I heard you say something that just I got goosebumps. So tell me what you told
I think
Evan.
I'm looking at the greatest uniforms I've ever seen in my life.
It's tiny. That makes
and I know you think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
They are sick. With the women, tell them who you're watching.
It's the Tennessee women's uniform.
Oh my God, those are sick. Light blue, and would you call that an orange or beige?
I don't know, but I love it.
It's orange. It's Tennessee. Those are dope, and I love that you love it.
It's a little bit of the muted orange Tennessee.
No doubt about it.
Oh, that's hot.
Powder blue.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, nice move.
Hey.
That was a nice move by that lefty from NC State.
Dude, the fact that you love, my day is complete, man.
Can we get a close-up of those uniforms?
Well, if I could steer you back on track. Hey, Steiny, have you ever played Angel's Advocate?
Angels.
As opposed to Devil's Advocate,
now
which appear to be on.
Is that yours, Evan, or somebody wrote that?
I was just thinking about the opposite. He always says, I think I want to play Devil's Advocate.
Well, Angel's Advocate would be when Guru tries to have it every way under the sun, I would be like, well, Guru, an angel, let me be Angel's Advocate. You're right. Draymond Green, I think he's going to play 76 games next year. And I think Steph is going to be, he was healthy this year for the most part. Why can't he play 70 games next year at close to the same level? Klay settling into his role as a sixth man. Is there a number out there for him? We don't know what's happening with Wiggins. Is it possible that he's had a family issue for 2 years and that he could somehow put it behind him? Is that even within the realm of possibility? Only Joe Lacob and the Warriors know if that is.
Kevon Looney.
I was thinking more Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh.
Can we get Jonathan to take 2 more steps forward? Under the one issue they have with Jonathan Kuminga to me moving forward is as long as they're still married to the way they're playing with Steph kind of and Draymond and Klay, that's not really suited to Kuminga. Well, Kuminga's more of an isolation type player. Well, that's going to have to be dealt with. So when people say, well, Kuminga can be it's not that simple with Kuminga and Steph Curry because Steph Curry is really great at playing this style, but that doesn't come easy to some other guys. And, Kuminga would be probably better suited to play another style, but You can't move off what Steph Curry does great.
Let me bring in our guy, Evan, not to put you on the spot, but when you saw what transpired down the wire yesterday, where are you at with this Warrior team and how that was handled with Steph only playing those amount of minutes?
Well, I think it's a move we've seen many times just in different ways. Like you like to bring up Macbeth. Well, it's maybe might not be Macbeth, but it's a different version of the same tragedy, which is you either have lineups that include players that are too old and they can't remain fresh for a full 48 or whatever their workload is that given night, or you have lineups that include players that are too inexperienced, which is what I also felt like last night they were stuck between, because whether you think Curry could have played 32 or 33 minutes, Kerr didn't, and that's the decision. But GP2 missed a big layup. Who's he in for? Probably Pajemski because he was bad last night. Why is Wiggins in? Well, he's probably in because Kuminga wasn't very good down the stretch of the game last night. So you're stuck between the inexperience of those players. You need to be better to supplement the fall off of the players that are too old. And that's the rock and hard place I just feel like I see every single night that they play.
Wow. Sounds like somebody needs a bridge, and I don't know if they have one.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard.
That's kind of the way I see it. That's the way I see it. And I think that
who they were in for, and he was right.
But the other thing I see too is kind of the darned if you do, darned if you don't. You want Steph to try to bring this thing home.
Yeah,
that's the guaranteed way it's going to fail. Expecting Steph to play 35 minutes a night and carry you, I think that's where not me, but I think that's where Steve Kerr says we can't do that anymore. He's not good enough. We're not good enough. Okay, what do? Well, we got to bump him down to 30, 28. Maybe that'll be the answer. That's the perfect number. But then the young guys are playing too much, and they don't play at a good enough level. And now, how do you figure out what's perfect? Yeah, I get it. That's a coach, but I don't think there's room in there to be one of the best teams in the NBA at this point. City boy,
our guy.
But that's okay. That's okay. You go as far as you can, and then you figure out how much better you can get and how fast next year. What's up, City?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk Warriors for a sec. One thing, before I get into what I wanted to say, I just wanted to say one thing about Steph Curry this season. I'll tell you what, without Steph Curry, this team is the Wizards, the Pistons. I mean, I want to say it's pretty amazing that he's elevated this team to be over 500, considering how bad this roster is from top to bottom. Anyway, so that real quick. It doesn't mean there aren't a couple guys that can do some things, but there's nobody on this roster that is a viable starter on an NBA championship team, in my opinion, right now, So what I wanted to say real quick is, Joe Lacob said it. We don't make the playoffs. There's going to be big changes. So I think that we, as much as we know that it's going to be difficult, the changes aren't going to be easy to make because of all the guys under contract. I think we can expect a much different roster next year. And I wanted to say the biggest challenge I see going forward is, okay, so Steve re-signed to a 2-year extension, and we all know that they got rid of Mark Jackson and brought Steve in so they could run motion and have that read and react, which has really it unlocked Curry and is that and Steph are the reasons why this team has 4 rings. The current roster is incapable of playing motion. They can't run, read, and react with the personnel they currently have. And how are they going to find guys that can come in and play that way? Because, if you're not running motion, you're not the Warriors, and you're not going to win. Anyway,
that's a good point.
That's kind of what I think.
Yeah. And you're talking mostly about Wiggins and Kuminga.
Man.
When
he said the Wizards, Donnie, I hadn't even thought about that. When
Wizards
I think
just got a big win.
Man,
Sacramento
hurt me.
That's quietly 6 days ago now. Yeah, that was. Your Kings got a big win against the Magic.
Yeah, that was a gift.
That was a big win.
Yeah, that was a gift.
That was a big win.
Orlando blew that last possession.
But here's the other thing that I'm convinced. I don't want to say these days are over, but you can't. You can't tell me Steph Curry is either this not uninformed, what do I want to say? You can't tell me Steph Curry is sitting down with Joe Lacob at some point and saying, Joe, I don't care what we do, but Draymond must be here. Like, you just can't tell me Steph Curry is that close-minded or that focused basketball-wise, tunnel vision way that he would say, well, Joe, the minute you start thinking about trading Draymond Green, you may as well start thinking about trading me. I'm sorry. I do not believe that. And even if he ever was like that, which I think was always exaggerated, but even if he was like that and wanted Draymond Green around, Steph Curry's 36 years old. He ain't, that ain't him. And it's almost one of those things where I look at it where if somebody were to say to me, if Bob Martin, I shouldn't even do this. Hey, Steiny, hey, by the way, Steph gave Lacob an ultimatum that he may not trade Draymond Green, that Steph must end his career with Draymond Green. At this point, I'm like, okay, well, that tells me all bets are now off with Steph Curry because you can't let him do that. You can't let anybody do that. But my first point is, I don't think Steph would do that. Do you think Steph
really? You don't think he had anything to do with the? And I know you keep talking about you couldn't let Dre go for nothing.
I don't know
because he could have already played that card. Steph, and I would understand it of basically saying,
I don't know.
He ain't going nowhere.
What I'm saying is, I find it hard to believe that Steph Curry is saying you may not. Here's an ultimatum: you can't move Draymond. Why? Well, we can't win it with him. Get out of here.
Well, then
get out of here. We can't win it with him.
Let's put the right on the table then. If he hasn't done that, then Joe Lacob will use Draymond Green as a piece.
But I don't know if he's a good
go with
piece.
another. No, I get it. But what if you attached him to commit? I'm just like those are big changes. And the caller's right. City Boy is right. Joe did. I won't let those words go. Nothing may happen, but gear up, put your seatbelt on, man. Because if this thing is headed in the direction it looks like to where they don't make it, and you call a team and you got Draymond and Kuminga and something, whatever, good Lord. What do you get back?
Well, I don't know.
Well, that might be put you in a better position to do something than what you currently have.
Do Kuminga, first of all, if I'm another team,
Milwaukee Bucks would love Draymond Green.
Well, right, but
the
you
Clippers
said,
would love
I know, and I don't want to get bogged down on this, but I don't know if I'm one team. I'm trading for both Draymond and Kuminga. Like, I'm not convinced. I get one or the other, but I don't know.
Didn't you have the same problem as the Warriors?
I'm not saying they're a problem or anything like that, but I get you'd love to have Kuminga for the future, and you'd love to have Draymond because you think you're going to win a title right now. But who's Milwaukee giving up for that? Like, who? Well, I don't think Kuminga and Draymond Green get you. I don't know. Do they get you Sabonis? Just throwing out a name. Would Kings fans? Kings fans would not. You think Kings fans would do that?
We've watched David Lee before.
Well, you
said that, not me.
And you're out on my guy in Chicago, huh?
Who?
Levine.
Oh, my God.
DeRozan.
I'll take DeRozan, but he doesn't solve the problem to me because he's 35. And I know he plays a lot, but I'm the idea of an off season of moves all pointed toward we're going to actually try to go from the 10th spot to a title team in one off season is almost insulting to me. Like, you really so you're going to try to tightrope walk across the Atlantic Ocean when we know it's going to be impossible to do. So I don't know. You got to get out of the quick fix mentality. I don't know. Let's play the last 11 games and kind of see. I It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
No, it's just I'm never one of the guys to talk about the next step while you're still walking. But it's about that was horrible. It's about this season, but this offseason is going to be incredible.
Here you go.
The NBA is such a weird league. It just takes one little spark to get yourself going. Every team goes through it in the season. You see what Houston's doing right now. They got one little spark and they run off whatever it is, 8, 9 in a row. So we're capable of doing that until we run out of games. That's the mindset.
All right.
Wow.
You didn't hear that one, did you?
Well, he's noticing what Houston's doing. Like, I would ask Coach Curry yesterday after he said that's not why we lost. How is it important, Coach, for you guys to make the 10th seed?
How important is it?
Because he couldn't say what he really wanted to say with everybody, all the fans listening, right? So it was almost be not a fair question. Because he couldn't say, you know what? Our guys know we ain't going nowhere. That'd be too truthful.
Here's Draymond on if he's encouraged by any of the stuff going on.
No, we keep losing. That's not encouraging.
Okay, Draymond was on one yesterday. And I haven't heard some of this real quick.
Yeah, it was nasty. We had control of the game at one point, and then we just gave it up and never got it back.
That was on the Pacers game.
Oh, no.
Well, it sucks. So, when you have to win and you don't, it sucks.
Draymond, how do you balance the winning or trying to win with trying to build?
Well, in order to win, you have to build good habits. So I don't think we have great habits. Until you play with great habits, at all times you lose.
Draymond
I love
happy.
and full with Draymond down. You got one more?
Oh, yeah. These are fun.
You can say that when you're 2016, Dre, and you're the defensive player.
Losing games, especially games that we should win. We lose a lot of games that we should win. In this league, you have to win the games you're supposed to win and still a few that you're not supposed to win. But if you lose the ones you're supposed to win, you're in for a long year.
What kept you from winning? What's going on with the defense?
Next question.
We're a very quiet team, so you have communication. You have issues on defense when you have bad communication.
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets?
I don't give a damn about the Rockets.
Well, you should. Because they're about to run you down, and then you would be out of the playoffs. I can't come down this road for that.
Anybody else hear what I heard?
He called out Wiggins. He called out.
We're a very quiet team.
So he called out everybody.
Communication. You have issues on defense when you have bad communication.
Well, he's the one out there yelling. Right. I'm just saying, help him.
Right. So the guy who's the most volatile player in the league, and in and out of the lineup because of suspension.
Out with that one.
Everybody but himself.
No, but Sonny, you know what he's saying.
Not the problem. It's the quiet guys.
He said we.
Yeah, he's.
Maybe he's too quiet because he's worried about towing the line.
That's true. You know what?
No, if you watch him, he's having conversation, not screaming at the guys, but like, dude, what the hell, Sonny? Hey, Evan, saying, you let dude go backdoor again? Damn.
I'm just saying, God forbid he might not be able to defend like he used to. God forbid.
Right.
It's because Wiggins. Let me tell you something. Wiggins wasn't doing stand-up comedy 2 years ago when they won it.
He missed.
He was quiet 2 years ago.
You got to make that layup.
Jonathan Kuminga's always been pretty quiet. Klay Thompson's always been pretty quiet.
Zicky says Green admitted he sucks, Donnie. What are you saying? Well, right.
I'm saying don't pick on him then.
People want to know how the Peacock Lounge went. You can tell them in the Too Short segment.
Okay. Let me give him
Too Short.
All right. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, what's coming up next? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first.
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Stein. It's what we're working on, right? Willard and Dibbs coming up in about 10 minutes.
Take people
Dibbs
behind
back
the scenes.
from Vegas. Yeah, please do.
No, you don't want me to.
What are we working on?
I've been working on my leadership. And so that's why I'm not going to take people behind the scenes, because I want to throw you guys under the bus. But we're not going to do that.
You're working on our version of the stays, right? Steve Kerr wants to work on the Warriors' stays because they're not boxing out. They're not hitting bodies. This is your stay.
Oh, Evan, do we have that sound I asked for?
The pregame.
Yeah, Steiny, listen to this. Evan, you're marvelous. Oh, give him a second, Steiny. This to me is what hurts. When we hear it, man, I was just like, man, are we really at this part of the season with guys that got Grammys, some threes, some? Why would you say, "Oh God," the Grammys?
Because you're setting it up to make me want to.
No, it's just like we're focused on is offense, shoot this and that.
Who is?
Just a lot of the fans.
Who?
The Indiana game, they were getting beaten. That was, Steiny, I'm not going to say embarrassing. That was not Warrior basketball.
It's a young team. Let me know.
Who? The Pacers.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're Minnesota.
Check this out. I think we got it, Steiny.
Crash, you don't sprint back and you just stand there. And that's on us as coaches. You know, we just haven't been able to get that message across. We haven't been able to teach it well enough. And so it's a group effort, and we've got to find a way to get it across to our guys. We talk about the first three steps all the time in either direction. And that tape was just so alarming. I mean, the Pacers play at the #1 pace in the league, and they were pushing the ball every play, and we just had stay after stay. And there's a reason we lost, so we've got to find a way to teach it better. We've got to do it better.
All right, so Nembhard had a layup.
Wow, man.
Now, what is the wow there?
That he feels like, not that they don't possess the necessary tools and skill set to get back, it's the want to and will. And that's why I've been saying the pride word all day, because that's a lot of it. Now, I'm not saying you're not wrong. We can all see the Warriors are older, but Steiny, he's talking about getting back on defense. But not even going out to the three-point line. The phantom fake hustle closeout has been a thing that's been too common.
So I disagree. I do. If they're going to say the first three steps, they stay. That means something happens, and you got to react immediately and make a good. I'm just, again, and until people get it, I'm going to keep saying it. Pascal Siakam is 29. Tyrese Halliburton is 23 years old. Nesmith is 24. Goodness gracious, Miles Turner is still only 27. I mean, Nembhard, 24. Toppin, 25.
Man, he's balling.
The Warriors players are 10 years older than those guys. They are going to get out. They're going to get out hustled.
Oh, wow.
They're going to get out quicked. But they've got to figure out, they used to be not only a team that was better, but the team that would do that to other teams. They've got to figure out, if there's any way possible, they can offset their tremendous age and athleticism disadvantage, because that's really what we're looking at right now.
And how would one do that?
Well,
I'm being real.
By getting younger.
Oh,
let me ask you a question. Do you think Steph Curry's shooting percentage, it's down a few points. Do you just think he's missing the same shots that he's gotten year after year? Or do you think that each year those shots just get a little tougher, just a little bit harder?
I would go with the latter, or just a little tougher.
And I think that's what's happening. I've seen more Steph Curry shots in the fourth quarter that just don't look like shots he took 3 or 4 years ago. Either they're just a little more contested, or he's got to work a little harder to get it off.
So nothing around him, or is that all him, you think, like the space?
Everything.
The defenders have...
It's partly him.
Okay.
He's lost.
Because it looked that way when Dre was out, and then Dre came back. He looked like
forget the other four guys on the court. Forget the other guys on the court.
I can do that.
And you have Steph Curry going one-on-one at the top with somebody who's pretty good. The other four guys are just two on one side, two on others. You say, hey, Steph, go cook, chef. Is he as good now as he was doing that? Going one-on-one from the top of the circle.
Well, science would tell me no.
Okay.
But hold on.
Fair.
But he's still, like, if you...
Right,
he still
but the drop-off is why you go from a championship team to a 10th seed. That's the drop-off. Not all his fault, but that's the reality of the situation. You're not he's not at championship level anymore as a best player on a team. I mean,
oh, man,
like, he just...
Like, I'm not there. Like, he could give anybody the ball. No doubt.
Right.
Totally. But
I mean, I don't mean it like that, but what I mean is, like, Jokic is 29 years old, and he's carrying an unbelievable load. And Doncic is 27 years old, and he's carrying, and when Embiid plays, he carries an unbelievable load. You can't ask Steph Curry to do that. Those guys are 26 years old.
Well, that's what's happening.
And you know what?
He's done it all this season.
Okay, and they're 500.
Especially when Dre was out.
They're 500.
Oh, man.
And it's not all his fault because, I don't know, is Doncic's supporting cast, but okay, now we can do this too. Well, Steph's working with the worst supporting cast of any team in the top 10. In other words, Jokic has a better supporting cast. Whoever the best player is.
I would say Luka does just with Kyrie. We could start there.
All right.
Lively. Tim Hardaway Jr., just consistent guys that know what they're bringing night in, night out.
Okay.
And some nights it may not be it, but at least you know.
So if
this has been musical chairs.
If you believe that, and you could probably get me to believe it
I do.
Okay, well then
you got to do something about it.
Yeah, get better players around Steph.
There's no doubt about it.
Like, just do it. Get better players around Steph. But you know what? In order
it's
to
harder said than easier said.
Well, it's also
done.
You got to look people in the mirror, and I'm talking about fans, and say we got to get somebody in here better than Draymond Green. He doesn't play enough. He's not good enough. Andrew Wiggins isn't good enough. But it's going to be hard. But the people who are successful, they embrace that. They embrace it, Evan. Yeah.
What?
They embrace challenge. They don't run from it.
No.
They don't hold on to the past when the past continues to kick them right in the face. Let's grow up.
I'll tell you what.
Just grow up. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not trying to be a comedian.
Yeah. This is painful.
Jesus Myers picked the right time you would think, to dip out of here. That's the right on the table. I'm just saying, this may not be a quick fixer. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Joe Lacob won't settle for any long-term
Well, he told Evan said it. No, who was that? The caller said it. He did. A city boy. He did say, I'm hanging on to those words. If we don't make it, big changes.
If the Warriors don't make the playoffs this year, why would they be more likely to make it next year?
Well, they would be different people. You got different personnel.
Right.
There you go.
So how do you get better players?
Well, that's the man. That's Lacob's job.
All right. We got the Willard and Dibs coming up on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru, joined by Dibbs and Willard. It's the crossover on 95.7 The Game. Dibbs has been gone.
He don't look like I thought he looked. Bags under his eyes. You look good.
Yeah, appreciate it.
No, he looks rich.
Well,
he looks rich.
It's a good
Look at
trip.
him.
It was a good trip. And I said this before, and it's the approach I took even before I had a baby in my 50s. But when I go to Vegas, I go to sleep. I don't sleep the whole time, but my goal is to not go there and lose my voice. Although I lost it for a while and I got it back. I don't want to come back and be totally haggard and have to struggle coming back. So I got 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Shout out not having to wake up with the baby. Got up about 10 o'clock on Saturday.
Wow.
Which was pretty cool. Went to bed about 3, but I like to sleep. I like to go on vacation and get rest.
Yeah,
even
I was
in a place
bragging
like
on you.
Vegas.
You said you were drunk and he was 6-0 early.
Yeah.
Yeah. It stayed hot, kid. Stayed hot.
When you have a baby, I would have no hesitation at all getting on a plane and flying I don't know where.
Right.
And getting on another plane and flying right back. I'm like, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Sleep and me time.
Correct.
Yeah, so I get it. Maybe you didn't even go to Vegas this weekend for all we know.
Maybe I didn't. And
maybe I didn't.
I caught the 5:15 a.m. flight out of Oakland. So I got up at 3:30.
Oh.
And
on Thursday.
The Bloody Mary
correct,
flight.
on
Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday was a staycation with the baby. And after that, it was like, I can't wait to get up out of here. Love you, my, but daddy's exhausted. I get to the airport at like 4:15, TSA, packed.
That's
packed.
Really?
It's like 150 deep. People going everywhere.
Man.
People going everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was.
Wow.
Good thing I showed up early because shout out the thoroughness of TSA.
Tell me about the flight. This is fun to me. Tell me about the flight back.
Is that tongue in cheek?
No, they're very thorough.
Oh, they're thorough.
Oh yeah, they're going to take their time. So it's like, feel free to open another kiosk. No, we'd rather not. We'd rather have 7 people standing around.
You got to hold that ID up to the sky.
Totally.
Look at it as if you can tell anything.
And sir, lower your mask. It's like, I lower my mask. The flight home, different story. Forgot to check in, so your boy drew C-17 Southwest. So I knew I was riding in the biscuit.
That's middle seat.
I was middle seat. So you're walking down the plane and you're sizing it up. And it's like, he's too fat. Oh, she maybe possible body odor there. I can tell that person's this, that person's that. About 10 rows down, found a couple of gentlemen. They both seemed to be smaller in stature. Like my chances. Got in the middle and immediately eyes closed, not opening them up again. It was over. Night.
Speaking of smaller in stature, what did you think of the Warriors game?
It's a good transition right there. I think the small in stature coach made the right choice about not playing the small in stature megastar. I stand behind Steve Kerr in thinking that 2 minutes, if 2 minutes of Steph Curry means the difference between a win and a loss, your team's not very good.
Well,
You're talking about 5 games and 7 nights, and the chef is coming off of a 12 minutes played in the fourth quarter just 2 nights earlier.
That was bad, yeah.
And I think when you're asking a 36-year-old to go out there and shoulder the load for this team just so you can fight like heck to still be the 10 seed with your other star, Draymond Green, saying, I don't give a crap about Houston, let's put the rat on the damn table.
So
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
They've called the dogs off.
They've called their own dogs off, yes.
Wow.
And, you can Rick Celebrini me, and I buy it, but they're not chasing wins. If they really thought that winning that game was going to make the difference between a championship or not, then he would have played 44 minutes.
I don't think they've called off the dogs. Here's what I think, though. And I have reached the point where I am really tired of listening to people rip Steve Kerr for the rotations that he is putting out there, and here's why. If you are mad at Steve Kerr, that is based on the premise that you think the answer to the problem is in the building. And it's not. Period. Stop yelling at a man who does not have any answers for not having the answer. There are no answers. He has tried all of the things that you're talking about. They don't work. I can't tell you exactly. Now it's, oh, they're checked out or they've called off the dogs or gosh, I mean, it's been so many years. They're not that excited about the play-in thing. Like, I am way past the idea of all the things we've said this year. Oh, we need more Moody. We need less Pajemski. You waited too long for Trace Jackson Davis, and now it's Steph sat out 3 minutes that we wanted him to play. And they're hanging on barely to the 10 seed over the Rockets.
Who were nowhere near them.
The Rockets. And we're sitting here acting like 3 minutes of Steph. Well, then they'd be contenders. If Steve would just get out of his own damn way. Come on, man. Like, this is the way I look at this season. They had a plan. They tried it. Yeah. Looks like it didn't work.
Okay.
Plan next year better be real, real different, and I'm sure it will.
Yeah, they'll run it back. Yeah. They just run it right back.
Well, we don't know.
Run it back. No, there's no chance they run it back.
The answers are not there.
Yes. Well, no.
He's knocked on every door.
And look at his face. He's wearing these losses. Yeah. Steve Curry is. I mean, now I'm starting to like, man, you think he wanted to play GP2 24 minutes yesterday? But about that minute or two, they were down 8. Curry comes back after being up 3, and he sat. You just think, Willard, okay, they tied it up at 108. A minute or two with the chef, maybe you're winning by 3 or 4. I'm just
the way I look at that is if he plays additional minutes, it doesn't mean that he's going to be any more productive. And in fact, he might be less productive if he goes out there and plays those extra minutes.
Less productive him than what Willard's saying.
Well, less productive him was Friday night. Less productive him was Friday night.
Friday cut me, and thank you. That hurt me. That hurt my spirit.
I was watching it on the little screen.
That hurt me, man.
In the Paris Sportsbook, they got the college games on the big screen, and then they have what we were calling the Brady Bunch screen with the 9 squares. So because I was betting a little bit of the women's tourney as well. South Carolina given 55 didn't cover.
Wow.
They won by 53, but so we'd look at the little screen and be like, "Hey, where's that game?" Oh, that's down there, Cindy Brady, because you'd had the 3 Brady girls on the left.
I love it.
The 3 Brady boys on the right, mom and dad in the middle, top and bottom, and then Alice. So that game, Warriors, was on Cindy Brady.
And Saturday.
On Friday. So I'm squinting and trying to watch it. I'm like, man, they're in it. And then it's like, oh, man, they're down. Oh, man, they're losing.
So Kurt had to show that film like a high school team Saturday in a hotel in Minnesota about how bad they were defensively. Willard, if we're talking about effort, and I think we are, then I'm out. If we're here now and we're talking about effort, they don't close out on anybody. I'm like, guys are going to make shots, but what is going on?
Did you feel at any point in watching last night's game like they were going to win?
They had a chance.
I'm being honest,
sure.
I did.
Of course they had a chance. Of course they
I did, Willard. 104, I said, here we go.
But the days of they're going to win this game.
Oh, God.
They're talking to me.
They're going to lose this game.
What?
That's how I felt the whole night.
Oh, no.
I don't care that they're up by 9 in the first half. Don't act like we haven't watched this clam bake 18 times already this year.
12 points.
You knew they're playing Minnesota. Like, Minnesota is the better team, and they're going to show up in the fourth quarter and do what the better team does. They're going to lose that game. You can feel it the entire night. Wow. You're up by 9 at the end of 1. And you're up by 6. And you're up by 3. I'm like, I can see where this is going. You're going to lose this game.
I was like, here we go.
Like, you start to think, this is the way I think about it. Like, I think about looking at Minnesota and saying, to get back to championship level, you almost need Steph Curry to be on a team where he can play a little like Mike Conley. And I get it. Curry's a better player than Mike Conley. But you look at Mike Conley, and he's got to be 36 now, too. Hell of a player in his prime. Not like Steph, as he's not a number 1.
But who would drive the car?
My point is, Anthony Edwards, Steph Curry's got to play 35 minutes like Steph Curry. Like, he doesn't get to just be Mike Conley and let other guys do stuff for 30 minutes. And you know what? Well, now I got an open 3, and now I'll stick. Like, you know what I mean? Mike Conley can pick his spots and make a great play against Kuminga on D and then make the 3, and it's boom, boom. Like, Curry's got to do that all game long.
He's got to be Curry all game long.
Exactly.
That's a great way to put it. He's currently 43rd in the league in total minutes played. For me, it's not about minutes a game. For an older player, it's about total minutes. There's only one guy older than him who's played more minutes than he has.
LeBron.
And that's LeBron James.
Okay,
so everyone else who's played more minutes than Steph is a younger man than Steph. So for me, 30 minutes of Steph, that's probably about right at this point in his year.
But yesterday it wasn't. You stopped at 30. You could have brought him back with 8:56 left. Why didn't you? And if all of a sudden now you're going to pull the rug out from underneath the Warrior fans and say, oh, we let him play 33 and 34 all year. Steiny's been saying, why is he playing so much? You wait to now to where the Rockets are on your ass to say, you know what, Curry, we're going to rest you. Now, what are we resting for? You got 12 games left, and that might be it.
I don't think Celebrini, who makes these calls ostensibly, I don't think that he looks at the record, the standings, or anything other than this is what we see from Steph, and they have all the metrics on.
Because Friday was bad in the fourth
and
quarter.
Think about this, too. And I was listening to you guys all morning on the drive-in. I had to get a new phone. I was running around like a madman. The minutes that he plays, and the minutes so far, 2,092, his minutes, 2,092, are active minutes. These are not minutes on the weak side. These are not minutes where I'm not involved. Off the ball, he's running like a crazy person. On the ball, he's fighting against double teams. He's getting top locked. He's having to fight and scrap and carry this team at 36. So his minutes, to me, are far more taxing than almost anybody else's minutes in the association.
Pretty fair.
So expect 30 or less tomorrow and Wednesday, and I'm asking.
You might get a load management day. How would that sit with you?
Well, if they won, I could have said, all right, I see it, but then the dogs are they're really done.
Well, I don't.
If we get one of those,
I don't even understand this idea. And I heard you guys take a call or two of people that, and I know this is normal frustration from a fan. Just play the young people. Well, what the hell does that do for you? Is anybody going to sell me on the idea that something's going to happen? Because you're like, who cares about the 10 seed? Okay, fine. Something's going to happen in these final 12 games that's going to convince you of something about Moses Moody, or like Kuminga's going to get something out of this because he's going to get 34 minutes instead of 29 in these final 12 games that's going to mean something meaningful in the future down the road. I look at it as the opposite. It's disrespectful to the great players on this team, the veterans, to not let them just play it out, see what happens. If you get the 10 seed, let's play the Lakers and see what happens. If you win a game, cool, get another game, see what happens. I'm not telling you that you're going to go on some sort of they could make a run. I'm not doing that. I just think that you're not going to get anything out of this whole play the young people for the last 12 games. Just keep doing what you're doing, but at the same time, I'm moving much toward big picture rather than small picture.
It's coming.
So all of these things that we talk about with small picture, Steph's minutes, and TJD was too long, and Jonathan Kuminga got into an argument, and Shams had a tweet, and Podziemski starts, and he shouldn't start. This is all little picture stuff right now. So tomorrow night, that's little picture. I'm not going to micromanage Steve Kerr's minutes decisions on a Tuesday night versus where this team is, because the answer is not in the building. It is not currently in the building. So you got to change the building for next year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I did think it would have been nice, or it was important. Could you get into the playoffs to give these four young players an experience, even if it's a 4 or 5 game sweep? And I do think, when we talk about the differences between, what if they finish 11th and out completely versus 10th, they go to LA, get beat, or 7th and they win and now they're in and they can make of all those kind of things. I was starting to come around in the idea of it'd be nice to get Moody, although he's out of the rotation, but Podziemski and Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis a playoff series.
I agree with that, but we're to the level now of that feeling pretty far fetched. Don't you think?
No,
the Warriors winning a game in LA followed by winning a game in Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't see it, Bob.
Come on.
Well, they play better on the road.
They do. They do. And I'm not going to say that that's impossible, but it's really unlikely. The playoffs today feel very unlikely.
Yeah, the play-in feels more tenuous than it did when I left 5 days ago. And
of course.
We talked about the likelihood of Houston closing in, and I think you mentioned it before. Houston is 10-1 in their last 11, and they've gained dramatic ground on Golden State. Looks like a listener's going to owe us some lumpia too, Mark.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the great Liana Hans. She got me last year, and so I got her a couple of T-shirts, and so we ran it back. She insisted we run the bet back, and it'll be lumpia for the team here. If they don't get the 6 seed.
If they don't get the 6 seed.
Oh, well, boys, you need to start cooking now.
Buy those ingredients.
Totally.
The one thing I think is interesting is the fans who look at the Warriors and say, man, it's time to step it up. The sense of urgency, 4-time champions, this, that. And you start to think the Rockets are more incentivized to get the 10th seed than the Warriors.
That would be an amazing achievement for them.
I mean, that's kind of the point. It's like, why these champions? Why can't they? They're champions, and it's the 10th spot. So there's something that they know. It's just tough.
It's like going from eating Chateaubriand to top ramen and mac and cheese.
I wonder, does it make everyone feel better that the Lakers are no different? Forget this stupid little, they went on a run. Not this year. That was made at the trade deadline last year. They had some intriguing things happen, and obviously they were a matchup problem for the Warriors. That team not going anywhere either.
Mark, I would, and you're like, Guru, I know you'd take it, but I'll bet you they're going to get out of the play-in to get to a series and may get right back.
Mark, let me look. He's already backed off.
Yeah. Okay,
it was a week ago. He was like, he still was talking like Western Conference Finals.
I'll take that.
He still thinks they're going to win a couple rounds.
I got 2 bets in the hopper. I'm saying they'll get out the play-in and win a series.
What's your Sacramento number that you need?
A 49. They need to go 7-2.
Wait, you're telling me that I can have, not only do you say the Lakers make it out of the play-in, but they win a series?
Yes, series.
I don't even think they're going to make it out of the play-in.
So we got a bet then.
We got action.
All right, we got action.
We got
a soda pop. For real. Lunch, Willard.
Yeah.
Come on.
At the cafeteria.
No, we'll put a shot at
So the Lakers just have to win a series. You guys you didn't watch them last night?
2 games.
They beat the Indiana team as old as they are, like they were supposed to, because they got 2 seasoned vets.
They need to beat.
And now Reeves is falling.
2 elimination games.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
And then after that, they have to go either beat the Nuggets or the Thunder or the Wolves.
Give it to me.
That should not have been a straight up bet.
Yeah, give it to me, baby. Rick James.
You are on.
Yeah,
you are on.
This
is like
you should be getting 3 drinks to 1. That's a plus 300 right there.
I got it.
You acknowledged no matter what, even almost best case scenario, you have to give up 2 elimination games. Like
they have to win 6 out of 9.
One of which will be on the road.
It doesn't start until they get the.
One of which will be on the road.
Until they guarantee the series.
What's that?
It doesn't start the bet. If they get knocked off in the play-in, we have no bet.
What? That's not what I bet. No.
Grandy, what are they trying to?
No, this is all you.
Yeah, that came out
so
wrong.
You want to bet only?
It
only starts if they make the playoffs.
Yeah,
then you think that they will defeat either the Thunder, Nuggets, or Wolves.
That was.
I might as well just say, why don't we wait? Why don't we wait there and do the bet when it happens? But I'll still take it.
You know what?
They're not winning a series.
I'm feeling frisky.
Let's do it.
Nope. Let's do it.
I'll take it.
Can I get in on it?
No,
Seriously.
No. Yeah. You're about to owe me in a second.
Shot.
I'm the Kings, 49. They're at 41.
So
buddy.
is 49 a push, or is it
48?
49's a win for Guru.
Okay, so they need to go 8-4.
That's what we talked about.
8-4. And just while you're feeling great, I do want to burst your bubble just a little bit about the Warriors and keeping their pick. According to where they are currently, which is 13th, they'd have the 13th worst record in the association.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Steiny. They would have a grand total of 4.7% chance to be in the top 4.
But see,
1% for the 1.
Right.
Then it's 1.1, 1.2, 1.4.
He's out of ammunition.
No, I know. I'm
4.7%. So they have a 1 in 20 chance to keep their pick because they have to be top 4 to keep their pick. Anywhere outside the top 4.
I think Lakeup will make a call. Silver will make a call.
Frozen envelope.
Steph Curry, if we give. But then this is what he told me. who's out there if you got the number? Like, there's no Anthony Edwards this year in the draft.
There's a kid for Tennessee who transferred from Northern Colorado. I've had my eye on him.
He's too old.
How about the Purdue kid, Steiny? The 7'4" kid.
Hey, I like him.
Steiny don't like him.
Yeah, I like him. That's a college player. That's big country. That's a guy, you know what I mean?
Big country got hurt.
Like big country.
Wow. Okay.
I like him. He just bigger than everybody right now.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be bigger than everybody.
He's no Chet Holmgren, but
no.
Yeah, I don't know about Ziti.
No,
Ziti. That's so funny.
But Indiana was bad. That was. I know I'm going back to Friday Ice Cube. That was a bad performance.
Of course it was. It
was bad.
At home?
Look,
they don't play bad at home, Goo.
Hey, this come on. You realize the 6 through the 10 in the Western Conference of the NBA right now is filled with champions. Durant is in there. Kyrie is in there. LeBron is in there. Anthony Davis has a campy little bubble chip. Steph, Klay, Dre. They're all in there, and they're all not going to make it. They're all not going to go to the NBA Finals this year.
LeBron and Curry could not make – the NBA could have LeBron and Curry at home.
Oh, they will.
Oh, my God. That's bad for business.
They will.
Goo, do you at all allow for the fact that there's Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah.
All right, he's 23. All right?
I was wrong on him. Pretty damn good player.
We were all right. Who knows? He's 23. Do you allow for the fact that he could look at the Warriors and be licking his chops coming in here to play this team?
And no doubt about it.
Okay, well then it's becoming easier to understand and swallow why they're 36
I was going to tell Willard and Dibbs before I get out of here.
24 years old,
I get you.
who can do things in the backcourt athletically that the Warriors don't have a guy who can match.
But I thought they did, and I'm not blaming this kid. But offseason, Willard and Dibbs, Jonathan Kuminga, I love them. But it's the Spider-Man meme. When you go up against guys that have what you have, that length and that athleticism, it's difficult. It's more difficult than when you could just put your shoulder down. My thing is, this thing has gotten so, I don't want to say rotten, that Jonathan Kuminga is not Elliot Ness in the offseason. He is not untouchable. If it's about me going to get a big boy and package with whoever, everybody's available except 30. I mean, I can see clearly now. The limbs are gone, but that's how I feel.
Let him go.
No, that's how I feel.
I think that
could be moved.
I think he's a year away.
No way.
He doesn't make enough money to make it worth your while, I don't think, to trade him. So you get to the offseason, and next year he's making, what, 8? And even if you give him the bag, and I think they will give him the bag, that bag doesn't show up for another year. So I think it's more likely in that scenario that they do the Jordan Poole, which is wait until that money is on the books, and then you trade him, and then you can get something big for him.
I agree with everything you said. There's one caveat, which is just because of the way this year plays. If you have to attach Kuminga to one of the big bad contracts, and that's why somebody would take, like,
it's got to be more. No doubt.
Someone take a Wiggins and then go, but you need to put in Kuminga, and I'm with you conceptually. Everything has to be completely on the table. I very much doubt that will end up happening.
And I'm with you. The answer is not in the building.
The answer's not in the building.
And that is worrisome.
So you gotta, you gotta go. They're gonna have. This is gonna be a fascinating.
He told Kawhi Lakers did big changes if they didn't make it,
because we plan on never being in the lottery. We are not a lottery team until this year when we go to Secaucus. And who does he send?
They're a game out.
Well, next year they're going to be closer to the lottery than the title, too.
Well, we don't know that because it could be a different team.
Exactly, but how? They're in 10th now. So you're telling me next year they'll be in 4th?
No, if they went crazy berserk.
No, when you're in 10th, you're this close to the lottery. When you're
in the lottery. You're 10th, you're in the lottery.
Let's be real,
unless you make it out of the play.
If Draymond does it, and he brought this up, gets suspended 25 games, woulda, coulda, shoulda. This team could be technically a 6th or a 5th seed.
Well, then let's sit tight.
I'll just leave that there. There is that part of this.
Let's sit tight. Draymond will play 70 games next year.
You're asking a volatile guy who's had his own injury history. If he played all 25, is he more spry or is he more fatigued at this point, having played all that time? I think if you ever are going to think about a Steph Curry team as a title contender, he's got to be maybe your second best player. Or he's got to have a 1A alongside him. And right now, he's the one, and you got a bunch of 3s and 4s.
no doubt.
You got no 2.
All right, gents, you have a great show today.
Before you walk out,
Getting late.
33 minutes.
Otani.
And no cameras are allowed and no questions are allowed. What do you think's going to happen? What do we find? So everyone stay with us. We're going to do a lot of Warriors, and then we'll pause at 2:45.
I'm not kidding when I tell you it's not on TV.
So MLB Network and Sportsnet LA will both be allowed in to broadcast it live, but no additional cameras
or questions.
And no questions. This is
So it'd be like the
haunted
Tiger
house at
Woods
Disneyland.
at the podium where he just says that.
No windows and no doors.
He'll knock this out the park.
I made a couple mistakes.
Yeah,
Waffle
no
House.
doubt about
So
it.
so he's making a statement.
Yeah. It'd be amazing if he just walked out with perfect English. So here's the deal, everybody.
My translator robbed me blind.
I am excited to hear
We're
what
not
he said.
friends anymore.
Baseball needs him. They'll somehow he'll get the hookup. Shout out Master P.
I don't want to be a bad promoter, but I feel like this is going to be a fat nothing burger. Like he's just going to come out and, right?
Well, we'll see.
What can he say?
All right, gents.
85-7.
The game. Yeah, the game. I never even saw the bag today.
Hey, it's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hi, friend. Welcome back. You look kind of like people do when they come back from Hawaii or whatever, where they got a suntan.
Yeah.
But yours is that financial glow.
Yeah.
You got that financial Vegas glow all over your forehead.
Yeah, thank you. It was just the trip. Saw some old friends, and you hit a couple bets, and you're kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it never drops. And then you get on the plane, and you go through your wallet, and you start doing the counting. It's like, yeah, Dimmer, have yourself a little weekend. Yeah, so it's good times.
Good for
times.
you.
Yeah.
Hang on. I got to fix the camera here and get it on over. It looks like you got to fix yours too.
Yep.
So we get our cameras here, YouTube and Twitch. What's going on?
Yeah, and we got to fix the backdrop, Lucas, when you get in here. Somebody knocked it down again. It's all right.
Well, that was him, so he can come in here and fix it. But anyway, glad you're all with us. And I'm
really looking forward to 245.
245, Shohei Otani.
You and I had a deal, not a deal. We had a plan that I was going to call in from Vegas, half in the bag.
Yeah.
And I hit you Thursday, and you said, we got this Shohei Otani thing. How about tomorrow? And I'm like, I don't know what the first thing he's talking about, Shohei Otani thing. Okay, wait, have him on the show? And then Friday, I'm even further in the bag quietly.
Which I really wanted to do. And
I know.
The other part of the reason why I wanted Friday, because I'm like, I feel like this is going to be kind of a Friday thing.
Oh, boy,
like
was it.
You talking was just going to feel like Friday.
Totally.
So on Thursday, you would have just made people jealous.
Yeah.
On Friday, you would have made people go, hey, we should go get drunk right now.
Totally.
Right. And so I was into it. And then MLB does a Friday night news drop, and our phone lines were jammed the rest of the show.
So then after Friday, you're like, this Shohei thing is still going. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to break away from scatter because I went fully immersed in the tourney as I always do. So I wasn't checking headlines. I didn't have my notifications on. So then I started looking through, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This thing
could be big.
Could be a problem.
Could be big, although I'm sure in a half hour it's going to be nothing because this guy Ipe is getting sold down the river. But whatever. We'll figure that out when the time comes. And by the way, how are we supposed to trust this translator? Shohei could say whatever he wants today. And we're going to be like, I have no idea what. Did he just say I'm guilty?
Because Ipe is no longer on the payroll.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think that would be an amazing twist if he was still there.
Yeah.
With the translation sensation.
That's a buck.
All right,
if he comes out and just says, "Yeah, I actually I robbed him blind. I have a gambling problem," and I
only gambled once, but I didn't inhale. We'll find out what he says. 2:45. So join us for that. We will react. Until then. Golden State Warrior basketball. Can I just say this real quick? And we'd like to open up the lines because I can feel it It's been bubbling below the surface all year long, and it hit a fever pitch over the weekend. And not just fans, even media, former players. Everybody is sitting there scratching their damn head about Steve Kerr and his rotations. Can we offer up our platform this afternoon for you to voice your Steve Kerr frustrations? What is it that you would like Steve to do that he's not doing? What is it that he's done that you think he's done wrong? 888-957-957.
Where do I begin?
Now, before you call or as you call, and Dibs, as you gather your thoughts on that, let me tell you what my thought is. No matter what you say, you're being unfair. And it doesn't mean, let me get this out right away, Steve's not perfect. He's been on this show weekly admitting his mistakes. I can point them out too. I guess my point is, if your house is on fire and also at the same time out front your car has a flat tire, which one are you going to address? You're not going to the tire store. Your house is on fire. Steve Kerr's rotational decisions are the tire in this analogy. Please stop acting like that's the issue. The answer is not in the building. Stop thinking that if Moses Moody had gotten a few more and Dario Saric, and why did they wait so? I've been telling them about TJD since December. I knew it. You knew what? So instead of being 36 and 34, they'd be what, 38 and 32? If you, Bob, Cindy, David, if you were the coach, this is not a Steve Kerr rotation problem. Poor guy's been out there hucking stuff up against the wall to see what will stick all year long. And 70 games in, he's got to sit people down at a hotel and explain to them why they're not hustling? I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't get it. Steve Kerr has had a rough year at times, no doubt. But to say that his rotations or his decisions are the problem, to me, means you think that the answers are there on that bench. If he would just do it this way, the Warriors would be the 4 seed right now. I don't see it. I don't see it even a little bit.
I think it's an age issue and it's also a talent issue, to your point. And, Goo made a good point about Draymond Green, 25 games out. If he plays some or all of those, are you a better team? Yeah, sure you are. Andrew missed 5 games, and he's been very Andrew most of the year. I also think you look at Steph Curry, and he has played a ton of minutes, and the minutes he plays are high-energy minutes, and he's 36. So the idea of him slowing down is a natural progression in anyone's career. Brandon Podziemski, a rookie who you've played a lot more than you probably thought you were going to, he's hit the rookie wall, and all of a sudden he's not the same productive offensive player that he was. And Moses Moody in the lineup, out of the lineup, all that and more. And Kevon Looney, he can't get off the bench. Saric you brought in to be a 16-minute-a-night guy, and now he doesn't play anymore. So I don't know if you would rotate the deck chairs, so to speak, on the Titanic, if you would be getting a different result. If all of a sudden you put Moses, Kevon, and Dario back in the rotation, well, who are you taking out? You only have room for 9 guys, maybe 10 at times. So I'm less inclined to blame Steve Kerr, and we all want to look at the micro decision from last night where Steph went back in 2 minutes later than everybody wanted, and some people want him to play 36 minutes like the old days. Well, we're late in the year, and he's 36 years old, and they obviously think that playing him 30 minutes, 32 minutes is how you get the best out of Steph. And so you have to lean on other people.
Well, listen, I'm completely open-minded, and we will whenever Steve comes on this week. When's Steve coming on this week? I would imagine Thursday,
right?
Thursday's their only non-game.
Correct,
night, right?
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. So we'll ask him about the Steph Curry minutes thing. I'm scratching my head, too. I'm just I'm scratching my head, too, especially when Steph comes out after the game and he's like, hey, were you surprised? By the way, I was less interested in him going, yeah, a little bit, and I was more interested in that pause. Whoo, that was a hefty, long pause. Hey, Steph, were you surprised at the minutes there in the fourth?
Hello? Steph, do we lose you?
I was like, oh, what is going on in that mind? So, yeah, there's something there. Sure, there's something there. Who knows why? And Steve was defensive after the game, too. If you think that's what lost us the game, that's not what lost us the game. Okay, we'll ask him that question. There are things that happen inside the Warrior games and minutes and combinations and rotations that I have questions about all the time. I guess I just have a question that I feel like when I'm watching the game is bigger, which is how come none of this is working? Doesn't matter what rotation you put in.
Right.
You'll get a quarter, you'll get a half, sometimes you'll get a night. Memphis came in the last week. And from about halfway on through the second quarter to the end of the game, I was like,
They're humming.
Now that's some basketball. Milwaukee.
The Laker game, too.
Absolutely.
They played great against the Lakers.
Right. So you're going to get that. There's still so much talent on the floor that you're going to get nights where it's like, wow, okay, that's the Warriors. But it's like, no, this other stuff is the Warriors, too. Their inconsistency is their only consistency. And so I just look at this and go, you can be totally right about Steve Kerr messed this, that, or the other up, but isn't there something bigger going on, which is that everything he has tried, none of it has consistently worked. None of it all year long.
Right, and it's because the players haven't consistently worked all year long. And you could look at Steph on Friday night. Steph wasn't very good. They were lackluster, and you lost to a team that's really pretty good at home again. So now you're a game below 500 at home, and you head out to Minnesota, and it's a pretty important game, and you play better, and then you still come up a little bit short at the end of it. And think about if Klay Thompson knocks down that three with 8 seconds left, which would have, maybe changed the game in your favor. Nobody's saying a word about Steph Curry playing 30 minutes.
Right.
Klay knocks down the three. You tie the game, you go down and you get a stop, maybe you win in overtime, whatever it is. All of a sudden, this is not a topic, but because you can't close out games, we look at the Steph-less minutes where, I'm sorry, you're going to have to play without Steph sometimes, and you're going to have to be able to sustain the basketball game for 8 minutes without Steph Curry.
Man, I don't know what the answers are. I just know they don't look like they're here. And that's the scary part. That's the scary part. Looking in, I don't even know what they're able to do next year as opposed to what they want to do. They can assess the player the kind of player they want, the specific player that they want. Can they do it? Like, think of all the things they've got to work through. They've got to work through the finances.
Yep.
They've got to work through the emotions. They've got to work through
the fit.
Steph's career, right? Timeline, the fit.
The future.
You got to work through all of it. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a quick fix. But all I can tell you is that when I watch the Warriors now for exactly 70 games this year, at no point did they have that rotation, that lineup, that look, that confidence. It's not here. So we can all be right. That's the beautiful thing about today. You can all be right. You can be right. Steve was wrong for Moody. He was wrong for Kuminga. He was wrong for TJD. Wrong for Steph last night. You could be right. I have no idea. But it feels to me like this man has been over there trying different things all year long, and they have yet to find the answer. And I while I've been like pitching the idea of like, let's stay in the moment, don't go large. Yeah. Let's play the last 12 games. We're still very much in an anything can happen spot. But at the same time, come on. He's tried everything, hasn't he?
Hard to believe that we're in schedule or scoreboard watching mode, and the only team you're watching is Houston.
The Houston Rockets.
Right.
Who'd have even thought of that?
Yeah. And these two teams still play each other coming up in April.
8 in a row?
Yeah.
How the hell that happen?
It's a young team getting better as opposed to an old team looking tired.
All right, so your Kerr frustrations, your Kerr points, or is it something else? I hear a lot of Kerr, especially in the last 24 hours. Let's take your calls at 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're also 15 minutes away from whatever Shohei Otani's going to say. Back together again. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free.
We're trying to keep him around 30, trying to get him as much rest as we can. We've played him a lot of minutes, played him 35 2 days ago. So as long as we were hanging in there, then we wanted to limit the minutes a little bit. Not limit them, but not overplay him.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Coach, we'll talk to you on Thursday. We'll hold your feet to the fire.
Oh, yeah.
We're also streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and take a look at Dibbs Financial Glow. You subscribe to the channel. All of our content all day long is on Twitch and YouTube. So join us, have a whole lot of fun. We'll chat with you. Rip us. That seems to be a popular thing to do. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We look forward to seeing you there. So I don't even know if we cut this with the pause. I bet we didn't. But here's Steph's reaction to the lengthy fourth quarter rest.
It was me, obviously, comparing it to last game and my normal rotation. Like, I want to play as many minutes as I'm fresh and able to. So a little bit, knowing that they were just going on a run. The league was kind of withering away. So, we played the whole fourth quarter and against Indiana. Didn't work out. This didn't work out. So we got to find somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
I want to play as many minutes as I'm fresh and able to do. Fresh and able to play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I side with Kerr and Rick Celebrini, who is the guy who tracks all the players' minutes and the movements and the usage and all the rest of it. And they came up with a plan, and the plan indicated that 30 minutes was going to be the number for Steph on a Sunday night. And so that's what you go with. And I do believe that if you play Steph Curry 2 more minutes or 4 more minutes, you're not necessarily going to get more productivity from Steph Curry. There's no guarantee.
Well, I do understand the frustration on a couple of levels. First of all, Steph could have easily said, no, I wasn't surprised. That was the plan. But he didn't say that.
Right.
This is also the basketball version of Austin Slater hitting a homer in the fourth and getting pinch hit for in the fifth or whatever, right? We're sticking to the plan no matter what the scoreboard says. And that gets people. And I get why it gets people. So is there any room in your mind for, well, I know we were going to sit him, but we got a tight game and we got an opportunity to win this one. So, now it's starting to slip away. Why don't we jam Steph in there a little bit earlier?
Yeah, there's room for that in my mind, but I also think that, it's an NBA game. So even though it was, quote, slipping away from you, it didn't really slip away from you until you get to the 8-minute mark. And over the course of the next 1 minute, they went on a 5-0 run. And that's where it went from, it was 3-8. It went from 3-8 in a minute. And I'm looking, and there was a timeout in there after it went from 3-8. Other than that, there was no stoppage. So do we want Steph Curry at the table there waiting? But it was a full minute where, and I'm looking at the game log here, Draymond comes in with 8:56. You got a miss. There's a foul. There's a miss. There's a foul. Miss, rebound, miss, block, rebound. They make it, miss, rebound. They score, then a timeout. So it's about a minute of actual game flow where you couldn't have put him in.
Well, you could call timeout.
Well, they finally did.
Yeah.
They finally did with 6:54 to go.
You can create a stoppage of play if you want.
Well, you can unless Klay Thompson has the ball and he pulls from 27.
I don't know. Steph Curry was asked, can they afford to be limiting minutes right now considering what's going on?
The situation will define itself pretty clearly, and it is in kind of real time. So every game matters. We're inching closer to the other end of the standings that we never thought we'd be in. Nobody's going to wave the white flag and say, you're mailing it in. And if that means playing more minutes, then I'll be ready to do that.
Okay. So, listen, there's going to be an openness to go do it. I guess I'm having a hard time with the night in and night out. Everything would be going well if you had just done this. If you had just played Jonathan Kuminga instead of Andrew Wiggins, then everything would be fine. Well, but Jonathan wasn't playing well last night. So what is it that the Warriors are supposed to do?
Steve is supposed to know going into the game who's going to play well and who isn't.
Right.
What's so hard about that, Kerr?
Nothing.
Other than
that's your job.
Well, and the other part of that, Mark, is find me a game, and there's been a few where you had more than 5 guys who actually played well on the same night. And that's where I side with you more than I do with the angry mob, because last night's a good example. When you look at the overall performance of the team, you didn't have a clear-cut 5 that you want to have out there at all times.
You think the answer's in the building?
No. What's the question?
The answer.
How do you get good again?
What's the answer? That's the question.
The answer is get better players.
How do you compete at a high level? How do you maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career?
The answer, the simple answer, is get better players.
Okay.
The more difficult answer involves how you go about offloading players and bringing in players. And we've done this exercise, and I'm willing to do it between now and the end of time as need be. But you're going to look at Klay. Klay's a yes or a no. And if he's a yes, you can't pay him as much as maybe he wants. So does he take a discount? Chris Paul, you're not paying 30. The sentiment is that he likes it here and he wants to come back. But would he come back for
minimum,
the mid-level?
Minimum.
Or the minimum? Would CP3 play for the minimum?
Probably not.
Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't think.
You're asking for some real pie-in-the-sky stuff. Kavon's going to be gone, and what do you do with Andrew Wiggins? So if you can offload $100 million, then you think, okay, free agency. There aren't a lot of great franchise-changing free agents. So I don't know how you fix it. But the answer's not in the building.
Right. I'm not even in off-season mode yet. Because we're not in the off-season. I'm not in off-season mode. I'm just in can we actually have a real conversation about what's going on with the Golden State Warriors? We started this last week. You know, you were in Vegas having a blast, and I was sitting here going, y'all realize, and I know you and I have a difference of opinion on this. I like the play-in tournament. I like it. But there's a danger to it from the fan perspective. The danger to it is that it can fool you into think that things are actually going okay for your team. And there's no doubt that that's the case here for the Warriors and the Lakers. These proud franchises, great fan bases, unbelievable achievement for these franchises. And we're all sitting here going, well, if they watch out, if they get in there, watch out, because championship DNA, stop. Why are we fooled into thinking that these teams are contending? There are more teams ahead of them than there are behind them. They are not contending. They're hanging out with the Rockets. No one's even thought of the Rockets all year long. And I understand who's on the Warriors team. And so old habits die hard. So sure, we're going to sit here and go, yeah, you wouldn't want to play them. And that's true. That's fine. I'm sure the T-Wolves don't want to play the Warriors or the Lakers. Great. But don't get fooled into thinking that this team is contending or close. Their excuses this year are not the same as they were last year when everybody was all, not liking each other and all of that.
And Wiggins was gone for 2 months and the whole thing, yeah.
Sure, Wiggins missed a little bit. Yeah, Draymond got suspended. You had plenty. You had plenty of availability on your roster if you were close. So that's where I'm at right now, 70 games in. I certainly hope the Warriors don't get the 10 seed and then people walk away going, well, they're in the playoffs right there. Like, coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Right.
They're in 10th
You're
place.
5 games out of the 8. So if there was no cockamamie play-in tournament, and I do think it is cockamamie.
I know you do.
And it's designed for this very reason, so we can have LeBron and Steph clash. So the NBA can get their one-off with the 2 biggest names in the sport going head-to-head in a March Madness-style game. But what they don't want to tell you is that neither of these teams has a shot in Hades of actually going into the playoffs and beating one of these really good playoff teams.
Well, but that would presuppose that they put the play-in tournament together knowing that big names would end up in it. I love the play-in tournament.
That's a safety net.
Yeah, I love the play-in tournament for 2 reasons. Number one, it creates one-and-done urgency games. You love those. I love those. You just went to Vegas for a bunch of those. So I love one-and-done urgency games. Sports should do that when they can. Number two, I look at it the opposite way. You call it cockamamie. Like a lot of people thought the 7 and the 8 seed was cockamamie. A lot of years, that team that's in the 8 seed doesn't even have a winning record. So why are they a playoff team? And what this does is separate that 7 and 8 seed from the top 6, and it makes them go through a further dance in order to even achieve the playoffs, and I think that's fair. Like, yes, the 1 seed should get a tired 8 seed that just had to win an elimination game. You should. You earn that in the regular season. So I love the play-in tournament, but don't let it fool you into thinking that your team is actually healthy. This is not a healthy...
Well, we got fooled last year by Miami. So that is the fool's gold, though, because Miami is a different team than this team is, but they were a play-in team, and they went to the NBA Finals. So that, for the NBA, is exactly what they want fans to believe.
Sure.
And I don't think that this Warrior team is, playing to the point where they're leading anyone to believe that.
No, and I'm sure, because Steve used that example with us just a week and a half ago, yes, people will use that example and will probably use that example for the next 20 years, because between now and 20 years from now, Miami will still probably be the only play-in team that made it to the NBA Finals. It's not the way to go.
Right.
And they also did it out of the 7 or the 8, not out of the 9 or the 10. The 9 or the 10 is a death march. It's a death march, especially the 10. You can beat 2 of these teams on the road back to back and then go do something once you're done with that? Well,
the problem is you got to face the 1. No matter if you're the 9 or the 10, even if if you're the 10 and you do win 2 on the road, you have 2 more on the road against the best team in your conference as a reward. So now you're talking about a 4-game road trip in 3 different cities, including 2 against the best team in your conference. That in and of itself makes the 8 beating the 1 more difficult than it used to be if you can get to the 8 by winning that 9-10 game and then beating the 7-8 loser.
We're going to take some of your phone calls, but I'm also mindful that it's 2:45. So in theory, Shohei Otani should be speaking momentarily. As soon as that goes down, we'll let you know exactly what the takeaway from the whole thing is. But in the meantime, let's go to Ben in Concord on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Ben. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Fan.
Ben.
Just listening to what you guys are saying. Hey, guys. Just listen to what you're saying. I'm looking at the stats for all of our losses, and it doesn't look like it's the Steph Curry minutes problem. It just looks like Wiggins, Podzimski, they're not doing enough to be in the starting lineup. I think they should put Klay back into the starting lineup, let him get some flow, get Trace Jackson, Davis in there in the starting lineup, because him and Klay are phenomenal together, and we need more big screens for Steph and Klay in that offense, and somebody to hold down a big on defense. I don't know why we don't start Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, we've tried the Podzimski thing. The guy hasn't averaged over 10 in the last 4 or 5 games, maybe in his whole career. I don't know why we're still riding that Podzimski thing. Wiggins has been a complete mess all year. Let's go with some guys who are a little bit more consistent, and let's get Klay hot. Because if Klay doesn't get hot, then the Warriors don't get hot. Steph needs a right-hand man, and Klay's been the guy the whole time.
So, Ben, can we go through a little quick exercise with you? Let's say that everything you just said, they did it, and it went great. The result for the Warriors would be what?
8 seed.
Then what are we doing? Like, that's kind of my point. And Ben, thank you very much. I thought that was an honest answer.
Yeah.
So they're the 10. And if everything that they've currently got on their roster and their bench, if everything is cool, clicks, perfect, health, flow, all of it, then you're going to get the 8.
Right.
Pass.
Well, and Klay,
I'm out.
Quite honestly, has been much better as a reserve than he's been as a starter.
Great point.
He's scoring 3 points a game more. His field goal percentage is 46 instead of 41. His 3 balls 43 instead of 37. Across the board, and it's no longer a really small sample mark. He's come off the bench 14 times now, and his points a game His minutes are down a click, 3 minutes a game, but he's scoring more and he's more productive. He's more effective off the bench.
All right, much more on this coming up. I do want to get you the initial quotes coming from Shohei Otani. Shohei Otani, quote, "I never have bet baseball or any other sports. I have never gone through a bookmaker to bet on sports." Here is another quote, or not a quote, but Otani denies that he has ever gambled on sports or asked anyone to do so on his behalf. So we're just getting the initial quotes, but Shohei Otani is certainly not going to admit to any gambling on sports, not today.
Right, nor should he. And this is one of those things where if they ultimately have recordings of his voice or if they have actual advice or paper trail, and it's maybe not fair to compare it to the Tiger Woods saga, but it wasn't until you got a real sense of actual evidence, paper evidence and phone recordings about Tiger and all these mistresses that he had, that's when it became incontrovertible, undisputable evidence that Tiger was involved in some serious sex addiction.
Quote, "Ipe has been stealing money from my account and has told lies." There's another fresh quote from Shohei Otani.
That's interesting.
All full finger point allegation goes at this point to the interpreter, Ipe. And again, that falls in line with what his attorneys and representatives had said toward the end of last week. But again, this is why it's such a bummer that Otani's not going to take questions, because question number one is, why did your representatives initially tell a different story? Like, the question needs to be, okay, he's been stealing money from you.
Because we didn't realize it was against federal law to give money to a friend to pay off a bookie.
Yeah.
We didn't realize that, Mark. I was just doing a guy a solid.
Ipe, quote, "Ipe never revealed to me that there was this inquiry from the IRS." In other words.
Right.
Shohei says he was never even told.
When did he discover that Ipe had stolen $4.5 million from him?
Apparently this was like late Wednesday.
So he just suddenly checked his bank balance and realized, oh, I've only got $247 million in there. There should be $251.5. Anybody know where that $4.5 million went?
Yeah,
it seems dubious to me.
Maybe.
He was buddy-buddy with him on Wednesday.
Buddy-buddy with him in the dugout in Korea on Wednesday, and already by that time, Ipe had been fed to ESPN by Otani's representatives to tell the story that $4.5 million had gone to cover his gambling debts.
Right.
It was my gambling addiction, and Shohei paid for me, was the story. And then 24 hours later, they changed it to theft.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak for myself here and see if you follow me. But if you steal $4.5 million from me, Mark, we're not friends anymore.
We're done.
We're done. We're not walking to the parking garage together. We're not bro hugging every Friday like we do. I'm not getting you donuts, even though I owe you a dozen. We're not buddies anymore.
Oh, I still expect the donuts.
Okay, you're right. I owe you.
But
and the Dibley always pays his debts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out the Lannisters.
Again, yeah.
You steal $4.5 million from me? We're not in the dugout. Maybe that's just me.
Quote, "All of this has been a complete lie on Ipe's behalf. Quote, I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I trusted has done this." It's, okay. It's he said.
Right.
Oh, and they said also.
Well, and you and I were talking about this in the green room about the nature of investigations of this sort. They're going to find every piece of paper trail, phone call, text message that they possibly can that's connecting Ipe with this bookmaker and the payment that somehow was stolen. So he stole $4.5 million via 9 wire transfers. Is that what I'm led to believe?
9 wire transfers totaling $4.5 million.
So that's $500,000 per transfer.
Otani does, correct.
Does he have notifications turned off on his banking app?
It's a lack of notification sensation.
That's a buck.
Otani says that now maybe this answers your question about being buddy-buddy in the dugout of Game 1 in Korea. It was after that game that Ipe addressed the Dodgers team. Otani says the first time he knew about Ipe's gambling was when Ipe addressed the clubhouse. He said Ipe was speaking in English and kind of knew what was going on, that there was something amiss. Okay, can I raise my hand right here? Oh, I don't buy that at all.
No.
I do not buy at all.
Ipe, why are you so concerned with this dog race from Florida?
These two were too close. You gave this person power of attorney over your bank accounts, but you don't even know that he gambles? And you guys are together round the clock every day of the week? He's the only conduit between you and the outside world because of the language barrier? I'm not saying that's impossible. It's hard to believe, though.
Very hard to believe.
Like, I know about your gambling problem, and we're not even together nearly as much as those two.
Yeah, it turns out it's not much of a problem, is it? Shout out Creighton. Quack, quack. Am I right?
Oh, don't do that to Mark.
No, I'm going to, because he is gloated over my losses, and he points it out. And Creighton brought it over.
You got lucky this time, Dave. This
You're
should have been
damn
a
right,
loss.
I did.
Yeah, Tom Petty, you got lucky.
Cousinard, open 3 in overtime. Womp, womp, quack, quack.
That was a hell of a shot, though.
It's a hell of a game.
Regulation. It was a great game.
Great game.
It's a great game.
Better than Creighton won. Talk about no-show and 00.
Gosh, dang. So, FP and I last week sort of joked that Wednesday and Thursday, this thing was only in the first inning. And then when MLB launched the investigation on Friday night, we're like, okay, on to the top of the second.
Okay.
I feel like when Shohei's done today, this is going to close out the bottom of the second. On to the top of the third.
Yeah.
Shohei leads 2-0.
I don't know if he leads. I mean, if you've got the IRS involved and, Major League Baseball, Flaccid Rob will leave no stone unturned.
That's true.
If the IRS is involved, that's not good.
No,
they tend to be a dogged group.
No emotional attachment to the NL West standings. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. There's more to share on this, and we will definitely circle right back to your Warrior phone calls. You still putting this on Steve Kerr, which means the answers are on the bench and they're in the building? Let's talk it out. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all.
First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're hanging out here on a Monday. A lot of Warriors reaction, but Shohei Otani just spoke. If you're joining us just now, here's the best synopsis that we can give you. Shohei says he's never bet on baseball. Shohei says he has never bet on any sport. Shohei says he has never knowingly made any payments directly to a bookmaker. Shohei says Ipe has been telling lies, and he has been the gambler all along. Shohei says he will cooperate fully with any federal investigation. Shohei is saddened that all of this has happened to someone that he had so close to him, and Shohei says he did not know anything about gambling at all from Ipe until Ipe directly spoke to the Dodger clubhouse the night after the first game in Korea, which was last Wednesday. So a couple things pop to mind here. Again, over here in camp, I got no damn idea what the hell's going on.
Okay.
Shohei is speaking so firmly, it makes you want to believe him, because if you're going to go up against federal investigators and there's any evidence at all, like even a shred, you're going to lose. You're going to get crushed. So the confidence that he's displaying in, I did nothing wrong, this is all on Ipe, the investigation is going to show this, and I will cooperate fully with anything that the federal investigators want to do. That's a hell of a swagger into the room. It's like, dude, investigate me. I'm as clean as a whistle, and you will see. There's power in that. But there are still questions.
Many questions.
And my first question is, why didn't you take any questions? Right? Why didn't you take any questions? Well, because I still have question number one.
You nailed it.
Question number one is still, why'd you change your story?
Right.
Question number two, though, if not question number 1A, is how did he have access to your bank accounts for 9 different massive transfers with apparently no knowledge from you the entire time?
Yeah.
You didn't know anything till he addressed the clubhouse? Why would he even address the clubhouse?
Third question for me might be, let's go to Mark in the back, is you've known this man and he's worked for you for 11 years. 2013 with the Nippon Ham Fighters is when they first met each other and they first worked together. In those 11 years, did you ever have any indication that he had a taste for gambling over the course of those 11 years? 11 years, Mark.
Yeah, apparently
I've known you for more than 11 years, but we've really gotten closer over the last 2, and I know a lot about you through that time. This is 11 years of spending all your time together.
Watch, how much money is in my betting account right now?
Probably about $125.
Okay,
Cash me out one time.
You're low, but it's about 300. You get the idea.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
Right.
Yeah, I know
got
how you roll.
$10 here, $10 there.
Yeah.
I don't even know how the hell I would get it out of the account if I wanted to. Right. It's there for my stupid pleasure.
Right.
When I'm like, oh, that line looks fun. And then we watch the game and go home, and that's it. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And oh, by the way, if this guy was talking to ESPN on a Monday and a Tuesday, set up by Otani's lawyers, yet Otani didn't even know the existence of a gambling issue until Wednesday night, excuse me?
The timeline seems off, Mark.
Your attorneys were talking to ESPN 48 hours before that on behalf of Ipe setting up that interview. And you didn't even know? You didn't even know there was a gambling problem at that point.
The attorneys wanted Shohei to focus on baseball, Mark, and a big 2-gamer in Korea. And dubious. And I think you're right, though, about
there's questions.
The smokescreen of not even taking questions. So you're going to give your statement where you just rat-a-tat-tat your former interpreter, and we're not taking any questions. Seems dubious to me.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to take some calls, 888-957-9570 in a little bit. But we want you to get a full flavor of what this sounded like. So what you will hear in this prepared statement is Shohei Otani speaking in Japanese, followed by Will Iriton. Is that how we pronounce it? We don't know. I think Will Iriton, Ireton, whatever, something, Ireton. He is a member of the Dodgers front office and was previously the translator for Kenta Maeda. So you will hear Otani speaking in Japanese, followed by the Dodgers employee translating what Otani is saying into English. Here's a piece.
まず皆さん、来ていただいてありがとうございます。僕も話したかったので、嬉しく思ってますし、チームの関係者の皆さん、僕自身もそうですけど、ファンの皆さんもここ1週間くらいですかね、厳しい、1週間だと思うんですけども、メディアの皆さんも含めて、我慢と、ご理解をしていただいたのはすごくありがたいなと、思っています。まず、僕自身も信頼していた方の、過ちというのを、悲しくというか、ショックですし、今はそういうふうに、感じています。
Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming. I wanted to be here today to be able to talk. I'm sure it was very tough. It's been a tough week for fans and team officials, and I'm very grateful that the media has been patient in this process. Just on a personal note, I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
現在進行中の調査もありますので、今日話せることにまず限りがあるというのをご理解いただきたいなということと、また今日ここに詳細をまとめた分かりやすく皆さんにお伝えするためにまとめたメモがありますので、そちらの方に従って、何があったのかというのをまず、説明させていただきたいなと思います。
Obviously today there's things that I'm limited in being able to talk about. I hope you understand. I do have a document in front of me that I will refer to that will detail what has happened.
まずはじめに、僕自身は、何かにかけたりとか、誰かに代わって、そのスポーツイベントにかけたりとか、それをまた頼んだり、っていうことはないですし、僕の口座からブックメーカーに対して、誰かに送金を依頼したことももちろん全く、ありません。
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf, and I have never went through a bookmaker to bet on sports.
本当に数日前まで、彼が、そういうことをしていたっていうのも、全く知りませんでした。
Up until a couple days ago, I didn't know that this was happening.
結論から言うと、彼が僕の、口座からお金を、盗んで、なおかつ、みんな僕の周りもそうですね、みんなに、嘘をついていたっていうのが、結論から言うとそういうことになります。
Just to kind of just go over the result, in conclusion, Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
まず初めに言うと先週末、韓国ですね、僕の代理人に対してメディアの、方から、私が、僕のにですね、違法のブックメーカーから、僕が、関与しているのではないかというスポーツ賭博について、関与しているのではないかという打診が連絡がありました。
Last weekend in Korea, media has reached out to a representative in my camp, inquiring about my potential involvement in this sports betting.
で一平さんは僕にこういった取材の依頼があるということをまず、僕には話していなかったし、僕の方にそういう連絡はまず来ていなかったということと、まず初めに代理人には、一平さんは僕と話して分かったのは、一平さんにではなく、某友人の借金の肩代わりとして、支払ったというふうに、僕の代理人も含めてみんなに話してました。
So Ippei never revealed to me that there was this media inquiry, and to the representatives in my camp, Ippei told to the media and to my representatives that I, on behalf of a friend, paid off debt.
でその翌日にさらに尋問で一平さんは、 僕たちの代理人に対して、借金は自分のもの、つまり一平さん自身が作ったものだということを、説明しました。
Upon further questioning, it was revealed that it was actually, in fact, Ippei who was in debt.
で、それを僕が、肩代わりしたという話を、その時に代理人に話したそうです。
And told my representatives that I was paying off those debt.
そしてこれらは全く全てが嘘だったということですね。
And all of this has been a complete lie.
一平さんは取材依頼のことも僕にはもちろん、その時伝えていなかったですし、代理人の人たちに対しても、僕はすでに彼と話して、彼と話してコミュニケーションを取っていたっていうことを、嘘をついてました。
So Ippei obviously lied about, basically didn't tell me about the media inquiry. And then その代表に対して、
僕もそうだし代表、チームもそうですね。チームも、代理の人たちに対しても、つまり僕とコミュニケーションを取っていたっていうふうに嘘をついてました。
So Ippei has been telling everybody around that Ippei has been communicating with Shohei on all of this account to my representative, to the team, and that hasn't been true.
そして僕がこのギャンブルに関しての問題を初めて知ったのは、韓国での第一戦が終わった後に行われたチームミーティング、の時、試合の後のチームミーティングの時です。
The first time I knew about this gambling, Ippei's gambling was during after the first game when we had the team meeting in the clubhouse.
そのミーティングで彼は全部英語で話していたので、僕に通訳はもちろんその時ついていなくて、全て英語で話していたので、完全には理解できていなくて、なんとなくこういう内容だろうなっていうのはおそらくは、理解はできていましたけど、なんとなく違和感をその時は感じてました。
So during the team meeting, obviously, Ippei was speaking English, and I didn't have a translator on my side. But even with that, I kind of understood what was going on and started to feel that there was something amiss.
で、その時彼は僕に対してホテルに帰った後で、2人で、より詳しいことを、2人で話したいので今は待ってくれというふうに言っていたので、僕はまずその時はホテルまで待つことにしてました。
Just prior to the meeting, I was told by Ippei, "Hey, let's talk one-to-one in the hotel after the meeting." So I waited until then.
で、僕は一平さんがその時にギャンブル、ミーティングの時にギャンブルの依存症だっていうのは僕はもちろん知らなかったですし、彼が借金をしていることもそのミーティングの時はもちろん知りませんでした。
So up until that team meeting, I didn't know that Ippei had a gambling addiction and was in debt.
で、僕は彼の借金返済にももちろんその時も同意してませんし、物件会に対して彼に送金をしてくれと頼んだことももちろん許可したことももちろんないです。
And obviously at that point, I never agreed to pay off the debt or make payments to the bookmaker.
で、その後試合後ホテルに、戻って一平さんと初めてそこで話をして、彼に巨額の借金があることをその時知りました。
And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt.
で、彼はその時私に、僕の口座に勝手にアクセスしてブックメーカーに送金していたということを僕に伝えました。
And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ippei admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
で、僕はやっぱりこれはおかしいなと思って、代理人と話したいということで代理人たちを呼んでそこで話し合いました。
And at that moment, obviously, it was an absurd thing that was happening, and I've contacted my representatives at that point.
で、話し終わってこれを聞いて僕の代理人もやっぱり彼に嘘をつかれていたということを、初めて知って、すぐにドジャースの皆さんと、弁護士の人たちにその時に連絡しました。
So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ippei has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers.
で、そのドジャースの皆さんも、代理の人たちも彼らもその時に初めてまた自分たちも嘘をつかれていたということをその時に知りました。
And the Dodgers and the lawyers at that moment found out also as well that they have been lied to.
そして僕が弁護士の人たちは、これは窃盗と詐欺のことなのでこれを警察の当局に引き渡すという報告を、その時にしました。
And my lawyers recommended that, since this is a theft and fraud, that we have the proper authorities handle this matter.
これがそこまでの流れなので、僕はもちろんスポーツ賭博にはもちろん関与していないですし、ブックメーカーにさっきも言いましたけど送金をしていたという事実は全く、ありません。
So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
正直ショックという、言葉が正しいとは思わないですし、それ以上のうまく言葉では表せないような、感覚でこの1週間ぐらいはずっと過ごしてきたので、今はそれをうまく言葉にするのは、難しいなと思っています。
To summarize how I'm feeling right now, I'm just beyond shocked. It's really hard to verbalize how I am feeling at this point.
ただもうシーズンも本格的にスタートするので、ここからは弁護士の、方々にもお任せしますし、僕自身も、警察当局の、協力に全面的に協力したいなと思っています。
And the season's going to start, so I'm going to obviously let my lawyers handle matters from here on out, and I am completely assisting in all investigations that are taking place right now. I'm looking forward to focusing on the season. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to talk, and I'm sure there will be continuing investigations moving forward.
以上です。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
Okay, there it is from Shohei Otani and the Dodgers front office. Translator, his prepared statement, no questions. So he does say at the end, I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I don't know if we actually did talk. We just listened.
The two of them both talked.
They talked, yeah. And we listened. And we now welcome you back into Willard and Dibs. And I think, gosh, for everybody listening, this is kind of like thumbs up or thumbs down. You buy this or not. And I'll reiterate what I said before we listen to that, which is that this is, if Shohei is lying, this is one hell of a poker move. Because if federal investigators are checking this out, you're in a whole lot of trouble if you go public with the absolute, I'm totally innocent accusation, all fingers and signs pointing toward Ipe. I did absolutely nothing wrong, and I will cooperate fully with all of you federal investigators. You're not going to do that unless you feel confident about what those federal investigators are going to find. So it makes me believe Shohei in the interim. However, there's two huge things that stand out. And one of those questions is simply, why did you not answer questions? So that is actually now my question number one.
Right.
Why were you not wanting to answer questions? And we can think about what some of those questions that he wouldn't want to answer might be. But Dibs, there's also a timeline issue here.
Yeah.
That I have a big, big issue with. I want everyone to understand that at the beginning of last week, Ipe did a 90-minute interview with ESPN that was set up by Shohei's agent and his lawyers. They set it up on a Monday.
With ESPN.
With ESPN.
Because the media had been inquiring, so somehow the media got word of this.
I don't even think the media did not know about it. The feds did.
Oh, and so they were trying to get ahead of the feds.
They were preparing this to get ahead of the investigation that was on its way. So he does the 90-minute interview. Then they come in a day later and go, forget everything he said. Those are lies. Let's do a new 90-minute interview. And now we're the ones talking. This is theft. The issue is that's all going on a Monday and a Tuesday. Then on a Wednesday in the middle of the night, a baseball game happens. Dodgers win. Get Cronenworth a new glove, for God's sake.
Totally.
Dodgers are 1-0. After the game, Ipe, in English, decides to go tell the Dodger clubhouse the story. And Shohei states, in what you just heard, that moment was the first he had even heard of a gambling issue. So that means that your own agent set up an interview with ESPN on a Monday about Ipe's gambling problem and the withdrawal of $4.5 million of your own money, all while you didn't even know that a gambling problem existed. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
The other piece of it, and I'm glad you laid out the timeline, because as I mentioned before, this all hit me kind of out of nowhere while I was in Las Vegas, so I didn't have a chance to pour over all the minutia and all the details.
You were pouring over everything else.
Sure was.
On the rocks.
Lining up, getting hundreds handed to me, but the timeline element of this is one area where I got to ask questions. The other piece of it is the idea of the theft. How did he go about stealing?
Right.
How many, if it's 9 wire transfers of $500,000 apiece, how did he go about doing that? Did he hack into your account by stealing a password? Did he have access to your account to where he could make these withdrawals or these wire transfers? Does Shohei have any financial fail-safes in his life? Does he have a financial advisor? What is his financial situation that would allow this interpreter to have access to 9 wire transfers for $500,000 apiece?
And like a text doesn't come to your phone from Chase or Wells or whatever?
I got a fraud alert on my way to Vegas. Shout out Fremont Bank.
Mr. Otani, $500,000 has been deposited into the other account. Thank you for your business. That never happened?
Right.
$500,000 9 different times. Look.
And I wonder how far apart those wire transfers were. Was it 9 in a day? Was it over 3 or 4 weeks? Because that for me is significant evidence as far as what you're talking about, how much he would know about this. And, was it $4.5 million in one day? Like 9 straight over the course of 12 minutes?
Wow.
When he just rat-a-tat-tatted his account?
Here's the other big sort of like thing bouncing around in my head right now. You didn't take questions because one of the questions you didn't want to answer is the one that you just brought up, and it's the how. How? How did he get access to this money? How did these transfers happen without your knowledge? Whatever the banking situation was, there are a bunch of how questions there. Not only does he probably not want to answer that, so he's not going to take questions, but he didn't answer it in the process of preparing a statement. So you can say, he's telling lies. He stole money from me. If I was preparing a statement and I knew everybody out there's next question was going to be how, I would have answered it. It's like when you're in debate class back in high school. Your job is to know what the other side is going to say or think and take that away from them. So if you know the media is all sitting there and you've had a week of listening to us go, how? How is this possible? Wouldn't you answer that how in your prepared statement? He didn't.
Well, he did say that there are things that he can't talk about because of the ongoing investigation, which is a statement that covers a lot of what you're talking about in the gray area. And that's why he also is not going to answer questions, because if you ask a question like, how did he gain access to your money? He can't really answer that because that goes to the nature of the theft. And I know with my bank account.
Then just say that. Can't he just say that? I can't answer that because it is part of an ongoing federal investigation, and I've been told not to answer that.
Well, he blanketed it by saying it up front, which is why he wasn't going to take questions, because there are certain things that he can't talk about. I think it's a little bit chicken scratch to avoid taking questions, but it is an ongoing investigation, and so he didn't want to get caught saying something that he doesn't want to have come back to haunt him.
Who's a great follow on Twitter right now? He always is. Andrew Brandt. You know Andrew.
Yes, brilliant.
Andrew's the one who used to work in the Packers front office. Now he's like the executive director of the media wing at Villanova. He's come on this show a number of times. Sports executive, sports business. He understands sports law. And his Twitter account right now has been fascinating. And he just wrote a couple of minutes ago Otani not taking questions, and he probably didn't want to answer the following. 1, what access did Ipe have to your bank account? 2, who else had access to it? Accountants, attorneys, agents? 3, did you ever hear from your bank? And 4, does he really think his former best friend stole $4.5 million from him? Yeah, those are some good questions.
Yeah.
Those are some good questions.
Boy, that's a great question.
Those are good questions.
Yeah.
All right. We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. We'd love your calls. Otani, the Warriors situation. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And that's a great question.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary.
うまく言葉では表せないような、感覚でこの1週間ぐらいはずっと過ごしてきたので、今はそれをうまく言葉にするのは、難しいなと思っています。
And to summarize how I'm feeling right now, I'm just beyond shocked. It's really hard to verbalize how I am feeling at this point. And the season's going to start, so I'm going to obviously let my lawyers handle matters from here on out. And I am completely assisting in all investigations that are taking place right now. I'm looking forward to focusing on the season. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to talk. And I'm sure there'll be continuing investigations moving forward.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what's really kind of ironic? I'm going to let my lawyers handle it from here. Buddy, they've been the ones handling it so far this week.
Oops.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Another great tweet from Andrew Brandt. Either Otani is not telling the truth or has the worst best friend, interpreter, accountant, manager, agent, bank in history. You're either not telling the truth or you surrounded yourself with morons. Unless all of them are also in on it.
Right.
Maybe Ipe split $4.5 million with everybody. I mean, the list of mistakes made by everyone around you, if you're now telling the truth, is stunning.
Right.
Overwhelming.
Well, and it starts with that initial, hey, let's meet the press moment where you go out and you talk about Ipe in one way, saying that he's got a gambling problem and I helped him out. And then 24 hours later, you have to circle back around and realize, oops, we can't say that because that turns out to be, what is it, wire fraud? If you're sending $4.5 million to an illegal bookmaker,
I don't know if that's what they would call it. Yeah. You're not. I mean,
probably not money laundering, but it is illegal.
Gambling is not legal in California.
Correct. And so that becomes an oops moment. And if that is the case, and then now you're circling back and saying he stole from you, it just seems like even though he was up there today and he was pretty definitive, saying exactly what he thought the situation was, time will tell, and there will be a paper trail as it pertains to all those questions that you and I and everybody have.
I mean, you want to talk about a parlay. Take a listen to this. First of all, you spent the last 4 days of your life in Vegas.
Right. Legal gambling.
Second of all, the lovely Christy is leading the March Madness 95.7 The Game pool. That's
no money involved. We're doing it for fun.
That's embarrassing.
Yep.
Third of all, Shohei Otani's press conference, but not a press conference because it wasn't a conference, because a conference means multiple people speak, and Shohei was the only one to speak, along with his interpreter.
Yeah.
And while all of that was happening, Adrian Wojnarowski is tweeting about an NBA investigation that has been launched into little-known Raptors player Jante Porter because of prop bet irregularities surrounding him over 2 games, one of which happened this month, one back in January.
It's the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. on the Nuggets.
There you go. Thank you for that, Lucas.
I also have more if you ever want to get more into this.
Why, did you bet on him to go over 4.5 rebounds that night or something?
No, but it's interesting. There is a lot of fishy stuff. It sounds like he probably told somebody, I'm not going to play much. My eye's hurting. He played 3 minutes in one game and then exited, hit the under on all of those props. Had a really good game the next game, and then the game after that, he hit all of his unders again and only played just a couple minutes in that one as well.
Yeah, but
I see 243 against Sacramento.
He's not in charge of his minutes, though, so is the coach in on it?
No, but my eye. I've got an eye issue.
Oh, my eye.
One was an eye and the other one was an illness.
After he started playing.
That's right.
He got sick 3 minutes into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm looking at his game log, and it's Portland and Cleveland, 3 minutes, 0 of 1. He was a -3. He did shoot a 3, so he's going to jake on the game. You come in, jack a 3. I got a tummy ache. I'm out. Cash me out one time.
January 26th against the Clippers was the first that raised some eyebrows. He played 4 minutes before leaving the game due to what the Raptors said was re-aggravation of an eye injury. And then March 20th was a game against the Suns. Porter played just 3 minutes before leaving the game due to what the Raptors said was an illness. Did not return.
This just in. Some of Ipe's bets are now being made public. Let's see. It says on January 26th, he put $4.5 million on Jonte Porter's over rebounds. Oh.
That's a bad beat.
Just missed.
Cash me out one time.
Just missed. That's tough. Tough break there for Ipe.
Yeah.
Ipe.
And you were kind of joking around as we were both listening to the Shohei presser, and we saw this news cross the Woj bomb. Sports, this could be trouble for sports.
Is over.
Sports is over is what you said.
Willard and Dibbs would like to thank you for your participation through the years. We're done. Sports is over.
Back to traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
We got problems on the Nimitz mark. It's a 3-car conundrum.
There are bigger questions, and they're not for today. But, for instance, somebody just pointed out, ESPN2 was broadcasting the Shohei press conference with betting lines on the crawl below the press conference.
As it pertained to Shohei?
No.
They weren't like, guilty or innocent. Props.
Over or under 4,000 words in this press conference.
Lifetime ban, I wonder what the odds are. And that's more of a Jimmy Shapiro. I'll wait for that to come up. But I'm sure you'll be able to bet on suspension length and lifetime ban and maybe even, prison sentence?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Sure.
I mean, depending on what he actually did or knew.
Right.
This story is fascinating in a number of ways, and not least of which the fact that there is an interpreter involved, not the interpreter who allegedly stole from him, but now another interpreter, because we don't really know exactly what he's saying. I don't speak Japanese.
Would it be amazing if Shohei now went to the interpreter and went, wait, you said what?
Right.
No, I admitted that I've got a gambling problem. What did you say up there?
Exactly.
Now, Shohei understands English.
Yeah.
Shohei understands English. Shohei speaks some English.
But he said in the part of the press conference today that as the old interpreter was telling the team, he wasn't catching all of it.
I sort of understood what was going on.
Right.
He knew what was going on.
And I wonder if he sort of understood what his interpreter was doing all those years, because they worked together for 11 years. So did this gambling problem and this penchant for theft just come out of nowhere? Did he suddenly become a gambleaholic and a thief?
And you gave access to your accounts?
To a gambleaholic and or a thief. I mean, how can you be blindsided by an 11-year friendship? And I was just looking up I Googled, how do you wire $500,000? Because it's what I do. I try to do my research on the fly.
What'd you find?
You need the person's name, obviously, the address, the pertinent stuff. You also need their account number and their routing number.
Okay, that's not hard.
Well, you would need their account number. I don't know your account number.
No. But I could, if you were my business partner and I was like, I'm a billionaire, I don't have time, I need to hit one over the right field fence, I could give you my account and routing number. That's not hard.
You could, right. But and I wonder if you would not have, if you were a billionaire, would you have a fail-safe in your own account to get, like you said, fraud notifications?
Yeah.
I was walking back.
It's got to be bigger than that. That's all you need? Is the name, the account, and the routing number?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. And that phone number and address, stuff like that. Information that you can easily get.
And you can wire $500,000 with that?
Yeah, there's no limit. Shout out No Limit Records, $500,000.
I would think that, my understanding with wire transfers is that's what you need to start, but then you get a phone call. Especially at that amount of money. Then you get a phone call.
Yeah, this is Shohei. Go ahead and green light that. I got 8 more coming.
Some vocal recognition or whatever. Like if I had that amount of money in the bank, yeah. Like the security level would be pretty high. That doesn't make any sense.
Howard Kushlon on the YouTube feed. I wire millions. Dibley is right. And that's why when you go to buy a house and you have to wire that, like the money that you get from the sale of the one house, and you're going to send that in as a big down payment, they make sure you triple, quadruple, and quintuple check, because once that wire goes through, there's no undo button on that wire. So you send $400,000 to put down on your new house because you sold 2 houses to buy one house. And once you hit that button, that's it. I hope the recipient is on the level. If not, you out $400,000. Wire transfers they're a lot easier than you would think.
But again,
because I'm with you, bro.
But there's still the knowledge.
Correct.
So that
I don't know your account number.
No. I don't just mean, okay, fine. Ipe's got all the info. He's got all the account numbers. He's got the phone number. He's got the address. He knows how to spell Otani. All great. But then it all happens 9 different times over a lengthy period, and Shohei has no idea. I mean, I'm sure Shohei's not like the rest of us. He's not on his banking app every day.
Yeah.
Is there still money in there?
Seriously.
Can I afford baby carrots at Safeway? That's not where we're at. I get that. And so I understand if you're an international celebrity and incredibly, incredibly wealthy, yeah, you've got people. But for me, that ends up being sort of the fundamental, like we've been asking the specific questions. Let me give more of the umbrella overall question. Shohei, what the hell is up with the people who are around you? So now I'm to believe, go with me here, I'm to believe that my best friend for 11 years, an interpreter, I have given this person basically power of attorney. I have given them the green light to get into my bank accounts and make moves. I also have a lawyer and an agent, or multiple lawyers and an agent, who were well aware of all of this, and in fact were even speaking to the media about it last Monday, all without my knowledge. Shohei, what is going on between you and the people around you? Seems like there's a wee bit of a discord there.
Right. And if you've had this friendship for 11 years, are you telling me you had no indication in the past that this person could be somebody who could do these things to their best friend? And you probably spend damn near every day with them because you don't have a great command of the language, and you're doing so much, and you're doing things in the community, and you're at the ballpark every day. And so when you're at the park, he's at the park, and you're spending all this time with him, you're either a horrific judge of character or you're not telling the total truth. One of the two.
Man. Yeah, this not over.
No. You
Not
get the
even
IRS
close.
involved.
Yeah.
So, and you talked about UNFP, we're in the bottom of the second. Maybe the second inning's over, and Shohei Otani might be up 2-0. That went pretty well for him today. He didn't have to answer questions, and he definitively rebuked any notion that he knows anything about anything. Well, one big piece that is still yet to really be unearthed is the bookie, because they're going to come down on this bookie who received the $4.5 million. They're coming down on him like a ton of bricks, and they're going to be, he's going to be facing felony charges for wire fraud, receiving this sort of money. And if he really is the bookmaker that he is alleged to be, then he's looking at a long stretch behind bars. Unless you want to play ball, then I think it's going to become interesting. And it's his credibility against Ipe's, against Shohei's credibility.
Our brain always goes to like a Law and Order episode. We did this last week. Like, we're going to go the dramatic route. And people are lying, and there's embezzlement, and there's fraud, and there's all this. I don't know. Like, let's not act like we know Shohei Otani, but to look at the guy, to watch him play, to gather what we've gathered from the people who are around him, at least on a surface level, like, he looks and feels like just the simplest thing ever. Just this smiley, nice guy who's like, watch this, I hit baseball very far and pitch baseball too.
Yeah.
And that's my life. That's it. Recently got married, but outside of that, his whole world, I had called him before, it's like the Kevin Durant of baseball. Like, that's it. There's just ball. There's me and my ball, and that's it. And so now we're going to take that person and turn this into like a movie, like a scandalous movie. That's hard for me to believe too.
It doesn't have to be a scandalous movie. It could be.
Well, we got scandal. One way or another, we got scandal.
Correct. But the scandal could just be in the cover-up. The scandal could not be. It could be as simple as they are best friends, and he maybe knew that his buddy Ipe dabbled here and dabbled there with some gambling. Maybe he didn't realize that he was on the hook for 4.5 large, and they were coming calling for him to pay up. And so Ipe goes to his buddy Shohei and says, you know what, I got in a little bit of trouble here. Can you help me out? And Shohei says, sure, let me get my wallet. And Ipe says, hold off on the wallet. Let me borrow your phone. And he says, I need 4.5 large. And Shohei goes, all right, this is the last time. And Shohei does him a solid. And then word gets out, and now they're found out. And now we're just going to try to put it to rest with a simple, I was just helping a friend story. Well, you can't help your friend do that, Shohei.
Yeah, but I got a hard time with so many different pieces of this. So now, like Ipe, who Dallas Braden is like, everybody around baseball loves this guy. And he's been Shohei's guy for 11 years. And he's going to do him like that? $4.5 million?
He's just going to rob him?
There's just so many things I have such a hard time with that don't feel like they add up. Let's go to Mo in Hayward Hills. Hey, Mo, what you doing, man?
Mo.
Hello. Good afternoon.
To you as well.
I cannot believe I get to be live with Mr. Dan Dibley. He's never wrong, but on this one, he is wrong. When it comes to sending wires, you actually need more than routing and an account number, sir. There's going to be security questions involved and confirmation. You get a passcode on your cell phone, and you have to actually input that code into it to be able to go through. And then not only that, you have to approve it either by voice recognition, your PIN code, or token questions that only you know, and I highly doubt his best friend knew those.
Although I find it find believable.
So Otani's out there on the mound. Thank you, Mo, and I love you too. So Otani's out there in the stretch in the third inning, and Ipe, you got nothing to interpret because my client's on the mound. I'm going to slip back into the clubhouse and beepity boppity boop, use the unlock code on his phone, and bust out a quick couple of wires here.
Oddly, of all the things I don't believe here, I do believe that. Like if you told me, right, these two have been side by side for 11 years, and Shohei is an international icon, and you told me, yes, Shohei gave Ipe access to his accounts, access to his cell phone, access to his records, his email, if he's got access to everything, I'd be like, okay, I totally believe that. I totally believe that. I mean, that's what massively, massively wealthy people do. They don't go to the grocery store.
Right. They send Ipe.
Shohei, someone like that, I don't know if they do anything for themselves.
Other than pitch and hit.
They hit a baseball. Like that amount of money. I mentioned this last week. I don't even know if you know this because you were off there in Vegas, with the purple drink. But hey, so did you know that last year, off the field dollars, MLB players, endorsements, whatever, off the field dollars, number 2 and number 3 are Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge. They both make about $6 or $7 million off the field.
Right.
Number 1 is Shohei. Do you know what that number is?
Probably 100 million.
65.
It's pretty good.
10 times what second place is.
And I wonder how much of that comes from countries outside of America.
Oh, a lot.
Probably 80% of it.
I mean, in Japan, this is the biggest thing going. This is LeBron plus in Japan.
Right.
So you're talking about someone that is so overwhelmingly wealthy. This is why he can do a contract for $700 million and be like, but pay me later on all of it. Right? So incredibly wealthy. Yeah, and such a celebrity. You're not doing stuff for yourself. So that is, of all the things that people would say here, I believe that. I believe that he could give access to Ipe. But I do think it's a very, very separate thing to then execute this 9 different times without Shohei's knowledge. And oh, by the way, Shohei doesn't even know you gamble. So think about that now. I love this person like a brother. I'm with him all the time. I know everything about him. I trust him with my codes, my phone, my account, my banking, my routing. I trust him with my life. But I don't even know that he gambles? That's the part that's hard for me to believe.
Yeah.
That doesn't add up to me at all.
Impossible.
And my representatives are with him on a set at ESPN doing an interview. I don't know about that either.
No.
I still don't even know that he's got a gambling problem. That doesn't add up.
I buy the first story. which is Ipe was in trouble, and I did him a solid. He needed $4.5 million, and the story is that he didn't want to put it right in Ipe's account because he didn't trust Ipe to not go out there and gamble that away. So he went straight to the bookie, and maybe he was going to give Ipe a stern talking to about any more additional gambling in the future. But once he realized that that's not okay, that has sent him into backtrack mode.
If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you should do that for our other shows as well. That, of course, would be the Morning Roast, Bonte and Joe, Steiny and Goo. They had some great and very firm reactions to the Warriors' loss. And I should say losses, because you got to add the Indiana one in when we get here on a Monday morning and think about the weekend that was for the Golden State Warriors. And we will circle back to that coming up here in the second half of our show as well. So download that free Odyssey app wherever you find your favorite podcasts, and make sure that you subscribe to all of the shows right here on 95.7 The Game. But coming up next, a bunch of you want to weigh in on this. Joe, Marlon, Austin, stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway, and I enjoy all the amazing...
saying how Shohei doesn't really know much about American sports. I think he was born in Japan and he came here at 7. But the reason I bring that point up again is just that I don't think Otani's the kind of guy that has time to like watch Duke basketball, watch other sports. I think he's just, an American, American baseball is what he does every day. The more you guys kind of tell the whole story, it is kind of hard to not know the habits of somebody. I guess if Ipe only brings up world soccer, maybe that's the only thing Shohei knows as far as what to talk about. But I hope that, go ahead.
No, Marlon, I just don't know how we fall into the trap of but he seems like this kind of guy. Like, I'm with you. I know what Shohei seems like. I just know that sometimes people aren't what they seem,
Yeah, I do. I think that of somewhat what Dib said, I think wire transfers might be simpler than we think, and maybe he knew the login stuff for Shohei, and I'd like to believe that Shohei didn't know about it, because the one thing that sucks is he trusts very few people. It'd be nice to see the social side of Shohei. We'll see what happens, man. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Marlon, thank you. Appreciate it. One thing I can't speak to, I know that you and some of our YouTubers have said, just wire transfer, account, routing, name, phone number, address, spell the last name correctly, you're good to go. There's also a line of people, social media and on our phones, who say no. It's not that easy. And I'm over here I got no idea.
Right.
I did wire transfer one time. It's probably for about $38 or something like that. I don't even remember what the hell it was. You know what I mean?
Well, now we have with the Venmo and the Zelle and all the rest of it, you can handle it from your phone. But the only time I've had to really do a major wire transfer, as I was mentioning, was through the mortgage company.
Yeah.
And, thankfully you have somebody you're working with, and they tell you over and over, make sure the person you're sending this to is who you want to send it to.
Show me who you're working with.
Totally. Shake that cash. Watch yourself.
Steven in Denver. Hi, Steven. What are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Can you guys hear me okay on your end?
Boy, we got you. Loud and clear.
Right on. First-time caller, long-time listener over the last 2 years, and I feel like I can finally add some value to the show, albeit not with sports knowledge. And what I mean by that is I am a private wealth advisor, okay? So I work with high-profile, high-net-worth clients and do wire transfers all the time. Okay? You guys were talking about Venmo transfers, right?
Yeah.
So there's basically 2 ways you can send money, right? You can send it via ACH, which is like Venmo, what you were referring to, or you can send it via a wire. Now, any wire over $250,000 that we send out has to go through multiple layers of security verification. The first one is I have to call the client personally and ask them if they've confirmed the wiring details with the recipient. Okay?
Right.
I enter the wire in the system. It goes directly to my branch manager. It goes through 2 layers of callback security where my branch manager then calls the client, asks for their social security number, and asks them to answer unique security questions that they made up, and only they know the answer to. There's no way a wire left Shohei's account without going through those extra verification steps. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you, Steven.
And you know what that is, Steven?
It's a verification sensation.
And I'll take that for
and
you,
I
Steven.
really mean it this time. That is a verification sensation.
That's right. And welcome to the show, Steven.
Thank you, Mark. Now, here's what may sound kind of wild here. I still think that for private wealth individuals could be, in theory, another person. Could he go, let's sit down and build these security questions together?
Shohei, what was the name of your first dog?
Right.
It's a great question.
Spot.
It's Pandia.
Correct.
No, I guess I could believe that. It's kind of wild. I would, Shohei, really? The depths you'd have to go to set someone else up to do this would call for the highest level of trust.
Right.
And then you end up in this spot where you're like, I didn't even know the guy was a gambler. It's like I never even met this dude.
Think about those two things side by side.
That makes sense.
You've got the lovely Christy. You guys have been together for a number of years, and I would imagine you know her as well as you know any other human being
and
currently.
Would trust her more than myself.
Correct.
How about that?
And if it came out that she was deeply involved and deeply indebted in a gambling consortium, I mean, it's laughable to even think about, right?
She does have the first place bracket. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
she knows what she's doing.
The lovely Christy.
She said she took at least 8 minutes to fill that thing out.
And I'm not trying to diminish her efforts, but it's been a little chalk heavy. So if you're riding the chalk this year, you're actually doing pretty well.
Well, she did have one thing that was kind of fun, and I was going to save it for the end of the week because we don't know if it's going to work or not.
You can save it.
Well, she sent me a bracket. She's like, here, just turn that in. I'm going to bed. You turn this bracket in on Wednesday night. And it had Utah State beating Purdue, but then Purdue beating Gonzaga.
That's tough to do.
I'm like,
we're not doing double elimination.
So I was she's asleep, so I had to decide, are we moving Purdue all the way through and pretending the Utah State thing didn't happen, or am I flipping that Gonzaga-Utah State game and making Gonzaga the winner? I made Gonzaga the winner. We'll find out either Thursday or Friday if I have made a correct selection or not.
And then you have Purdue going in over Gonzaga.
No.
Or she has it.
She had Purdue beating Gonzaga, but Purdue was already out.
Yes.
So I just moved Gonzaga forward.
Ah, gotcha.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
If Gonzaga wins, then I get a cut of her winnings. If not, egg on my face.
Yeah.
Again.
Egg in the face again.
Those
two statements side by side are they're incongruous to where he would trust him with the keys to his empire.
I mean, his
yet
life.
Wouldn't know about a $4.5 million gambling penchant. Those two things can't coexist in my world, Mark.
Yep, I'm with you. And so I'm in the same place that I was last week, which now, as I process what Shohei said today, same place I was last week. I don't know what happened. I'm accusing no one of anything. I'm simply telling you that what we're being told right now, I don't believe. That's the only thing I can tell you.
It just doesn't add up.
Captain Klay Report brought to you by City Cruises. Book your one-of-a-kind experience today at citycruises.com. Klay wasn't as efficient shooting the rock last night as he has been recently. Just 6 of his 15 shots and only 3 of 11 from deep. Warriors fall to the T-Wolves 114-110 because Steve Kerr's an awful coach. And that's now consecutive 6 of 15 shooting games for Klay after he had been shooting 50% from the field for the 3 games prior to that. Dubs back in action tomorrow night.
Yeah, and we're getting ever closer to the must-win territory. We're not there yet, but the fact that Houston is right behind you.
Houston is a problem.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We'll keep going with your calls. We see you, Joe, Austin, Bruce, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley Sleep Mattress.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, yes, the Warriors are struggling. The Giants are about to get started. Brandon Ayuk's been on his IG page.
Yeah.
And Shohei Otani has spoken. And just the real quick synopsis, he says Ipe is a criminal, stealing from him, had no knowledge of any gambling, has never bet on baseball, has never bet on any sports at all, and will cooperate with the federal authorities in any way, shape, or form. That's the 10-second synopsis of Shohei's press conference, but again, not a press conference. It was his statement, and no questions were taken.
Yeah, and that's a good synopsis, I think, of the statement, and really he's doubling down on what he had said previously, and he's really digging his heels in on the fact that he didn't know his interpreter had a gambling problem, and his interpreter somehow was able to get to his account and execute 9 wires of $500,000 apiece to a bookmaker, which has set all of this in motion.
Let's hear from you, okay? 888-957-9570. Joe, Camp Pendleton. Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? Good evening.
All of those things.
Hang in there.
Doesn't matter. Who knows where you are?
I just find it hard to believe that Shohei did not know. From a bookie standpoint, some guy is putting in these large bets. How do I know that guy is good for it, right? They had to have vetted this guy, and what better way saying, hey, I'm Shohei's translator. I'm like, okay, that may be right, but how do I know?
Exactly.
We're totally with you, Joe. This is something that Dibs and I have been talking about kind of off air even, and thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Is the idea, it's kind of like, I mean, if I went right now to just go buy a house here in the Bay Area, they would be like, what else you got? I better bring my parents. I might need to bring my sister too. Maybe you. I don't know. We'd just get everybody involved.
Yeah, even if you went to the mortgage company.
Right. Where's the money backing? Are you good for it? And that's been a fair question that everyone has asked, which is this guy makes less than $200,000 a year.
Right.
How are you even able to build up $4.5 million in debt?
Impossible. Unless you say to the bookie, you say, well, I work for Shohei Otani. And the bookie goes, cool. Good for you. All right. What do you want your limit to be? How about $4.5 million is my number? Then he'll say, well, I'm going to need Shohei to vouch for you. And not only vouch for you, I'm going to need his official backing. One of my buddies who I just went to Vegas with, he will remain nameless. He does a little bit of this sort of illegal gambling. Well, you know, you and I and many of us here in the Bay Area and all across, we do these offshore things, which is no more legal, but it feels legal because we're doing it through our computer.
Well, we're doing it with a couple $100.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My buddy's got an arrangement with his guy where his cash out number is $2,000. When he owes $2,000, he pays $2,000. When he wins $2,000, when the account is to where he can cash out $2,000, he can cash out $2,000. That's $2,000. This is $4.5 million. So, and my buddy is just, you know, an average Joe like the rest of us. This is the interpreter who's making $200K. So a guy making $200K is going to be allowed a limit of $4.5 million. When at that point you got to get cashed out. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
That doesn't add
You're
up
not getting a limit 22.5 times your annual income.
Correct.
Your limit is going to be more closely tied to about 1/50th of your income.
Try to rent a house for $4,000 a month here in the Bay Area, and they go, "Okay, what's your income?" You say, "Well, I make $5,000 a month." Well, that's going to be a no from us, dog.
I missed that.
Is the answer. Austin,
hence you have 5 jobs.
Yes, thank you very much. Austin in San Jose. Hello, Austin.
What's up, guys? Hey, listen, I want to come at you with a little different perspective and all this jolly, everybody agrees stuff. Hey, listen, Willard, I called you the other day, and I'm curious.
I remember.
What are you saying? Are you really thinking? I want to know your clear-cut answer, though. Are you saying that you believe that Shohei is a crook? I mean, this is the third day of this kind of like on and on about something must be right, something must be wrong. What are we saying where's this going?
Right. Okay. So Austin, I will answer you the exact same way that I did last week, because while it may be the third day in a row of us covering this story, it's the second day in a row where you seem to want to put a label on what I'm saying when one doesn't exist. And I am completely fair in telling you what I'm telling you. You keep wanting to pin me into accusing Shohei of something, and I'm not. I'm simply saying that what we're being told right now, I don't believe. And I feel very comfortable with that statement. I feel very confident with that statement. I'm allowed to be wrong, and I might be. Maybe single thing he said is the truth, but I find inequity here. I find holes in the story here, but you're not going to get me to pin some accusation on him because it fits kind of what you're trying to do, which is like some sort of gaslighting or flame-throwing type of an angle. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying any of the things that you're accusing me of saying. I'm simply saying I don't believe the story we're being told.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But now you're speaking for me. Well, I didn't say, I wasn't trying to pin you into anything. I just asked you a question.
No, you did it twice.
Do you think he was a crook? And you said no. You don't believe he's a crook, right?
I don't. I also
believe he's a crook, or do you believe he's a crook?
I also don't not believe that he's a crook. I have no idea. I don't know how I could even have an opinion on that right now.
Okay, but your innuendos would suggest that you think there's something untoward, right? That the guy's not being above board. There's something not right about it. You sort of trending in a direction of thinking that he's not above board. That sounds like you think he's a crook to me.
And again, I'm going to tell you that you're putting thoughts in my head and words in my mouth, because no, I'm not saying any of those things. I'm saying I don't believe the story. Now, that does not necessarily implicate only Shohei as a crook. This could be coming from Rob Manfred for all I know. It could be coming from Shohei's attorneys for all I know. Maybe Shohei did just pick up for his boy and say, let me cover your $4.5 million debt. And I may think that that's a nice act. The feds might think that that's what's called a crime. But I don't that idea does not mean that Shohei is a bad person or someone who should be banned from baseball. Also, Austin, it's totally possible that Shohei's got a wild gambling problem. I have no clue. I'm simply saying that we're being told, and Austin, thank you. I appreciate you continuing to call, even though I know you want to pin me over here with things that I'm not saying. I'm simply telling you that the story we're getting has holes in it. And so I don't believe it in full. I don't know who the guilty party is. There are probably guilty parties, but I have no idea what's at the bottom of all of this. I just know something smells really, really bad. And that's how we've arrived where we've arrived.
It just doesn't add up. There's a lot of things, like you said, holes in the story. There are things that simply don't add up. And the idea of him being a, quote, crook it's a label and it's a slippery slope. He might have just
made a mistake.
Willingly
there you go.
Did something that he didn't realize was illegal. Does that make it any less a crime? No. But I don't think that if you're going to label him a crook is the right way to go about this. We don't know the full truth of the story. Only a few people actually do. And that would be Ippei and Shohei and maybe a couple other people who are close to the Otani camp. They may know the real story.
The bookmaker.
Yeah, he probably
Rob
knows.
Manfred. Listen, as a very uncynical person, I don't even know if that's a word, not a cynical person at all, sometimes you got to get in touch with your cynicism. There are bajillions of dollars on the line here. $4.5 million is like, dude, that's toilet paper compared to what's on the line with a story like this, both for Shohei and for baseball.
The Dodgers for Shohei, for baseball.
Think about how many
the local Time Warner Network.
Thank you. Multi-billion-dollar corporations that all have a massive interest here. And it's interesting to me that some people then look at that story and go, oh, but no one would lie. Oh, for God's sakes. I'd probably actually make the point that they do nothing but. They do nothing but.
And think about the unraveling of the Tiger Woods brand when that happened. And it all happened the first domino to fall was what looked to be some sort of a car accident.
Car accident, right.
When he just drove into a tree.
Great.
And then the details come out where there actually was a 9-iron through the windshield, and Tiger may or may not have been under the influence of pills and alcohol, and she may or may not have been mad because he had an extramarital affair. Turned out to have been some 15 or 20 affairs, and the unraveling of that thing started with an seemingly innocent
car accident.
Tiger Woods has crashed into a tree.
Right.
Oh my God, I hope he's okay. Geez, what could have happened?
What are some some of those just, and again, I'm not calling this that, but some of the top scandals out there and how they started.
Well, the Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding one would maybe be the most famous.
Yep.
Where, Nancy Kerrigan
was attacked.
She was attacked.
Right.
Nancy
By
Kerrigan she got hit on the knee by some stranger with a lead pipe. What? Not robbed.
No.
Not kidnapped.
As she sat there on the ground and yelled, "Why?"
Exactly.
Why?
Why?
It's a good impression. It's an uncomfortable impression, but it's a good one.
I was doing that before, and I actually told this story over the weekend because I was saying how I work with kids because I did the Nancy Kerrigan, and neither one of these guys, Lucas or Granny, they're looking at me like, what's wrong with this guy? And I Googled it. That happened before they were born.
Oh, I don't even want to hear that.
I just said it.
I don't want to hear it.
I mean, I think it goes back to 94.
I love the young.
Seriously, it always works. But
thank you, Grandy.
That was another one where, oh my God, American skating darling Nancy Kerrigan's been struck on the knee in a drive-by piping. And then all of a sudden that thing starts to unfurl. And then you find out that there was a hit involved, a hitman, and a small time chump change payment.
Take a lap. Take a lap.
But
take a lap around the building and come back.
And then
we'll take some calls till you get here. You've been in Vegas, haven't you?
I thought it was a funny one-liner.
You went to Vegas with other men, didn't you? I can tell. I can always tell when someone went to Vegas with other men.
It's a yellow card warning.
And then they come back and they're not quite out of Vegas with other men mode.
Not a straight red.
Where you just say whatever the hell you want all weekend long.
In a drive-by piping?
Come on. Crying out loud. All right.
We'll go get my salad.
Let's go to Bruce in Napa. Hi, Bruce. What are you doing?
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for making it.
Yeah. I've got a different take on this whole thing. Being a lifetime Giant fan and a Dodger hater, I hope this investigation goes the whole season because I think the marketing department of the Giants can really take off on this. And I would have, first of all, just the day when the Dodgers come to town to play the Giants, that we give out free visors, gambling visors to every fan. And I think the other thing I think would be great is when Otani comes up to bat, his walk-up song is The Gambler by Kenny Rogers.
Or Leaving Las Vegas, there's a lot of options. I get where you're going, Bruce, and I don't hate everything you're saying. You're a mean SOB, but I kind of like that about you. You know what I mean? I do look at this, Bruce, thanks. FP and I talked about this while you were gone a little bit, which is the whole Giants fan angle. What are you rooting for? Because Shohei Otani had not even taken it at bat yet as a Dodger. We haven't seen that. We don't identify him as a Dodger. He's the biggest, best generational talent we've ever seen. Seems like the nicest dude on the face of the planet. There has not been enough time to build up the hatred of him, and we also understand how bad for baseball it would be if this guy went down and was something that he was not built up to be. The other side is that our hatred of the Dodgers runs deep. Very, very deep.
It predates Otani.
So where I kind of settled on is I don't want to see Otani go down. I don't want to see him go down. But if it distracts the Dodgers all year long, I sign up for that. That's fine by me. I mean, we are a couple of steps away, way too early. Shohei right now remains innocent till otherwise, and Yamamoto has only thrown one start. But the perfect offseason for Farhan Zaidi would be all of the acquisitions he made combined with the two that he tried to make going totally south. So if Otani and Yamamoto for $1 billion, some way both of those flame out, and Soler hits 30 home runs, Chapman wins a Gold Glove, and Blake Snell competes for the Cy Young, yeah. Then you can flex and come in and start running your comedy at the start of press conferences, Farhan. Then you could definitely do that.
Especially if he was responsible for the word getting out on these wire transfers. And I'm learning more about the timing of these transfers. Apparently the first two were sent back in September and October in Southern California.
So this has been a while.
In the name of Matthew Boyer. And that's according to ESPN.
Yeah, that's the bookmaker,
Correct.
Matthew Boyer.
So the first two were September and October, according to this report in ESPN about the timeline. And so that actually was discovered back on Monday, Tuesday in Korea, but Monday here. And yet, by Wednesday, Otani still had no knowledge of the Ippei meeting with ESPN, nor of his alleged gambling problems. And this wire goes back 6 months.
Yeah, again, it makes no sense.
Maybe he's getting paperless statements.
I would hope. By the way, that just kind of, in talking about that Farhan thing, it made me realize, do you even know about the way that he started the Blake Snell press conference?
I think I heard you guys talking about it on Wednesday.
I've never seen something more tailor-made for you in my entire life.
And I heard you guys, I was driving around. No, I was not yet in Vegas. I was running around with the baby.
Have you heard it?
Just, and the whole joke of I just flew in from Vegas and boy, are my arms tired.
Did you hear it?
I didn't hear it.
Grandy, do you have it? Because Dib should hear. This is the way, so I want you to picture now.
This is the Snell, right?
They're on a platform above home plate, second deck, Scottsdale Stadium. They're still in Arizona. Farhan, everybody's got director's chairs. Matt Chisholm, PR director. We love Matt. He introduces everybody. Ladies and gentlemen.
Totally.
Please welcome to the stage, Farhan Zaidi. Farhan's on the left, and then over on the right, Blake and Scott Boras.
Oh,
and
together.
Sitting in director's chairs, and they are addressing the assembled Giants media.
Hey, everyone. Good to see you all. I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And they said they'd get back to me on that. So that aside, obviously, it's been a really exciting 48 hours for our organization.
Is that real?
That's real.
Oh my God.
That's real.
And even like
no laughter.
They're not even the creak of a chair. People are just absolutely stultified.
I'll give him credit. He admitted afterwards, he's like, well, that just bombed like you. I mean, that totally, right? That bombed.
Oh my God.
So at least he turned and pointed at himself and was like, maybe we'll do it differently next time.
Oh, that is so funny. That is so funny. I heard you guys talking about how, sometimes you write something at night and then the next day you don't read it over or whatever and you think, oh, this is going to kill tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing.
And then it turns out to fall flat. Wow, that was amazing. The only laughter was his own chuckle. No, seriously, it was an amazing 48 hours. Oh, that's so great.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Great effort.
All right. Julian in the city. Hi, Julian. What are you doing?
Does he sound like Lucas to me, or am I tripping?
Who? Farhan?
Yeah.
Wow. I hadn't heard that one before, but I'm not going to be able to unhear it ever again.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good.
Yeah, so I got a comparison sensation for you all. It doesn't really hit, but in this sensation, we've got 2 shows, right?
Julian, you're kind of Farhaning it yourself right now.
I know. I wanted to do that.
Yeah,
okay.
Our boss, Matt Nahigian, did this on Twitter last week. You got to not do that. If you're going to do the sensation, it's got to rhyme. It can't.
He said...
Yeah, you can't.
What did he use? What word did he use?
I don't even remember. I've blocked it out of my memory because it was so uncomfortable.
It was a Hagian sensation.
Yeah, you got it. Like you gotta right. Like just make sure that previous word is a full true Asian. You can't.
Asian.
Yeah, don't comparison sensation. Everybody gets very uncomfortable, Julian.
Okay, I got a comparison from the Giants Nation sensation.
You're on thin ice right now, but go ahead.
Okay.
That's $5, not one.
The point. Let's get there, boys. So there's two shows that we're watching right now, right? With Giants fans. Show B, right, is the past. And the past that I'm watching is Barry Bonds, Balco, admitting guilt to it eventually in the trial. But we have Show A here. Show A, Otani. And Shohei has Shohei, and to be honest, my take on this, like, this leaked without them really knowing. And once it leaked, they released the statement to try to cover it up to make his charges less. Because there's no way you're wiring $4.5 million without being aware of that, right? Like, they're admitting to a lesser degree of guilt to reduce the charges that will eventually come. And so this comparison Giants Nation sensation is focusing on Show B versus Show A. Like, I don't really care about the Dodgers at this point. I want to see how, like, Shohei gets treated versus Barry Bonds and that generation. I don't know if steroid use is on the same level as gambling, but I think that...
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Julian, thank you for the material, number one. But number two, I can firmly answer no on that. Like, first of all, our consciousness has changed since Barry Bonds. And then number two, if you're asking if fans at a game are going to view a player gambling the same as a player with performance enhancers, of course not. Of course not. Like, the performance enhancers are affecting the actual game that you're playing. The only way this would be equal is if Shohei is betting on games in which he's playing.
Yet the irony is that if Shohei was proven to have bet on baseball, even not his own team, he's banned for life.
For life.
Meanwhile, if you're a juicer, you get 50 games. Then you get 100. Then you get banned for life. So you're right as far as the impact on the actual game, but we come down on the gambler so much more severely.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of that is just who we are right now. But no, I don't think this is anywhere even near that realm right now. I am struggling with, I remember before the show, I told you, I said, listen, I have no idea what the hell's going on here. But if you forced me into a box and said, guess what happened, I would have just gone with, well, the story you told me first is true.
Absolutely.
Which is that you paid off the gambling debt of a friend and then maybe didn't realize that it was a crime. That's what I would have guessed. The problem with that is, though, that if you're going up against federal investigators, they've gone so all in, Shohei and his team, so all in on accusing Ipe of stealing, so firmly all in on it, they wouldn't do that if the evidence all suggested otherwise. Or else they're going to end up with the old egg on the face. And that's a lot worse egg.
Well, maybe they don't realize what the evidence can possibly prove. And I'm reading through this initial ESPN story just to catch myself up on the fly. And they hired a crisis communication spokesperson. And this crisis communication spokesperson was the one dealing with ESPN. And the spokesman quotes Otani as saying, yeah, I sent several large payments. That's the maximum amount I could send. Now, this isn't from Otani himself. It's from Otani to the crisis communication spokesperson. And this happened before they reversed field, changed their story, and then called Ipe a liar. So for me, when we start talking about the evidence, the real evidence will be in the wire transfers. And I'm now learning that one in September and one in October. And Ipe says that he lost up to $1 million by the end of 2022. He had lost $1 million and he was borrowing money from friends and family. So this is a gambling problem that goes back a number of years, if not longer. And so what's the paper trail like back in 2021 and 2022? It's not just these 9 wires. Like, what was the gambling back and forth like between Boyer and Ipe even back then?
All right, we'll keep taking your calls. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. In addition to Otani and the Warriors, also coming up, Brandon Ayuk's story takes another turn. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
I'm in it right now. Did I mention deep?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was me passing along your text messages last Friday on the air. And so everybody that I know, just be aware, if you text me, it's probably going to end up on the air. Did I mention deep? Yeah.
But I was trying to let you know just because I was in it.
You were deep.
And yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm in it right now. Yeah, let's just like that's how I am. Like, let's just be all real with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what's going on.
There were things about the depth at which I was immersed that I did not reveal.
Did I mention deep?
Not really for fear, but I guess for fear.
Okay.
Of having you broadcast it.
Yeah.
You know, the whole what happens in Vegas axiom is appropriate in a number of different ways.
Yeah, definitely.
And by the evening games, I had Grand Canyon on the money line, Utah State on the money line, and James Madison on the money line.
Oh.
Cash me out 3 times. Plus, we laid the points with Houston in a first round Farhan. It was a laugher. So your boy was sweeping the evening.
What the hell was Houston doing last night, by the way? I turned that thing off. Abe and I are sitting there. I finished the Fox show.
Whoop.
Thank you. Thank you. And you know, San Diego State's up by a milli.
Yep.
I'm like, all right, forget that thing. And I go upstairs and he goes, well, games are over for the night. Because Houston goes, hits 2 free throws to go up by 7 with 45 seconds to go. And San Diego State's up a milli. So I'm like, yeah, let's get some stuff done around here. Time for me to go do some dishes or something.
Yeah.
Click, turn it off. 5 minutes later, I walk by my computer screen and Twitter, wow, whoa, wow. Like, what the hell just happened? And I yell, like, what happened? Abe. He's like, I'm in the bathroom. I see it. He's got his phone. I'm like, oh, for God's sakes. What happened? Buzzer beater. We go into overtime. What was Houston doing? Yeah. Man, they messed around and almost knocked themselves out of the tournament.
Yeah, it was a good game. Good game all the way through.
A lot of overtime games. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. All right.
And some double overtime.
888-957-9570. Okay, so we're going to get to Warriors in just a sec, or back to Warriors, I should say. But we mentioned the Brandon Ayuk thing. And I would like to thank both the 49ers and Deebo Samuel for preparing us for this. Because now, as I see what's unfolding today with Brandon Ayuk, I shrug my shoulders because it's March. And I'm like, this is going to be fine. A couple years ago, this would have freaked us all out. Brandon Ayuk goes to Instagram. And by the way, Brandon, I love you. You're not very good at the whole cryptic tweet thing. You go study LeBron James. He'll just like tweet out a question mark. And everyone's like, ooh, what's it mean?
I don't think he was mean to be cryptic.
Is he talking about Jared Vanderbilt? The acquisition of Jared Vanderbilt? No. Actually, he hates D'Angelo Russell. Does he want a new coach? Everybody's talking about all kinds of new things. Brandon just came out and said it. He used a bunch of emojis that basically added up to money talks and BS walks.
Do you remember the old Lucky Lager beer caps?
Of course.
With the puzzles on them?
Yes.
That's what this was. Like, see if you can figure out my puzzle.
But it's like a 4-year-old could figure out this
dollar
puzzle.
sign and then somebody talking. And then
this is the poop emoji.
I thought there was
this is the bull.
The bull first.
The bull, and then the poop emoji.
And then somebody walking.
I'm like, I think I got it.
Yeah. It's good. It's not Wordle.
It took me about 4 seconds. I think I figured this one out.
It's Ayuk's version of Wordle.
Right. And the Niners, John Lynch comes out and goes, we're not trading Brandon Ayuk. Okay. This is Deebo all over again. It's Deebo all over again. And you don't like where the Niners started, because this is what the Niners do. I've learned this about the Niners. They have the stomach for this. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing.
We're built for this.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, they got the stomach for this.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Deebo.
This guy's got pipes.
Nick Bosa. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, totally.
I'm built for this. So, Debo.
In a drive-by piping?
Bosa. And now it's Brandon's turn.
Yeah.
And they've got the stomach for this. The difference between this and maybe a Nick Bosa is, the Niners have all the leverage. They've got all of the leverage. So you can tweet out all the emojis you want, but you're under contract next year and the franchise tag the year after that if they want. So
right. And also, Niners, they could still trade him.
They could, but I think when John Lynch is very aware of his words. And this is the third time they've addressed Brandon Ayuk. And the first one, they're like, I don't know, it's going to be a tough offseason. We got a lot of obligations. Then the salary cap figure came out, and they're like, we're keeping Brandon Ayuk. And then this is the next one, which is we're keeping Brandon Ayuk. I believe him. I believe the Niners will keep Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, it's we have no plans to trade Brandon Ayuk, I think is the verbiage.
Yeah.
Plans can change.
Well, sure.
You never know.
You're always going to leave you're not going to pin yourself. Here's what he said. Let's listen to it.
I was just with Mike Tomlin and, at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me, and so we're very close. And he's like, bro, what's going on? Like, I promise you, we got nothing, and nothing's going on there. We're actively talking with Brandon, trying to figure something out. And, I always talk, we have a good history of working with the guys we want to get done to get something done, and it takes two sides. So can we do that? We'll see. There's a number of different directions, that it could go, but we appreciate the heck out of Brandon and who he is as a player, and we want him to be a part of the Niners, so we're going to work towards making that a reality.
Okay. Not the firmest statement I've ever heard.
Right, but it ultimately is not totally up to him. They do have control of the fifth year, and they can franchise him if they want, but Brandon Ayuk can make things difficult for them to want to go that route, which would cost himself money, but it can get ugly on both sides.
Sure.
But that doesn't sound as definitive as I'm sure 49er fans who love Ayuk would want.
Well, when he says there's a number of ways we can do this, you could read that one of two ways,
right?
Which is that the Niners are like, we don't know what we want to do. Or you could read it as a kind of a little soft veiled threat to Brandon. There's a number of ways we can do this. How do you want to do this?
Right.
Got no plans to trade him, but we could do this the easy way, or we could do it the hard way. You know what I'm saying?
We can reach a figure in the offseason, and you can be a 49er for years to come, or you can play hardball, and so can we, and we'll just go in on your fifth-year option, and if you're not happy, you can hold out, and we can fine you, and you can hold out more, and we can fine you more, and then you can fold your arms and go stomp in the corner, and we could go forward without you and not be as good, but then not have to pay you, and then if you decide to come to your senses, then we can franchise you and keep you for a sixth year of you not making as much long-term money as you'd want.
Well, you got to remember also the way that these first round draft pick contracts work. They start out as a 4-year deal, and then you pick up the option year, which the 49ers have already done. Well, you make a very, very hefty sum in that option year. So Brandon stands to make essentially about as much in this coming year, as probably, in fact, more than he's made in the first 4 years combined. You want to sit that out? That's a lot of money you're going to lose. A whole lot of money you're going to lose.
You go from $600,000 to 1.2 to 1.75 to 2.3 to
14.1.
Correct, Coach. 14.1. So that
you're going to leave that on the table.
You're going to give up you're getting a 600% raise from your best year so far to what you're in line to make in your fifth year option. And I know that number goes down significantly when he signs a long-term deal, which helps the Niners in the short term. And they could use a little short-term help under the cap to get some of these drafted players in, but also it would help him out. And I was looking at Spot Track and their estimate 4-year, $96 million. That's $24 million a year.
I think Brandon thinks that's light.
Exactly.
Brandon, I think you offer that to Brandon right now. He's going to go to Instagram and say money talks and BS walks.
This is per SpotTrack's market value tool. So we're talking about a tool here.
Okay.
And if you're Ayuk and you look at the tool and you think, all right, tool, I got another idea for you. My teammate who's making 25 average annual.
No, he's 24. What did Calvin Ridley just get? That's the one that I want to know. And that's the one that's going to hurt the Niners. He just got 4 years, 92.
92.
Brandon's going north of Calvin Ridley. The numbers are all there.
92 is 23 per.
Okay.
So
and Debo's at 24.
Right. And the SpotTrack is saying 4 and 96,091. So this would be 24.025 million, basically. So that might put him ahead of Debo. If Debo's 24 flat,
well, and
then you could at least say, hey, I'm making more than Debo.
There's ways to manipulate it in terms of the guarantee and all of that. But yeah.
This deal would tie him for being 5th highest paid in the NFL.
What other new deals have just gone down? Again, if Calvin Ridley's making 23, if I'm Brandon Ayuk, I'm like, you don't just need to beat that. You need to blow that out of the water. 24. Calvin Ridley's making 23. Calvin Ridley. Nowhere near what Brandon Ayuk's been achieving recently.
Yeah. Calvin Ridley with probably a better track record.
I don't know about
over the course of his career.
I don't know about that. He had one amazing season, then he had a gambling suspension.
Yeah.
So
he was pretty good this year. Not quite as good as Ayuk.
He wasn't Brandon, yeah. It wasn't Brandon at all.
I just look at the top of the market, and it's Tyreek at 30, average annual. Devontae's at 28. Cooper Kupp is 26.7. A.J. Brown's at 25. So does he deserve to be up there with A.J. Brown making 25?
I bet he thinks so.
Well, of course he thinks so. He's a wide receiver.
But it's also like it's not even Steven. It's like, well, no, but he's next. And the salary cap is much higher now. And so it's like saying, like, should Nick Bosa be way ahead of Aaron Donald or TJ Watt? Well, he is. He didn't produce it that way this year.
And someone's going to jump over Nick Bosa when he
whoever's
comes
next. Right. You know, like Brandon can be like, you owe me 27 and I'm still $3 million short of Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, but he's not.
He's not Tyreek Hill.
No. And
I'm just saying that's where the negotiation is. The Niners are not offering him 20. That would be disrespectful.
Right. Debo's at 23.85 average annual.
Don't be disrespectful.
So if I'm the Niners, I want you to make more than Debo, but I would blush if we're starting to talk $25 million a year. I think it's more than Debo and less than 25. It's going to have to be somewhere in that niche.
Yeah. But I very much shrugged this one off in ways that I wouldn't have before because this is the Niners cadence and this is the player cadence and they'll be upset and then they'll get over it and then something will probably get done. Yeah, he left open there could be a trade. I'll leave the door open for that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Look, we started off with Warrior Frustration. Would love to reboot with a lot of you. 888-957-9570. My big thing today, I just don't understand. Like, let me say it again. I understand it. However, find it unproductive. How many people right now are lined up to say, that they've had it with Steve Kerr's rotations? And that's not to tell you that I think that Steve Kerr's rotations have been great or that he's had a great year. He hasn't. He's come on our show and said that. So I don't think there's any mystery there. What I just finally reached was this point where every time someone goes, okay, I watched a game last night, and if Steph Curry didn't come in till 6 minutes left to go, he should have been in when there were 8 minutes to go. Okay. And then what? Let's say even if they had one. All right. Now they're 37 and 33 and still firmly entrenched in the 10 seed. I just feel like we've reached a point where you can't keep saying this rotation mistake. I don't understand why Wiggins is in and JK is out. If that's your opinion after these games, it sounds to me like you think that the solution for the Warriors is on the bench or in the building. And I've reached a point where I don't even see how you can feel that way at this point. They're not a tweak away from being good.
Agreed. And if we were to rank in no particular order the things that have irked you about this Warrior team being 2 games above 500, 36 and 34 after 70 games, in no particular order, things that irk me more than Steve Kerr minute allocation would include Draymond Green missing almost half the season due to suspensions and other issues. Andrew Wiggins' continued regression toward the old K-Wig days, soft and warm R&B on the weak side. Klay Thompson's erratic shooting year. He's 10th to last in the association among qualified players in field goal percentage. I would rank all 3 of those things above Steve Kerr's minutes allocation. Just a quick 3. 3 things right there, boom, boom, boom. Things that irk me more than the way Steve works his personnel.
I guess it's not even a matter, though. Like, I hear you, although for me, it's not even a matter of whether or not it irks you. It can irk you.
Oh, it can.
And
maybe that's the 4th. And you know what irks me more? Is their inability to close out games. Blowing leads and recklessly turning the ball over. And that, to me, is not rotational. That oftentimes was some of your best players playing badly with huge leads. That bothers me more than Steph playing 30 minutes on a Sunday night.
I'm with you across the board, but I also think, again, the idea of it irking you or anybody pointing out Steve Kerr shouldn't have done this or shouldn't have done that, I can sit here and nod my head the whole time. I get it. But if that's your frustration, if that's the thing you want to point to, if you want to look at Warrior basketball right now and go, gosh, I just don't get what Steve Curry's doing with these rotations. Doesn't that mean that you think that if the rotations were different, the Warriors would be in a completely different reality as far as the playoffs are concerned, or contention even? Like, it's always been true, but the deeper we get into this thing, the more reality really sets in, where it's like, you're not the 5 seed and you're like, man, we could be the 3. You're the 10, and you don't know if you can hold off the Rockets. That's not, man, Podziemski shouldn't be starting. Like, that's not that. You are barely above 500. And at home, you're below 500. That is, you are far away. And so I put these things now in the same bucket. Whether it's Steve Kerr's rotations that has you distracted or the play-in tournament that has you distracted. There's 12 more games to go, and we'll see where this ends up. But I am at a spot now where I feel like it is highly likely that in another month or so, we're going to sit down and have a conversation about massive changes. And I don't even know what changes are available. But the direction that the boat is pointing has got to be moved completely if this thing continues for 12 more games and nothing exciting happens.
Right.
Which seems likely. Like, out of the 10 seed, even getting out of the play-in tournament is pretty wild, to be honest with you.
And I think about, you and Guru today in the crossover talking about the Lakers and that bet that could still be consummated. And it would be a consummation sensation, Mark, as you know.
And will be.
For the Lakers, or even let's use the Warriors for an example. For the Warriors to make it out of the play-in and get in the playoffs and win a playoff series as the 10 seed, they would have to win 6 of 9 games, including 4 of those on the road. And you'd have to win 2 road games to get in the playoffs. Then you'd have to go to Denver right now, and in a best of 7, you'd have to beat them 4 times. And if it went 7, 4 of those games would be on the road. So if you win 6 of 9 and you beat the Nuggets in 7, you would have gone on the road, won 2 elimination games, and then won in Denver at least once.
Yeah, 6 of 9.
And held serve at home.
Right.
So you're telling me that this team that we've seen over the course of 70 games, not small sample size Steve anymore, this team's going to be capable of winning 6 of 9, including 6 of those games on the road, feels like a stretch to me right now.
You think?
Yeah.
That is a bit.
And just one note on the Steph Curry minutes thing.
Sure.
And I heard Steiny make a mention to something about this earlier in his show, but in the 9 games that Steph has played 36 or more minutes this year, the team is 1-8.
Say that one more time now.
Steph Curry's played 36 or more minutes 9 times. They are 1-8 in those games.
Yeah.
And his plus minus in those games is a -5.
Maybe I was just in a negative headspace. It's very, very possible that I was
Not
just
you.
No, it happens.
It's rare.
I don't mean that like overall.
It's usually accompanied by a migraine.
That's a good point.
See, I know that about you.
I didn't have one last week.
That a boy?
Crap, I shouldn't have said that out
Well,
loud.
it makes me feel bad because I was gone most of the week. Hello.
I think we figured it out.
I think we have.
No, I don't mean that I was in a negative headspace like about life, but maybe I was in a negative headspace about the Warriors as I sat down to watch the game yesterday. I got to be real, and I just have to tell you what was happening in my belly during the game. I felt like they were going to lose the whole time.
And that's unlike you.
And they were up. And they were up early. And maybe that's actually why I thought they were going to lose. Because I'm like, you're up early. You're often up early. I've seen you get up early. I've seen you get up against good teams early. A lot. What I've learned in professional sports, especially the NBA, is that, we're not used to this right now over the last 12 years of Golden State Warriors basketball. But a lot of times, like when you're the good team and you're like, ooh, they snuck away with one tonight. They didn't have their fastball, but they were able to gut it out, and they pulled out kind of a sleepy game against Charlotte or something like that. When you see that, that's the cadence of professional basketball. It doesn't mean you snuck it out or you blew a lead. No, the good team in the fourth quarter goes, all right, here's what we need to do to win, and they do it. And that's what's happened to the Warriors so much this year. So it is less in my mind.
To them, not for them.
No, it's not. So, the Warriors blew it. No, they were the worst team. They were the worst team, and the other team went, okay, fourth quarter time. Let's do the damn thing. And whether it's the Clippers or the Pelicans or the T-Wolves or the Nuggets, the teams that have erased these deficits against the Warriors, they're not rallying. They're just the better team. And that's how pro sports works a lot of the time. So I watched that whole game last night through one eye. And I'm like, be up by 9 with 5 minutes to go, and you'll have my attention. And they got to the fourth quarter, and they were immediately down by 6. And I'm like, yeah, they're not winning this game. They're not winning this game.
I mean, you pick through the play-by-play, and they had the lead almost the entire game.
Of course.
And, it was anywhere between 1 and 13, I think was the high water mark, and the Warriors were never able to get to that magic 20, or you get up 20, 25, and now you're
boogieing.
For most teams, you put that thing away, but for the Warriors, you still kind of hold your breath this year a little bit, but it's that third quarter, and that's why people are so up in arms, because Steph goes out, and the lead dwindles at the end of the third, and then to start the fourth, the game flipped.
Right.
And so by the time he came back in, now it's got to be Curry to the rescue.
Yeah, except for, you have an example 48 hours earlier where they're just like, fine, Steph, stay in there. How'd that go? Get run off their own floor by a so-so basketball team.
Right. And it's because you're asking a 36-year-old who is still in great shape, and he's still one of the best players in the association, but on game 70 of 82, and Steph has played almost every game this year. I think he's played 66, or no, he's maybe 64 games, but you're asking him, 64.
Mm-hmm.
He's played all but 6 games. And so now you're asking him deep into March to go out there and give you 35, 36 minutes, and you got 5 games in 7 nights. It's a big ask.
What if I go through a painful exercise real quick before we go to the phones?
Let's do it.
Painful exercise. Just to give you a sense of where the Warriors sit. Why don't I just start naming NBA teams? You raise your hand or make a noise.
Oh.
That's fine.
I'll leave the second part out.
When we get to the first team that you feel like the Warriors are clearly better than.
Oh. Thank you, Grandy.
Okay.
I hate Mark Grandy.
Ready?
Sounds great.
All right. Denver Nuggets.
Wiggins voice.
You're not supposed to make any noise.
Okay, start over.
3, 2. Denver Nuggets, Oklahoma City Thunder, Minnesota Timberwolves, LA Clippers, New Orleans Pelicans, Phoenix Suns, Sacramento Kings, Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Lakers, Boston Celtics, Milwaukee Bucks, Cleveland Cavaliers, New York Knicks, Orlando Magic, Indiana Pacers, Miami Heat, Philadelphia 76ers, Chicago Bulls.
Oh.
Okay, there's your first noise. That took forever.
Yeah, it did.
I just named way more than half the league.
You named about 16 teams, I think. There's a couple of borderlines in there, but I thought about New York. And
18th team. The 18th
New York
team
just
was the one
clipped you.
Yep.
And, you got Miami coming up.
Sixers, I wasn't sure what you were going to say because they don't have Embiid, but they're still 7 games
and
over
you
500.
swept Philly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are not that many teams left.
Right. Yeah, there's 7 above 500. Wow.
Not that many teams left.
No,
So-
and even if you got to Houston, I didn't know what I was going to say because right now, Houston's better than you.
Well, they've won 8 basketball games in a row.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're playing like a team that is hungry.
On a mission.
Yes, they're hungry for the 10 seed. And, in the crossover, we talked about this, the relative hunger of a 4-time champion, how much you're going to fight, scratch and claw, just to get to that 10 spot, just to get into the play-in. I don't really fault them too much for not looking at the fight for the 10 seed as something that's, do or die or an absolute must. These guys have played a ton of basketball games over the course of a 10-year championship window run. And remember, they went to 2 other finals. They got 4 titles and 2 other finals that they didn't win.
Yeah.
These dudes have played a lot of basketball.
A ton. And I thought about that too, with the idea though that sometimes it must be triggering for other fan bases to listen to us sometimes though. When things don't go well for the Warriors, it's because they're tired and unmotivated. And I do think there's something to that. But also, when can you get yourself to a point where you just go, and also because the other teams are better.
Right, I'm there.
Yeah, the Warriors are not unmotivated. They're not as good. And my whole thing in saying that is not like, come with the hammer. No, it's just like I hope that the Warriors as a franchise assess themselves correctly in the offseason. That's my only hope right now. Be real, be honest, assess yourselves correctly. Don't let the play-in tournament or whatever happens in it, if you're in it, distract you from how many teams I just mentioned that are better than you.
Right.
And then you got to do something about that.
And that is a big topic for the offseason, and I'll save my real in-depth answer for hopefully a long time from now. But really, the season, they got 12 games left. This baby could be over here in about 2.5 weeks.
Houston in action right now.
Do we have a live update?
Hosting the Portland Trail Blazers.
Do we go to the update desk?
Of the Western Conference. And with 8:05 to go in the first quarter, the Rockets are already down by 7.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Chokers.
That's right. We'll see if they can play from behind. The Blazers are bringing it. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say this right now, and this is hard for me to say because I'm a diehard Warriors fan. I met CJ Charles Johnson when I was 9 years old. He lived around the corner from me in Redwood City, and I didn't even know it until I actually met him. I was, taking it tough during the Cohen years. So I've watched this franchise pretty much, reinvigorate itself to championship status. And so they're where they are now. And I'm just thinking, look, this team is doomed if they don't do these 4 things. Number 1, defending the 3-point shot. I'm sorry, they're doing this terribly. This is awful, okay? Number 2, offensive support for Steph. And I'm saying this across the board. The team has been inconsistent, okay, when Steph has been on. transition defense. Oh my God, guys, come on! You're jogging down after a shot is made. You're trading baskets. That's terrible. Ability to produce both defense and offense in the fourth quarter. They don't do these 4 things, they're done. They're done. Tell me what you guys think. Thanks.
Rich, thanks. Sometimes in the NBA, and I do find this to be like, not frustrating. What's the right word? Like the NBA to me is the most predictable sport.
Of the big 3?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you got the best chance at the beginning of the year to be like, those 2 teams, those are your, not the 2-3 teams, those are your contenders. Patrick Mahomes in the NFL maybe ruins that thought a little bit, but I find the NFL to have a lot of twists and turns and surprises, and same thing in baseball where half the league's not even trying. And so it's like, yeah, I know the Dodgers are going to be good. I know the Braves are going to be good, but it's baseball, and somebody could fist a ball out into the outfield and win the World Series over the better team.
And it's tough, though, for the Rockies to go from what we think of them to
doubt.
90 wins in the wild card.
But like in the NBA, even what Rich is saying, they got to do this better. They got to do that better. Right. They could do all that. To me, that feels like Steve Kerr's rotations. He's got to coach better. They could do all of those things, and they still don't have Giannis on their team. They don't have Jokic on their team. The other teams, when the Warriors played 5-6 years ago, they didn't have Steph Curry and Kevin Durant on their team. So they lost. Now, there are exceptions. I would argue that 2 years ago was a little bit of a surprise. Maybe the Celtics were top to bottom the better basketball team. But you had Steph still completely at the height of his powers. You had Andrew Wiggins playing inspired basketball, Kevon Looney too, Jordan Poole still, everything was going in the right direction, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a little bit of a surprise, but it was only a little bit of a surprise. Like the Warriors were still on a short list of teams you liked on the way in. That's it. They're not on the short list anymore. So that's it in the NBA. If you're not on the short list, you're out.
You're not on the long list. You can be on the long list, like Miami last year was on the long list.
Yeah,
they were a play-in team. Boston 2 years ago, they were on the long list, and then you mentioned it, they were a 500 team in late January. They got hot. They got in the playoffs. They ran the East, and they were damn close to winning the NBA title. So you can go from being where the Warriors were 2 months ago to where you'd want to be, and they showed signs. They went 14-4 over an 8-game stretch, and then Steph Curry got hurt against Chicago, and then you lost a couple games while he was out, and then he came back, and you gacked a couple away, and now you've lost 2 in a row, and it feels like you're kind of back to square one where you were before you went on that great little run that coincided with Draymond's return. So Draymond comes back after the suspension, and everything starts to click, and Pods is still doing, rookie all-first team things, and TJD emerges, and Wiggins came back from his absence. Klay comfortable on the bench. Here comes CP3. You still have the chef. GP2's back. It felt like everything was humming toward a big, good climactic finish, and yet here we are again, picking through the wreckage of bad rotations and no transition defense.
Let's go to Gary in San Ramon next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Gary. What's up?
Hey guys. Just number one, wanted to thank you so much. I just came out of COVID quarantine, and you guys were really my entertainment while I was being quarantined. So thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better, Gary.
Yeah, thanks. So anyway, my biggest disappointment with the Warriors this year, and I felt going in that Andrew Wiggins needs to step up his game and be that guy, and it's just been totally the other way. And so whatever he's going through, that's fine. He just hasn't been able to compartmentalize, his time on the court, and it really shows out there, Anyway.
Whoa! And Gary just flew off of a retaining wall.
Jeez. Man. From COVID to traction, I'm Gary.
I don't mean to laugh. I hope he's okay. Yeah. That just sounded like...
Oh! Down goes Gary.
That was like the caller version of John Sterling getting hit by a ball.
Ow.
Like, you know what I mean? Oh, and that one just fouled right back up. Ow! That really hit me. Is Gary gone?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay, made it. Back on your feet. Gary, it sounded like you just flew off a cliff or something.
Yeah, my AirPods went dead on me. So
for crying out loud.
I got you on speaker. But anyway, so anyway, I want to know, I got a couple of questions for you. So what do we do with Andrew postseason? And is there a market for him? And secondly, what trade was involved that the Warriors only have a protected pick this year in the draft?
Oh, gosh. Off the top of my head, what was that? Grandy, do you know
what the percentage odds?
No. The trade that led to the Warriors only having a top 4 protected pick this year.
I thought it was the Iguodala to Memphis. Let me double check it.
Iguodala. Yeah, top of my head, like the first round picks get traded in such advance. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. We'll look it up.
Yeah, I had this.
Randy, you got it?
Yes, it was the Iguodala trade.
Okay,
It went to
nice
Memphis
job.
originally. It's now since been handed over to Portland.
Yeah.
Okay, so Portland's got it.
And the irony of that is he actually didn't go to Memphis. He literally never went to Memphis.
Like, didn't even go to the city.
Didn't even go to the city. Because I'm not going to Memphis.
Right.
Didn't even have the wherewithal to go to Memphis and say, you know what? Thank you for the trade, but I'm not.
Thank you for the trade.
I'm not going to Memphis. Didn't even go to Memphis.
Thank you for the trade.
Didn't even go to Memphis, Mark.
Gosh, you still hate him.
Hate is incorrect.
You still dislike him.
That move is one of the things that bothers me.
You're annoyed by him.
He's annoyed. He annoys me.
Yeah, he annoys you. Did we get to the right word?
Yeah.
Iguodala annoys you.
I would not waste even one drop of my reservoir of hate. And I've got a reservoir.
Yeah, you do.
Not a deep reservoir, but
No, you're in deep.
I've saved.
Did I mention deep? You're in deep.
You two are in cahoots.
It's way in there.
Turns out I hate both of you. And I do hate Mark Grandy. There's a drop of that.
We know. We're in your well.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's a shallow well. Mark Grandy. Apparently my hate reservoir is deeper than I thought. I won't waste one drop of hate on Andre Iguodala.
Iguodala. All right.
Wouldn't even go to Memphis. Mark, when the Warriors won the title 2 years ago, they were third in the association in points per game allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Third. This year they are 19th.
Yeah, no, you don't win there.
No.
You don't win there ever. You're not. What's your defensive rating?
Per 100.
You got defensive rating?
Yeah, let me scroll down here. Their D rating
I got
is...
it.
They're 18th, 116.2.
Okay.
I'm looking at Basketball Reference, and I think yours is maybe a different number.
I'm on NBA.com, but I've also got them at 18th.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 18th.
18th.
There you go.
You don't win a chip when you're 18th unless you have an unbelievable offense. And as we've previously discussed on this very program, their offense isn't as good as it usually is.
Yeah.
Their three-point shooting, which has been their go-to bellwether, they're 9th in three-point percentage. If you have a mediocre defense, you would better have the best offense in the league, and they don't.
You know who's top 10 in defensive rating that you wouldn't expect? Ready for it?
I am ready. Yeah.
You want to hear it?
You won't.
The Houston Rockets.
What?
The Houston Rockets. They're 9th.
In defensive rating.
Defensive rating.
Wow.
Want to know who's number 1? One guess. Get
Minnesota?
it right. That's correct.
Yeah.
Number 1.
There you go, Minnesota.
They got a lot of rim protection.
So funny. Minnesota is number 1 and Boston's number 2. Huh. The 2-1 seeds.
Who could have seen that coming?
Who'd have thunk it?
And I think about Houston's defense. You've got a young team, an athletic team, and a motivated team. Mm-hmm. And that's where Friday night, I think, shined a bright light on one of the biggest Warrior issues, which is as an older team, you're just not that fast. And how many times did you see somebody, Halliburton in particular, just run right by Steph Curry in transition?
Yeah.
And how could he not? He is 13 years younger. 13 years the younger. And, Steph at 36 and Draymond's got ice on his knees every time he comes off the floor.
Right.
Klay had 2 career-ending injuries. Kevon Looney can't even get on the court anymore.
I do notice this. You know how Naz Reid is a Warriors killer?
Yeah.
I noticed something about when he shoots threes against the Warriors. I noticed this. I don't know if you've noticed this. There's something, a little thingy that goes on. When he shoots threes against the Warriors, you know what I noticed? He's open. Wide open. Naz Reid, Minnesota Timberwolves. Ball goes in almost every time. It's unbelievable. And I get it. 3-pointers don't go in just because you're open. But, yeah, that's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. The Warriors are a step slow defensively, and this is not a criticism. This is where I've arrived with the Warriors, with the openness that 12 games are left, and yay, sports, anything can happen. So that's all true. Not burying the season, it's not over, because it's not over. I don't mean that they still could go on a magical run and win. I just mean, like, factually, it's not over. Like, you got to play the 12 games and then do the play-in if you get in, and let's follow that story. But I'm sort of done criticizing these Warriors for the things that they don't do, because I don't think that they can. It's not a matter of they won't do it. They can't do it. They can't. The rotations are not there to be had. The legs are not there to be accessed in the fourth quarter. They're not there. There are some players who are doing the won't thing as opposed to can't. I think that's Andrew Wiggins. There were times where it was Klay Thompson earlier in the year. I love the way he's playing now. He's figured it out. He's accepted his role. He seems comfortable. I know he hasn't had 2 great games over the weekend, but he's played pretty well. I got nothing bad to say about what Klay Thompson is doing out there. But Andrew Wiggins is probably the poster player for why Steve Kerr is sitting people down at a hotel room in Indiana or after Indiana or wherever in Minnesota to show them the Indiana game and go, look at your lack of effort. And I mean, come on. Like, if we're doing this after the 69th game, you've got a problem. So our earlier caller asked, what do we think about Andrew Wiggins in the offseason and what is his market? I don't know fully what the market is. I'm sure it's probably not what the Warriors would love it to be. It seems likely that Andrew Wiggins will play on a different team next year. That seems likely.
The answer for me is pennies on the dollar. You will take pennies on the dollar. You're not going to, this is not a Brandon Ayuk situation where the only way you would trade Brandon Ayuk between now and October or August would be if you got absolutely wowed beyond belief with the trade compensation before the draft. Then you would even maybe think about it. If you're looking to trade Andrew Wiggins, you're taking pennies on the dollar at this point.
Yeah, the problem is when you say pennies on the dollar, I know you mean that more emotionally as opposed to in actuality. You can't. You actually have to almost match it up dollar for dollar.
But you got more than pennies on the dollar when you traded Jordan Poole and you got Chris Paul back. That's like dimes on the dollar.
No,
you didn't get like for like.
You got but $30 million and almost $30 million.
Right, but in terms of a player, like Chris Paul's helped you this year.
Sure.
And he's helped you to the tune of 36 and 34.
I just mean someone else who doesn't like their player who's making a lot of money.
Exactly.
It's got to be something like that. Or you've got to pair more people with it. You know, I know it turns everyone's stomach to involve Jonathan Kuminga in a deal. I really, really hope they don't. I don't think they will. I don't think they're interested in doing that. But there's one factor that you have to keep in mind. Joe Lacob, the owner of the Warriors, is not going to stand idly by and watch this thing become a race for the play-in tournament on a year in and year out basis. He won't stand for that. And I do think he is the type that will be able to put emotions aside when assessing this thing. And so if this team ends up as the 10 seed and loses to the Lakers or, God forbid, the 11 seed, I mean, Klay Thompson coming back is a total question mark. And Andrew Wiggins' market will be completely explored. And in fact, you would need to sit down and go, okay, like, do you love Kuminga so much that he is your future star? Or do you dump all the toys out on the ground and start from scratch? It's all going to be on the table.
Absolutely.
The way this is trending right now.
Yeah, and you've got probably 6 or 7 roster spots that you would look at, and you're going to try to change them out or upgrade them. And it's Looney and Saric, and it's Chris Paul, and it's Klay, and it's Wiggins. You keep your core 5 or 6, and everybody else is on the table. And GP2, I believe he's got a player option that he'll probably exercise.
I think you're right. That's right.
Unless you can convince him to opt out, and then you re-sign him for smaller annual amount, but stretch it out over multiple years. That's probably what you do with GP2, but he's the kind of guy that I would love to keep just as your 8th or 9th man glue guy.
There's like 5 Warriors right now where I'm like, that guy's on the team next year.
Yeah, TJD and Pods.
Yep.
And Steph and Draymond.
Yep.
And Kuminga.
Correct.
And did they pick up Moody's 5th year? Or I'm sorry, his 4th year option?
Yeah, but still, I'm not confident of any, whatever they've done contractually. I'm not confident, like that could be part of a move.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Those are the 5.
And you start looking at the list of names who are in and around Andrew Wiggins' salary range of 26.8. And there's some guys out there who teams might be looking to part with, even if you end up taking Wiggins and maybe you take Wiggins and Moody. And the one dream scenario would be you send Wiggins to Washington. Go back with your buddy Jordan Poole.
Who do they get back?
You get Kuzma.
Oh, they're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Washington?
Why would they do that?
You give him Moody. Give him a pick. Give him the Poughkeepsie kid.
No,
I don't know.
No, they're not doing that. Mike and Pinole. Hi, Mike.
Kid.
Yeah, there he is.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? About to pull up to the driving range really quick.
Ooh, hit him straight. Let's go.
I'm gonna try to.
Yep.
Hey, here's the disclaimer. I'm not a skeptic or a gambling man, but I'm confident that the Warriors don't have a magical run in it, that I'm willing to bet my house with the dog inside of it.
Oof.
That's how confident I am.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is, in all seriousness, is that the Warriors are somewhere between a below-average team and an average team. They have no magical run. I saw something, I think a graphic on NBC Sports that said their record versus the top 6 seeds in the West is 4-16. So that's 4 wins versus the top 6 seeds in the West all season. You mean to tell me they're going to win four games in a series, and they only could barely win 4 games in a whole season against these teams? There's no chance. Like I said, they're somewhere between a below average and an average team, and I guess we'll be looking forward to the summer in the next couple weeks.
Mike, thanks. I don't even look at it that way right now with the hole that they have created for themselves. And again, look, the Warriors. They can quickly turn around and have a great night. So the play-in tournament, I actually think if they're in it, could be really fun. Because if you just look at it as a one-night-only event, that's the Warriors' strength. The Warriors' problem is inconsistency. But they can give you a night. Oh, they can give you a night. Like, so if they go to L.A., Game 1 play-in tournament, could they win that game? Yeah.
They could.
They could.
Sure.
And then 2 nights later, they're on the road at SAC. You think they can win that game?
Sure.
They could.
They could.
Could they beat Denver in a 7-game series?
They could.
No.
I mean, they could.
I mean, they're allowed to. I guess, right, my point is this, that it's sort of built for them. However, it's incredibly unlikely. So while a lot of people are still sitting here kind of talking about, like, could you go on a run? Could you go on a run? Understand that in terms of percentages, the Warriors have arrived at a spot where it's incredibly unlikely that they even make the playoffs.
Right, and I was going to ask you that very thing. What's more likely in your mind? You fall to 11 or you make it out of the play-in? You have a 1-game cushion on Houston, pending how they're doing right now, and a score update coming up here momentarily from Mark Willard at the update desk. But you'd have to win 2 games in a row to get out of the play-in, or this slide that you're currently undertaking. And plus, there's a head-to-head coming with Houston, which is a one-game flip-a-rooski in April when you play the Rockets. So which is more likely?
There's no question what odds makers would tell you. It's definitely more likely that they missed the play-in tournament entirely.
More likely that they fall to 11
than
it is that they win 2 straight in the play-in.
No question.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
And if you're skewing negative, then I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do.
I'm not skewing negative. I'm just
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Thinking about it like an odds maker. What is more likely?
Right.
A team that is 1 game behind you and has a game against you and has won 8 in a row. And oh, by the way, has rallied from their 7-point deficit
Rockets.
to now lead by 3 at the end of 1. So let's be real. They're hosting the Blazers. It is highly likely that the Rockets will be a half game behind the Warriors when we go to bed tonight. You're telling me, is it more likely that that team makes up their half-game deficit against the Warriors, or the Warriors beat L.A. on the road, followed by beating either Sacramento, Dallas, or Phoenix on the road? Yeah. The answer is the Rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. And I wonder what the odds would be, and I could look them up for the next segment on odds to make the play-in versus be out of it. It's probably not quite even money. Warriors are still probably slightly favored to get the 10 seed, but not as favored as they were before I went to Vegas 5 days ago.
Get to more of your calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Willard and Dibbs. Wow! Whoa! Wow!
Don't miss Power Torque Tools DIY days now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Power Torque hand tools come with a lifetime guarantee. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto.
So we're talking about a tool here. All right, tool. I got another idea for you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Call me a tool?
Never.
Sure.
Never. So we're talking about a tool here. What was I talking about there? Was that me and you, Grandy?
That was from like 40 minutes ago. You were talking about some SPO-Track tool with Brandon Ayuk.
We're talking about the tool, the SPO-Track tool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
SPO-Track
So we're talking about a tool here, not a pipe, but a tool.
The tool said Brandon Ayuk's supposed to get 4 years at $24 million a year.
All right, tool. I got another idea for you. Man, I was on one in that hour.
Yep.
In the drive-by piping?
Speaking of people who are on one, George Kittle is in the house tonight for this big West Virginia-Iowa women's basketball game. Caitlin Clark on display for America once again. And George Kittle is not only in the building, but wearing his wife's Iowa jersey. So it is Smedium Plus. George Kittle is in clothing that doesn't fit him.
Yeah.
Is basically what I'm trying to say.
Would have been better if he had a Kristen Juszczyk special, which I believe Kristen made a 22 Iowa Caitlin Clark for somebody.
She did?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't be very George. He's not going to wear something stylish that like really kind of accentuates all the positives. He's going to do something silly because he's George Kittle. That's what he does. So anyway, Iowa up by 5 minutes to go, second quarter in that game. And Kittle is in the building. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. It's been a whole lot of fun today. A lot with the Warriors' disappointment, the Otani news. If you're just joining us, he spoke publicly at 2:45 earlier today. Did not take questions, but spoke publicly. And the quick synopsis there is all the translator's fault. I've been robbed. I didn't even know that he had a gambling problem. I've never bet on baseball. I've never bet on any sport. I will completely cooperate with federal investigators, and I'm shocked that my very good friend would do this to me, was basically the upshot.
Yeah, and man, shocked, yet this did not play out over a matter of days or a matter of weeks, according to the piece in ESPN. Yeah, this goes back even years, where he reportedly met the bookie, Boyer, at a poker game in San Diego back in 2021. So this goes back to a meeting, almost 3 years ago, where the interpreter fell into a bad way with a bookmaker and went on to bet on everything but baseball. And this is according to the first report to ESPN. They were very clear to say that he never bet on baseball, the interpreter, but everything but.
Everything but.
And he had fallen into a 7-figure gambling debt even back then, even before these wire transfers that allegedly took place in September and October of 2023.
Yeah, in our opinion, there's still a whole lot that doesn't add up here. I do wish that Shohei would answer questions, and at some point I would imagine he would be forced to. But then again, who knows? Dodgers have put the clamps on him in terms of actually speaking directly to the media to this point. Let's go back out to the phones. James in Mountain View. Hey, James, thanks for calling. What's up? You're on with Willie and Debbie.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just want to. I know you hate the idea, and everybody hates the idea. What would you get? What would you take for Curry? Right, like while we can cash in, while he's worth something.
Gosh, I never even know, James, how to answer the question whenever it comes up.
And that's a great question.
Yeah, but it's kind of like emotionally and conceptually, I can't even get myself to where I would need to be to consider what you're asking. I also, by the way, if you want to remove the emotions from the whole thing, James, thanks, is like, I don't even see something that makes sense for the other team. Again, you're talking about $60 million in salary, right?
Right.
All right, so in order to make that match, you need to send either one of the other greats of the game or 2 to 3 players, which add up to like phenomenal players. So you're going to go to a team that is really good, and they're going to decide, because he is, outside of LeBron James, the oldest superstar in the game, that team's going to decide, we're going to give you, our Giannis, our Jokic, our Tatum, whatever. We're going to do that so that we can get Steph Curry at age 36. It's odd to say because I know that we as Warrior fans don't even want to think about the idea of trading Steph. I don't even know if he's tradable.
He's untradeable. You can't trade him because you need him because he's your number one draw, but you're right about the money coming back. So you look at the list of players in order who are making up where Steph is making in terms of how much they make per year.
Yep.
And it's KD, and it's Jokic, and it's LeBron, Embiid, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Paul George, Giannis, Lillard, Butler. Then you get to a guy who might be tradable. It's Steph's teammate. Klay Thompson is 12th in the league in salary per year.
Although not tradable anymore because he's free agent.
Right, but the point is you get to Van Vliet and Gobert, Anthony Davis, Trae Young. You wouldn't trade Steph for Trae Young, even if Atlanta might. You're not doing that if you're Golden State. Zach LaVine is a no. Luka Doncic. The point is, if you get down to the guys you really would want in that $25 to $30 million range, those teams don't want to part with them because those players are good values.
Yeah, you can get Ben Simmons if you want.
Exactly. So what are we doing here?
Right.
You're going to get Ben Simmons and hope that you can be the team to rehab him? It's a non-starter, the trade Steph conversation.
Dog, there's a lot of guys on this list. I got that. I pulled up the same thing, the top 25 list.
Yeah.
Man, some overpaid people right here.
Yeah.
There's some overpaid people right here.
There are. And, you look at Zach LaVine tied for 16th with Trae Young. Zach LaVine is not worth $40 million.
How the hell did Fred Van Vliet get $40 million a year?
2 weeks.
How the hell did that happen?
2 weeks in the NBA Finals. He was absolutely unreal.
Right.
In the NBA Finals.
Right.
The Rockets had to pay somebody, so they're like, hey, you know what?
Fred Van Vliet? Good Lord.
He's a big reason why they've won 8 in a row.
I mean, Bradley Beal is making the 6th highest salary in the NBA. Not even one of the top 2 players on his own team. I get the rest, like you're saying. It goes Steph and then KD and then Embiid and LeBron and Jokic.
Van Vliet got 3 years and $128 million.
Good Lord.
Yep.
And like you said, Gobert at 41. LaVine is north of 40. Trae Young is north of 40. What on earth?
It's a little bit of the NFL quarterback ID, the idea where, you get a young star and you got to pay the young star, like Kyler Murray and Dak Prescott and Daniel Jones. You get these guys. It's like, man, we need a quarterback and we have a quarterback. And, if you're Atlanta, you got a star. People like your star. You got to pay your star to keep your star. And then it turns out he's maybe not as good as you thought.
Well, that's, and again, this is a conversation for a completely different day, but that's the thing that if you're a Warrior fan right now scares you. That's what scares you, is the idea of being unable to navigate this thing financially, and then remembering, because we haven't had to for a very long time, remembering how hard these things are to build. Like it's not for today, but this is the story that will unfold in the next half decade, if you will, which Joe Lacob, he thinks that he's built an incredibly special organization. And I don't disagree with him in theory, but I'm also not 100% sure that it's not a phenomenal organization. It's just the organization where Steph Curry plays. We'll see. We'll see if it's still special when he's gone. It'll still be classy. It's still beautiful arena.
Absolutely.
Love their uniforms. Love their effort. But I think there are a lot of teams out there that are quote unquote trying to do good.
For sure. And it's very, very, very rare to go from dynasty to still very competitive for that long. Regular season ends in 20 days, Mark. This conversation might be coming up in 21 days.
Yeah.
3 weeks from today, April 15th, they could be the 11th seed, and we'll be having this conversation.
Back in action again tomorrow night. 3 road games this week. We will be all over it for sure. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. Do you?
TBD. How about that? I'll tell you that. But I can tell you firmly that the best of the game with our guy Grandy is coming up next, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. If you did not get a chance to be up early and hear the Warrior frustration and reaction shared by Bonte and Joe on the Morning Roast, Grandy will lead off with that. So stay tuned for that. The best of the game is coming up next. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Please shoot your shot. It is all you got. I'm in it right now. Did I mention deep?